I can't even believe I missed that. Yo, sorry about that. Really sorry about that.
They have more pressure on them closer to sea level. These are measurable things you can see just within one pressure zone, right? And then when we get further down in the ocean, right? Like, think about just like a pool. If you go to the bottom of a pool, your ears start to hurt, right? Yeah, my camera needs to be, the AI hasn't learned yet. But like, say you go down to the bottom of the pool. What do they tell you? Every 3 feet, you're supposed to try to like blow out your eardrums or whatever. Like, right? Because why? You're building that pressure. And that's why it feels like as you go higher from the bottom of the pool to the top, it feels like you're going faster. Because you are. Because you're escaping past higher atmospheres. So you have less atmosphere working against you in addition to the gravity. This is like basic things that you can see.
Hey, Admiral. So you're telling me that the AI on your camera's not working, but you're going to colonize the moon?
Hey, it's getting better.
Well, you work on the thing.
Yeah. If you've ever jumped in the water, it goes down deep into the water. It almost bursts your ears with pressure on your ears. You have to swallow.
Have you seen Space Odyssey? I don't trust them robots, bro.
This is really simple, guys. Water pressure comes from its weight. Water has weight.
Yeah.
I understand the concept, right? I get that. I understand that there's weight of water on top of water on top of water on top of water, right? But my question is like, the gravitational pull and all of this atmospheric pressure, and then when you get closer to big other objects and that's pulling you too, like why is that not fucking with the systems or the
Universe squares. When you go into outer space, the further you are away from the body, like the Earth, the less the gravitational.
It's inverted,
That's
right?
why you see the guys
Universe square
floating in
law.
outer space.
Hold on. The
I mean,
gravity
everything's always
is
mixed
extremely
together.
weak. It's called the weak force, right? So there's like 4 fundamentals, which like magnetism, gravity, there's 2 others. So
Gravity is force, and the weak force.
The scientists are so disappointed right now.
gravity is the weakest of all forces, and so the way gravity works, I call it law, right? So essentially, 2 objects are in space, and in 0 pressure in space, there's nothing, literally nothing, to bind them, except for themselves. So they touch, they bond. That's how it works.
I like to touch and bond too.
No, it's not. The mass of the object creates a warp in a continuum, and that's what creates gravity.
Everything has gravity.
What?
I just got.
Welcome back, Cole. Good night.
That's all. I'm just trying to show you the
Ocean. I'm having a fish burger right now.
Oh, hold on. What are we eating over here?
McDonald's fish burger, and I've got
Oh, you.
here as well. So
Very nice. Very nice. Fourth wife comes in with a big 10, says Sarah. Rock strata is mostly made from conglomerates, i.e. different sizes of rock mineral matter that compresses, I love all of these words we're using, compresses, mostly from seismic activity. Put a handful of random rocks in a jar, shake stratification. Ooh, I will move it about. Thank you, Ford Wiseman, for the explanation. I love it when people send me answers with money. It's my favorite kind of knowledge.
The difference, in my opinion, right? When we're having a conversation about space versus, the sea, right? If you get in the water, you can feel it. Like everybody can experience that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a person's in a submarine, the deeper it goes, it will literally start crushing the hull, right?
Yes.
Compressing it or whatever, right? But with space, we just have to take the word of NASA.
No.
What? You're almost there. You're right there.
No, we do.
Like, the problem with getting in the water is how the temperature increases to a point.
Hold on.
Wait.
Okay.
The point that I'm trying to make is that all of us right here can experience the ocean. All of us can't experience space.
That's just a matter of cost. You're experiencing space right now, my friend.
yeah.
Outer space, you jackass. Like y'all always do this. You know, have you been Clay? Have you been into outer space?
Hold on, I mean,
Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. Okay, the same space that exists out there in outer space is the same space that exists here on the Earth. It's the same space that exists down in the ocean. It's all the same space. It's just a matter of whether there's stuff there or not. It's that simple. We have gravity where there are stuffs.
Clay,
We have also other forces.
Clay, bro, stop.
Bro, what's up?
I'm asking you, very simple, okay? The location. You can go to the ocean if you want to, right now, and you can get in the water, and you can feel the water pressure, right?
I can't right now. I'm not here for right now.
I'm saying if you. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The way you can get in your car right now and drive to the beach.
I can't do that. Nope. I cannot get in my car right now. No.
Why? Why are you doing this?
What do you need to know about space that you don't know?
No, screw that.
So you're just
No, I already know what I need to know about space. No, what I know about space is that your ass hasn't been there. That's what I know about it. That's what I know about it. I haven't been in outer space. You haven't been in outer space. You have to take the word of someone who has.
I went to space on the webcam.
Thank you. We're just on one rock in space. This is one rock in the whole
Real.
outer space. There's millions, trillions of rocks out there. This is just one of them.
Yeah,
I don't
we're
see the concept of
we're
Based on
stuck
what?
to a rock, bro.
based on the, we can actually look up and see the thing.
Based on secondary information. This is not the first hand account.
You accept any secondary information?
Haha.
Sure.
Okay, so then why not this one?
Because
For real. Telescopes are real.
Why is it sketchy?
Because it's sketchy. There's conflicting things throughout our history that conflict with.
Okay, that's fair. So specifically, what is conflicting that you don't trust? Like, I understand the credibility thing, so if that's what your argument is, that's fair. But I do trust the credibility because simply I can look through a telescope and see certain objects out there. Like Mars. Mars is right there.
Okay, cool. You can do that, right? You can do that. But the point
Okay.
I'm making is that you have not physically been in a ship and went to Mars or went to the moon. What I'm saying
You
to
presume.
is the same thing I said last time. All of us are basing our information off of someone else's first-hand account. It's not your first-hand account. If me and you wanted to go to the ocean, it would be a first-hand account. We went there and experienced it. You could go in a submarine. You could go to the ocean and get in the water. We do not have the ability to go to outer space. And when y'all make arguments about colonizing space, we still, even in this day and age with all of our technology, we still don't have commercial trips to space.
Is Antarctica real?
Didn't
Yes.
Okay, can you go there?
No.
Okay, so then it's
Yes,
not
you
real.
can. Yes, you can. They have a whole tour group and everything, and it's a very specific time around the seasons because of the coldness. But there's a very tip of it that you can actually go to and see the penguin.
Fair enough, but you're limited to, you can't explore it the way you want to.
Explore, right? So the difficulty in getting there is extreme, right? So personally, you probably won't ever go to because of the difficulty. Number one, and then the possibility too. So there's the possibility of you actually paying for a trip. Maybe you do want to go, maybe not. But this is the thing, right? So with Mars or other planets in space, right? The idea of going there for me is fascinating, right? But for you, it's like I say no. I say no.
Wait, no, you're mischaracterizing me. You're mischaracterizing me. If we actually perfected a way of travel, the same way we have airplanes that go to other countries and stuff. If we had a surefire way of traveling into space, and they said, hey, we're doing commercial trips where you have to pay a certain amount of money and you get to go to the moon, I wouldn't have no problem going. I would love to go just so I could see that it's actually a thing. You understand what I'm saying? Because I like firsthand proof. But the point that I'm trying to make, like, look,
this is the problem with that is people can go, right? You say they can't, right? Have you ever been to like a glacier? I've been to a glacier, right? It was expensive at the time. If you want to go to like Antarctica,
Glaciers aren't real.
The glaciers aren't
I've been
real.
on a glacier.
My point is that you could go to like something that's very hard to go to. Like, have you ever hunted for moose in Alaska? No, but I know people have gone hunting for like grizzlies and moose. Hold on, it's your cost. I just listened to you give this whole spiel about how he can't do it. Well, okay.
and we're saying dumb shit right now. We're not talking about moose hunting. We're talking glaciers.
Well, if you would let me finish.
We're not talking about no goddamn glaciers.
I listened to your recording like monologue with him.
No, you're fucking retarded.
Listen, you can scream all you want.
Fucking idiot.
You can scream all you want, but I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
Woo.
Physics are not gonna allow you to fucking colonize space.
Look at the cost right now. The physics is not the issue. It's logistics, first of all. Then it would be biology and farming, all this, and terraforming, all this shit. But I can fly right now. In my lifetime, I can take
It's not gonna happen in your lifetime.
orbit, which is the same place we have the International Space Station for between 100
It's not gonna happen in your lifetime.
and 600K.
It's
That's
not
not
gonna
even
happen in your
that
lifetime.
Javelin missile systems cost
It's
more than
not gonna happen in your lifetime.
like Rob did in space right now. Are you telling me for 600K, someone can't go to
Where
space?
you going to the moon?
I don't know. Maybe next week at this rate. If it's only
If you're going next week,
we can go get you all the bus.
if you're going next week, okay. I'll tell you what. $500 says you don't go to the moon next week.
$500, that's not a very good bottom line.
$500 says you're not going to the
Why
moon
would I
next week.
risk my life? I can pay.
$500 says you're not
Why
going
would
to
I
the
want to
moon next week.
$500 says you're right. I won't go to the moon next week. I don't want to fucking have that ROI in this back. But you know what? I bet you we can send somebody to the moon. Easy. Just like China's already done.
Admiral Gibbs.
Are you saying we can't take flights out of space right now?
The entire
Yeah.
point that I'm trying to make.
That's what he's
You
saying.
brought up moose hunting. You brought up going to a glacier.
Yeah.
You brought up things.
Why did I do that?
You brought up things that I can do.
Oh, can you go to the bottom of the ocean?
Problem.
Can you go to the bottom of the Titanic right now? Can you? No. But can somebody go to the Titanic with like a sub?
And
Yes,
my
I can.
point.
Okay, hold on. So my point is,
And my
you probably can't
point.
go to a glacier, but I'm
You're
gonna go to a
missing
glacier.
my point.
But I can spend the money and take Virgin
You're
money.
missing my point.
Oh, so
You're
you're
missing my point.
Objects the money.
You're missing my point. I already established my point. My point is, yes, I did. You weren't listening.
Yeah, because it was dumb. Your point is that these things you can't go do. Then guess what? I can afford to go to space.
Are you
And guess
serious?
what? It doesn't matter if you can't do it.
Because I don't agree with you. So because I don't agree with you, I'm dumb.
Well, yeah, because we can literally anybody
Can I ask-
Okay.
Gentlemen, can I ask
Anybody
for,
can.
can I ask a question? Are there like tickets for sale to go to space right now?
Yes, right now you can buy Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, and another company called High Altitude for between the price of 125 to 600K. You can go on a flight to low Earth orbit. They have more expensive.
Low Earth orbit, not space.
Hold on,
Here we
which is
go
where
with
the,
this
hold on, which is where the International
Here we
Space
go with
Station.
this bullshit.
The International Space
We're not
Station.
talking about low orbit. We're talking about
It's the
other
International
things.
Space Station. It's the International Space
We're
Station.
not talking about low orbit. We're talking about outer
It's
space.
the International Space Station.
We're talking about outer space.
Is the International Space Station.
We're talking about outer space.
Is the International Space Station.
We're talking about outer space, not low orbit.
Well, let me tell you something. The International Space Station, the word space in the name, is in low Earth orbit. That's fucking outer space. Do you understand that?
You can't be serious.
Clearly you don't know what International Space
You
Station
can't be
is.
serious.
Do you think the International Space Station is space? Yes, sir.
You can't be serious. It's in low orbit is what you said, right? Is that outer space? Is that outer space? Is that outer space?
Yes, that is outer space.
That is. So here's my question again, because I didn't say anything about low orbit. I said the moon. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Are you going to the moon next week? You keep moving the ball.
Pretty sure he said outer space a lot of times.
We're not talking about space. We're talking
I
about the
can't
moon.
hear either of you. Just saying, if we like, I hear what both of you are saying. Here's what Angry Man is saying. Angry Man is saying like outside of everything, right? So low orbit or the flights that you're talking about, Admiral Gibbs. To me, I view that as a really expensive plane flight that just goes a little bit higher than the average airplane, right?
You can buy tickets to go to the International Space Station. People have done this.
Can you seriously?
They have had famous celebrities.
All right, I'll leave it back to you guys, but go one at a time because we
Well,
can't
my
hear
point
you.
is
This
this.
is really
My point is this: if something called the International Space Station, and people can go there, or the equivalent to it in these planes, which is in space in the fucking name. Guess what? You can buy tickets to space. I know so you can't go to the moon right now because tourism doesn't got there yet. Because we can't get space.
Guess what? Federal is in the name of the Federal Reserve. Is that a government organization?
It is partially.
No, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. That's a private bank. No, it's not, bro.
The Federal Reserve?
That's my entire point. You're not talking about spaces in the name. Like, come on, man. What I'm saying is, going into outer space, we're talking about the moon. Earlier, we were talking about Mars. We weren't talking about lower orbit. When you read the series
Central Bank of the United States of America.
Yes.
I'm going to say this again. Will you at least concede to the fact that we were talking about the moon and Mars? We were not talking about lower orbit.
Initially, the conversation was about Mars and the moon and all.
That's an enormous concession.
However, your argument, which was why I brought this up, was, oh, you can't just buy a ticket to go there. And my argument is you absolutely can buy a ticket to go to space.
To the moon?
Yes.
Yes, I said to you, I bet you $500 you can't go to the moon next week. I said moon. I didn't say lower orbit. I didn't say the space station.
Okay.
Moon.
It's gonna cost.
Moon.
Sure, I'll grant you that I can't go to the Mars right now. I'm telling you right now, go to space. That was the argument. Buy tickets. And guess what? As soon as it's fine to go, they're going to be selling tickets.
Space station is above the power line.
By that argument, listen, argument, hold on. By that argument and Clay's argument, I'm already in space.
It was a weird tactic. He just like took your argument on.
And shout out to Fourth Wiseman because he's keeping this show moving. I think he set a goal and Fourth Wiseman is still out there doing the job that all of you have. He says, here's a woo-woo for y'all. 3 Wiseman is actually just V equals 3 plus Semen, which is neutron, proton, electron, just like who's on first, what's on second, random dance, they spin it very, very, very fast. Does anybody know what this means? I've been trying to figure it out for a while. I've been sure, man, it's up.
Based on his logic about lower orbit and Clay's logic, I'm already in space, right or wrong.
Yes.
Correct.
When I'm talking about space travel, I'm talking about leaving the planet Earth, going on to another sphere. That's what I'm talking about.
Leaving its gravitational pull.
Yeah.
I'm 10 feet off the ground. I've left the Earth. So you're talking about leaving its gravitational pull.
The Earth.
Yes.
And more money, gentlemen, has spoken. Fourth wise man coming in again. He says the International Space Station is not in outer space. It's still in Earth's atmosphere, you fool.
Thank you. In other words, that's where hold on. Where that space station is at, okay, Goku and Beerus could fight right there because if he still breathed the damn air.
Shut up. Goku's real.
I'm talking about going past that.
There are layers of our atmosphere that are considered space.
But the space station is out far enough where you can
Yeah.
Be Earth without falling back.
Gravity's not pull you back down to that point.
NASA admitted that we never got past the band.
The Earth.
Hold up. I just pulled it up. Literally Google. I said, is the International Space Station considered in Earth's atmosphere? It says the International Space Station orbits within Earth's
Who fucks just
atmosphere,
Jacob?
specifically in the extremely thin upper region known as the thermosphere.
Yeah, but hold on. Right, we're not just Google this, right? This is Google, guys. Is the International Space Station space? Yes.
Haha.
International Space Station is in space, specifically in low Earth orbit at an altitude of approximately 250 miles, 400 kilometers, and travels to use all other stats. And so, yes, some parts of the atmosphere are in space, just like we talk about some parts of the solar system. Oh, in the heliosphere, and that extends out into other parts of the galaxy. Wow!
Admiral.
Why are we all talking? Why are we all talking at once?
You know what I mean when I say space. You know what I mean. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, but hold on, because when you see people say, I also have a music show that Expanse, right? I think the Expanse is great for the ad, and all the alien should just kept it where it was alien politics and speaking different areas. That's space now, and it takes them months even then to just go across the solar system. I did know we had this romantic space opera idea, or we had this romantic Star Trek idea, but space travel for us is probably not going to look like that in the next 300 years. It's going to look much more like the Expanse, where we colonize the planet, slowly terraform,
That guy's a Scientologist. I've only ever heard a Scientologist use the word space opera.
This is like, I'm a Trekkie, and this is like the second time you guys have cracked a joke on Star Trek. I will not appreciate Star Trek slander while I'm on this panel.
No, what I'm saying is right? It's not right. They have like baby That's not true. The reason why I like the Expanse is because they don't have that. That's literally what they're doing. They have fast drive, but it's still one thing. It takes them weeks to get from Mars to Earth. They're with the warships, right? These are fast. And so when we're talking about space travel, I think there is a period, and I wish there was more sci-fi on this period, of where we're in the solar system before we go out of space, and we never really want to be out. And we still don't know that. And actually, the original question, that's what we're going to be past. You know what I'm saying?
You said, wait a minute. What did you say? What did you say?
Well, I also like Star Wars.
You know something?
Fire.
Hey, Clay. Clay, you want a fist fight? Like,
Can I make comment?
sir.
Can I make a little referee in the middle? Fourth wise to go to the big pen says, Sarah, continued. V equals 3 plus Steven backwards.
He's Thoth. He's Thoth. He's the god. Thoth. The fucking whatever right in Egyptian.
Hold on, my brain has to take this in. We is 3 plus C. Backwards also. Knees. Okay, so C means backwards. Knees times 3. So the y is the back. Knees is the first. So what? The blonde is trying to think here. It's very careful. Stop. Right? My brain's like, can you see the steam coming out of my ears right now? Okay, so forwards, it's one thing. Right? Backwards, it's another thing. Did anyone ever wonder why your name is the fourth Wiseman? Well, okay. I would even say I wonder why. Because a lot of people make really stupid, crazy things in their names, and like
This is no different.
completely, like. So I never wondered why. I just thought it was like the 3 wise men and then like the 4th wise man instead, you know. But you know what? For the $10 and making my head spin for a whole 3 minutes here publicly, I appreciate it. I love it. I love it.
Transliterating student and Emmys is.
What is that?
There's obvious.
1988. Now, usually you'd see on my channel that I like to rip packaging open because I want to play with toys, but since this one's playable in packaging, I'm going to keep it safe. So you just wind it up, turn the switch on, and try to flick the balls up into the spaceship. And I gotta say, this is much harder than it looks. Finally, I got a yellow. Make sure to like.
Oh, that tastes really good. Okay, what is it?
And we're checking out Starcades from Kalika.
Little ball shooter thing?
Similar to this, and it came out in 1988. Now, usually you'd see on my channel that I like to rip packaging open because I want to play with toys, but since this one's playable in packaging, I'm going to keep it safe. So you just wind it up, turn the switch on, and try to flick the balls up into the spaceship. And I gotta say, this is much harder than it looks. Finally, I got a yellow. Make sure to like and follow for more. And we're checking out Starcades from Kalika. They had a whole series of toys similar to this, and it came out in 1988. Now, usually you'd see on my channel that I like to rip packaging open because I want to play with toys, but since this one's playable in packaging, I'm going to keep it safe. So you just wind it up, turn the switch on, and try to flick the balls up into the spaceship. And I gotta say, this is much harder than it looks. Finally, I got a yellow. Make sure to like and follow for more. And we're checking out Starcades from Kalika. They had a whole series of toys similar to this, and it came out in 1988. Now, usually you'd see on my channel that I like to rip packaging open because I want to play with toys, but since this one's playable in packaging, I'm going to keep it safe. So you just wind it up, turn the switch on, and try to flick the balls
Okay.
into the spaceship.
Cool.
And I gotta say, this is much harder than it looks. Finally.
That angry black dude really wants to know about space.
Fair enough. Tommy, I've taken a look around the room. You need to grow a very big beard to blend in.
Oh, yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
I shave.
To block kids' ears,
I've had it.
That's the first step to
But
transsexualism.
if you're lazy,
Shrapnel gang. We've learned a lot.
Okay, you arguing bastards.
For the last few days about Jeffrey Epstein, his dare, okay, the idea that he deleted himself whilst in prison, and there's been a lot of people saying that maybe he's actually not dead, maybe he's actually not enough around the world, he's still engaging in his pattern of abuse, maybe he's getting on something more violent,
Life for tires after hitting on the walls.
The female demon that was apparently running the strings and helping Epstein groom some of these girls and managing the whole portfolio of debauchery, Ghislaine Maxwell, they're saying that actually, now she's apparently serving a 20-year sentence in prison for being part of this operation, apparently no clients. Now people have actually begun to notice in her recent appearances, there's some facial features that don't quite add up. They're saying that doesn't look like the same Ghislaine Maxwell that we saw in the media a few decades ago when she was
It's
passed.
definitely not her.
And now they're saying maybe it's not even actually her. In prison serving a sentence, maybe they put in a student or a patsy, and somebody else might actually be serving a sentence for that. It sounds outrageous, sounds like cap, but the proof is actually quite compelling. So in this video, I'm going to explain to you some of the theories that Ghislaine Maxwell is actually not really the one serving this 20-year sentence in prison. And I'm also going to tell you the whole story of her depraved, disgusting life, the origins of her father, and the rumors that he was a bit of a Jeffrey Epstein in his own sort of way. And I think this is going to blow your mind, honestly. I'm somewhat convinced, okay, that this situation is not quite like it seems. So to start off, right, I want to show you some of the theories that are going around that basically suggest, okay, that maybe it's not Ghislaine Maxwell who is actually serving that time in the pen. This is going around, right? Anomalous evidence, let's go. Why did Maxwell's hairstyle suddenly change in prison from the long hair she had 5 months ago, August 2025, to make her look more like she was before entering prison? We are being played. And this says,
Oh yeah.
this video basically breaking down how her appearance has suspiciously changed, right, in the last few appearances of her that are going around. So let's just take a look at this one.
I think she grew her hair out, got a body double that looked like her then, and then the body double cut her hair off. Excuse me. Well, she seems to like short hair.
The nose shape is off. She's had a nose job in prison. She's had a chin. She's had a clad job.
She probably got her face kicked in. I mean, bitches will fuck you up.
And whole new chin with me, new sentence, new cell, right? It's not really making too much sense. So how is she suddenly looking completely different? Kind of does look like a different person, I'm not gonna lie to you. Does look very different, okay? Now let's see what people are saying in the comments. Okay. Look into Steve Glann's flood the zone with shit concept. Saying scapegoats only the rich get in. Says she's 64, odds are you should be able to see grey hair. Why is her hair so dark? Is she dying by her? It says if she is at a minimum security luxury prison, there was a whistleblower who came forward who said Maxwell was getting preferential treatment, which included custom meals, staff catering to her, access to the gym, private content, etc. The prison she's nicknamed in is Club Vet. She may be confined.
Were you watching earlier when my baby's mom called out? That was some crazy timing.
To play with in there, a fellow inmate openly complains about the perks she was getting. That inmate was moved to an even harsher prison, sending a warning to the rest of the inmates, and the warden also complained about her being a bitch. Not bad treatment for a PDF who helped our work about 1,200 underage women, girls, underage women, that's what I think. And the crimes that we know about. This is what Israel gets. I mean, this is that's what it looks like. Saying that she joined a Korean esports team recently. Saying, bro, this Japanese guy is not Maxwell. I will tell you this, if I were in her place and having all that shit come out about me, I would not want to keep my previous looks. I do not want the public was so scared.
That Japanese guy. Oh, that's hilarious.
This is different chin. Her hair colour doesn't match. Chin looks flat and not pointy. Saying the nose to me does not look the same at all.
What? Why would you buy a mini printer? And for what did you buy it for? This is one of the dumbest things ever. Hooded eyes. What does that mean? Okay, Mike's just babbling.
Also don't go from having hooded eyes to not having hooded eyes. Usually eyes become more hooded as you age. The opposite seems to happen here. I remember seeing this photo on the news and I immediately went, that is a totally different person, specifically with her nose and eyes. But they fix the ears so you have to cut the hair to show the conspiracy theories. He is not in jail. Yeah, I think...
Is that Vicky's picture?
Haha! He's not in jail, he's in prison, right? So... apparently nobody also noticed the eyebrows. Women over 60s don't magically develop thick dark eyebrows all of a sudden, especially when they've been plucked thin for decades. They're she's at the Salon Spa Club, Med Prison, switching up the look. Oh, that's a senorita from Texas, and Lady GM is Jeffrey Epstein. Big I, Big L? I don't know. Big I think they mean... Right, that's not the Big I, right? Okay, nice. So bro, this Japanese dude is Maxwell, this is simple. Look closely at the glasses, I think the new one might be AI generated. It says she might have spent a week or two in jail when they got her away ready. He's with Jeffrey Epstein doing the same stuff they've always been doing. It's crazy. It's crazy. Whether this is G-stain or not, the person's hair is shorter. It's about a week.
Still got to it.
This person's hair is shorter is about a week and a half as possible. Point to Delta that could not easily explain away. She went to the prison barber, as one would expect her to do, especially in Texas where it's hot. Overgrown eyebrows are not indicating anything. You can't just pluck them anymore. Puffy face is to be expected. Prison food is basically all salt-based slop, and the chin being slightly different is noteworthy, but can still be expected.
A puffy face is to be expected because he's eating a bunch of salty food.
This is worth talking about what's far from school. So the ears on the two photos are different. One photo has low set ears that begin below her eye, the other photo has higher set ears. Just imagine drawing a straight line from earlobe to earlobe. These two pictures do not match up. It says that the woman in the bottom photo has Botox within at least the last 90 days, fresh filler under her eyes, filler swelling visible over her right eye. Either someone is bringing it in and doing it for her, or she's leaving it out. Can you imagine having this Botox guy visiting you in the feds and that being run? Because like the astronaut who dyed her hair upon returning to Earth, this is incredibly sus and unnatural. It's like they're going to make all of us normies believe what she's saying. She looks like all the 90s pictures we've been bombarded with in the media spoon-fed BS. Not even her. It's the eye shape that will make me question whether this is Maxwell. Her eyes have a downward slant at the outside borders, whereas in the other picture the eyes have more of an upturned shape. Also, Maxwell's eyes have more hooded lids. People say, I think this is PR stuff to make her look dowdy, very unlike an estimable predator. Surprised they didn't tint her hair grey, check the utilitarian style glasses, she looks like a hospital attendant. So different from the younger pictures we see, that is on purpose. Oh, the poor dear, see how she's suffering. But so I'll tell you this, if I were in her place having all of that stuff come out about me, I would not want to keep my previous look, because I do not want the public to associate me with my previous life. They're saying, I don't want to play the fire with Big Man, okay? It says, who's colouring her hair in prison? Probably the same person who cuts hair and does braids. Easy to find stuff online. Not every prison will let you dye your hair, but some will. Barbers and hairstylists in prison are a perfectly normal thing. What a trap to have in a prison. Women's prison also have inmates that offer manicures and pedicures. They can buy hair dye and makeup from the commissary. Edit the commissary list for federal prison camp Ryan is publicly available. Hair dye costs $12.70. Interesting. Okay. It says, I'm willing to consider almost anything around this case at this time, but it could also be that jailhouse cameras have a weird aspect ratio or something. People say it's not even a weird aspect ratio, it's literally just a different focal length. Google portrait focal length comparison and you'll see how different a person can look depending on the focal length of the lens. If the cameras are swapped, we would call the other one weird because that's not the one being presented as normal. It says it's time for the monster flag. This is fake information. It's so effing obvious it is her. It's saying time for you to get a 9-month account to wait for your Israeli paycheck. Let's not be ridiculous, right? Look, I want to have another look at the pic and then I'm going to react to some comments and different stuff about this. Okay? So, I don't think it looks like her. I'm sorry, I would say no.
The ears are the same. Her lips are different.
I do want to see something about this in the Epstein stuff, okay?
The one with the long hair looks like her.
So, as you can see, right, they're saying we're being like, now people agree. It says, for me, the dead giveaway of a typical
Yeah, the tip of her nose is crazy.
Down to her corners.
What's up with
Now,
that?
I'm pretty sure
What is
that's
that
one of the
thing?
muscles when resting and it's not able to be changed. I believe I've tried with Botox and
Is that a
filler.
heart on it?
The mouth is completely different. I mean, she's smiling here. Chin's different. Mouth's different. It looks like it does look like a different person to me. Because I was a bit surprised to see the pictures on the left recently came out. I understand age and stress, but some of these features seem so wrong. Not her. Not her. I'm just kidding. So I will tell you this: if I were in her place and all that shit came out about me, I wouldn't talk to my previous life in public associated with my previous life. Lot of comments being repeated here. It's suspect. It sucks. So there's a few more posts on r/Epstein that are regarding this alleged fake G-State Maxwell, okay? And again, people have been saying this for a minute, right? Now the bigger sort of more deep theories are coming out, where they basically believe that, this is a body double, this is a fake, this is a fraudulent G-State Maxwell. But people have been saying for a while, this is her when she had her deposition, and I can't lie, this on its own, it's like, it looks like a half decent casting, but it doesn't look like it. So is this really G-State Maxwell? This is a screenshot during the deposition a few days ago. Is this body double serving as her sentence? Is this a body double serving her sentence? I know people age.
What the hell is that?
This looks nothing like her. And it's all kinds of off. Okay, the nose, the eyes, hooded versus not, the hair colour, the cut not matching her recent photos. Usually the breakdowns of the nostril flare and nose shape are wholly different. I normally can't tell unless it's extremely obvious, and this was an immediate WTF. Because they're playing in our faces. Different eyes, different chin, changed her hair to original haircut. I literally thought it was an AI. It's not her. The big dog has her hidden with Epstein. This is such a joke. Okay?
What?
I've seen 2 video breakdowns on this now. Unless prison offers cosmetic surgery, there is no way this is Maxwell. I don't understand why they used a double just to complete the fifth on loop, but it's exactly what they did. Psyops slot. Right? Another video breakdown on it. Now you got my video breakdown on it, okay? And I hope that I've gone as deep as ever. It says this, Ghislaine's left side of the mouth list when she speaks, the other videos it does not. The nose is completely different, the accent is a little off. It says her thin, pinky nose has doubled in size and is flat. I would love to see her mugshots for each year she's been in prison, but they have to take those mugshots yearly. It says it's driving them mad that everyone can see that her nose and facial structure are entirely different. The only thing that matches is her haircut, glasses.
That looks so crazy.
That person that appeared in the deposition has completely different facial structure and nose. That is not Ghislaine. You can see it and people are posting, but posting being suppressed by the higher ups, covering everything up. So I think everyone sees it, but the media isn't touching it because they're also controlled by the wealthy. Nobody can look at this image in any previous video.
Oh look, it's little Rabs.
Think that it's the same person. It's an FU to the survivors and a column of vote. Okay? It's interesting. So there's another one, they're saying they gave us a fake Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Completely different nose. Completely different eyes. I'm sorry, but this is a different person. This is a different person. Eyebrows, completely off. Eyes, completely different shape. Nose, completely different shape and slant. Completely different. Mole under eye, missing. No, can't stop playing with me, man. Stop. Are you having a laugh? Complete broke. She's got a little mole under her eye. Couldn't even get a little hair makeup department, put a little mole. Am I being dumb? That's not the same mole. That's not a little blemish. Look at the eyes. Completely different eye shape. Completely different brow profile. This is a joke. After seeing this and watching the video, I started asking questions of Gemma. How she does it say, okay, that's not good. I first asked it to compare the 3 pictures and thinking they are not the same person. And I asked it to identify the person on the left of the picture, see the results below. They're not the same person at all. They gave us a fake Maxwell testifying in Congress, and the video is here. I'm not gonna. That is not the same person, bro. That is a joke. That is a joke. They're saying the image you showed with the comparison can be found in online discussions regarding G-State.
Who's that in that picture?
Individuals in the photo share similar features such as hair color, style, and general eye shape. They're not the same person. The fact, the woman on the right, this is a well-known photograph of Ghislaine Maxwell taken at a social event. The woman on the left, this is a mugshot of Maria Butina, a Russian national who was arrested in 2018, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to act as an unregistered foreign agent in the United States. Without any convenient timing, put them in as a patsy, as a stoogie. Right? That's insane. This is insane. Without commenting on the accusation, please understand that generative AI is not good for anything other than kickbashing and spirituality. I agree with that. Right? If that's true, she would definitely be reading this such. She was apparently a Reddit demon, saying it's been posted at least 5 times today. We need that, right? Then I screen grab pictures of myself from the deposition and all the picture of her. The person from YouTube videos done more extensive analysis. The ears don't match, the nose, the eyes, the shape of the face. She also Googled Maria Butina. They're not the same person as the photo, provided she doesn't have brown eyes. So Gemini's bullshit. Let's just keep it. Another picture. This is the same one that we saw, but again, this is just showing you what people were saying about this, right? Ghislaine Maxwell photos. That's not her. Different nose, different eyes. Only double in jail. That's a different person. That's a different person. This is a Timu Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Absolute joke. Reality is strange than fiction. This were a movie, the IMDb rating would be 10, right? Speaking from experience, jail makes you fat. Just saying. No fillers, no spa days, no cosmetics, no skincare routine. Yes, that's how you look. I don't agree with that. The last one we looked at, your eyes don't change. It's her. Stop with this distracting nonsense. I don't believe it. What a bull. How's everybody in this comment section saying this same person? Who watched the video of that one? That one knows it's her, or an insanely convincing body double that also has her exact body language, unlike the others. The square on the nose of the prison photo doesn't start with the brows, making it look like there's a difference that actually isn't there. Look at the ears, that's the best clue of both bitch are of kids, Slay and Maxwell. I've got my nickname anyway. She lost her hooded eyes and maybe her nose job collapsed. How do you lose your hooded eyes? Yeah, she looks like she would have punched in the nose, hopefully. And her face is just puffy, you won't get the defining trigger lines if she's not smiling. How do you explain her voice and accent being identical, given the fact she has a very particular voice cadence? This is so stupid and rooted in misogyny, even if subconscious, also misogynistic now. This is just what older women looks like as she ages and no longer has access to high beauty treatments. Makeup is natural. My grandma's facial features changed a bit as she aged, especially her nose. I don't think it's misogyny. People looking for answers on the subject come from backgrounds that will have them acclimated to the prison life. Uncle, it's so Maxwell people telling me to shut up. That's what's going on. On the other hand, I live in the hood and it's everybody is oblivious to the Epstein files. But it works both ways. As I say, the jail one looks like a dude, right? If she's not in jail, where is he? Where is she? It is not her. Right, this is the last Reddit one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewind, and I'm going to tell you the whole life story, and you're going to understand it a little bit more detail, why they would want to do this. Okay, so the Ghislaine Maxwell security chief says he hired a lookalike of her to walk around Paris to confuse the media after Epstein's death. Say they wouldn't use a body double. Her security chief been using body doubles. It's been happening. They replaced Ghislaine Maxwell, right? And that apparently is already was going on. They was doing it, right? Ghislaine Maxwell now played by Danny DeVito. God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, right? Maybe that's why reports of weight vary from 5'4" to 5'10". You talk about weight, that's right, right? This was that blind eye talking about plastic surgery. What the F is going on? So this is the actual article that was being referred to there. And this basically says a security scene, the security chief at work hired a lookalike her to walk around Paris and confuse the media after Epstein's death. That actually happened. Okay, that's a real thing. Matt Haley told a forthcoming documentary, and this is in 2021, that he hired lookalikes of Maxwell and her brother after Epstein's death. They were hired so the real Ghislaine could escape the media. Contrary to earlier FBI filings, Leah reportedly said she was not trying to evade the law. So she sent a whole bunch of crap out there before. She's had body doubles. This ain't new. This ain't a new thing. I've got to come up with a body double strategy. You've got a body double strategy on ice ready to go at any time, right? In the interview came by the Mail on Sunday, Matt Haley described taking the move during the intense media furor in the months after the disgraced financier deleted himself in jail. The documentary is titled Ghislaine. The paper. We went to an agency in France, not the first time, right? A security collaborating agency. They found us 2 people who were resembled to Ghislaine and her brother Kevin. Alright, they strolled into Paris for a couple of days and we leaked it to a newspaper. The picture published by the Mail on Sunday. A woman resembling Maxwell could be seen wearing a large shawl, accompanied by a man who looked like her brother Kevin. That's how we distracted attention away from where she really was. She's in the US all the time. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. Right? Elliot was hired shortly after Epstein's death. People reported that Elliot said in the interview that despite reports that she was on the run from authorities, she did not even try to leave the US. He was ultimately arrested in July 2020 on charges including arranging and participating in the abuse of the minors, which he denies. Almost a year earlier, Epstein died by deleting himself in a jail cell as he awaited trial on charges of running a minor operation involving dozens of A-minors. After Maxwell's arrest, prosecutors deemed her an extreme flight risk risk over her multiple passports and millions of dollars in the bank. Okay, that's sneeze. FBI agents said they had to breach the door to arrest Maxwell. Once inside, they found a cell phone wrapped in tinfoil as a seemingly misguided attempt to evade being tracked. What a dummy! What a dumbass! Maybe she's not faking. Got a body double because that's not very smart, right? That's dumb as hell. Apparently, the only thing she wanted to escape was the media, which explained party lookalikes in Paris while she was in the US. Justin was not running from the authorities; she was running from the media, and his task was to get her out of there quickly. What a piece of evil! That is a joke, right? So I told her we could fly her out of the country immediately. She refused. Henry reportedly said his system of security did not hide her from the authorities, just media. Yeah, sure, buddy, sure. So look, let me rewind and take you all the way back to the start. I want to tell you some of the backstory about what's going on with her, okay? What is actually the whole thing, the whole point for her, okay? Yeah, look, this is what we're hearing now, okay? We're seeing these two complete, this is a different person. If you ask in my opinion, I mean, you can say it could be a different focal length. I think the nose is completely off. If you're saying it's a nose job that's worn off, I don't know if that's a thing, okay? That's what they're saying. Personally, carve it out for it. But let's rewind all the way to the start, alright? This is a despicable piece of dirt, because she was a big part of the operation. Arguably, Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't have been able to do what he did if he didn't have the support from Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? This is Virginia Giuffre, rest in peace to her, one of the victims, one of the most famous, if not the most famous victim of this situation. So she is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did. She was vicious, she was evil, Ghislaine was much more conniving and smart than Jeffrey ever was. Let's hear what she said, right?
She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did. She was vicious, she was evil, and she was a woman.
Her lawyers have said Ghislaine Maxwell is not a Jeffrey Epstein, that she has been a victim of media spin.
They're doing their job, but I know that woman. I've known her really well. Put it this way, Epstein was Pinocchio, and she was Geppetto. She was the guy controlling the Jeffrey. Yeah, she was pulling strings. She had his money. He had her contacts, but Ghislaine was much more conniving and smart than Epstein ever was. She is a monster.
It's damning, right? So she's saying Ghislaine was much more smart and conniving than Epstein ever was. She was pulling the strings. Now, I'm not trying to give her any bail or any support, but what I do think is interesting that apparently they actually met when Ghislaine was a minor herself. So this is a report that's circulating on Reddit says that Ghislaine met Epstein in the mid-70s, right? She was about 14 years old at this time. So it says, Jeffrey, I remember in the mid-70s being a star salesman for our tax advantage strategies and hedge option program. I was running an account for Bob Maxwell. He always had the ability to know everyone and be charming. Was that when you first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter? Happy birthday, Elliot Hook. Excuse me? So Epstein is 8 years older than her, right? So he would have been 22, she would have been 14. Worse, right? And the comments are interesting too. It's interesting to note too, that Epstein only began working at Bear Stearns in 1976. It's pretty strange that a new kid working in finance was already rubbing elbows with an Elliot Hook, who was managing accounts for Bob Maxwell, a billionaire even at the time. I'd say I'm impressed if it wasn't Epstein. Also, very creepy that a teenage Ghislaine would later go on to date Epstein. I wonder if this letter will force investigators reporters to take a second look at the timeline that we've kind of accepted as the truth that they met in 1991. I'm actually going to save that comment for later, because that's crazy, right? And so Trump said he met Epstein in the 80s, Trump was a friend with Robert Maxwell in the 80s, this now means they were probably well together at the same time. I don't want to get on this people, okay? I suspected for years that Epstein knew Robert Maxwell well before the 90s but couldn't prove it. We finally got the proof. This means it's now possible that Robert is the one that helped Epstein become a spy. And you're trying to say that he was spying, okay? This also explains how Epstein got to work with Alan Khashoggi in the 80s and become some sort of mercenary. Robert Maxwell was also close to the Khashoggi family. Home to his former friend and journalist Jesse Kornbluth, in the mid-1980s, Epstein said that he worked for governments to recover money looted by African dictators and occasionally subcontracted those to the same autocrats to help them hide their stolen money. Source who spoke with journalist Vicky Ward said one of Epstein's clients was the late Saudi arms dealer Khashoggi. It's crazy. It's a totally shoot. So Maxwell just admitted that she She met the big man when she was a youngin'. The yacht was named Ghislaine the Rabbit Collector. So look, I did actually see this, right, in another Reddit thread. This is Donald Trump talking about being on Robert Maxwell's yacht, okay? So they're saying, one thing about the party aboard British media mogul Robert Maxwell's yacht, everybody but everybody had to doff their shoes before boarding the plush carpeted Lady Ghislaine. Maxwell insisted, and his guests cooperated, including Donald Trump minus Ivana Trump. Why would you even add that in there? Let's not be silly. Who has a much bigger yacht and was happy to compare them with Maxwell. Guests sipped champagne, nibbled caviar flown from Paris or Concord, and salmon served from the vessel's stores by shoeless waiters. There was John Tower, former senator, and thumbed down Defense Secretary, ex-Navy Secretary John Lehman, now with Payne Weber, lawyer Tom Boland, literary agent Mort Jacklow, UN envoy Thomas Pickering, Isa Calicow, owner of the New York Post, Maxwell's daughter Shalane, we're all in the boat, and Max's niece, Helen Atkin of Macmillan, the publishing house for Maxwell recently. Over, Maxwell now weighs around 300 pounds. He went over the railings, but that was a bit later. At this point, he went over the guest list personally. No one could tell who didn't make the final invitation list, but we do know that Martha Stillius of Time magazine was invited and then disinvited. She wrote a profile of Maxwell for the mag, which he apparently did not like. It's funny they had to specify his way. This basically sounds like Trump called in a report, which he often did to get into gossip pages. That is quite funny. Says, I've always wondered if this is generational. It was said that Ghislaine was Robert's favourite child. We know the boat was named after her. There are reports in the files that adults were selling their own kids to others among this group to do madness to parties. It doesn't seem that far-fetched that Ghislaine could have been abused from young and just continued in the abuse business next thing once her dad died and was found to be totally broke. Where else is she going to get the kind of money it takes to upkeep that kind of lifestyle? People agree. Because I think people need to learn about Robert Maxwell. The article in the Times of Israel explains very well what this remarkable man who forged an unprecedented empire is about his other children too. We forgot the death of ex-husband of Isabel Maxwell, Al Sackler, whose children were very successful. Interesting. So look, the Israel thing, I could look into that another time, right? I could dig into that another time, right? But really I want to focus on this next. Alright, look, she basically, that's crazier and crazier. Ghislaine could actually be one of Epstein's first victims, right? That's what they'll say. Saying she was the first. Now look, Robert Maxwell, he unfortunately got turned into cookies, just like Jeffrey Epstein, okay? Stunted like my dad, stunted like Ghislaine's daddy. He basically died under very suspicious circumstances. I'm going to play you a TikTok that's going to give you a bit of context as to what was going on with Daddy Ghislaine Maxwell and the young Maxwell. Let's go.
Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, his family died in Auschwitz, and he actually escaped the Holocaust. Years later, his daughter Ghislaine ends up working with Epstein after he passes away. Also, at his funeral, there were 6 Israeli intelligence agents. So this is the dark origin of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. So Robert Maxwell was born in 1923 in a Jewish village in what is present-day Ukraine. When the Nazis invaded, he fled. So he made it to France, he joined the British Army, and fought in World War II. And then he completely reinvented himself. He became Robert Maxwell, British MP, billionaire, media mogul. Like, he made an empire. Behind the scenes, sources say that he worked with Mossad, allegedly laundering money, passing intel, and using his publishing empire because he worked in media for influence operations. In November of 1991, Maxwell vanished off his yacht. His yacht was named the Lady Ghislaine after his daughter. His body was found in the Atlantic, and then his cause of death was ruled as an accidental drowning. But nobody believed that. He was then buried in Jerusalem with full Israeli state armor, and in attendance were 6 former and active Mossad agents. Why would Israeli spies honor a media mogul? And just months after her father's mysterious death, Ghislaine Maxwell appears in New York on the arm of Jeffrey Epstein. And the storyline is so close that it's possible that she knew Jeffrey as her father was dying right around that time period. That's exactly when her and Jeffrey met and became buddy-buddy. Was that a coincidence? I don't know. Was she handed to Epstein like an asset? I also don't know. What we do know is what ensued is that Ghislaine and Epstein built a trafficking and blackmail empire tied to global elites, and this is not a national issue. This is a global issue. So did her father's death clear the path? Was Epstein her lover, or maybe her Israeli intelligence handler? And the number one thing that always comes to my mind about the Jeffrey Epstein case is how could one man, if you don't know much about Jeffrey Epstein, go look into his history, look at his education, look at where he's from. How could this one man, with little to no influence over anyone, he's really a nobody, how could he garner so much power on his own? That is the unanswered question about Jeffrey Epstein.
It's very interesting, right? How on earth did Epstein get so much power? Well, one of the people that might have given him all of that power, right? No one should have all this power. But one of the people who might have done that was Robert Maxwell. We don't know, well, clearly we know, okay, that Epstein had met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was young. But it seemed like she probably inherited a lot of her father's influence and connections. What's really scary about this is that he was truly plugged into global elite. So this is from r/Epstein 5 months ago. So photos of Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, meeting people of influence, okay? That's the Global Economic Panel in Amsterdam, right? With from Left W. Decker, Minister Van den Broek, Henry Kissinger, and Robert Maxwell in Amsterdam in 1989, right? And then basically gives you background of who was who, but basically you get the gist. Look at that. Father of Ghislaine Maxwell was implicated. There he is with Princess Diana. Right, locked in the royal family, Prince Andrew not far behind, right? Norman Schwarzkopf Jr. was the United States Army General, while serving as commander of the United States Command. He led a coalition of forces in the Gulf War against the Baathists in Iraq. Alright, this is Leonid Brezhnev, Soviet politician, served as the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union from 1964 until his death in 1982, as well as the fourth chairman of the Prediction of the Supreme Soviet as the head of the state, presidency maybe from 1966 to 1964 and again in 1977 to 82. Maxwell's locked in. There is with Prince Philip, that's the Queen Elizabeth's husband, alright? Prince Andrew's father? Yeah, Prince Andrew's daddy. This is Ghislaine Maxwell with Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen, alright? No such, the actual Queen. Ghislaine Maxwell with Princess Diana, she's plugged in, she's tapped in, so Ghislaine Maxwell was getting them connections. This is with Elizabeth Taylor. I mean, not quite as impressive, but sure. Literally chilling with Mother Teresa, right? Cooking, making phone calls, big wiggy on the phone. Imagine you're in the room with Mother Teresa, you're such a big dog, sorry Mother Teresa. Hold that thought, right? I've got to make a quick call, got an important business call, like mad. Mother Teresa, I don't know who Nancy Taylor is. He did press on the former Prime Minister of France. Okay, here we go. Meeting between Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir and Robert Maxwell. Okay, is what it is, man. Is what it is. This is with Kamala Harriman, a British-born American socialite figure. She had high-profile affairs with men like Eli Rothschild, Yanni Agnelli, married Rudolph Churchill, and later diplomat Avril Harriman, and major Democratic fundraiser. She became US ambassador to France under President Clinton. Okay, she's for the streets. Alright, she unfortunately belongs to the streets, but hey, right, if by streets, she's running those high-profile streets, that's what I want to say, that's crazy. Nelson Mandela and Robert Maxwell, right? Big dogs, right? Straight freedom fighters. He's with King Charles, right? Now King Charles would have been Prince Charles back then. He's with a child, tiny little Prince William, right? We need to explain this one. Robert Maxwell with George W. Bush, Barbara Bush, 1989. King Charles again, Margaret, the Countess of Snowdon, right? Robert Maxwell's father was like, oh, not the big dog. Not the big dog, okay? Oh dear. Let's get these quickly. Heinrich Horndecker, right? I don't know who that is. But clearly, it's a big dog. Highly suggested that everyone acquaint themselves with Robert's bonkers life and terrible deeds via Behind the Bastards deep level. Behind the Bastards is pretty cool. I should rename my channel. That should be a tagline, right? It's obvious Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in some sort of intelligence honey trap operation. Of course, there's a photo of George H.W. Bush and his son. Essentially, Ghislaine inherited the operation from her father. Epstein was just a fall guy. How crazy is that? Now, I want to give you guys a little bit of context as to what Maxwell was actually doing that made him so important that he couldn't turn down a phone call when he was literally with Mother Teresa, right? And people are basically saying, I was today years old when I found out Ghislaine Maxwell's father controlled childhood public education industry in the US. Why would they lie to us at school when people who publish the textbooks? That's Ghislaine Maxwell's father. He ran Macmillan Incorporated, the original American division of Macmillan Publishers, a big name in US book publishing, including school textbooks. Macmillan McGraw-Hill in the late 80s and early 90s. Macmillan partnered with McGraw-Hill to become a massive textbook publisher. Eventually, McGraw-Hill later fully acquired, and Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a major publishing magnate who built his empire starting with the Berkeley Press, and they acquired this major American publishing house, Macmillan Inc. Later forming a joint venture with McGraw-Hill for education publishing. I was privately educated, so all my books came from Becker Publishing instead. But a few years ago, I worked remotely processing some higher orders, so I noticed one of our clients ordered large volumes of McGraw-Hill miscellaneous books. That's when I first realised they were a major US supplier of public education textbooks. I don't know about you, but this is blowing my mind a little bit. What do you think? How far back does all of this go? So this is an email from Ghislaine to Jeffrey Epstein. One of her emails was called Gmax at mindspring.com. And she wrote an email to Jeff, sorry, the wedding was amazing. I can't wait to tell you all about it and show you pictures. Also, it was with a CIA operative who said that he'd worked with Dad. I was so shocked. He said that he could tell or find all and reveal all for a price. Tom knows him. He'll tell you all about it. Where are you? What are your plans? I believe Tom will be back in New York late afternoon Monday. Land in Chicago, 30, thereabouts, GX. Right. Women getting caught up in serious child essay trafficking is really unusual, but being a nepo billionaire heiress and nepo intelligence asset is also incredibly unusual. This explains a lot. It's unusual, but it happened. It sounds like it happened. Zayn is a Mossad agent, so maybe it's related to massive indoctrination regarding Israel and the US. Okay. It says she was a moderator or about half a dozen of the biggest sites on Reddit, and she will be again as soon as she's sprung. What makes you think she isn't right now? Right? He was very inspired by stolen American nuclear secrets too. Now, immediately following her father's suspicious death, he took a tumble off of his boat, the late Ghislaine, right? It never worked out what happened, it never worked out how or why, just took a tumble off the boat. Immediately following his death, Ghislaine moved to New York and used the high-level connections that she had with her father to basically introduce Jeffrey Epstein into the very same circles.
New photos presented as evidence during the trial captured the intimacy between Maxwell and Epstein. The pair had a relationship in the 1990s and remained close afterward, with some describing her as Epstein's second-in-command and lady of the house. The undated photos show the warm, easy rapport between the two. In one series of particularly suggestive pictures, Maxwell can be seen giving Epstein a foot massage on a private plane. The photos also reveal their lavish lifestyle, filled with private jets, yachts, and visits to exotic locales. The pair can even be seen relaxing at the Queen's private Scottish residence at Balmoral Castle. A well-connected socialite, Maxwell is said to have introduced Epstein to many of her wealthy and powerful friends. The couple was photographed widely at social events, including some very notable faces, from President Bill Clinton to future President Donald Trump and the future First Lady.
Oh boy, right? It's pretty crazy. So, she was basically described as the primary architect of the Epstein operation, right? And it's crazy really when you think about it. Epstein never really got to face justice. He ended up facing justice, and it really wasn't even as bad as it should have been, right? And she was basically arrested a year after Epstein, right, in 2020, and notably prosecutors focused exclusively on her role in trafficking people to Epstein, meaning that the clients remained unnamed and completely upgrade from clients that don't exist, allegedly.
Is final. You know, for years, Ghislaine Maxwell has denied allegations that she helped Jeffrey Epstein run his alleged sex trafficking operation from right here, his Manhattan mansion, among other places. And despite detailed allegations against Maxwell, she's never been charged. Until now. The FBI took Ghislaine Maxwell into custody Thursday morning. This home in New Hampshire. The indictment alleges Maxwell helped Jeffrey Epstein recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse Sarah Ransom spoke to CBS News in the last year.
Gillian was Jeffrey's right hand. Gillian made it very clear that it didn't do what he wanted, that would be punished.
I saw Gillian going to get the women. She went to places like Central Park. She would say, "Stop the car," and she would dash out and get a job.
Can you believe that? They was really spinning the block. She would see kids on the street and say, "Stop the car! I've got to scoop that." Disgusting. I don't think it's hard to even for me to say West Epstein stuff like this. But that account is despicable. She was riding around New York talking about stop the car when she's 8 on the street. She needs to be not the good kind.
Because Maxwell and Epstein would spend time building friendships with minor victims, taking them to movies or shopping. Maxwell's presence, the documents claim, helped put the victims at ease during sexual interactions with Epstein because an adult woman was present.
Right, so it's disgusting. So she was basically making these girls feel comfortable, like they had a woman in their corner that was looking out for them, and then she would stitch them up herself down the river, literally into one of the most dark and despicable situations you can possibly place. Now, she was ultimately found guilty on multiple counts of sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years, which frankly, based on what we just heard, is not enough.
Dwell sat in her chair, pouring herself a glass of water as the judge read the verdict, guilty on all but one count. After some 40 hours of deliberations, the jury convicted Maxwell on 5 charges, including sex trafficking a minor for Jeffrey Epstein and 3 counts of conspiracy related to his sex abuse ring. Maxwell was found not guilty on account of enticement. During the month-long trial, 4 accusers described in graphic detail Maxwell's role in sex trafficking girls for Jeffrey Epstein. One victim, Carolyn, said that at 14 years old, she was paid hundreds.
Okay, so look, we've heard a lot of stuff, right? I don't want to give everyone answers, okay? But basically, alright, disclosures that now came out in 2026, okay, basically reveal that apparently the FBI had 10 potential co-conspirators in this case. But ultimately, they decided against bringing charges. Let's not bother. CBA. Can't bother. Federal authority mapped out Epstein's inner circle. Only one person depicted or referred to in the chart as a potential co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, was ever charged with helping Mr. Epstein engage in sex trafficking. Look at this! Look at this! He's the one in the middle. We've got people talking about she was worse than him. She was stopping the whip talking about, yo, stop the car, I need to go and stop up 89. Leslie Crawford, John Bro. This guy probably wouldn't be able to get over the same way as he's been. You really need to show me they had all this on the board, and this is the only person that got everything. Give me a break. Give me a break. Right? Federal authorities created a diagram of Epstein's inner circle that leads several of them authorities considered to be potential co-conspirators. Document featured photos and names of a number of well-known people in Epstein's orbit, including these convicted accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, his lawyer Darren Indike, his accountant Richard Kahn, his financial advisor Harry Bella, and long-time assistant Leslie Groff, and Jean-Luc Brunel, who died by self-deletion in the jail after being charged with Harvard. The names and faces of several other people described as Epstein's employees or girlfriends were redacted in the document. Oh, good for them. That's nice. It's nice to get a little redaction. Of all the people depicted or referred to in the chart, only Miss Maxwell was ever charged with helping Epstein engage in the operation. The photo montage shows at least around the time of Epstein's arrest and death in 2019, the feds were looking into a wider array of potential co-conspirators. 3 people whose photos were redacted, Mr. Indictment, Mr. Khan, Mr. Bella, were some of Epstein's closest employees, Mr. Indictment, Mr. Khan, serve as co-executives of Mr. Epstein's estate. Oh, good. Oh, great. They landed on their feet. They and Mr. Bella, whose name is misspelled in the document, can't even get the names right, were involved in the inner workings of Mr. Epstein's finances. The House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, which has been investigating the government's handling of the investigations of Mr. Epstein, has announced plans to depose Mr. Indictment. I think they have. Their lawyers were not immediately available for comment, and they had no comment. Okay, the document listed other employees and associates, including pilots, Leslie Wexner, billionaire real estate magnate, who's Epstein's most important financial benefactor, but there's no indication in the document the feds consider these men to be among Epstein's co-conspirators. Nothing to see here. Now, interestingly enough, right, and again, I don't want to get in too much trouble by airing out these crazy inconsistencies, sounds like crap. Now, the Attorney General Pam Bondi back in July 2025, she initially claimed that there was a formal client list that existed before swiftly walking back these comments. Right, this is acceptable.
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list as a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bowman, why did you publicly claim to have an Epstein client list waiting for your review?
It's a tough question, right? I can't wait to see the answers.
There's nothing going on to that claim.
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
So I had it on my desk, but I said clearly I didn't look at it, and then when I looked at it, it was gone. So what part of that don't you understand? What, he's slow? He's slow? He's slow? Oh, comments stuff. Yeah, comments stuff, just turn those comments, that's great. Yeah, cool. Now, bring us up to today, right? You might see the news, okay? Ghislaine Maxwell, she was dragged in front of the House Committee, right? She said she was going to let everyone know what was going on. She was going to spill the beans. And what beans ended up getting? Not about 5 beans, or the 5th bean, I might say. Because she led the 5th non-stop, okay? Apart from one, she gave one little bit of interesting things, right? And clearly, right, she was on one. So let's just see, right? Let's just see what's happening.
You never observed, you never saw any sort of list of or a list of...
Just for the record, I might have got my timings messed up on this. This wasn't the most recent one. This is the one back in August, right? She basically refused to testify in front of the House Committee, right? Basically did an interview with Deputy Attorney General, was appointed by Trump, and in this interview she said there was no client list linked to Jeffrey Epstein. So this was back in this is August 22, I don't know if that's August 22nd of 2025 or August of 2022. But basically, okay, there's been a few different, I'm mixed up my words here, I was thinking this is the one that happened the other day, but I can see that's not the case. But basically she originally said there's no black book, no blacklist, no nothing like that, no absolutely happening.
The individuals who like certain sources or anything like that.
There isn't, I'm aware of any blackmail. I never heard that my name was written. I never imagined it.
Didn't even imagine it. Didn't even imagine it, right? She knows nothing. How stupid do they think they are? Now, interesting enough, right? That same interview, right? She would actually do the smart thing, right? She would make a very smart move. And she would basically make statements explicitly clearing Donald Trump of anyone doing it. No clients, no one ever existed, didn't even, not even a thought or imagination of having clients. And while you're there, definitely know Donald Trump.
Well, I just want to say my relationship with President Trump, obviously it's pretty good, but I just want to say that I met him
this is my right
only have because it was my father in the 90s. Also, my father liked him very much, and he was not really liked his wife as well because they were both Czechoslovakian. And as far as I'm concerned, President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me, and I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now, and I like him, and I've always liked him. So that is the sum and substance of my entire relationship with him.
So apparently, right, following this cooperation in August of 2025, he was apparently rewarded, right, coincidentally, with basically being downgraded to a minimum security prison facility with major perks. I'm not talking about Percocets, right? I'm talking about hair and nail appointments, by the way.
Details about how Maxwell's move from federal prison to a prison camp has come with some extraordinary perks.
What we just learned is that she's been receiving basically Club Fed or Trump Hotel style treatment, concierge style treatment. She's had meals delivered to herself.
even though neither inmates nor staff are ordinarily allowed to pet the service dogs in training. Joining
She gets puppy time. Are you having a laugh? Is this a funny joke? This must be a funny joke. So, all the way jumping forward now to January of 2026, right? Maxwell claimed, she then claimed that there are accomplices made secret plea agreements. So there weren't in it, she's saying there's no black book, there's no co-defenders, no cooperators. Next thing, you know, she claims 25 Epstein accomplices made secret settlements. In court papers filed in December, Maxwell wrote that new evidence revealed there were 25 men with whom the prosecutor's lawyers reached secret settlements so they could equally be considered as co-conspirators. Right? Oopsie. Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted associate of ex-offender Jeffrey Epstein, has revealed in court papers 25 alleged accomplices of the disgraced financier reached secret settlements to avoid prosecution. The filing, as per Courthouse News Service revealed that there were 4 named co-conspirators, all former Epstein employees who were mentioned in a non-prosecution agreement and in the edge trafficking indictment that Epstein was facing before his death, but they were never charged. The habeas corpus petition submitted in December last year by Maxwell's attorney. In court papers filed in December, Maxwell wrote that new evidence revealed there were 25 men with whom the prosecutor's lawyers had reached secret settlements. That could equally be considered as co-conspirators. As per filings, the persons were not named, and Maxwell appeared to be unaware. Nothing. Oh, great. Yeah, sure. I'm so sick of these extra I'm getting pissed. We're post all that. Alright, Maxwell added that none of these men have been prosecuted and none have been revealed to Maxwell. She would have called them as witnesses had she known. As per the petition, these confidential settlements are critical evidence of prosecutorial misconduct that supports Maxwell's argument for overturning her conviction. Good luck. She might pull it off. If the jury had heard of the new evidence of the collusion with the prosecutor's lawyers and government evidence and prosecutorial misconduct, they would not have convicted the petition scared. What? So, I'm bringing it full circle now. This is the last thing I'm going to show you, okay? I got this wrong a minute ago. I was referring to the wrong incident. But that brings us to now, February the 10th, 2026, when Ghislaine Maxwell appeared in front of the House Committee, and she answered nothing. She answered nothing. She played the fifth. She played nothing but the fifth, right? She invoked a whole bunch of fifths, alright? She must have linked up with Crick Mac in the feds and gone to 55th Street, and she played nothing but the fifth, okay? It is disgraceful, alright? Nothing but the Fifth Amendment. And apparently, the council signaled that she would be willing to testify if granted clemency by referendum. Oh, the old bait and switch. I'll tell you everything. Pulls up, needs nothing but the fifth. And then, if Trump gives me clemency, I'll just do whatever he says. Look, I might just let this run for the whole 3 minutes just to show you how much of a despicable beast of a hag this woman is. We're not even sure if this is her, right? But let's just run it, alright, and let's just know she needed to get back to her puppy time, alright, so she has to leave here. History.
Maxwell, were you a close friend together?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question.
It's cat.
Any related questions.
It's true.
My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York, and as a fundamental rights stands under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Oh yeah. We know it's true though. We already know it's true. This makes me so angry.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Disgusting.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Oh my god.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Why even do this?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence. 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 I
backstory where the lawyer basically broke down and she was looking for clemency. She's pleading the fifth unless she can't have any consequences of the sordid shit that she was involved in. I'm not going to talk on it.
Members of the committee, on my advice, Ellen Maxwell will respectfully vote for Fifth Amendment right to silence the content questions today, even though she very much like to answer your questions. She must remain silent because Ms. Maxwell has taken a position currently pending that demonstrates her conviction rests on a fundamentally unfair trial. For example, the order of law here is to place seats on a jury, and the government promised immunity, and then broke that promise. Newly discovered documents now demonstrate these facts conclusively. If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened in a straightforward path, Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she will account to the count, and some may not like what they want to hear, but the truth matters. For example, although President Trump and President Clinton are innocent but involved, Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. Thank you, members of the committee, panelists, that Ms. Maxwell can have a seat to answer her questions with the committee.
She's a diva. She's a diva, right? Lock her up, throw away the key, no more puppy time. It's a joke, right? I'm actually pissed off. I'm going to have to go, I need to go, right? Let's just waste some time. I can't stand this woman. Okay, so they're saying it might not even be her. Doesn't look like her. She's got every reason to be worse than Jeffrey Epstein. It's not, right? I'm going to wrap up there and actually pissed off. I have to take a little break from my videos. If you enjoyed this video and you've been enjoying my breakdowns, I did do a breakdown yesterday of some of the most diabolical clips that I found in my research during the Epstein files. And that's the members only video. YouTube will not fit in that one, okay? So if you want to see that one, go to the members section. I've got that video up there. It's crazy, right? Enough said about that. Let me know if you enjoyed this breakdown of Ghislaine Maxwell, absolute dirtbag. Just, oh my god, I can't even. But she needs to get in. She needs to get back and taste that. But anyway, I'll catch you guys next video. I've got 5 different topics on Epstein that I want to do. I did 2 yesterday, unfortunately I couldn't run them out. It's now in the members section. And I'm just going to try and roll it out tonight and just give you a whole bunch of clips and breakdowns of things that you guys have found interesting. This was really the most important one, and I wanted to do a full, long, deep dive. I can't believe we've gone nearly an hour, but there was a lot to say. And actually, I'll keep it real, my thoughts as well as it's really worth it. But thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next video. Out of here, folks. Peace.
A new lawsuit has just been filed against the FBI by a dozen alleged Jeffrey Epstein survivors. They say the FBI received tips and leads into the deceased financier's purported sex trafficking ring and ignored it. We break down this major development with former FBI and CIA agent Tracy Walden. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. Just a minute. All right, we have an update for you in the Jeffrey Epstein saga that may not be that much of a surprise if you've been following our coverage here on Sidebar. I'll explain that in a minute. First, Jeffrey Epstein, of course, is the deceased financier and sex offender who died through apparent suicide in his jail cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, being accused of procuring minor females for purposes of sexual assault. He previously pled guilty in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution, as happened down in Florida. This was part of a controversial non-prosecution agreement that saw him avoid more severe charges at the time. Now, his accomplice, Maureen Maxwell, she was convicted of her own sex trafficking-related charges in 2021, sentenced to 20 years behind bars. And for weeks here on Sidebar, we covered the release of a trove of documents that were unsealed in a ancillary litigation between Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. This was about a defamation case that was settled. Court allowed the public release of depositions, photographs, court filings, thousands of pages, and provided more details and insights into the Jeffrey Epstein world, victims' accounts, associates, connections, and so forth. You might recall that we kind of knew something like this lawsuit was going to happen. Why do I say that? Because we interviewed Elizabeth Stein, who came forward as a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and she was joined by her attorney, Jeffrey Freeman, and they indicated in her interview that a lawsuit against the FBI might be forthcoming.
We have filed what's called a
the FBI to find out why, when Maria Farmer, one of the victims, one of our clients, when she reported Epstein and Maxwell and others in 1996, the FBI did nothing. And then why in 2006, when she reported again, they did nothing. And why was another of our clients trafficked at the very time that Epstein was supposedly being investigated in Florida, yet she was trafficked in New York and at his little island. How could this happen under the FBI's nose?
And that's what we want to talk about. This lawsuit that has been filed against the FBI brought by the dozen alleged victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, they're only identified as Jane Doe's, but they argue that the FBI failed to investigate this reported sex trafficking ring that allowed this abuse and crimes to go on for years in the Plain States Court. As a direct and proximate cause of the FBI's negligence, plaintiffs would not have continued to be sex trafficked, abused, raped, tortured, and threatened. Now that's legal terminology right here, because to prove negligence, you need to show that the defendant, who had a legal duty to use reasonable care, failed in that duty, and that caused harm to the plaintiff, so caused harm. Now to discuss this, let me bring on former FBI and CIA agent Tracy Wilder, author of The Unexpected Spy and national security contributor at News Nation. Tracy, so good to have you on here. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me, Jesse.
So, quite a lawsuit. Let me just lay out some of the basics here for everybody. One person allegedly came forward to the FBI all the way back in 1996, claiming that Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell abused him, and that there were others that were being abused. But according to the complaint, the FBI, quote, hung up on her and didn't do anything with her. Goes on to say, between 1996 and 2005, the FBI continued to receive direct reports, complaints, and tips concerning the illegal sex trafficking of women and underage minors, sex abuse, and human rights violations committed by Jeffrey Epstein and associates. It goes on to say, in response, the FBI failed to act on and investigate complaints and tips, and failed to comply with protocol and guidelines, notwithstanding credible reports of solicitation, child prostitution, and sex trafficking. And then the allegations continue that the FBI did open an investigation into Epstein in 2006, but it ended in 2008 when he pled guilty in Florida, like I mentioned, and that the FBI repeatedly ignored tips and leads until he was arrested again in 2019. We'll read one more part of the lawsuit and we'll get to your perspective on this, Tracy. It says, quote, from 2009 until 2019, the FBI was complicit in permitting the ongoing sex trafficking of minors, rape, and sexual abuse of girls and young women, which occurred between New York, Palm Beach, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and many other locations. Your thoughts?
I'm not surprised, as you mentioned, Jesse. I felt like this was something that was going to be coming and coming soon. I think the FBI, in my opinion, was negligent, quite frankly, in not following up on these claims. I mean, he abused 14-year-old girls. All of those should be taken very seriously. And part of me wonders, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist in any way, shape, or form, but part of me wonders if he was offered this non-prosecution deal that you mentioned earlier back in 2008, because I think the FBI may have realized how bad a full-blown investigation at that point in time would have looked on them. And the reality is, because of this deal that was taken, and deals even before that we may not even know about, girls continued to be abused for the better part of almost 2 decades, and it's horrific.
Talking about such a massive lawsuit against the FBI regarding Jeffrey Epstein, I have to mention Terrytown Associates, one of our great sponsors here at Sidebar. Why do I want to mention that? Because if you're looking for a lawyer, Tom and his team, they not only have legal knowledge, legal skills, let's get it, they care. They have genuine empathy for their clients and their situations. And finding the right legal help, somebody that you can trust, is so important in personal injury cases. I'm talking about whether you were hurt in a car wreck, or with binary exposure, maybe the victim of securities fraud, maybe you received an notification that your information was included in a data breach, and you got sick as a result of a bad drug or toxic exposure, and of course there are many other kinds of situations. The blue line is true not just a higher here. You're making a powerful ally committed to justice and your well-being. So if you've suffered injury and you need legal support, look at journeytime.com/cyber-independence for a free consultation or dial 855-NEWS. Why? And again, this is the idea of not even interview these survivors, not even share this information with other law enforcement agencies. If the FBI decides to find ways to say, look, this was a situation where there was a plea agreement in place, kind of prevented the tie hands in a way, I'm not sure that would work, but why would the FBI take these allegations as true, do nothing about it? I mean, that's the part of what we're saying here.
If it's okay to be very frank, and how about this, because some of this is my opinion, some of this is my level of experience, quite frankly, at the FBI. The reality is what Epstein or not was prosecuted in that 2008 case with the 14-year-old girl doesn't absolve the FBI from continuing to investigate other complaints and other allegations that are made at a very minimum. And as an FBI agent, if someone walks into your field office with a tinfoil hat on, you have to take a report, period, and distort. And so I would be curious too to know if things are subpoenaed, whether or not the FBI even wrote any of this down and took those reports. I also think too, pre-2005, pre-2006, the FBI itself, in my opinion, had a lot of issues in how they treated sexual assault of their own employees, assault of their own employees, and harassment of their own employees, women in particular. And part of me wonders if some of this was just brushed aside, if you will, because that was part of the culture. And I know that's a horrific thing to say, but I do wonder how much of that culture comes into play here. I also wonder too, the very high-profile individuals we have seen in a lot of these documents that have come out, Richardson, Clinton, and then like come out of these documents, and the FBI quite frankly was scared to move forward with this. It is absolutely not an excuse. It's horrific. These girls deserve far more than what they have in terms of justice. The criminal justice system, in my opinion, has failed them in every single way.
Minors and minor individuals and women too. And we're talking about all of that. And just to give a little bit of context here, these plaintiffs are saying that the FBI didn't even look into the background checks of women and girls who Epstein's office and tried to obtain travel documents. They say that there may be more cases, so we don't just settle someone in this case, that they contacted federal authorities on numerous occasions. They were concerned about Jeffrey Epstein's finances, his dealings, these reports of child prostitution. The complaint says that the FBI was aware of hard cash flowing out of Epstein's accounts and transactions related to human trafficking and sealed reports, and did not investigate crimes until a recent lawsuit filed by the U.S. Virgin Islands against J.P. Morgan Chase. And, I think about this, and I'm wondering, what is going to be the Department of Justice's response to this lawsuit?
Gosh, that is a really good question to answer. If you want my honest opinion, I really think that they need to make an example out of the FBI in terms of how violence and sexual assault is handled against girls, as you mentioned, against women as well. I would hope that the Department of Justice is transparent, and I would hope, quite frankly, that there is an investigation duly done with the FBI. Full transparency, and quite frankly, I think this is a Congress, if you want me to be honest with you, and I think congressional hearings need to be held as a result of this, because the job of the FBI is to take in every single criminal complaint, whether you believe it or not. And it sounds to me, every single step of the way, with finances included, one of the things as an FBI agent that I think is easy in terms of proving a case was money trail, right? And it's one of the easiest things that you can use, and if that wasn't being followed up, there's a difference in my opinion between negligence and purposefully doing something. And I think we need to parse those hairs, if you will, and figure out whether this was negligent, if there is serious housekeeping that needs to be done at the FBI, right? And then if it's purposeful, that's more problematic.
It's interesting you say that, because I was wondering about the defense behavior, and this is all these allegations of falseness that are happening live. Mention Congress, right? Here's the thing. Go back to December 5th, Judiciary Committee hearing, FBI Director Christopher Wray was asked point blank, why did the FBI do something more about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? He said that he was going to get with his team and figure out if there was more information that could be provided. So it seems to me that there was at least an acknowledgement of the current record that something might have happened and kind of would, illustrate what the response might be.
I agree with you. I also honed in on that statement by Director Wray as well. I don't know if I see it as an acknowledgement or if I see it as a maybe he was caught off guard and needs to look into more regarding his history and what this is with the FBI when this occurred. I am glad, however, that Congress sort of put it on the record, if you will, this issue, because now they have no choice other than to figure this out and obviously really look at how they have formed squads and how they have recruited agents in terms of investigating these types of crimes.
We'll finalize this conversation talking about what the plaintiffs are seeking. So we're looking for unspecified images that would determine at a trial. We're also seeking the release of unbacked FBI documents into this investigation. Lawsuits says Court James was one problem in this lawsuit at the bottom, once and for all, of the FBI's role in Epstein's criminal sex trafficking ring. So it's not just about money, it is something much more. And do you think that would be a possibility? These documents could be released?
That is a really interesting point in terms of things that they're looking for, because I had always assumed that a lot of these documents were redacted either for two reasons: one, ongoing investigation, or two, because the victims were underage at the time the crime were used to redact their name. So if they're seeking to have it redacted, that tells me that a lot of these redactions actually had nothing to do necessarily with those girls who were accused, and perhaps everything to do with covering up adults that were involved in this crime. And I fully support the redactions being removed from those documents.
Tracy Walder, great having you. Thank you so much. I encourage you to check out Tracy now on the Sidebar Association and check out Respect Spy. Always love having Respect Tracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
And that's all we have here at Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Next time. A 17-year-old girl allegedly kills her father and little brother and reportedly tells the police she just couldn't resist the urge to kill. We're discussing this disturbing case with psychologist Dr. John Laboratory. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law Crime. Jesse Weber. Just a frightening story for you out here in Nevada that we're talking about right now. A teenager is behind bars facing adult charges after police say she admitted to murdering her father and her brother, and now we know she tried to kill her little sister as well. We're talking about Mishenka Ann Marie Reed, 17 years old. She's currently locked up in Washoe County with no bail, charged with 2 counts of open murder with a deadly weapon and 1 count of attempted murder with a deadly weapon. According to Nevada law, prosecutors can charge somebody with open murder if they believe that the suspect killed the victim, but there will be a judge and a jury who determine the level of offense, like first-degree murder or second-degree murder. So, the police say that Reed's father and brother were shot to death on February 9th in the middle of the afternoon. Reed allegedly called 911 saying, quote, "I shot my dad, I shot my brother is dead." Now, according to police reports, Reed told the dispatcher that she left the gun, a Walther PPS, in the home. When the dispatcher questioned Reed further, she reportedly said, "I just couldn't resist the urge to kill somebody." Reed said that her father taught her to use the gun in the past, but she looked at videos online to remind herself how to use it while her father was out getting all these materials to make pizza. And at that point, she allegedly asked her father to do that, to go out, to stall for time. Police say that the little boy listed in the charging documents was around 4 or 5 years old. He was shot in the head, found lying in a couch, true gunshot wounds to the head. The father was found dead inside of the garage. This is according to law enforcement. He was shot multiple times in the chest and the back. And as I mentioned, he was also charged with attempted murder or allegedly trying to kill her little sister. We told police that she locked the 2-year-old in the bedroom before the shooting, but later tried to break into the room. She told police that she was either going to shoot the toddler or stab him. Police also found a knife in the home, which again seems to substantiate that. What would cause somebody to do this? I'm sure you're asking that question. Well, when an officer asked Rudy what happened to set things off in her, she reportedly said, "I guess about my mom running away from us." She told police that her mother left on December 15th and she hadn't heard from her since. However, she also said that she wasn't really close with her mother after her parents divorced, I believe in 2016. According to Rudy, she was required to watch her younger siblings during the week while her father went to school. She says that her brother had autism and was behaving or making her angry. She also said that she would watch YouTube videos that inspired her to court children. We need to get a better understanding of this. We really do. And to do that, one underground psychologist, Dr. John Delano, who's a frequent regular of ours here on our network, is the Dr. Dr. John, great to have you here. It's a terrible story to talk about. To be clear, you have examined me, you have medical rules, nothing like that. But with that caveat, let's discuss this. What are your thoughts?
It is absolutely terrifying to think, someone within your own household is capable of engaging in this level of violence. And let's be clear, this is predatory violence. Everything that she's admitted to police officers suggests that she's been long since planning how she's going to engage some kind of violent act against her family.
And the reason I say that as well is the relation of the injuries. Her mother shot in the head twice, father shot in the chest and back. Two different locations of bodies, right? So her brother found the couch, father found the garage. I haven't seen any suggestion she moved the bodies in the way, but if you're attacking people in two different locations, that means it doesn't happen at the same time. And where you're shooting, I know she's charged with murder, but that feels to me clear cut as intent to kill. Their case of elaborating on that. What is your take?
Yeah, it's definitely premeditated, including watching videos about how to remind yourself to engage in behavior. I wouldn't be surprised if Dad decided that using the gun isn't really anybody's best use anymore if it passes it for whatever reason that it does. Maybe he gets it and taught her how to access the gun. And because she hasn't been doing it a lot, she's now thinking about, well, how do I get back to learning? So she's watching YouTube videos, right? This is she's doing this under the guise, right? She's hiding. She's not doing anything that her father would say, wait a minute, this is a problem, I'm trying to fix this. She's hiding all of this stuff, so my mind's doing that.
Let's talk about the statements, alleged statements. So she allegedly calls 911 and says that she shot my dad, I shot my brother was dead, and she just couldn't resist the urge to kill someone. What do you make of those statements?
Yeah, there's a lot of statements that I mentioned we're going to talk about that suggest that there's some kind of underlying mental illness. Now, I want to be clear, mental illness does not cause violence. However, there are definitely some aspects that she describes later on in which she's under a tremendous amount of stress, she's under a tremendous amount of pressure, and I think potentially she thought about harming herself, but for whatever reason was unable to do it. The only way that she could get that kind of frustration to vent, have any kind of real catharsis, is to engage probably in fantasy-type behaviors of violence until such time that the fantasy wasn't enough, and so she's ready and willing to admit that she wanted to do this.
Again, to be clear, you haven't looked at any other arguments, so you get this from the outside of the world. Is there a particular mental health condition that you suspect here?
I don't know. I think what I actually think is because she's an adolescent, she doesn't have the coping resources that other adults would have. She's being parentified, but she doesn't like it, and she doesn't understand it. I think that there's some underlying issues that she
of a sudden that stuff becomes something very, very terrible for someone to do.
I have to mention Freetown Associates, one of our great sponsors here at Sidebar. Why do I want to mention them? Because if you're looking for a lawyer, Tom and his team, they not only have legal knowledge, legal skills, that's a given, but they care. They have genuine empathy for their clients and their situations. And finding the right legal help, somebody they can trust, is so important in personal injury cases. I'm talking about whether you're hurt in a car wreck or a fire explosion, maybe you're the victim of securities fraud, maybe you're seeking medication, your information is included in a data breach, you got sick as a result of a bad drug or toxic exposure, and of course there are many other kinds of situations. The blue line is turning down help. And they have an impressive track record with these tough cases. By the way, you will pay a dime until you win. That just further shows the commitment to your success. But look, if your case is not the best fit for your talent's team, they still may be able to recommend you a lawyer using their national network of attorneys. With Attorney Town's team, you're not just hired a lawyer. You're gaining a powerful ally committed to justice and your well-being. So if you've suffered an injury and you need legal support, look at attorneytown.com/sidebar in the comments for a free consultation or dial 855-RIGHTS. You also know if she's telling the truth. We talk about a lot of times when you're or somebody is faking certain symptoms or saying certain things. We don't know if she's being fully transparent about these statements that she's making. Again, she's admitted to shooting her brother and dad. We can take that as true considering all the evidence so far, but the idea that she felt was urged to do it. And again, I don't know if she's telling the truth.
Yeah, there's always something to be said about someone, legally, but kind of what benefit does she have by saying these kinds of things? The one statement that I do think probably rings a bit hollow was when she was asked about why. She said it was because of her mother. Right? I think that rings a little bit hollow. I think it rings hollow because I don't think she truly believes that, but she needed to find something that other people would understand as to why that was this thing. I do think that is an element of it, but I don't think it's the full reason why she started having a lot of these thoughts.
You asked why would be the incentive, perhaps an insanity defense. No, in the sense that if she really didn't control her behavior, she really didn't know, she couldn't control her actions to the law. Now again, this is something we call 911, she had knowledge of what she was applying, but at the same point, if someone can control themselves, it does set you up for insanity.
I think it's possible, but we also have to look at the level of sophistication or lack of sophistication in someone's thinking. Here we have someone that was very disorganized. Right? She didn't wait until all of them at the table eating together and just start blasting away. She found ways in which people were off guard. Maybe she put her little sibling in the locker room. They couldn't find a way in. So, and then she ran bullets and then this happened. So this is someone who's the thoughts and emotions and pressure, everything that's going on inside her head, kind of erupted. And never just snaps. And I'm saying she's probably been fantasizing about violence for a while. This is the moment in time that she thought that she could do and engage in behaviors. I don't think she's thinking about the legal consequences and legal strategies at the time, or even she's talking to is I think she's like that.
Maybe, I mean, she's a minor, but it is also interesting that we have someone who's looking at what she's looking at, who's responsible, that's also a possibility that she's also looking at legal consequences. Again, not to suggest that she did that, but we're looking at this case from the outside trying to make sense of it. I want to ask you about how great charges she's done. Now, that is important as you look at in terms of punishment, because juvenile court, generally speaking, is more about rehabilitation, health treatment, whereas in adult court, you're talking prison, you're talking mental prison, it's our understanding, even if she's tried in adult court, in Nevada, if she wasn't 18 years of age or older, she couldn't face death penalty, she couldn't face life without parole, but, any of the thoughts of her being tried as an adult, do you agree with that?
I do, and just on its simplest terms, right, for any lay person to kind of understand, I think the lens with which we need to look at this father of a child has been murdered, we're usually thinking about an older person, right? An older adolescent or teenager, or maybe someone in their 20s having engaged in something like this. So I think the lens with which we see the behavior suggests that this was a little bit more adult-oriented in its thinking, despite everything else that she might have said. I think it's a little bit more adult-oriented, rather than just something that any random juvenile would be engaging in.
It's so horrific to think about whether, in general, that's supposed to be individuals that think about family with this and your experience, and we've talked about this before, I think it's very important for the audience to hear. For a family member to kill another family member in this way, that's different. There's that level we've talked about before, and I think it's fascinating. You're in a disconnect. You don't look at that person even as a human being. Can you walk us through that?
It's a lot easier to think of a stranger as a total and complete object, devoid of any humanity. It's a little bit easier to do that, but I think us as a species have a very difficult time engaging in violent behavior just overall. So someone randomly killing someone else, I think we can kind of make sense of that. Someone not randomly killing, but finding someone within your family member, there's no indicators that suggest that she was being abused in any way. There's a predatory aspect of it where the family, the bonds that were there because of blood, all of a sudden are so dissipated that she doesn't view these people as anyone that she should ever care about ever again. I mean, it's not just an object, it's literally just a thing that she could do whatever she wanted to do.
Dr. John, if you had the opportunity to interview her, what would you be asking? What would you want to know?
Well, I definitely want to explore a little bit more about why she thought it was appropriate to look at the YouTube videos. What was she actually thinking about? What I want to know is, was she keeping a diary or a journal about all of these things? Has she even attempted to talk to her father about maybe the parentification that she was experiencing, how he would take it? And that's a difficult job, taking care of someone with autism, right? While also having to take care of Tom. And was she able to communicate her emotions to her father, or did they fall on deaf ears? Was there actual abuse occurring in the house? Right? And what was that being appropriately investigated? There's a lot of things that you have to really talk to an adolescent about. You probably don't have to talk to an adult about, but I would probably be spending hours, if not days, talking to her just about her entire life and figuring out how it all came together in this one moment to make this one decision.
Such a sad story. Psychologist Dr. John Del Toro, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks, Jessica.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. On Prime Time. Some of the most compelling cases hinge on what goes down in the interrogation room.
I'm just gonna ask you straight. Were you involved with Sasha Rasmussen?
Because they found us wrong.
Yo, you got it?
And I didn't know.
That smell up there is getting deep.
She's dead.
Creating some truly unforgettable moments.
Why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to him? I don't know. Sorry, sorry, do you think you want to talk to an attorney, or do you want to talk to an attorney? Because I think you're like a hand right now.
Here on Prime Time, we've explored countless police interviews that shed light on dynamics between suspects and law enforcement. But in today's episode, we are going to take a step further. We are going to dive into some of the most intense and unforgettable interrogations we have ever seen. These moments reveal the psychological pressure, the strategy, the raw emotion that often unfold between the suspect and detectives. So with that in mind, let's start off with our first case. We have a defendant whose statements to law enforcement just defied belief. And you have two other people who say things that also leave investigators and viewers, by the way, questioning the motives and the intent behind their words. So,
were they written in English, by the way? Morgan Knudsen. It's in Edmonton?
So, 2 years ago, I covered a case that was truly showed out this far, and this was the haunting of Morgan Knudsen, based out of Canada. The story itself is harrowing, and I've been wanting to visit this case for quite some time to fix some of the mistakes in order to see what the future held. Several days and needed a new place to live. Alone, neither of them could afford to live on their own. But together, they can make the best of their circumstances. So they agreed to lift each other up. And before too long, would find an apartment that seemed to be the perfect fit. However, as we'll come to see, as their stories written, it's far from it. The two roommates were very similar in the fact that they wore their hearts on their sleeves. So as they unpacked about settling
condo?
into a new apartment, anything and everything that was special found place. Whether it was on a shelf, on a counter, or on a wall. As they unpacked, Morgan couldn't help but notice the amount of strange-looking candles in one particular area of the living room. As she asked Bob about them, he would tell her that he was a Wiccan, and that each candle held its own significance, such as one represented protection, and another, love. Being agnostic, Morgan didn't care what Bob decided to pray to, but more so just found this type of religious practice fascinating.
Yes.
She enjoyed the physical representation of the emotions that she herself had felt in them. This time, they needed a new place to live. Alone, neither of them could afford to live on their own. But together, they can make the best of their circumstances.
Class, I hurt real bad right now.
To lift each other up, and before too long, would find an apartment that seemed to be the perfect fit. However, as we'll come to see, as their stories are written, it's far from it. The two roommates were very similar in the fact that they wore their hearts on their sleeves. So as they unpacked and got settled into their new apartment, anything and everything that was special found place. Whether it was on a shelf, on a counter, or on a wall. As they unpacked, Morgan couldn't help but notice the amount of strange-looking candles in one particular area of the living room. As she asked Bob about them, he would tell her that he was a Wiccan, that each candle held its own significance, such as one represented protection, and another, love. Being agnostic, Morgan didn't care what Bob decided to pray to, but more so just found this type of religious practice fascinating. She enjoyed the physical representation of the emotions that she herself hadn't felt in months. That feeling of belonging, being protected from the outside storm, and the love of family. After explaining this to Morgan, Bob would then officially hand her a key to the apartment and proclaim the space as their home, a moment of significance for each of them. Together they would feel excited and eager to see what the future held. Several days later, as Bob and Morgan returned from a trip to the grocery store and make the trek up to the 4th floor of the complex, which is where their apartment was located. As they approached the door and started to unlock it, it's as if someone was on the other side, holding the locking mechanism. The two then began to hear movement coming from inside the apartment, the sounds of shuffling and footsteps. Morgan rushes down the stairs and outside to check if she can see anyone inside their apartment.
fuck.
approaches it, she's soon startled by a man. Thankfully, it's Bob. He explains that he was able to get the door open somehow, and that he had her shuffling that was coming from the apartment next door as well. And after Morgan explains that the next door apartment is vacant, Bob quickly dismisses their experience, saying that old buildings tend to creak and moan as they settle, and we probably heard nothing. Although perplexed, Morgan simply accepts this explanation, grabs the groceries from the floor, and heads inside. Later that night, as the winter moon hangs in the sky, Morgan is suddenly woken up by the sound of banging coming from the wall next to her head. Thinking Bob was awake and stumbling around, she gets up and makes her way towards the living room. As she goes to ask him if everything is all right in the hour, she walks past his room, where she finds him asleep, standing still to listen for the noises that had woken her up. She hears nothing. Once again, unsure of what to make of the situation, she is unnerved, but eventually makes her way back to her room and back to bed. Roughly a week after this night, the two friends host a moving-in party with several of their colleagues from work, hoping to cut loose with a few glasses of wine, some home-cooked dinner, and some company. They spend the night joking and laughing.
As the night progresses, a mutual friend of theirs by the name of Kate asks if anyone had any dirt to dish, to which Morgan replied with, "I haven't been seeing anyone. But at night, I keep hearing footsteps coming from my roommate's bedroom, so I'm just curious who the lucky lady is." Bob, although laughing with the group, did not see anyone, especially given his circumstances. He wasn't trying to see anyone romantically. He was more concerned about seeing his two sons, who he hadn't seen in over a year and a half at this point, and his heart's emotions were still too raw following the fallout that he had had with his wife, resulting in the divorce proceedings. The group soon moves on with the night, and eventually all would leave except for the hosts, Morgan and Bob. As the two clean up after the celebration, Bob asks Morgan, "Were you serious about hearing footsteps at night?" To which she replied, "Yeah, I keep hearing them, but it could just be my mind playing tricks on me." After a moment of silence, Bob replies with, "No, it's not your mind playing tricks on you. I've been hearing things too. And the other night, I saw something that I can't explain." Concerned now, Morgan would ask him to elaborate. Bob would go on to say that he believed he saw a spirit in his room the other night. He was woken up out of a sound sleep by the flickering of the light. Thinking that it was storming outside, he wiped his eyes, only to see the figure of a small boy when he opened them again. The boy was younger, resembling the age of an 8 or 9-year-old. Upon asking the boy who he was told that his name was Joseph. Ever since that night, Joseph had been visiting Bob almost nightly to talk with him. Bob, however, had been keeping this to himself until now. Upon hearing these details, Morgan was concerned, but didn't think at first that there was something paranormal. She believed it could be Bob's subconscious inventing a delusion due to the stress of him not being able to see his two boys during the situation he found himself in with the divorce and now an ongoing custody battle. But still, she couldn't fully remove the happenings in her own mind, from the door being locked, not wanting to open, to hearing the banging sounds and footsteps. She thought, what if the two were truly related somehow? As she pondered those thoughts, Bob had stepped out of the room briefly, but would return with one of his candles. Wiccans often believe that certain objects can help and strengthen their prayers, and this candle in particular was supposed to help focus the energy of the home and bring peace and harmony to all who dwelled within it. So by lighting it, he believed that it would help Joseph move on, and also help calm Morgan's nerves. So focusing his intent, he does just that,
focuses on his image. He is gone. However, glancing back over the key rack, there in their usual spot are her keys, which were not there previously. Up until this point, always having been more of a skeptic than a believer, Morgan has no way of explaining the strangeness. She knows what she saw, and she knows for a fact that her keys were indeed not there previously, but just who or what had taken them and put them back, and just who or what was this Joseph. The day would come and go, and Bob would show up for work. As Morgan showed back up to the apartment in the evening, she would find him near his shrine suits, struggling to light one of his candles. It was in fact the same one that he had lit previously to bring harmony to the home. Morgan would also notice that almost all of his candles were lit, but this one in particular, the wick simply would not ignite. Bob, however, seemed unfazed. He kept trying to light it over and over again. As he did this, he would tell Morgan that he was diagnosed with cancer that day, blood cancer, and that's why he didn't go into work. Devastated by this news, Morgan tries to comfort a friend, but is unexpectedly rejected. Her easygoing and friendly roommate seems angry and bitter. Hurt by this development, but not wanting to make this about her, Morgan simply swallows her feelings and tries to be as supportive as she can, but Bob simply just wants to be left alone. So after failing to light the last candle, he would leave the living room and head into his room and shut the door behind him, perhaps to continue to come to terms with this devastating news. After hours apart, as Morgan prepares for bed, she passes by Bob's room, door still closed, and oddly, she hears what sounds like two people whispering inside. But despite this, she talks through the door to Bob, telling him that she's sorry, that she wants to be there for him. She's only met with rage. Bob screams at her through the door to leave him alone, and a banging noise emanates from behind the door, startling Morgan. As she backs up, she sees a black figure in the living room. As she apprehensively approaches it darts through a wall with incredible quickness. This movement extinguishes the flames of Bob's candles. Morgan, both upset and scared now, has no one to talk to. Bob has isolated himself within his room, and there was no one else available. At this moment, to quell the sea of emotions, she very quietly makes her way back to her room. She attempts to sleep for the night. As she tosses and turns, her mind begins to ponder and process these new developments. It seems like whatever force that dwelled within the apartment was getting stronger. Perhaps it was. Over the last several months, as Morgan Knudsen has been working at a computer technical support center, she has met and become acquainted with many new people and has made many new friends. One such person is becoming a budding love interest, and his name was Courtney Clappin. Following the night of the apparition revealing itself to Morgan, and Morgan also becoming aware of Bob's cancer diagnosis, she finally decided to take Courtney up on his date proposal, something that she had been turning down for quite some time. The two would go out for dinner and drinks that evening after work, and as they enjoyed each other's company, Morgan began to confide in Courtney about some of the strange things that had been happening in her and Bob's apartment. Courtney believed Morgan thought she was experiencing something, but figured that there had to be a scientific explanation, that the paranormal was nothing more than old superstitions and ignorance. He proposed that he go with her to the apartment, that he would disprove her ghosts, that he could even get that unlightable candle to ignite. So figuring she had nothing to lose, Morgan agrees. After the small drive, the two find themselves inside the apartment, where Courtney proceeds to begin lighting all the candles on the shrine. He is successful lighting all of them until he reaches the one that Morgan had mentioned would not light, although she didn't tell him which one it had been. He tries for several seconds, until suddenly it does manage to light. But what happens next shocks them both. The candle suddenly begins to spark, and the should be possible. It then goes out. The two sit there in disbelief when the silence is broken by Bob walking into the living room. However, he doesn't say anything. He just glares at them and simply walks away. In the months to come, Morgan and Corey will begin dating. And although Morgan tries to be there for her friend, Bob seems to be losing himself. He no longer speaks to her. She barely sees him. And he just spends all his time inside his room, talking to Joseph. And more disturbingly, she can hear both of them. It is not just Bob talking to himself. One night, she distinctly hears him say, "You always know just what to say when I need to hear it." This sad trend will continue for quite some time, until one morning, when Morgan wakes up to get ready for work, she is greeted by Bob, who's already dressed and cooking breakfast. Shocked but excited to see an inkling of her old friend back to his normal self, she hugs and greets him. But Bob not only seems normal again, he seems elated. The legal proceedings have finally allowed him to be able to see his boys again. So he tells her that after work, he's headed to have scheduled for the weekend, for some much-needed family time. Being both happy for her friend and for their relationship hopefully would return to what it used to be, Morgan wishes a safe trip. As Bob leaves the apartment, she makes her way to the restroom to take her morning shower. As she draws the water and dresses and begins to bathe herself, announced to her, the door to the bathroom slowly begins to creak. As she massages her scalp with shampoo, she hears what sounds like whisper come from behind the shower curtain. As her eyes dart towards the direction of the sound, she begins to hear dark and sinister laughing behind the curtain. And as she begins to panic, she sees naught and grotesque-looking hands pressed onto the curtain and rush towards her. She is reduced to a soapy pile of terror in the corner of the tub. And then, whatever the horrific presence was, disappeared. Although the incident only lasts seconds, it feels like an eternity. Pulling back the curtain to confirm that whatever it was gone. Morgan now comes to terms with her encounter. She didn't know what this force was, but she did know that it wanted her to be very, very scared. She also knew deep down at the core of her being, this thing was not a child. After gathering her bearings, she felt like she had to talk to Bob. So rushing into the call center that they both worked at, she sees him and begins to divulge her experience. Placing the customer he was chatting with on hold, Bob surprisingly goes on defensive. He tells Morgan that there's no way that whatever she experienced was Joseph, that he was just a little boy. The lack of support from her friend and Morgan seems to break something within her. She becomes frantic and angry. As she storms away from Bob's desk, her boyfriend Corey rushes to her aid. However, far from being a supportive pillar to leave her, he tells her that he overheard everything she said, that she needed to calm down, that she's believing something that simply doesn't exist. This is the last thing Morgan gets to hear this moment. So without a further word, she leaves the call center. She then contemplates her next move and decides to reach out to the only person she thinks will understand where she's coming from and what she's dealing with, her friend Stephanie.
Upon reaching Stephanie's house, the first words out of Morgan's mouth are, "I'm scared." And who can blame her after dealing with everything that she had been through this fall? Knowing that Morgan felt as if her home was being invaded by something that she couldn't find, and what having a home in the first place finally meant to her, Stephanie comforts her friend and then suggests something. After doing some research, she suggests that the two attempt to capture Joseph on a recording, capturing EVP the phenomena, to prove his existence, and try to come up with a plan of action. Neither of the two have done any work prior to this. And apprehensive at first, but not seeing any other option, Morgan agrees. The two then drive to Morgan's apartment with the assistance of one of the neighbors. who was a mutual friend. They were able to get Stephanie up the 4 flights of stairs, and she was disabled in wheelchair. Since she was disabled in wheelchair bound. After reaching the top and headed inside the apartment with a digital recorder in hopes of capture. After reaching the top and heading inside the apartment with a digital recorder in hopes of capturing something useful to possibly share with someone who could have the expertise to assist them further, they make their way towards Morgan's room. Within a few minutes of being inside, they hear something shatter in the living room. Walking to see what it could have been, they come across a statue that Morgan had first put up when her mom moved in. A statue that symbolized just how much having a home meant to her. It now lay in pieces on the floor. Morgan believed this to be some kind of a challenge from the entity. Almost a provocation of sorts. So instead of starting in her room, he decided to begin the recorder there in the living room. And as the recorder did its job, Morgan began to ask her questions. These questions ranged from, how old are you? What are you? Where did you come from? Why are you here? And why are you targeting me? Among many, the process of trying to make contact and record a response is painstaking. And after hours of attempts, after trying to record it back, it received no responses. At this point, it was very late, and although nervous about sleeping in the apartment, Morgan had the company of her friend, and the two decided to turn in for the night. This decision was also made since the mutual friend who had helped carry Stephanie up the stairs earlier in the day was also home since asleep for the night. After settling into Morgan's bed, the woman drifted off to dreamland, and something spectral was watching him sleep.
Around 3 a.m., both Morgan and Stephanie are woken up by the sounds of footsteps in the living room. At first they thought it was Bob, but Morgan knew that Bob had been looking forward to seeing his sons more than anything, and unless something catastrophic had taken place, there would be no reason for him to be home, let alone for 3 a.m. As Morgan turned towards the door to go figure out just what was happening, the door to her room opened by itself. The atmosphere now grew tense. Morgan was then suddenly thrown backwards, and then the door, which had creaked open on its own, was slammed shut. Stephanie frantically called out in the darkness, asking what was happening. Due to her disability, she was unable to move, was facing away from the door. Morgan could barely get out a sentence as the door opened and slammed, and in the dark, sinister laughter could be heard throughout the room, as well as the sound of heavy footsteps stomping around. Not knowing what else to do, Morgan asked Stephanie to call Morgan, since she was close to the phone. However, upon calling, no one answered. The two of them were now isolated. Morgan knew that if she left her friend to go get outside help, that this thing, this force, could lock the doors, and was feeding upon the fear. It would be hard telling what it would do to Stephanie. So together, they seemingly had no choice other to break the storm, terrified for the rest of the night until daybreak. Around 6 a.m., the two sat in Morgan's room, were held captive by the force, which continued to open its slam doors, and what sounded like cabins, as well as ransacking the living room. At dawn, a call breaks the silence of the apartment. It's Courtney. After a brief explanation, he heads over with his help, and the three of them are able to leave. After dropping Stephanie back off at her house, the couple begins to talk. Courtney is still not convinced that the two of them really experienced anything. But regardless, he suggests that Morgan leave the apartment for several days to clear her head. However, conveniently, even after finding out she had no other options besides him and Stephanie to stay with, doesn't initially offer her songs in this place. Morgan, despite this and the unfolding situation of dealing with the paranormal forces that plagued her life, refused to give up her home, her sanctuary, to any spirit or flesh alone. She decides to go back. Upon arriving at the apartment of Courtney, the two walk in and are greeted by Bob in the living room. He seems upbeat and certainly more at peace. The trip to see his boys must have gone well. He explains that on his trip, he picked up a blessed candle that should help things. Morgan, who had kept the digital recorder, remembered reading about changes in temperatures. Even the striking of a match could potentially trigger spiritual activity, so she decides to begin recording the match. Bob, before the two of them, lights the blessed candle and then takes its flame and puts it to the wick of the candle that was to help focus the energy of the home and bring peace to Martin. The very same candle that Morgan and Courtney had attempted to light, and whose flame had surged and left them with unanswered questions. It lit. This interaction made Courtney question just what was taking place. As Morgan began to explain to Bob what had happened the night before, he seemed completely uninterested. He simply kept smiling at his blessed candle as he carried it throughout the apartment. Courtney would later say that the Bob I knew from the workplace had a completely different personality. The Bob I encountered that day at the apartment was very odd and honestly creepy. The whole thing was strange. As Bob makes his way back into the living room and closes his door, the couple sits down at the table. Morgan explains that she had recorded the interaction and wanted to see if she could capture anything. Playing back the audio first, they don't hear anything out of the ordinary. But as Bob ignited the original candle with a new one, a horrific and unearthly scream came from the speakers. This scream not only scared Morgan, but also bewildered Courtney, because he was there. He knew that there was no way of faking it. The scream also served as a confirmation to Morgan that she most certainly was not dealing with the spirit of the little boy. Assessing her options, she begins to research who she should reach out to. Having seen a program a while back on TV, she remembers the name, Lorraine Moore. It takes some time, but she is able to get in contact with Lorraine. Upon explaining the situation to her, the description sends alarm bells ringing for her. She knows immediately that this spirit is indeed not the one of the little boy, but rather that it has put this up as a facade in order to gain entry into the apartment and into their lives. And that Morgan is not the primary target, but Bob. She believes that Bob's major shift of personality and obsession with the entity indicates that he is under demonic possession. She also believes that this took place due to the entity exploiting Bob's vulnerability, and it took the form of a child, since Bob was so desperate to spend time with his own children. She also tells Morgan that her only hope at this point is to spiritually fortify herself for protection and try and convince Bob, the real Bob, that he has to renounce Joseph and fight. That if he refused to renounce this entity, that ultimately there would be a tragedy within the home. The call will last for several hours. Courtney, finally convinced that something spiritual was indeed taking place, finally offers Morgan the opportunity to come and stay at his home to get away from her. But she didn't want to give up Bob. So upon Courtney departing for the night, Morgan turns around and faces horror within. As she slowly walks back into the apartment and towards Bob's room, she realizes that his door is now open, and Bob is within a circle of candles on the floor, seemingly within a trance. She tells him, "I know how I can make things right, but we have to get a priest." As the words leave her lips, they're met with an angry no from Bob. For a split second, although Bob is deceiving, she sees a glimpse of her old friend, but just that small sliver of time. Although reluctant, no doubt, Bob agrees to accept her help. The following morning, she drives into a local Catholic church in hopes of getting assistance there at the recommendation of Lorraine Moore. However, upon seeing the church, Bob refuses to go in. losing hope, but still determined. Morgan continues onward and meets with the priest. At the priest's recommendation, she is told to display holy objects throughout the home in an effort to repel any evil that could dwell in it, and to recite the prayers of Saint Benedict, patron saint of poison, and poison he believed ought to be given a story that was told. The priest wanted to assist further, but without the permission of Bob and an in-person meeting, he would not be able to do so. Later that evening, Morgan begins to place crucifixes throughout the halls of St. Bernard. As she toils away, hanging each one with care and intent, she is soon greeted by God. He stepped out of the shadows at the end of the hallway. She had not heard the priest leave his work. He begins to scream at her, demanding that she take the crucifixes down. The person she sees, she no longer recognizes. As she stands her ground, Bob, staring at the cross, suddenly begins to weep. For another brief moment, the Bob she once knew seems to come through once again. He explains through the tears that he knows that something is right, and it's not the cancer diagnosis, but there's something dark and angry reside within, and that he doesn't know what to do. As Morgan drops her guard to try to comfort her friend, explaining to him that maybe he just told Joseph no for one night, that perhaps they could start to take this. These words left her lips. There was another shift from Bob. He went back to his angry state, yelling that she needed to stop talking about things that she knew nothing about. As he storms off, headed back to his room, Morgan, in tears herself, heads into the kitchen, as she attempts to gather herself. All the dishes in the cabinets begin to shake. Suddenly, the cabinet flies open, and a plate is thrown by unseen force. It hits Morgan in the head, cutting her open. Screaming, she flees the apartment. She finds solace in her working that night. As she tosses and turns trying to sleep, she can't help but feel obligated to Bob. She wants to try and follow through. She discusses the priest and the rain ward in hopes of freeing him from whatever sentence it was. Several nights later, she finally convinces Court to help her by reciting the prayer of Saint Benedict within the apartment. As the two sit down at a table in the living room and begin praying, the table itself begins to shake. As they deepen their efforts, almost everything around them is in motion. Objects are shaking and floating, moving of their own accord. They repeat the prayer multiple times, and soon become too frightened to continue, given the escalation of activity taking place. Morgan runs to Bob's door, pleads for him to leave the apartment, but there's no answer. Following the events of this night, Morgan would stay the next 2 weeks courting at his home. During this time, the two of them decided that it was for the best for her to prevent them. She, however, needs to retrieve her belongings from the apartment. When the day comes, not wanting to have Bob present due to his rising instability and hostility alongside the paranormal force, Morgan waits for a phone call from Courtney, who's on the floor of their job. Once Bob arrives at work for the day, he gives her the call just as the signal she's been waiting for to head to the apartment to move out. Upon arriving, Morgan opens the door to the apartment and is greeted with a bone chill cold air as she steps aside. Quickly getting to work, she begins to round up her things. Although there's a weird feeling in the air, nothing is manifest. Meanwhile, at the call center, Bob is noticed. This ends up a red flag report and he happens to notice. When he finds out he's been gone for over an hour, he rushes to call Morgan. However, his call falls upon deaf ears. Her phone had been left inside her car. Back at the apartment, Morgan finishes packing the last of her keepsakes on the shelf in the living room. She put up when they first moved in. She only has one box full of belongings. It's not much. It's all she's got. As she takes one last look at the apartment, savoring the situation as a whole, she turns around and approaches the door to make her final exit. The door opens. It's Bob. He's pale, sweating, and looks like a shadow of his former self. He immediately goes on the defensive. He gets in her face and starts grilling her on what she's doing, but Morgan refuses to cower.
She calmly tells Bob that she still cares for him, but that she can't help him anymore, and if he can't help himself, by renouncing Joseph. Bob throws back a seething reply. He doesn't need me. I need him. Take your trinkets with you. Your God didn't save him anyways. Bursting into tears, Morgan grabs her box to leave, but blocking the door is the apparition of a child. It's Joseph. However, he begins to morph into something grotesque. A mangled monstrosity, and a human, and a boy. Morgan later described the creature as having black eyes, hard fangs, and gray, dead skin. When the creature dissipates, seemingly within seconds, Morgan leaves. The last sound she hears is the whispers of a little boy talking to Bob in his room. She leaves knowing there's nothing more she could have done.
After this day, Bob never shows up to work again. He moves out of the apartment, but leaves no forwarding address. His whereabouts and fate are unknown. Morgan and Courtney continue to date for the next 4 years following the events mentioned in this video. However, I was unable to confirm if they are still together. Morgan and Stephanie would eventually combine their intrigue for the supernatural to found Entity Seeker, an agency that helps people find assistance who are in danger of the paranormal. They didn't want anyone to feel helpless like they did, ultimately using their experiences to bring positivity into the world. To this day, Morgan continues to run Entity Seeker and has been involved in numerous investigations and shows, as well as writing several books. If you're interested in her works, I'll leave links in the description below. This entire case to me is very intriguing. It just goes to show that the paranormal can affect anyone and everyone, regardless of location and circumstances. That if such a thing as demons exist, that they'll take advantage of the weakest beings in the most vulnerable states, such as Bob, exploiting his feelings and imperfections to take possession of his very soul for its own ends. I also think that it showcases the humanity of Morgan and how these types of situations can affect your day-to-day life, but that she also shows how one can grow and make the best of such situations and use their experiences to help assist others in need. All observations aside, have you ever lived in a haunted home? And what if that home was you first? How would that affect you the rest of your days? And how would you have handled a situation like what Morgan found herself in with Bob? Let me know in the comments below. And just know that if a spirit or entity reveals itself to you, more often than not, the figure it presents isn't always its true form. That underneath that innocent facade could indeed be a twisted and demonic creature, stalking and waiting to break you down and take control. Be aware and don't let it be you.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I know it was a mix of new information and fixes with the older video storytelling and a little bit of new storytelling as well. But this is now, to my knowledge, as accurate as I can get the story, which is important to me. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like, subscribe if you're new here, hype and comment your thoughts down below. Consider becoming a channel member or subscribing to my Patreon, or visiting my merch store on screen now, or in the description below. I appreciate you guys. Let me know if you want more videos like this, if there are things to fix or revisit, and to add to older videos in particular. I'd be happy to do it. Until next time, this has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Stay safe out there, and take care.
we just got back here. Like, did you see it?
Yes.
You saw it?
I did see it.
Thanks to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. Choose from over 300 real-money games that include slots, blackjack, roulette, and live dealer games whenever you want. With more real-money games added regularly, DraftKings Casino is changing the game with new ways to play. Right now, new players play $5 and spend for a shot at $1,000 in casino credits, plus deposit $5 and get a deposit match up to $1,000 in casino funds. So head to the DraftKings Casino app right now and sign up using promo code Mystery Archives and play just $5 and spend for a shot at $1,000 in casino credits, plus deposit $5 and get a deposit match up to $1,000 in bonus casino funds. The crown is yours. Now, let's get back to the content. Galway, a city on Ireland's west coast, sits where the River Cork meets the Atlantic Ocean. The city's hub is an 18th century Irish square, a popular meeting spot surrounded by shops and traditional pubs that offer live Irish folk music. But Galway is known for much more than just beauty and entertainment. Like many places, it harbors dark and mysterious secrets. Underneath the bustle of feet walking and music playing, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the faint whispers of the dead. Our story begins here in 1996 with the Fahey family. The last 30 years, they've called this council house home. Living as one big happy family all together. There's Jackie Fahey, a bus driver for special needs children. His wife, Hester, who works as a cook at a nearby child care center. And they are joined by their daughter, Martha, who has recently given birth to a baby girl by the name of Sarah Louise, and their son, Michael, with his fiancée, Anne. In the words of Michael Fahey, with the birth of Sarah Louise, when she came into the house, we felt as if it was a new beginning. Me and Anne were in the process of getting married, and I had just started my own business. It was a very happy time for the family. But as the family loves one another and cares for the newborn Sarah Louise, something else seemed to be watching them, lurking within the walls of their home. A few months after Sarah Louise was born, their next-door neighbors began a series of renovations. The construction and its noises began to bleed over into their house as well. But it seems as though the baby is not the only entity that is disturbed. Several days after the renovations began, as Michael walks into the living room, he is hit seemingly out of nowhere by a horrendous smell. Describing it as smelling like rotten meat or rotting flesh in later interviews. I think it may have to have been a deceased rodent or something to do with the pipes. He brings it to the attention of his father. Jackie too is taken aback by the noxious smell. Although the two do their absolute best to discern where the smell is coming from, it seems to be everywhere, yet is spawning from nowhere. Concerned, Jackie contacts the local property authority to have their pipes examined for the potential cause. The following morning, with a knock at the door, two plumbers arrive to hopefully begin to figure out the cause of the smells and come up with a solution for the family. Walking inside, They ask Jackie and Michael just what seems to be the problem, as they explain that the smell seems to be everywhere, yet nowhere, oftentimes being stronger in certain parts of the home versus other times, as if it's moving. They think it could have something to do with the pipes. They tell them that it smells like rotting flesh, or death, or both. Pinching their noses in disgust, they ask the plumbers if they smell it. Unfazed, neither men can smell anything. This very much confuses the Fahey's, telling the men that the scent is often stronger upstairs. They leave them there and into the restroom. Michael and Jackie continue to cringe in discomfort, but the plumbers can't seem to smell what they're smelling. Confused and becoming angry, considering they've been smelling this rot for several days now, they ask the plumbers to check everything anyways, since they're already there. So the men do just that. They examine the toilets, pipes, and drains. However, everything is fine and in working order. Never once did they smell what the Fahey's had described. Finding this incredibly odd, and realizing that if they were the only ones smelling whatever this was, the two plumbers must have thought that they were crazy. They were now more concerned, because if the smell wasn't coming from any place checked by the plumbers, then just where was it coming from? And just what was it? The smell, however, is not just experienced by Jackie and Michael. Over the next several days, it is experienced on varying levels by all members of the family. And then, as if they were losing their minds, they begin to clean most hours of the day when they are home, and disinfect the sinks and drains regularly. Alongside this, they open the windows for the fresh air, and yet whether they're open or not, whether they are clean or not, the smell only continues to get worse. It starts to affect the family, causing them to feel sick, nauseous, and dizzy at varying times. Suffering with the smell for almost a month, one day it mysteriously vanishes, but something else equally bizarre would take its place. One night, as the moon hangs high and large over the Fahey residence, and the wind rustles the trees outside in the darkness, Michael and his fiancée Anne are woken up by the sounds of a baby crying. This normally wouldn't be a problem, but the crying is persistent and continuing to grow louder with each passing minute. Concerned as to why Martha wasn't taking care of her baby, and irritated, as most would be given the hour, Michael decides to get up and check on just what was going on. Walking down the hall, the cries of the infant seem to grow louder with each step he takes, finally reaching a fever pitch when he reaches the room that Sarah Louise was in. Opening the door to check on her, he sees Sarah fully awake and looking around the room in her crib, but she has a binky in her mouth, and the cries, which he had believed were coming from his niece, were still echoing all throughout, and hadn't eased in volume or intensity. Even stranger, his sister Martha was sleeping as if there was nothing out of the ordinary. The cries continued despite Sarah Louise not making them. Thoroughly freaked out but unsure of how to tackle the situation, Michael slowly makes his way back to his bedroom, where Anne asks him just why he didn't get Martha to take care of her baby. He responds with, "I did. I checked on her, and it's not Sarah Louise who's crying, and Martha is asleep." As they both look at each other confused and concerned, Michael suddenly begins to choke. He tries to scream and grabs at his throat, but nothing but shorter gasps of air come out. In later interviews, he would say sitting on my chest. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. Feeling as if he was going to pass out, he makes his way towards the mirror where on the dresser he's connected to. It was a rosary. Reaching desperately for it, he's able to clutch it, just barely. In this moment, whatever invisible hand that was smothering him pulled away. Terrified as the cries echo all around them, Michael and Anne hold each other with the rosary and pray as hard as they possibly can. In Michael's own words, as we prayed, the crying seemed to get worse. It got louder and louder, almost as if we were physically hurting the spirits. As the couple continues, the screams go from sounding like those of a young baby to something much scarier. It sounds as if a low-toned person is screaming alongside the baby, as if whatever was mimicking this sound was being harmed by their prayers. They then stopped praying to listen, and suddenly, the crying had vanished. This concludes this utter horror of a night, but little did they know that it would be far from the last that the family would have to endure. The following morning, as Michael and Anne head into the kitchen together, before they have a chance to speak with anyone, they are concerned with Jackie and Esther, frantically searching through the drawers, asking both of them if they had seen the baby's bodies. They answer no. Michael then asks his parents if they had heard the baby crying last night as well, saying that Sarah Louise was quiet last night. Jackie looks concerned, believing his son to be withdrawn and unlike his normal self. He asks him what it means. Michael answers him with, "There was a baby crying last night, but it wasn't Sarah Louise." Asking what he was talking about because the neighbors don't have any babies, Jackie once again inquires. Michael responds with saying that he believes that there may be something in the house, and whatever this thing was may have just hidden the bottles as well. Jackie and Esther didn't really believe in any sort of an afterlife and aren't religious. They seem to essentially laugh off any sort of a notion that any of this could be attributable to a ghost, especially Jackie. And after Michael calls out into the room, "If there is a ghost, show us a sign." Receiving zero response, he walks away from his parents, confused and slightly embarrassed by their reactions. He then gets ready for work for the day. Later that night, however, what the couple experiences yet again is no laughing matter. The ghostly wails of an unseen child echo all throughout the house and all around Michael and Anne's room. Huddled together, holding one another yet again, and praying with Michael's rosary, their prayers grow louder in an attempt to compete with the volume of the cries. Their prayers are soon interrupted, however, by their door opening suddenly. It's Jackie, asking them just what was going on. Why were they praying and becoming louder and louder? Michael asks him if he too heard the baby's cries. Jackie would respond with, "All I hear is you two praying," and then scolds them both. Obviously having heard nothing, he slams the door behind him when he exits their room. Michael is left speechless. It seems like whatever entity residing within the home is possibly targeting him and Anne, and somehow, some way, the rest of his family wasn't experiencing what they were. Needless to say, the two wouldn't get much sleep that night either. Roughly a week later, as Jackie and Martha come back home with baby Sarah Louise following a doctor's appointment for her, while the rest of the family is out of the house, the two take the baby upstairs to lay her down in her crib for her afternoon nap. Opening the door must be playing a trick on them to try and convince them of their ghost theory. He then begins to feel something else, something he can't so easily explain, as if he's being watched. He then begins to wonder if perhaps it could be right. The rest of the day would come and go. The sun would fall below the horizon, and the moon would once again rise, casting its ethereal glow over the Fahey residence. As the rest of the family sleeps in their beds, Michael and Anne are suddenly woken up by a bright flash of light. Opening their eyes and simultaneously seeing a floating orb of sorts, pulsing with a white and yellow light within their room, they huddle together, with Michael clutching his rosary as hard as he can, watching this thing move and flash before their very eyes. In Michael's own words, it was like a bright orb. It slowly dissipated, and then it just disappeared. Following the sighting of this orb, the unearthly cries began again. The couple again would not sleep much this night. The following morning, as the Faheys sit down at the table for breakfast together, Michael and Anne describe to everyone just what they had experienced the night before. It starts a bit of family drama. Esther, although not religious, is still scared of even the thought of the paranormal. She begins to scold Michael as a result. The arguing is soon interrupted by Jackie, who says to his son, "You promised that you didn't touch those toys." Michael hadn't yet been privy to the information that his father and sister came home the other day to the toys being in a circle surrounding the music box in Martha and Sarah Louise's room. He would reply with, "What toys? I never touched any toys." In Jackie's own words, "That's when I realized we have something going on in the house. Something not normal." The tide of the conversation quickly shifts with this hideous revelation. Jackie suggests consulting a priest for help. Michael is worried that no one will believe them. So to meet somewhat in the middle, they decide that they will place a tape recorder in the baby's room to see if they can capture the supernatural cries of this ghost baby. That way they would have tangible proof that could be heard alongside their testimony in an effort to seek help. Later that night, as Michael and Jackie head upstairs to place the tape recorder in their room, they realize that they've left the tapes downstairs. They then set the recorder on one of the dressers while they head back downstairs. After retrieving the tapes, they would then hear a violent commotion coming from upstairs. Rushing back upstairs and back into the room as fast as they could, would come face to face with something that neither of them could explain. There on the floor before them was the tape recorder. However, it had been completely destroyed, mangled, as if someone had deliberately, with a strong hand, torn it apart. While father and son try and decipher the mystery of the destroyed tape recorder, cries suddenly erupt from downstairs. There before Esther and Anne's eyes, the curtains, as if with a mind of their own, began opening and closing rapidly. Jackie and Michael would soon rush downstairs to see just what had happened. In Jackie's words, that moment of fear, seeing the pure fear in Esther's eyes, was just horrible. With everyone terrified he reads his prayers out loud, with the faces surrounding him. They all begin to hear the wailing of a baby. However, young Sarah Louise, once again, is not making the cries. Jackie would later say that the more prayers that the priest was saying, the more that the ghost baby screamed. It was as if it was saying, "Get out. We don't want you here." The priest, although putting up a strong front and acting as if he wasn't hearing the cries that the rest of the family were, Michael can tell by the look in his eyes that he is absolutely petrified. Esther begins shaking because she is so frightened. After the priest blesses the living room area downstairs, he then begins heading upstairs and blessing each room one by one. Meanwhile, a storm is brewing outside. The dark and swollen clouds are nearly ready to unleash. When it's time for the priest to bless Sarah Louise and Martha's room, as Jackie goes to open the door, he won't budge at first. As he shoves into it, he realizes that the crib has been placed in front of the door. After pushing it open, he tells the father that there has to be something within their house. Although the priest seems to be in a state of denial, he continues with the blessing. He says several more prayers and flicks some holy water around the room. As he finishes, he quickly, almost frantically leaves the house. As Michael would later say in regards to the situation, it was as if he couldn't wait to get out of the house. He nearly ran out the door. The clouds which had gathered earlier finally began to rain down upon the earth. Feeling hopeful that the blessing done by the priest perhaps cast out whatever was dwelling within their home, the Fagans returned to their home. However, to be on the safe side, they decide to sleep in the living room together, as thunder and lightning crackle outside. While everyone else sleeps, Jackie suddenly wakes up to the cries of the ghost baby again. Oddly though, he seems to be the only one disturbed back to consciousness by its cries. As he follows the cries upstairs, they suddenly cease for a moment, and feeling as if he is being watched from behind, he quickly turns around to see something that sends a cold shiver down his spine. There, on a nearby table, was a small vase. Right before his eyes, he watches as it levitates, as it's picked up by invisible hands. It slowly tilts and then drops to the floor, shattering it into many pieces. The shock of what he had just witnessed causes Jackie to try and run away, but he trips backwards and partially falls down the stairs. Scrambling, he gets back to his feet and runs through the living room. He then throws open the front door and collapses off the porch and into the front yard. As the rest of his family surrounds him, he finally comes back to his senses. The family once again takes refuge with their neighbors and friends several houses away. It is here in their living room that they debate just how exactly to tackle this situation. Whether to travel 4 hours away to stay with Jackie's sister temporarily, or to stay here somehow. But where? They can't move in with their neighbors. As they discuss what they should do, Jackie and Michael decide to go back together to the house and pack necessary items for whatever the future may hold. Thankfully, they encounter no paranormal resistance to their presence when they obtain these items from the house. Jackie would call his sister and arrange for him and Esther to travel to her 4 hours away for the weekend. Although he wants his kids, Sarah Louise, and Anne to join them, they have jobs that they escape to in the morning. Martha also says that the entity has never bothered her or the baby, which is true. He doesn't feel great about their decision, but decides to go ahead and go after he's reassured by Michael that he will keep them in the loop with anything and everything, and will do his best to keep them all safe. After the parents depart, Michael, Abe, Martha, and Sarah Louise return to the Fahey house. The rest of the night is surprisingly quiet for the first time in what feels like forever. The following morning, with Michael and Ian at work, Martha relaxes on the couch and reads a book while her baby sleeps. But not for long. The peace is soon shattered by the cries of her daughter. Placing the book on the coffee table, she quickly heads upstairs to tend to her. The door, however, is closed, and she didn't close it. Finding this strange to say the least, she grabs the handle and goes to open it, but it won't move. It's as if a large, invisible person is pushing it from the other side. As Sarah Louise cries for her mother, Martha frantically begins to throw her entire body into the door in an effort to open it. It doesn't move whatsoever. Panicking now, she runs to a neighbor for help. As her and the neighbor rush back to her house and upstairs to the room, the neighbor searches for their toolbox to try and find something, anything that will help open the door, when it suddenly and gently opens. The two then look at each other in awe. Quickly grabbing her baby, Martha then grabs her bag, and together with the neighbor, they all flee the house. Later that evening, as Michael and Ian both return home from work, they notice that there is a note on the door. It tells them that Martha and the baby are at a nearby neighbor's house. Thinking nothing of it, as Michael goes to fetch his sister and his niece, Ian stays back at the house. As she sits in the living room waiting for her fiancé to return, she suddenly hears the sound of something moving. Glancing around the room for the source, she realizes that a picture of Sarah Louise on a nearby table is shaking profusely. It then, as if aggressively thrown, hits the nearby wall and falls to the floor, shattering the glass that once held the photo in the frame. Upon seeing this, Anne screams and bolts out the front door as fast as she can. Upon doing this, she runs into Michael, Martha, and the baby. She then frantically tries to explain to Michael just what had taken place. She feels that if they go back into the house, that whatever presence that was there would harm Sarah Louise. With Martha agreeing that she didn't want to return either after what had happened earlier, Michael relents and tells them to give him a call. Martha then lets them know that she needs diapers from the babies right before they go. Agreeing to fetch them, Michael runs inside and grabs them, as well as the baby's car carrier. Before leaving the house, however, he picks up the phone to make a phone call to his parents to let them know just what had happened. Upon dialing his aunt's number to call them, he hears several dial tones, but then begins to hear faint voices on the other end. These voices then began to change in pitch, going from higher to lower in a very unsettling way. Hanging up the phone and then trying again, the phone begins to call, and then suddenly emits a horrendous, high-pitched noise directly into his ear. Throwing the phone down, is absolutely stricken by what he sees. The phone itself is completely melted and is still smoking. With eyes wide, Michael then runs out of the house, but upon exiting the door, is then shoved out as the door slams behind him. He would later say that I was utterly shocked, and I didn't know how, but the phone itself was taking the hint that they were unwanted, the four of them depart and drive for 4 hours to stay with Jackie and Esther at Jackie's sister's house for the rest of the weekend. Several days later, the Fahey's reluctantly returned to the house, but none of them wanted to. Esther felt as if the house wasn't hers anymore, that it had been taken over by whatever this thing was. With a long wait list for housing, the family is effectively stuck where they are. Trying to make the best of it, they decide to go inside. Upon opening the door, however, they come face to face with utter destruction. It's as if a cyclone has hit the inside of their house. The curtains are ripped. The pictures are broken. Furniture and items disheveled. Things of all kinds are thrown everywhere, with reckless abandon. In the words of Michael, it was as if someone had come in and ransacked the place. There was nothing missing, no evidence of a break-in. Angry and upset, the Faheys began to try and pick up the mess that was their lives there. It seemed as if the stress of it all was tugging at the seams that were holding them all together. Tired of dealing with it all, the family tries to brainstorm just how they could get help. The blessing of a Catholic priest didn't seem to work. They pondered what if they contact the papers, they'd be made fun of. Maybe. But could someone potentially hear their story and reach out to help them? That was also a very real possibility. Deciding to take the risk, hoping that it would result in some real help, they decide to reach out to a Dublin radio station with their story. As a result, a local paper decides to come and interview the Faheys and see just what exactly is happening. The family agrees to the interview, and it is decided that a reporter will come, not only interview the family, but they'll stay the night with them to see if they experience any ghostly phenomenon. The reporter is seen as skeptical and doesn't believe in anything like the paranormal, but decides to stay anyways. The Faheys have noticed certain changes that would signal that something is about to occur within the home. One of those signals was that it would grow exceptionally cold beforehand. This very thing would happen with the reporter present. Sitting at the dining room table, beginning to write her story, she didn't believe that anything was going to occur. As she speaks, the family conversation is suddenly shattered by the sound of something breaking. Rushing to the living room where the sounds seem to have originated from, they find a shattered porcelain figure on the floor. Its small, minute fragments strewn everywhere. Upon seeing this, the reporter is shaken to her core. It's clear that she's convinced that there's something in the home now, considering everyone was all together in the kitchen when the figure was broken. Deciding to take a photo of the broken figure, she keeps writing in the kitchen, and she doesn't sleep through the night. As a result of the article, the story begins to get picked up by more local newspapers, and soon press from all over Europe is intrigued by what is dubbed the Galway Ghost. Naturally, with the press came harassment. Reporters, news stations, and onlookers soon flocked to the Fahey residence, hoping to catch a glimpse of the alleged haunting for themselves. With this newfound fame that they didn't ask for, the Faheys began to worry that they will only be the subject of ridicule, and that no one will hear their cries for help. Fortunately, they would be dead now. Several weeks after the story broke and gained traction, a reporter would reach out to the family and offer the assistance of a professional they knew, a woman named Sandra Rompedani. Sandra is a well-known parapsychologist and healer. She is stated that psychic abilities are an innate part of the human consciousness and that they are not supernatural powers. She also rejects the term psychic, as she said it is misappropriated by frauds. After speaking with the family, within a week, they welcomed her at their door. Michael would describe meeting her like this. When Sandra arrived and stepped in the door, we got this warm feeling, as if we had known her for 100 years. After introducing herself to the family, Sandra begins to ask them just what all they had been experiencing. So the family started at the beginning. One thing she really took to was that the activity began shortly after the arrival of Sarah Louise into their lives and home. Asking the family to take her to the room where they felt the most activity, they would lead her to the baby's room. Walking around the room and feeling it out to see if she could decipher just what kind of spirit they were dealing with, she picks up on something else as well. We asked the family if there's been any recent construction in the house. Surprised by her question, Michael would answer her with a yes, that the neighbors had been doing some work on their own, and it had occurred right around the same time that Sarah Louise was born and came to live with them. In Jackie's words, it freaked me out when she was able to tell me that the neighbors were doing construction. Asking to be alone in the room for a time to see if she could gather any more information, the family leaves Sandra within. As she closes her eyes and begins to focus, hoping to make contact with whatever could be there, he starts to feel a cold air on her skin, causing her to get goosebumps, and then she begins to smell as if there's smoke within the room. She is then drawn into a vision. In this vision, she is in an entirely different room. There's a young woman screaming. She seems to be giving birth. Within the room there appears to be a man, possibly her father. His eyes seemed angry, yet sad. Glancing around the room, then she sees a second man lurking within the shadows. His face is stern, and he too seems as if he could be angry. The screams continue for a short while, and then they turn into heavy breathing as the cries of a newborn baby fill the air. They then start up again, but these screams are different. They seem desperate in a sense. The young mother seems to be reaching forward for her baby, but the child seems to be in one of the man's arms. It's her father, but instead of nurturing the infant, he instead has placed some kind of cloth over its face, maybe smothering it. The other man then restrains the mother as she continues to scream. Sandra, gasping, and opens her eyes. The vision has ceased. Warm tears are slowly trickling down her face. She is shocked by what has been revealed to her. Walking downstairs to greet the family, they can tell she's obviously shook up. She then sits down with them in the living room to explain just what all she saw and was able to figure out. She tells the family that she believes the baby was born out of wedlock, and out of shame, its life was taken by the girl's father. That the ghost baby wasn't haunting the house that the Fahey's now lived in, but rather the land itself. She also believes that the construction by the neighbors inadvertently disturbed the spirit, causing it to become active again, and because it never got to live, it filled the love and affection of its mother, and it desperately wanted to get close to Martha, since she had just become a new mother herself. Asking what could be done now, Sandra offers to conduct a healing ceremony in hopes of allowing the spirit to find peace and move on to the other side. The family would agree. First things first, Sandra asks them to please get Sarah Louise out of the house before the ceremony. Needing Martha to be a part of the ritual, it is decided that the baby will be taken on a stroll by Esther and Jackie. The rest child's room to begin the ceremony.
What she did was then she took the baby to him and she said, roll for a crystal and put all white points in the house and then fold like as a baby in the house. And what she did was then she actually communicated with God by telepathic ability. And she found out that half the bottom was years ago. It was a baby boy that was small bit of her. And the baby like just a small baby.
And who killed the baby?
The mother.
And this happened not in the house, but on that bit of land where the house is now built.
That's right.
It is explained that amber incense will be burned to protect them during the event and to promote spiritual healing of the ghost as well. She then lays down quartz crystals in the four corners of the room in order to purify and recharge the home itself. They then place an empty baby carrier on the ground in the center of the room and join hands surrounding it. They all then close their eyes and begin to take deep breaths to focus on the task at hand. Sandra tells them to imagine the ghost baby laying in the bassinet before them, surrounded by a golden light, to focus on him, to tell him it's time to move forward and move on.
And then the very last part was actually with a farmer. And I saw the spirit actually been lifted up and taken away to the farm that she knows is on his head.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah.
What exactly did you see?
Well, what she did first, she put it on the curtain, right? She said, that's baby servant. And then she kept that feeling to us by moving everything on the servant. And so think we're reading gold and sunlight and bringing out tears and happiness and that. And then just keeping on to it. And I could actually see the baby on the floor.
Can you just get that clear? Like, did you see it?
Yes.
You saw it?
I did see it. And during the end of the breathing, calm to it. And then she said, just keep calm to it. And then she said, imagine the whole night going on through the top of your head. And at that moment, I saw the baby being lifted up into life and then it just disappeared.
And it left peaceful.
It left peaceful here.
Upon the ghost baby crossing over, the feeling is almost immediately night and day. It's as if everyone and everything could breathe again. With everyone amazed and so very happy that the infant crossed over, the feeling of joy and peace will go home once again. Jackie and Esther, who had been outside walking with Sarah Louise, returned as well, and they too could instantly sense that the ghost was gone. This is what would be considered a happy ending for most, but the Galway ghost still haunts the minds of the Fahey family. Every time they hear a knock or something seems out of place, they fear that perhaps what should be done isn't. That maybe it's always there, watching and waiting to return. This was a highly requested case, and a very interesting one at that. I did have some of my personal takes on this case, as well as some resources and questions that I'd like to share with you now before we go. And this will be in no particular order. So this case apparently has been tied to a scandal that took place between a priest and her family, with the priest having impregnated a daughter a long, long time ago. This information comes from Jackie, whose real name actually appears to be Jonathan Fahey, from his book, Cry from Beyond. If this is true, it would very much corroborate the ghost baby story, in my opinion. I, however, am a little more skeptical of this ghost baby, having felt the energy in a home supposedly haunted by a little girl, aka the Sally House. Albeit things may vary on a case-by-case basis, I do believe that entities and/or demons can masquerade themselves as children in order to exploit the vulnerable. Ask yourself this: why would a child, an innocent newborn baby, cause such dread and fear among the Faheys? For this very reason, over her baby's spirit makes me believe that something more sinister haunted their home, that perhaps following this event, for one reason or another, this entity went dormant. It seems that construction kicked off the activity by disturbing the ghost that was already dormant there in the beginning. I believe this probably played a role, having had constructions wake up ghosts in an old home of mine. This led to some very strange experiences, such as hearing a chorus of whispers and having night terrors, which was not a fun time. I also like how the plumbers couldn't smell any of the smells that the Fays were, as in the disgusting ones. I think perhaps they were desensitized to an extent. Maybe this played a role in that. As a former painter, and Meg can tell you that my sense of smell is pretty much cooked. I'm sure, depending on your profession, for one reason or another, people get nose blind. I did as much as I could, but I could not find any updates on the Fays past 2006. The initial case took place from 1996 into 1997, and it seemed as if the family still lived in the same residence as of 2006. I hope wherever they are now, that they are peaceful and happy. I was only able to find one photo that I believe is the real residence in which the case took place in, and I will show it to you now, but on the off chance that someone still lives there, whether it's the Fahey's or anyone, please respect people's privacy and do not harass or bother them. Thank you. With how the home was designed, it would be nearly impossible for someone to have access to the window in that room on the second floor, to have been able to move the curtain in front of the door, and then close it to cause resistance to the door being opened. Just how did the phone end up melting? I do know that in most of Europe, the power is much stronger than it is here in the United States, but there would have been some kind of serious malfunction or a surge to be that powerful that it melted the phone. I always found that aspect of the case to be exceptionally creepy. It doesn't surprise me that Ireland has so many folk and ghost tales. It seems to be such a mysterious yet beautiful place that I'd certainly like to visit one day. I did want to give a shout out to my Irish fans. I hope I did this infamous story justice for you guys, and I did want to ask, have you heard of this case before I covered it? With that, everyone, please like the video if you liked it, share it around, subscribe with notifications on, and please leave me a comment letting me know what you thought down in the comments below. I say this often, but all this stuff really helps me out tremendously. I did want to let you know that I did revamp my store with some new and much cooler merchandise as well, and I restocked on books, so if you wanted to pick anything up, now would definitely be the time. Other than that, guys, I love and appreciate all of you, really. Thank you so much for your patience as always. And this has been Cody here at Mystery Pals. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. I'll see you next time. In the lush mountains of Taiwan, beneath the constant veil of mist and rain, a beautiful mansion promised comfort and prestige to an American family started a new chapter abroad. But behind its glass walls and marble floors, something ancient was waiting. They were not alone. What began as whispers in the night soon grew into footsteps, voices calling from the dark, and finally, violent attacks no skeptic could dismiss. The bishops had unknowingly stepped into a battlefield between the living and the restless dead. Spirits starved of offerings, bound by tragedy, and hungry for the energy of the living. This is their story, true, terrifying, and unforgettable. In the humid nights of Taiwan, when the summer rains swell rivers and mist coils through the valleys, there is a month that no family dares to ignore. Lanterns glow at doorways, incense smolders on sidewalks, and baskets of food are left on stoops, not for the living, but for the dead. This is Ghost Hunger, the time when the gates of the underworld are set to open, releasing the restless and the hungry into the world of men. In Chinese belief, these are not the honored ancestors who receive reverent offerings at family altars. These are the forgotten dead, the souls of those who perished violently, all without descendants to honor them. They wander, gaunt and hollow, tormented by insatiable appetites that rice, wine, and paper money can only briefly ease. They are known as the Uruguay, the hungry ghosts. The neglect them is to invite disaster. Fires start without cause. Illness takes root. Misfortune stalks a household until it bubbles under the weight of unseen company. So each August, families appease the hungry dead with careful rituals. The living light the path of the forgotten, hoping that food and flame will buy peace for another year. But what of those places where violence left a scar so deep the earth itself refuses to forget? What of homes raised on soil blackened by tragedy, where spirits were never guided onward, never offered release? It was in such a valley that the Bishop family would come to live. An American father, his wife and 2 daughters, strangers to Taiwan's ancient customs, arrived with optimism and curiosity. They believed the house they were given was a gift, a token of success. They could not know that it was already claimed by others, souls that had not left, and perhaps would never leave without taking something in return. The bishops would learn, as countless Taiwanese had whispered for centuries, that the hungry dead didn't sleep. They linger, waiting for the living to feed them. And in the mountains outside Taipei, in a mansion gleaming with glass and marble, those spirits had waited long enough. The year was 1984, and opportunity had knocked for Dennis Bishop. After years of grinding the corporate ladder, he had finally been promoted to a senior position with his company, a posting that would take him and his family halfway across the world to Taipei, Taiwan. To Dennis, it was a dream. To Candace, his wife, it was a step into the unknown. For their daughters, Stacy, who was 16 at the time, and Marissa, who was just 12, it was an adventure waiting to unfold. The company spared no expense. A driver was provided, as well as housing befitting Dennis's new stature as a CEO. The bishops, accustomed to modest suburban living in the States, were stunned when they were taken to see the house that would become their home. It sat at the base of the mist-draped Yangming Mountains, massive and imposing, far from the bustle of Taipei's crowded streets. The road curved past rice paddies, scattered cemeteries, and the ruins of farms, until the driver slowed before the gates. Beyond them, the mansion rose like a fortress, its large windows reflecting the gray sky. For Marissa, it was breathtaking, the biggest house I'd ever seen, she whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After years of cramped apartments, here was a palace, complete with a swimming pool shimmering in midair. She imagined running through its endless rooms, swimming until dusk, and playing in the gardens that seemed to stretch forever. Stacy, ever the skeptic, wasn't so easily charmed. She looked up at the upper windows, at the way that the mist pooled along mountain itself pressed down upon her. Something about it unsettled her. And Candace's unease was immediate. As the front door was opened and the family stepped inside, a heaviness settled on her chest. The air felt different, colder, though outside the heat was oppressive. She trailed her fingers along the wall as she moved through the entryway. And that was when it struck. An unseen fist, sudden and violent, slammed into her back. She stumbled forward, catching herself against the collar, her breath ragged. Dennis turned around alone. Stacy froze. Marissa giggled nervously, thinking that maybe her mom had tripped. But Candace knew better. She hadn't tripped. Something had shoved her. She turned, eyes wide, but no one stood behind her. The cavernous foyer was empty. Her skin prickled. She forced a smile for her $2, not wanting to frighten them. The company representative talked about all the amenities of the property, about its prestige, and how lucky the bishops were to have it. But Candace's mind was elsewhere. It kept replaying that moment over and over again. The blow, the cold, the feeling of being watched, the instant she crossed the threshold. For 2 weeks she begged Dennis to reconsider. They toured other homes, and those homes were smaller, more humble, but were tucked in crowded neighborhoods. Nothing seemed to compare to the mansion. Nothing impressed Dennis the way the estate did. He saw in its success, stability, and a future for his family abroad. Candace, however, only saw shadows. In the end, her protests were drowned out by reason and responsibility. With Dennis's career on the line, she relented. It would move into the mansion. She told herself she would find a way to make it work. Yet, even as boxes were carried in, even as Marissa danced through the hallways, Candace felt the mansion moving around her. The bishops believed they were settling into a home. In truth, they had crossed into a domain that did not belong to them. The first weeks in the mansion were filled with contradictions, opulence and unease, beauty and menace. To Marissa, the place was enchanted. She wandered its halls with awe, exploring room after room, as though she had stumbled into a fairy tale palace. She swam in the pool until her fingertips wrinkled, delighted to finally have space to breathe and play. But to Candace, every corner whispered discomfort. The jungle pressed close to the estate. Humidity clung to every surface. Vines crawled along the outer walls. And each night, the air rang with the buzz of cicadas and the calls of unseen creatures. The house seemed less a sanctuary than a fortress, standing against a wilderness that wanted to creep back in. It was during one of those early evenings, while the family unpacked, that the jungle showed its teeth. Stacy screamed running down the staircase. Dennis and Candace rushed upward, only to freeze at the sight of a giant spider. Its body thick and black. It clung to the wall near Stacy's door. Its long legs twitched as it crept slowly and deliberately. Marissa shrieked and leapt onto a chair. Dennis cursed under his breath, and Candace's skin crawled as their chests tightened. Their driver, H.N., hurried in wielding a shovel. With one brutal strike, he smashed the creature She found herself glancing toward the shadowed corners of the hallway, half expecting to see another set of lights scuttered towards them. That night, she lay awake, imagining the maid spider creeping silently into her bedroom. But pests were not the mansion's only gift. The rains came heavy, as they did in Taiwan's monsoon season. Water streamed down the mountainside and into the house itself. The walls began to drip. In the bedrooms, streaks of moisture triced downward like tears, soaking carpets. Candace wrapped towels around the bases of the doors to hold the water back, but the mansion seemed determined to drown itself. Then came the electricity. At first it was little shocks, light switches that snapped with static when touched, and it grew worse. A flick of a switch sent painful jolts to her fingertips, strong enough to leave Candace afraid of the lights themselves. She kept lamps unplugged and would sit with her daughters in the dark. Yet despite this, the power bills rose inexplicably, far beyond what they could explain with normal ease. Dennis grew frustrated, convinced the family was careless with the electricity. Candace argued back, furiously. The house was draining them in ways that he couldn't or wouldn't see. And still, stranger things crept in. Late at night, Stacy swore she heard footsteps in her room, soft and deliberate, as though someone circled her bed in the dark. She pulled her covers tighter, her heart pounding, too afraid to cry out. Candace too felt it, the faint whisper of her name in an empty hall, the flicker of the light at the edge of her vision. She told herself it was exhaustion, stress, the strangeness of life abroad. But deep down, she knew she was being watched. The house, it seemed, had opened its eyes. Night fell differently in the mansion. The jungle pressed against the walls. The screaming of cicadas giving way to stillness that made every creak echo louder than it should. It was in this silence that the first true whispers began. Marissa noticed less, at least at first. She still tried to find wonder in the house, though even she began to ask strange questions. One evening, she peered out a window toward the dark yard and asked her sister, "Is Agent here?" referring to their driver. But the yard was empty. There was no footsteps in the gravel, no sign of anyone. Stacy shivered at the question. The mansion was vast, but it never truly felt empty. It was as though the family had become guests in their early home, moving through rooms that belonged to someone or something else. Candace's instincts screamed that something was wrong. She began to listen more carefully at night, to pause when the air shifted, as though someone unseen passed by. She didn't tell Linus. He was already frustrated with the leaking roof, the electrical shocks, and the constant bills. To him, these were solvable problems. To her, they were symptoms of something far deeper, something alive in the walls. But for the sake of her daughters, she kept her fear tucked away. She smiled when she needed to, laughed when Marissa showed excitement. Yet each time she closed her eyes at night, she felt it, the weight of Vincent's staring at her in the darkness. And in the silence, the house grew bolder. For weeks, Stacy had grown accustomed to hiding fear. She heard footsteps that had no source, whispers that carried her name through the dark. She kept it all inside. She told herself that it was stress, or imagination, and if she spoke, she feared she'd sound crazy. Her solace was Thomas. 16 like her, he was a local boy with an easy smile. He offered an escape from the mansion's suffocating atmosphere. Whenever she could, she spent the evenings at his home, laughing, listening to music, and forgetting the dread that seemed to hang like smoke over her family's life. It was on one such evening, after Thomas dropped her off at the gate, that the house revealed itself. The night was humid, the jungle thick with the sounds of frogs. Thomas waited at the end of the driveway as Stacy slipped inside. He glanced back at the looming structure, its dark windows glinting faintly under the pale moon, and then he froze. At the top floor, a light flickered to life. Behind the glass, a woman's silhouette stood, her hair long, her figure motionless. She looked out into the night. To Thomas, she looked exactly like Candace Bishop. A long jolted through the room. Something about her stillness, the way she stood in the shadow, it was wrong. He started the car, then hesitated. A cold dread whispered through him. What if she's in trouble? After rushing home, he quickly cracked his family's phone and called Stacy. Stacy answered surprised. Stacy, he said quickly, with his voice shaking. Go check on your mom, please, right now. Just please, I saw her upstairs at the window, and she didn't look right, he said. Stacy's stomach dropped. With her heart pounding, she raced through the mansion's halls, calling out for her mother. Marissa alarmed, followed, and became frightened as well. Their voices echoed off marble and tile, became increasingly desperate and urgent. Room after room lay empty. No movement, no sign of her. The house seemed to swallow their cries, as though mocking their search. Finally, a door opened, and Candace stepped out of the master bedroom, startled by the commotion. She looked perfectly fine. Stacy stopped dead, her breath catching. Thomas's sight replayed in her head. Her mother's figure standing upstairs in the window, watching, and she'd been here all along. The realization washed over her like ice water. It hadn't been her mother, it had been something else. That night, the fragile silence between mother and daughter cracked. Trembling, Stacy confessed. The footsteps, the voices, the nights she felt something circling her in the dark. Candace's eyes widened, tears flowing, as she admitted the sound. That she too had heard whispers, seen flickers of light, and felt the eyes of something unseen. They sat together in the heavy stillness, clinging to one another, no longer able to deny. The house was haunted. The night after Thomas's sighting, silence weighed heavy on the house. Candace could feel it in her bones. The walls were watching them. The air was listening. The admission she and Stacy had shared only sharpened the tension. They were no longer keeping secrets. Now they knew they were alone. But no one did not bring peace. It brought fear. Stacy drifted uneasily into sleep, her mind tangled with dread. In her dream, the mansion's corridor stretched endlessly. Her walls slick with rain water. She wandered, crying out for her mother. The air smelled of smoke. Then she saw her. Candace was standing in the kitchen kitchen, her face pale and hollow. In her hands, a butcher's knife gleamed. Her eyes looked upward, not her usual gentle gaze. Something feral, driven mad by terror. Without warning, Candace raised the blade, and Stacy's heart froze. She tried to scream, but no sound left her mouth. The nightmare shifted to jerks and flashes. Her mother was stalking her through the walls, knife in hand. Her father was crumpled in a corner. Marissa screamed as Candace's shadow loomed. Stacy then woke with a jerk. Her body slipped and swayed. The image of her mother holding the knife clung in her mind like a stain. She sat up trembling, realizing that the dream had not been right. It had been a warning, a premonition of what the house was driving into. While Stacy was tormented by dreams, Candace waged her own battle against the dark. With Dennis away on a business trip, the weight of protection fell solely on her. Every night, she gathered her dogs into the master bedroom. They slept together in one bed. The girls pressed close, while Candace kept her eyes open, listening to the house. She had placed a butcher's knife and a baseball bat under the mattress. If the spirits came, if anything tried to touch her children, she would fight. The hours crawled, shadows stretched and moved across the walls, twisting with each flicker of the storm outside. Sometimes she swore she heard someone standing just outside the door. Other times, Stacy would bolt upward, certain that she had heard the hand cry. Candace would grip the knife, her pulse hammering, ready to face whatever endured. Nothing came, at least not yet. Returning from work, Dennis found his wife stretched thin, his daughters pale and restless, their eyes limp with sleepiness. He listened but struggled to reconcile their terror with his own rationality. What do I tell my boss? He snapped. That we have to leave because the house is haunted? Candace pleaded for him to understand. Stacy begged him to believe. Even Marissa, usually innocent and carefree, grew quiet and uneasy. The mansion had become a battleground, not just between the bishops and whatever haunted them, but between their instincts and Dennis's disbelief. And in that rift, the house thrived. It seemed to feed on fear and on doubt, on the slow erosion of their strength. For Stacy, the nightmare would not leave her. Each time her mother reached for the knife at night, keeping watch with trembling hands, Stacy saw again the image of blood and madness. The house wasn't only haunted then, it was tormenting against themselves. The Bishop family had come to Taiwan full of hope, but now the mansion was enwrapped in them, thread by thread. The Bishop home had become a pressure cooker of fear. Every shadow seemed heavier, every silence more oppressive. Candace did her best to keep her daughters close, to shield them from what she could no longer deny. But the house was patient. It was waiting for the moment when one of them was most vulnerable. And that moment came from Marissa. It was evening. Rain tapped against the wide windows, and the jungle outside buzzed faintly in the humid dark. Stacy was away with Thomas, and Candace had agreed to accompany Dennis to visit a neighbor's house down the road. It would be just for a little while. Marissa nodded when her mother asked if she'd be all right. But as the front door closed behind them, the mansion seemed to exhale. The vast hall stretched around her, too Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, deepening with each passing minute. Then came a sound. The door creaking open somewhere upstairs. Marissa's heart stuttered. She glanced towards the staircase, its banister vanishing into darkness. She called out to her parents, asking if they had forgotten something, her voice trembling. But there was no answer, only the hollow echo of her own words. Then footsteps came, measured and heavy, descending the stairs. The young girl backed away, clutching the edge of the sofa, calling out again to see if it was her parents. The living room door swung open with a sudden force. A cold rush of air swept in, carrying with it the unmistakable presence of someone or something unseen. And then it was upon her. Invisible hands shoved her backwards. She gasped, stumbled to the floor. But it didn't stop there. Something pressed against her chest, heavier, stronger, until she couldn't breathe. Her body convulsed, as if this something was trying to force its way to her. Terror swallowed her. She felt her limbs go weak. Her mind pulled into a darkness that was not her own. Whispers clawed at the edges of her thoughts. Hungry, desperate, inhuman. For a heartbeat, she wasn't herself. She was them. And in silence, Marissa collapsed onto the floor, trembling, covered in sweat. And the house loomed above her, silent once more, as though satisfied. When Candace and Dennis returned, they found their daughter sprawled on the floor. Candace dropped to her knees, scooping Marissa into her arms, asking Baby what happened, what's wrong. Marissa's eyes darted around, wide and glassy. Her voice was hoarse. Someone came in and pushed me. She broke into sobs, clinging to her mother. Dennis's face drained of color. He had doubted, rationalized, resisted in every suggestion that something unnatural plagued their home. But this was different. His daughter's trembling, the sheer panic in her voice, could not be dismissed. That night, the family huddled together in terror, with every light in the house blazing. Candace sat upright with the knife in her lap, too afraid to close her eyes. Marissa lay against her, shivering, whispering again and again. It's something that inside her. By morning, she seemed eerily calm. She insisted that she felt fine, brushing off her mother's worried questions. She said, I don't want to worry or think about it anymore. Seeming detached. But Candace knew better. Something had touched her daughter. And this was something that could not be undone. The attack on Marissa left no room for denial for Dennis. Once the firm skeptic, he could not shake the image of his daughter trembling on the floor, insisted that something had entered her, a foreign entity, something not of this world. Candace's fear had now become his own. The house was not simply strange, it was dangerous. Candace reached out to a friend, Bob Patton, an American journalist in Taipei, with connections deep into Taiwan's spiritual circles. If anyone could point them to help, it was Bob. And he did. He told Candace of a respected Taoist priest, a man experienced in dealing with restless spirits, a man he himself had interviewed years before. When the priest arrived at the bishop home, he carried himself with quiet authority. He was elderly, robed simply, with eyes that seemed gathered the family, and his words came measured, deliberate. This house, he said, in Bob's translation, has very dangerous feng shui. No Chinese architect would design it this way unless he wished to curse the inhabitants. Dennis frowned, still unused to the concept. He asked, "What do you mean?" The priest gestured towards the open windows, the drooping walls, the unnatural damp that seemed to ooze from every corner. The mountain's water and wind bring energy, but this house does not flow with it. It traps it. It feeds yin, the negative energy. It strengthens the dead. Candace shuddered, remembering the priest's choice words. It's been designed to kill. Then came the most chilling revelation. The priest closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he spoke again, his voice was heavier. There are two spirits here, and they're hungry. A man and a woman. Candace gasped. Her mind looked to the apparition Thomas had seen in the upstairs room. She turned to their driver, who
Hey,
had
Latoya.
valleys and towers. Do you know what was here before this house was built? She asked. Achan hesitated. His face tightened, as though even speaking of it was dangerous. At last he said quietly, "A pig farm. It burned. The farmer and his wife were trapped. They died in the fire." Words fell heavy in the air. Candace's heart sank. The flickering lights, voices calling names, the woman at the window, all of it pointed to those lost souls. They had not moved on. They had remained hungry, angry, seemingly tethered to the land where they had perished. The priest's face was grim.
Why are they so angry?
Hungry ghosts, he said.
Little ghosts?
They do not have what they need in the afterlife. Food, money, or offerings. So they take energy from the living. They feed off of fear, particularly from your daughter. Marissa's face was pale, with tears burning in her eyes. The family drew closer together, with fear thick between all of them. The priest rose. He said, "I'll help you, but you must understand. What is bound here is strong. I will need some time to prepare, and even if I succeed, it will not last. And if you remain, they will return." His warning was clear. The house was not a home. It was a trap, built on ashes, feeding the dead. For the bishops, the nightmare had finally been given a name. The night of the ritual arrived heavy with anticipation. The bishops had spent the day in uneasy silence, waiting. Marissa had been sent to stay with neighbors. The priest would not risk her presence. The hungry ghosts had already singled her out once. If they were provoked again, she might not survive. Inside the mansion, the air felt charged, as though the house itself knew what was coming. The Taoist priest returned at dusk, robed simply, carrying a bundle of tools, incense sticks, joss paper folded into stacks of money, a basket of fruit. He instructed Dennis to open every door and window in the house. The spirits must have a way out, he said. As the last window was unlatched, a strange wind moved through the house. Though the air outside was still, curtains billowed, and Candace clutched Stacy's hand. The priest lit incense, smoke curling upward into thin white trails. He began to chant, his voice low and rhythmic, filling the halls with words the family could not understand. Yet they felt their meaning deep in their bones. Almost immediately, the house seemed to react. A pressure settled on the family, heavy and suffocating. Candace later recalled, it was a force that shook our clothes and our hair. Everything was moving, and it became hard to breathe. Lights flickered violently. Upstairs, a door slammed shut with a deafening crack. The air was alive with unseen motion, as though invisible figures were rushing past, enraged by the intrusion. Despite this, the priest did not falter. He raised his voice, demanding, calling upon heavenly forces to guide the spirits to peace. Then he turned to Stacy. In his hands was the basket of offerings. Oranges, rice, bundles of paper money, all burning slowly with incense smoke. You, he said firmly, you must take.
Whoa, when did Megyn Kelly get so ugly?
To DNA test Matt.
And this just into our newsroom as well. Canada has a new top.
Today, we're going to make Sprite with alcohol. The easy name is Sprite 1. We're going to go with Sprite with alcohol, too. Okay, this is a very basic wine. It's going to be really simple. You should be able to make this with easily found ingredients around your house. So,
For the last 4 centuries, the bedrock of modern science has rested on a single, humble assumption, the Copernican principle. It's the idea that there is nothing special about our place in the universe. We aren't at the center of the solar system. Our sun is just one of billions in the galaxy, and our galaxy is just an unremarkable speck in an infinite uniform sea of others. In the world of physics, we call this isotropy. It's the belief that if you look far enough into the distance, the universe should look statistically the same in every direction. There should be no up, no down, and certainly no left or right. This isn't just a philosophical preference, it is the fundamental math that allows our current model of cosmology, known as lambda CDM, to function. If the universe has a grain to it, a preferred direction, the equations we use to describe gravity and the Big Bang begin to fall apart. To test this, scientists look at the cosmic microwave background, or the CMB. This is the oldest light in existence, a baby picture of the universe captured just 380,000 years after the Big Bang. When you look at a map of the CMB, it looks like a chaotic, speckled mess of heat and cold. To a cosmologist, that randomness is beautiful. It's proof that the early universe was a smooth, well-mixed soup of energy. But when we began to peel back the layers of that noise, we found something that shouldn't exist. By breaking the CMB map down into different scales, a process called multipole expansion, scientists isolated the larger structures in the early universe. They looked at the quadrupole, which divides the sky into 4 broad regions, and the octupole, which divides it into 8. According to every law we have, these 2 patterns should have absolutely nothing to do with each other. They should be oriented at random angles, like 2 people throwing dice in different rooms.
Instead, they are almost perfectly aligned. They form a distinct line across the sky, a cosmic axis. And here is the part that earned this discovery the name the axis of evil. This line doesn't just point anywhere. It appears to be aligned with the ecliptic plane of our own solar system. It points toward the path the sun takes across our sky and toward the equinoxes. The implications of this are, quite literally, world-shaking. If the larger structures in the 13.8 billion-year-old universe are physically tied to the orientation of our tiny 4.5 billion-year-old solar system, it suggests one of two things. Either we are seeing a ghost in the data, a mistake so profound it has fooled our best satellites, or the Copernican principle is a lie. If the axis is real, the universe isn't a uniform sea. It has a direction, it has a north, and today we are going to explore why that discovery has pushed modern cosmology into a state of absolute crisis. Before we look at the data itself, we have to understand the tool scientists use to find patterns in the sky. This tool is called multipole expansion. If you think of the cosmic microwave background as a complex musical chord, multipole expansion is the process of breaking that chord down into its individual notes. The first note is the dipole. This simply shows that one side of the sky is slightly warmer because our galaxy is moving through space. Scientists subtract this out immediately. The next note is the quadrupole, which represents the temperature fluctuations on the largest possible scale, essentially dividing the sky into 4 broad patches of hot and cold. After that comes the octupole, which divides the sky into 8 patches. In a universe that began with a random period of inflation, these notes should be completely independent. There is no physical mechanism in our standard model that would cause the quadrupole and the octupole to correlate strongly with each other. They are products of quantum fluctuations that occurred in the first trillionth of a second of time. Expecting them to point in the same direction is like expecting 2 different people to drop a handful of marbles and have them land in the exact same geometric pattern. In 2005, researchers using data from the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, decided to measure the orientation of these 2 specific notes. What they found was a statistical anomaly that defied explanation. The axis of the quadrupole and the axis of the octupole were almost perfectly correlated. They were stacked on top of each other, pointing toward a specific direction in space. The term axis of evil was coined by cosmologist Juan Magejo because of how much damage this alignment does to our theories. If the larger structures in the universe are aligned, it suggests that the universe is not isotropic. It suggests that space has a top and a bottom. This is a direct violation of the cosmological principle, which is the assumption that the laws of physics and the distribution of matter are the same everywhere. The strangeness does not stop at the alignment itself. When the researchers projected this axis onto a map of our own sky, they found that it sat almost exactly on the ecliptic. The ecliptic is the plane of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. Furthermore, the alignment seemed to respect the equinoxes. This creates a massive logical hurdle. The cosmic microwave background light was set in stone nearly 14 billion years ago. Our solar system only formed about 4.5 billion years ago. There is no reason why a pattern from the beginning of time should be aware of the orbital path of a small planet around a middle-aged star in a distant corner of a random galaxy. Statistically, the chances of this happening by accident are calculated to be less than 0.1%. While that might sound like enough room for a coincidence, in the world of physics, a 99.9% certainty that something is wrong usually signals a major discovery or a massive error. When this data first arrived, many scientists assumed it was a mistake. They thought that perhaps the WMAP satellite had a subtle bias in its sensors, or that the way we were subtracting the light from our own galaxy was leaving behind a shadow that looked like a pattern. They waited for the next generation of technology to disprove it. However, when the Planck satellite launched years later with much higher resolution and better sensitivity, the alignment did not go away. Planck confirmed exactly what WMAP had seen. the axis was still there, sitting on the ecliptic, mocking our assumption that we live in a random and unremarkable universe. This confirmation shifted the conversation from, is this a mistake, to what is the universe trying to tell us? Whenever we find something in the data that seems to overturn everything we know about physics, the first reaction of the scientific community is not excitement. It is deep, heavy skepticism. In the case of the axis of evil, the immediate assumption was that we weren't looking at the universe at all, but rather a reflection of our own backyard. The most prominent argument against the axis of evil is known as foreground contamination. The cosmic microwave background light is the oldest light in the sky, but to see it, our satellites have to look through everything that sits between us and the edge of the observable universe. The biggest obstacle is our own galaxy. The Milky Way is a chaotic, bright, and dusty place. It emits its own radiation in the form of synchrotron emission from high-speed electrons and thermal dust from star-forming regions. To create the clean CMB maps we see in textbooks, scientists have to subtract this galactic noise. This process is called cleaning the map. If the subtraction is even slightly off, the geometry of the Milky Way can leak into the cosmic data. Because the Milky Way sits on the same general plane as our solar system, any leaked signal would naturally appear to be aligned with the ecliptic. This would create a ghost pattern that looks like a cosmic axis, but is actually just poorly removed dust from our own neighborhood. Another technical hurdle is the way we account for our own movement. Our solar system is moving through space at about 370 kilometers per second relative to the CMB. This movement creates a massive dipole effect, where one side of the sky looks warmer and the other looks cooler. While the dipole is easy to remove, it can create a secondary effect called the kinetic quadrupole. If the math used to correct for our motion is not perfect, it can distort the larger multipoles, potentially forcing the quadrupole and octupole into an artificial alignment. Beyond the hardware and the dust, there is the problem of the mask. Because the center of our galaxy is so bright that we cannot see through it, cosmologists literally place a digital mask over that part of the sky, ignoring those pixels entirely. However, when you cut a giant hole out of the middle of a data set, you change the statistical properties of that set. Critics argue that the specific shape of the mask we use might be squeezing the multipole math in a way that creates a fake alignment. This is known as an artifact of the reconstruction process. Finally, we have to consider the look elsewhere effect. This is a statistical principle that states if you look at a large enough data set for long enough, you will eventually find a pattern that looks impossible. The human brain is evolved to find patterns even where none exist. Scientists have pointed out that while the alignment with the ecliptic is strange, if it had aligned with the galactic North Pole or the path of the Moon instead, we would still be calling it a miracle. The skeptics argue that we have cherry-picked this specific anomaly out of thousands of possible statistical fluctuations. They suggest that the axis of evil is not a physical reality, but a cold spot in our understanding of statistics. However, as we will see in the next section, when the Planck satellite used entirely different frequencies and better cleaning methods and still found the same axis, the mistake theory became much harder to defend. The scientific community initially hoped that the axis of evil would simply vanish with better technology. The Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, had provided a revolutionary look at the early universe, but it had its limitations in terms of sensitivity and frequency range. When the European Space Agency launched the Planck satellite, it was equipped with the most sophisticated microwave detectors ever built. Planck was designed to map the cosmic microwave background with a level of precision that would theoretically settle any lingering doubts about foreground contamination or instrumental bias. When the first major batch of Planck data was released in 2013 and subsequently refined in 2015 and 2018, the results were not what many cosmologists expected. The alignment between the quadrupole and the octupole remained. In fact, Planck confirmed the existence of the axis across multiple frequencies. making it much harder to argue that the pattern was just a shadow left behind by the dust of the Milky Way. If the anomaly were merely a mistake in how we cleaned the map, it should have looked different when viewed through Planck's superior high-frequency instruments. Instead, the signal was incredibly consistent. This confirmation moved the debate into a more rigorous phase focused on polarization. Most of the maps we see of the CMB are temperature maps, showing the tiny variations in heat across the sky. However, the light from the early universe is also polarized. As photons scattered off electrons in the hot, dense plasma of the early universe, they gained a specific orientation, or twist, known as E-mode polarization. The logic behind the polarization test is straightforward. If the axis of evil is a real physical feature of the geometry of the universe, it should show up in the polarization data just as clearly as it does in the temperature data. If the alignment only exists in temperature, then it is almost certainly a statistical fluke or a very specific type of local interference. By 2024 and 2025, advanced analyses of the Planck polarization maps began to reach the public. The results have been described as frustratingly ambiguous. Some research teams found that the polarization data does indeed show a preferred direction that matches the temperature axis. This suggests that whatever caused the alignment was present at the very moment the light was released, long before our solar system existed. However, other groups have argued that the signal-to-noise ratio in the polarization maps is still too low to be definitive. Because the polarization of the CMB is much weaker than the temperature fluctuations, it is easier for small errors to hide the true signal. This has led to a split in the community. One side argues that the persistence of the axis across two different satellite missions and multiple types of data is a smoking gun for new physics. The other side maintains that we are still dealing with a statistical cold spot that will eventually be explained away by more precise measurements. What makes this section of the story so critical is that it eliminates the easy answers. We can no longer blame the WMAP satellite for having a faulty camera, and we can no longer say the pattern is just a simple smear of galactic dust. The Planck mission proved that the axis of evil is a robust feature of our current maps of the universe. This leaves us with a difficult choice. We must either accept that our statistical methods are failing us in a very specific way, or we must accept that the universe is not the uniform, isotropic place we have always assumed it to be. The most significant argument for the axis of evil being a fluke was always its isolation. For years, skeptics could argue that if the universe really had a preferred direction, we should see evidence of it in things other than just the light of the Big Bang. If the very fabric of space is lopsided, that bias should affect the motion of galaxies and the orientation of the massive structures within them. By 2024 and 2025, that isolation argument began to crumble as independent datasets started to show the same directional bias. The first major piece of supporting evidence comes from a phenomenon known as dark flow. By studying the kinetic Sunyaev-Zeldovich effect, which is essentially how CMB photons get kicked by the hot gas in galaxy clusters, astronomers found something baffling. Thousands of galaxy clusters separated by vast distances appear to be cruising at immense speeds toward a very specific patch of the sky. This motion is not caused by the expansion of the universe, and it is not caused by the gravity of any known mass. It is a coherent, large-scale flow that suggests something outside our observable horizon is pulling on the matter within it. Crucially, the vector of this dark flow is roughly consistent with the axis of evil found in the CMB. This suggests that the alignment isn't just a pattern in the temperature of ancient light, but a physical characteristic of how matter moves through the cosmos. If galaxies are being pulled in a specific direction, it implies that the universe is not the same in every direction. It means the assumption of isotropy, which is required for our standard model of physics to work, is fundamentally flawed. The situation became even more complex with the recent release of massive surveys of quasars. Quasars are the extremely bright centers of distant galaxies, powered by supermassive black holes. Because they are visible across billions of light years, they serve as markers for the large-scale structure of the universe. in studies conducted between 2022 and 2025, researchers found that the spin axes of these quasars are not random. Instead, they appear to be aligned with each other over distances of billions of light years. Even more startling is that these quasar alignments seem to follow the same large-scale web that matches the CMB axis. There is no standard physical mechanism that should cause a black hole in one corner of the universe to align its spin with a black hole in another corner, unless they were both influenced by a single universal grain in the geometry of space. When you take the CMB data, the dark flow data, and the quasar alignment data together, the statistical probability of all three pointing in the same direction by chance drops to almost zero. This is what scientists call a multi-messenger crisis. We are no longer looking at a single anomaly in a single satellite's map. We are looking at a consistent directional bias that shows up in the temperature of the early universe, the motion of modern galaxy clusters, and the orientation of ancient black holes. The coincidence is becoming too large to ignore. It suggests that our map of the universe is not just slightly off, but that we have fundamentally misunderstood the shape of the container we live in. If these independent measurements are all seeing the same thing, the axis of evil is not a ghost in the machine. It is the first real evidence that the universe has a preferred orientation. It suggests that the uniformity we have preached for a century might be a local illusion, and that on the larger scales, the cosmos has a structure that we are only just beginning to map. The reason the axis of evil is so deeply unsettling to the scientific community is that it does not exist in a vacuum. It is part of a growing list of contradictions that suggest our standard model of the universe, known as lambda CDM, is beginning to crack. For decades, we have relied on a specific set of equations called the Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker metric. This math is the foundation of almost everything we know about the Big Bang. But it requires two non-negotiable assumptions. The universe must be the same in every direction, and it must be the same in every location. If the axis of evil is a real physical feature, both of those assumptions are technically dead. This brings us to the most famous conflict in modern astronomy, the Hubble tension. For years, different methods of measuring the expansion rate of the universe have given different results. When we measure the expansion using the cosmic microwave background, we get one number. When we measure it using distant stars and supernovae, we get a significantly higher number. For a long time, cosmologists hoped this was just a measurement error. But as of 2026, the gap has only widened. There is a growing theory that the Hubble tension and the axis of evil are actually two symptoms of the same underlying sickness in our model. If the universe has a preferred direction or a lopsided structure, the expansion rate would not be the same everywhere. We might be living in a region of space that is expanding differently than the rest of the cosmos. If we are calculating the age and growth of the universe based on the idea that everything is uniform, but we are actually sitting in a preferred direction, our numbers will never match. The axis of evil is the directional evidence, and the Hubble tension is the speed evidence. Together, they suggest that our standard model is an oversimplification of a much more complex reality. This forces us to confront the breakdown of the Copernican principle. If we find that the universe has a structure that aligns with our own solar system, we are faced with a choice that many scientists find physically repulsive. We have to consider the possibility that our position in the universe is not average. Some theorists have proposed that we might be located near the center of a giant cosmic void. In this scenario, the axis isn't a property of the whole universe, but a result of how light travels through the empty space around us. However, accepting this means giving up the idea that the laws of physics are the same everywhere. It would mean that what we observe from Earth is a special case, rather than a universal truth. For 400 years, science has progressed by moving away from the idea that we are the center of anything. To suggest that the large-scale structure of the cosmos is tied to our specific coordinates feels like a step backward toward ancient pre-scientific geocentrism. This is why the debate over the axis is so heated. It isn't just about data points on a map. It is about whether the core philosophy of the scientific method is still valid. If the Copernican principle fails, the lambda CDM model becomes a local theory rather than a universal one. We would have to invent an entirely new form of physics that accounts for anisotropy, a universe that has a grain, a flow, or a permanent lopsidedness. We are currently in a period of crisis science, where the old rules no longer explain what we are seeing, but the new rules haven't been written yet. The axis of evil is the most visible signpost pointing toward that new, unknown physics. It tells us that the universe is not the simple, smooth sphere we wanted it to be. It is something much stranger, and it might be something that is specifically oriented toward our front door. If the axis of evil is a physical reality, then our fundamental understanding of space itself must be incomplete. The most conservative way to explain the alignment without throwing away all of modern physics is through what cosmologists call non-trivial topology. In the standard model, we usually assume the universe is infinite and flat. However, if the universe is finite but has no edge, like a three-dimensional version of a donut or a 3 torus, it would change how light behaves over massive distances. In a torus-shaped universe, if you travel far enough in one direction, you eventually end up back where you started. This wrapping effect means that light from the Big Bang would take multiple paths to reach us, essentially echoing around the shape of the universe. This geometry would naturally create a preferred direction. If the donut is narrower in one dimension than another, the largest temperature fluctuations in the CMB would align themselves along that specific axis. Recent 2025 simulations have shown that a 3 torus topology could reproduce the quadrupole and octupole alignment seen by Planck almost perfectly, all without requiring us to be in a special location. However, if the universe isn't just shaped differently, but actually functions differently, we have to look at Finsler geometry. For over a century, general relativity has relied on Riemannian geometry, which assumes that the properties of space are the same regardless of the direction you are facing. Finsler geometry is a more complex mathematical framework that allows for anisotropy to be baked into the fabric of space-time itself. In a Finslerian universe, the speed of light or the strength of gravity could vary slightly depending on your orientation. While this sounds radical, it would explain why we see a preferred direction in the CMB, the motion of galaxy clusters and the spin of quasars. It would mean that the grain we are seeing isn't an error in our maps, but a fundamental property of the vacuum. A newer and perhaps more provocative frontier is the holographic projection hypothesis, which gained significant traction in 2025. This theory suggests that our 3-dimensional universe is a projection of information stored on a 2-dimensional boundary at the edge of space. In this model, the axis of evil is not a physical line in space, but an optical artifact caused by our position relative to that boundary. It is similar to how a person standing in a room with a holographic display might see a pattern that appears to shift or align as they move. If this is true, the axis is the first tangible evidence that we are living in a holographic projection, providing a bridge between the macroscopic world of cosmology and the microscopic world of quantum information theory. Finally, we have the theory of primordial magnetism. Some researchers argue that in the first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, the universe was permeated by a massive coherent magnetic field. This field would have acted like a physical guide, directing the flow of plasma and the formation of the first structures. Because magnetic fields have a north and south pole, they naturally create an axis. This field would have left a permanent imprint on the cosmic microwave background and influenced the rotation of every galaxy that formed afterward. All of these theories share a common goal: to find a physical reason for the alignment that doesn't require a miracle. Whether it is the shape of the universe wrapping around itself, a fundamental grain in the math of gravity, or a holographic trick of perspective, these frontiers suggest that the axis of evil is not a mistake to be corrected. It is a signal from a deeper level of reality that we are only just beginning to decode. We are moving away from the smooth universe of the 20th century and toward a structured universe that is far more complex than we ever dared to imagine. The axis of evil remains one of the most uncomfortable secrets in modern astronomy. For over 2 decades, we have poked and prodded at this anomaly, hoping it would simply dissolve under the lens of better technology. We moved from the grainy maps of WMAP to the high-definition precision of the Planck satellite, and yet the alignment persisted. We looked past the temperature of the early universe and into the polarization of its light, the motion of its galaxies, and the rotation of its black holes. In almost every direction we have turned, we have found hints of the same directional bias. As of 2026, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The standard model of cosmology, which has served as our guide for a generation, is clearly missing a piece of the puzzle. We are seeing a universe that is far more structured and perhaps far more eccentric than our theories allow. If the axis is real, it signals the end of the era of the unremarkable universe. It tells us that the space we inhabit is not a generic, uniform void, but a place with a specific geometry, a specific flow, and a specific orientation. This discovery forces a shift in how we view our place in the cosmos. For centuries, we have fought to remove ourselves from the center of the narrative, moving Earth further and further into the shadows of mediocrity. But if the largest structures in existence really are aligned with our solar system, we are faced with a mystery that borders on the philosophical. It does not necessarily mean that the universe was designed for us, but it does suggest that our neighborhood is somehow fundamentally linked to the architecture of the whole. Whether that link is a result of the shape of the universe wrapping around itself, a holographic projection, or a local void in which we happen to reside, the result is the same. The Copernican principle, in its simplest form, is no longer sufficient to describe reality. New missions like the Lightbird satellite and the Simons Observatory are currently being tuned to look for the definitive smoking gun in the CMB's B-mode polarization. These instruments are designed to see through the remaining layers of galactic dust with unprecedented clarity. They will either confirm once and for all that the axis of evil is a physical property of the vacuum, or they will finally provide the evidence needed to dismiss it as the most elaborate statistical fluke in history. Until then, the axis remains a scar on our map of the universe. It is a reminder that science is never settled, and that the universe is under no obligation to be simple or even logical by our standards. We began this journey looking for a random, messy afterglow of a chaotic explosion. Instead, we found something that looks like a compass needle. Whether that needle is pointing toward a new era of physics or toward a fundamental error in our own perception is the great question of our age. We are no longer just observers of a uniform sea of stars. We are explorers of a cosmos that has a direction, a structure, and a secret written across the sky in the oldest light we can see.
What would happen if a star exploded near the Earth? Well, the nearest star to Earth, of course, is the Sun, and it is not going to explode. But if it had 8 times the mass, then it would go supernova at the end of its life. So what would that look like? Well, as noted by XKCD, if you... there's been a 50% chance that there was an ozone-removing, extinction-causing GRB in the vicinity of Earth in the last 500 million years. So if a supernova or a gamma ray burst were to go off near the Earth now, that would be pretty catastrophic. But in an ironic twist, we kind of owe our existence to these sorts of explosions, because 4.6 billion years ago, it was probably the shockwave from a nearby supernova which triggered the collapse of a cloud of gas and dust that gradually coalesced to form our solar system. So the Sun, the Earth, and all of us wouldn't be here today without the explosions of nearby stars. supernova explode was incredibly difficult. It took a combination of astrophysics, particle physics, computer science, and mathematics. And if you want to develop a better understanding of our universe, then you should check out the sponsor of this video, Brilliant. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium and you can get started for free right now. Brilliant is an interactive learning tool that uses a hands-on approach to teach you a wide range of STEM concepts. Watching a video can give you a good overview of a topic, but if you really want to have a deep understanding, you need to learn interactively and test yourself from the foundations up. Brilliant offers simulations to manipulate and quizzes to master any new subject. There are thousands of lessons to explore, ranging from the foundations of math to cosmology and quantum mechanics. And there are new exclusive lessons released every month. Brilliant is the best way to learn something new every day, and there's no better time to start. The first 200 people to sign up at brilliant.org/Veritasium get 20% off an annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for supporting Veritasium, and I want to thank you for watching. A plane plummets out of the sky. A speedrunner inexplicably jumps to a higher platform. What the? And an election recount is triggered. All because of the same invisible phenomenon that permeates the universe. On May 18, 2003, voters in Belgium went to the polls. In many regions, voting was done on a computer, something the Belgians had been experimenting with for over a decade. But the system had a backup. Each voter would insert a magnetic card into the machine and make their selection on screen. Their vote was saved both to the computer and the magnetic card, which they dropped into a box for redundancy. Late that night, as the votes were being tabulated, one of the election officials detected a problem with the results from Schaerbeek, a municipality in central Brussels. Maria Vindevogel, a little-known candidate with her own party, received more votes than was mathematically possible. They knew this because of the way the preferential voting system works. So they took out the magnetic cards and started a recount. One by one, they fed each of them through the machines again. And after several hours, the recount was complete. The vote totals for every candidate were exactly the same as before, except for Maria Vindevogel. In her case, the recounted number of votes was less than the original by 4,096. So what went wrong? How had her original tally been inflated by over 4,000 votes? Computer experts were brought in to run extensive tests on the software. They combed through the code but could find no bugs. They got the computer that had made the initial erroneous tally and tested the hardware again and again, but they could not replicate the error. Everything about the hardware seemed to be in perfect working order. And this left only one possible explanation, and it is seriously weird. The clue comes from the excess number of votes Vindevogel received, 4,096. Computers work using binary, strings of zeros and ones, each corresponding to a power of 2. So somewhere inside the computer tabulating all the votes was a string of bits representing the number of votes Maria received. It started the day all zeros, and then as each vote for her came in, it would increment by 1. Physically, this is done by turning on a transistor for 1 and turning it off for 0. What's remarkable about the number 4,096 is that it is exactly a power of 2, 2 to the power of 12. That is the 13th bit. So for Maria Vindevogel to receive an extra 4,096 votes, only one thing needed to happen. The 13th bit had to flip from a 0 to a 1. But why would that happen? Computers work precisely because bits don't flip unless we want them to. Or do they? Looking into the problem, Belgian investigators found reports of similar issues from big computer companies starting in the 1970s. In 1978, Intel reported some strange errors popping up in their 16-kilobit dynamic random access memory, or DRAM. Ones would spontaneously flip to zeros with no apparent cause. The problem turned out to be the ceramic packaging the chip was encased in. With the demand for semiconductor packaging skyrocketing in the 1970s, a new manufacturing plant was constructed on the Green River in Colorado.
Unfortunately, this site happened to be just downstream of an old uranium mill. Radioactive atoms made their way into the river and then into the ceramic packaging for Intel's microchips. Intel scientists investigating the problem found that even trace amounts of uranium and thorium in the ceramic were sufficient to cause problems. In their DRAM, memory was stored as the presence or absence of electrons in a semiconductor well. The alpha particles emitted by uranium and thorium were energetic and ionizing enough to create electron-hole pairs in the silicon. If an alpha particle struck in just the right place, it could create a large number of free charge carriers, causing electrons to accumulate in the well, flipping a 1 to a 0. This is known as a single event upset, a type of soft error. The error is soft because the device hasn't been damaged. The bit has changed, but you could erase it and rewrite it with no problems. Investigators exposed the chips to alpha emitters with different levels of activity, and just as you'd expect, they found the number of bit flips directly correlated with the number of alpha particles the chip had been exposed to. The reason this problem was identified in the 1970s was because chip components had been miniaturized to the point where a single alpha particle could produce enough charge to flip a bit. Immediately, these findings attracted a lot of attention. Before the paper was published, it was widely circulated in the industry, and as a result, chip manufacturers were a lot more careful to avoid radioactive materials when producing their microchips and packaging. Therefore, the bit flip that gave Maria Vindevogel 4,096 extra votes wasn't caused by natural radioactivity in the computer. So where did it come from? After Henri Becquerel discovered radioactivity with uranium in 1896, scientists sought a way to measure it. How radioactive were different materials? And one way to do this is with a gold leaf electrometer. When it's charged, the leaf is repelled, and you can measure the amount of charge by the angle of the leaf. Now, if ionizing radiation enters the chamber, it rips electrons off air molecules, creating positive and negative charges. Opposite charges are attracted to the leaf, discharging it over time. The higher the level of ionizing radiation, the faster the device discharges. In 1910, Theodore Wolff took his electrometer to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Since radioactivity was found in the soil and rocks of Earth, he expected that 300 meters up, the radiation would be just a few percent of the ground radiation. Instead, he found only a slight decrease. In 1911, Austrian physicist Victor Hess decided to take this experiment further. Literally, he loaded electroscopes into the basket of a hydrogen balloon. In his first 2 flights, he observed the same thing as Wolff. Up to an altitude of 1,100 meters, both trips revealed no fundamental change in radiation compared to the values observed on the ground. But the next year, he conducted 7 balloon flights up to an altitude of 5,200 meters. And here, he discovered something remarkable. While there was an initial drop in radiation for the first several hundred meters, above 1 kilometer or so, the level increased with increasing altitude. At his maximum height, the level of radiation was several times greater than it was on the ground. The radiation appeared to be coming not from the Earth, but from the sky. Hess scheduled one of his balloon flights during a solar eclipse, and as the moon passed in front of the sun, he carefully watched his instruments. But the readings were unaffected. Even with the sun half covered, the level of radiation was the same. Since no influence of the eclipse on the penetrating radiation was noted, we conclude that even if a part of the radiation should be of cosmic origin, it hardly emanates from the sun. Victor Hess had discovered cosmic rays, high-energy radiation from space. But what were these rays exactly, and where were they coming from? Well, today we know they aren't electromagnetic rays, as many suspected, but particles. Around 90% are protons, 9% are helium nuclei, and 1% are heavier nuclei. Some of them are from the sun, but they have comparatively low energy. High-energy cosmic rays moving very close to the speed of light come from exploding stars, supernovae, in our own galaxy and in others.
And the highest energy particles are thought to come from black holes, including the supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies. But it's hard to pin down exactly where cosmic rays come from because, as charged particles, they're deflected by magnetic fields in space. So they can wind their way through the universe for billions of years. A cosmic ray detected on October 15, 1991, had an energy of 51 joules. That is a single subatomic particle with the energy of a baseball going 100 kilometers per hour. For obvious reasons, it was dubbed the OMG particle. But primary cosmic rays like these don't make it down to Earth's surface. Instead, they collide with air molecules around 25 kilometers above the ground and create new particles, like pions. These collide and decay into other particles like neutrons, protons, muons, electrons, positrons, and photons, which in turn collide with other air molecules in one long cascade. So from a single primary cosmic ray comes a shower of particles streaming towards the Earth. It is one of these particles that investigators suspect struck a transistor in a computer in Belgium, flipping the 13th bit from a 0 to a 1 and giving Maria Vindevogel 4,096 extra votes. But how often do things like this happen? In 1911, Charles Wilson made it possible to see the cosmic rays all around us when he perfected his cloud chamber, an enclosure with supersaturated water or alcohol vapor. When a cosmic ray passes through the chamber, it ionizes the gas, causing vapor to condense into tiny droplets on the ions, revealing the path of the particle. Alpha particles, helium nuclei, leave short, thick tracks, while beta particles, electrons, leave long, skinny trails. In 1932, Carl Anderson identified a trail that looked like it was made by an electron, but in the applied magnetic field, it curved in the wrong direction, implying it had a positive charge. Anderson had found the anti-electron, or positron. It was the first confirmed sighting of antimatter. 4 years later, also using a cloud chamber, he discovered the muon, again in cosmic rays. For his discovery of the positron, Anderson was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1936. He shared the prize with Victor Hess, the man who discovered cosmic rays in the first place, invisible particles that affect our lives in ways most of us are oblivious to. This is possibly the rarest thing to ever happen in a video game. In 2013, user Dota Teabag was speedrunning Super Mario 64 on the console. In the level Tick-Tock Clock, he suddenly upwarps onto a higher platform.
What the?
Did you get visible?
What?
Please say you got visible.
No, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen, though.
The move shaves off a few seconds, and it seems like a newly discovered glitch in the game that could give speedrunners an edge. User PannonCook12 put out a $1,000 bounty for anyone who could replicate the upwarp. But so far, after 6 years, no one has been able to. The best explanation anyone can come up with is that a cosmic ray caused the glitch. It's been shown that a single bit flip in the first byte of Mario's height coordinate could have caused the effect. On the main level, the byte was 11000101, but if you flip the last 1 to a 0, it changes his vertical position. And just by chance, this new height coincides with the higher floor. PannonCook12 wrote a script to manually flip the bit at the right moment, and was able to achieve the same upwarp. This is a particularly visible bit flip, but the truth is, cosmic rays are triggering bit flips all the time.
An upset there, transit there can alter the function of these devices, and we call that a single-edge functional interrupt. So an entire process can hang. So a blue screen of death that you get might actually have been a neutron or whatnot.
When people see the blue screen of death, could that be caused by a cosmic ray?
Absolutely.
These days, there are a number of ways computer chips are made resilient in the face of bit flips, like error correction code or ECC memory. But you can't totally prevent bit flips from happening. In 1996, IBM estimated that for each 256 megabytes of RAM, one bit flip occurs per month. The main culprit seems to be neutrons created in the shower of particles from cosmic rays. Starting in 2009, Toyota recalled millions of vehicles due to the problem of unintended acceleration.
We were in the fast lane driving at about 70, and he said that the car was continuing to accelerate, and he couldn't bring it to a stop.
Many speculated that cosmic ray-induced bit flips in the electronic control system were the cause, so much so that NASA was called in to help with the investigation. But it turns out cosmic rays were probably not the culprit. NASA identified as the main causes sticky accelerator pedals, poorly fitted floor mats, and, most commonly, drivers pushing on the accelerator thinking it was the brake. But cosmic rays have caused crashes of supercomputers, especially at higher elevations. Los Alamos National Labs, located 2,200 meters above sea level, is constantly dealing with neutron-induced supercomputer crashes. So the software autosaves frequently, and neutron detectors have been installed throughout the facility. If you go even higher, like climbing up to cruising altitude in a plane, you can see the radiation from cosmic rays increasing on a Geiger counter.
To 0.5 microsieverts per hour at 18,000 feet, up to 1 microsievert per hour at 23,000 feet, over 2 microsieverts per hour at 33,000 feet, and over 3 microsieverts per hour at even higher altitudes and towards the poles.
At cruising altitude, this increases the chance of a single event upset by 10 to 30 times. This isn't critical if it happens in your laptop, but what if it occurs in the flight computer? On October 7, 2008, an Airbus A330 took off from Singapore to Perth. Just over 3 hours into the flight, the plane suddenly pitched down, diving 200 meters in 20 seconds. Inside the plane, everyone experienced negative 0.8 Gs of acceleration. It would have felt like the plane had flipped over.
The G-force was enough, even with our 3-point harness, to lift us both out of the seat and push us forward as well.
Minutes later, the plane dropped another 120 meters. 119 people on board were injured, many from bumping their heads into the ceiling. So the pilots decided to make an emergency landing in Learmonth. In the investigation that followed, the fault seemed to occur with the first Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, or ADIRU for short. This computer supplies critical data like airspeed, angle of attack, and altitude. The way it supplies each of these pieces of information is in a 32-bit binary word. The first 8 bits identify the type of information, and bits 11 to 29 encode the actual data. What seems to have happened is that a bit flip in the first 8 bits meant altitude information was mislabeled as angle of attack information. Inside the cockpit, alarms went on for overspeed and stall simultaneously, something that should be impossible. But the plane nosed down sharply to correct what it thought was a stall, throwing passengers and crew into the ceiling. Investigators looked into software bugs, software corruption, a hardware fail, physical environment factors, and electromagnetic interference. But each of these possibilities was found to be unlikely based on multiple sources of evidence. The other potential triggering event was a single event effect resulting from a high-energy atmospheric particle striking one of the integrated circuits within the CPU module. One of the challenges with single-event upsets is that they are soft errors. They don't leave a trace. But interestingly, the Airbus A330 was built in 1992, when there were no specific regulatory or aircraft manufacturer requirements for airborne systems to be resilient to single-event effects. With the Space Shuttle, redundancy was built in from the start. For navigation and control, there were 4 computers simultaneously running identical software. If one computer had a soft error, the other 3 would overrule it. And using this setup, they could also track the frequency of bit flips. On one 5-day mission, STS-48, there were 161 separate bit flips. Above the atmosphere, cosmic rays are so energetic, sometimes you can even see them.
Once in a while, you have your eyes closed and you're not asleep yet. And if you wait a little while, you occasionally will see a flash of light. And we think it is heavy particles or individual bursts of energy coming from radiation that are either going through the eyeball itself or going through the optic nerve. And the way that your body registers radiation going through it is amazingly enough by showing you a little flash in one of your
just to remind you that you are subject to the radiation of not only our sun, but every star in the universe that is radiating at you. I picture back to the first astronauts who must have closed their eyes and seen that radiation and going, I'm not going to tell anybody about this because no one's told me about it. I'm not. And I can just imagine the first two guys that said, hey, sometimes I see flashes of light. Do you see flashes of light? And then it's, oh, we all see flashes of light. Oh, okay, well, that's all right then.
For missions to other planets, protecting electronics is critical.
If a single bit of information controls a critical function on your spacecraft, let's say your thrusters, and that goes from a 1 to a 0, from a on to off, or vice versa, you could lose the mission.
That's why the computer on the Perseverance rover that just landed on Mars is 20 years old. It's a PowerPC launched in 2001 with only 256 megabytes of RAM and 2 gigabytes of flash storage. But it is radiation hardened, meaning the design, materials, circuits, and software are built to withstand 40 times the radiation of an ordinary computer. It's been used on over a dozen space missions going back to 2005.
In fact, when we first started doing the PowerPC testing years ago, the way we did it, we just simply stuck an operating system processor in a beamline where we generate these particles on the planet and look for blue screens of death. You can kind of figure out what's going wrong and try to undo that so you don't get to the blue screen of death, because a spacecraft that gets into that mode is basically unrecoverable.
As the Voyager 1 spacecraft departed the solar system, one of the ways we could tell was by an increase in the flux of cosmic rays it experienced. Although on Earth the particles streaming from the sun and the solar wind are a source of radiation, further out, these same particles maintain a protective bubble, the heliosphere. It helps deflect and slow cosmic rays from interstellar space, protecting the solar system from ionizing radiation. But the sun has an 11-year activity cycle, so this protection fluctuates. The flux of cosmic rays on Earth is much lower when the sun is active than when it's dormant. In the history of our planet, cosmic rays may have played an even larger role, flipping bits not in electronics, but in the genetic codes of living organisms, providing some of the variation on which natural selection acts. Maria Vindevogel is now a member of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, elected by people, not a particle. But her story is a reminder of the zillions of particles winding their way through the universe for millions or billions of years, one of which might, at any moment, change your life by passing through a tiny transistor and Discovering the origin of cosmic rays, or where 4096 extra votes came from, or how to protect the Mars rover from radiation requires problem solving, which is a perishable skill. And the best way to keep your problem solving skills sharp is to solve a diverse range of problems, which you can do with the sponsor of this video, Brilliant. Brilliant is a website and app that teaches you STEM concepts in an interactive way. They have courses on topics from applied computer science to special relativity. Two courses I would recommend if you enjoyed this video are computer memory and algorithm fundamentals. Brilliant really upped their interactivity recently, so instead of reading about algorithms, you're taught how to write algorithms yourself. Brilliant engages you in active learning. Instead of telling you the right answer, they allow you to figure it out for yourself, with plenty of helpful hints and guidance along the way. And for viewers of this channel, Brilliant is offering 20% off an annual subscription to the first 200 people to sign up. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. I'll put that link down in the description. So I want to thank Brilliant for supporting Veritasium, and I want to thank you for watching. This is a microchip. When you zoom in, you find a nanoscopic computing city. Skyscrapers hundreds of layers tall, with hundreds of kilometers of wires connecting everything. And at the very bottom is this: transistors. Billions of them. They are the ones and zeros of our computer. The chip works by whizzing electrons from transistor to transistor. And the smaller you can make those transistors, the less the signals have to travel, so the faster they can compute.
Plus, you can fit more transistors into the same area, resulting in a much more powerful chip. So for over 50 years, transistors got smaller and smaller, and the number you could fit on a chip doubled every 2 years. This became known as Moore's Law, named for Intel's co-founder Gordon Moore after he noticed the pattern back in 1965, and it's been one of the main drivers of the tech industry. But around 2015, progress came to a screeching halt. And we might have never gotten past it if it wasn't for a single company that makes these machines, the machines that saved Moore's Law.
Holy! This is a video about the most complicated commercial product humanity's ever built. That's insane! It costs a whopping $400 million, and it is so bizarre that I want to introduce it to you with a thought experiment. Imagine you are shrunk down to the size of an ant. And you're given a laser that's strong enough to melt through metal like butter. Next, a tiny droplet of molten tin, roughly the size of a white blood cell, is shot out in front of you around 250 kilometers per hour. And your task is to hit this not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row in 20 microseconds with your little laser. Well, that is exactly what this machine does. It hits one tiny tin droplet 3 times in a row, heating each one up to over 220,000 Kelvin. That's roughly 40 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And it doesn't just hit one droplet. It hits 50,000 droplets every single second.
How often do you miss a laser shot?
We don't miss them.
What? You do 150,000 laser shots a second, and you don't miss one.
Exactly. The same machine also contains mirrors that might just be the smoothest objects in the universe. If you scale one up to the size of the Earth, then the largest bump would be no bigger than a playing card. On top of that, it is able to overlay one layer of a chip perfectly on top of another and never be off by more than 5 atoms. And this is all happening while parts of the machine whip around at accelerations of over 20 Gs. For 30 years, almost everyone thought that actually building this machine was impossible. And yet, it exists. There is only one company in the world that can make it. So what is this company? And what is this impossible machine they've built?
This video is sponsored by Brilliant. More about them at the end of the show. Now, just as a quick aside, the makers of this machine didn't actually sponsor this video. We just thought that the science and engineering here were so cool that we had to make a video about it. So let's jump straight in.
To make a microchip, you start by taking silicon dioxide, usually from sand, and purifying it into ultra-pure, nearly 100% silicon chunks, which is then melted down in a special furnace. Next, you lower a small seed crystal into the vat. Silicon atoms attach to the crystal, extending its structure. Then you slowly raise the seed crystal while rotating it, and this results in a large single crystal silicon ingot.
This is where the seed crystal would be, and then you pull it out. Can I touch it? Yeah, you can.
It seems like you would not be able to hold this from here.
Yes.
It even feels fragile if you. Yeah, I'm scared to break it.
Yes.
He's using more force.
The ingot is then cut into wafers with diamond wire saws, up to 5,000 of them, after which each wafer is carefully polished. Next, it's coated with a light-sensitive material called photoresist. There are different kinds, but in a positive photoresist, the areas exposed to light become weaker and more soluble. So if you shine light through a patterned mask, you can selectively weaken parts of that coating. Then you rinse the wafer with a basic solution to wash away the exposed photoresist, leaving the design imprinted. So now you can actually turn this pattern into physical structures. This is often done by etching into the uncovered silicon by using either chemicals or plasma. And then you deposit a metal like copper to fill in those etched lines. As a last step, you wash away the remaining photoresist, and now you've made a single layer of the chip. We've simplified this cycle down to the main steps: coat, expose, etch, and deposit. It repeats for every single chip layer, and depending on the chip, there could be anywhere from 10 to 100 layers. The bottom layer is the transistors. This is the most complicated layer, requiring hundreds of steps that all need to be perfect. The higher layers are a little easier. These are the metal wires that carry signals and power. By the end, the completed wafer can have hundreds of chips, which are then cut into separate pieces, packaged, and put into products. But by far the hardest and most crucial step in the process is where you shine light through the mask and onto the wafer. This is photolithography.
And that's because this step determines how small you can make the features.
At first, it seems simple. Light passes through the openings, and it gets blocked by all the rest. But as we try to print smaller and smaller features, the gaps in the mask start to approach the wavelength of the light. And that causes problems.
And we can actually show it because I happen to have a, this is a mask, this is a reticle.
A reticle, or a mask, carries the design of one chip layer. This reticle is filled with microscopic lines and gaps around 670 nanometers across.
And if I take like a laser pointer, so this is a red laser, if I shine it through, then you see this here.
The laser has a wavelength of around 650 nanometers. When light hits the reticle, its wavefronts bend as they pass through each gap. So each gap sends out waves that spread out and overlap. Now, let's just look at the light from these two gaps. When the peaks of one wave line up with the troughs of the other, we say that the two waves are out of phase, and they cancel each other out, so you get dark spots. And when the peaks line up with the peaks, the two waves are in phase. They add up, and you get bright spots.
You get interference, right, and you get a diffraction pattern.
Now, diffraction is inevitable. So instead of fighting it, designers actually use it to get the patterns they want. They kind of work backwards from the eventual pattern they want on the wafer, and they design the slits so that diffraction will occur in such a way that it creates the pattern that they want.
You see three dots. The middle dot, that's the original one, that's the zero order. And then on the left and the right, you can see the first and the minus first. Now, in order for us to have this image resolved on the wafer, you need to capture the zero and the first and the minus first order.
The smaller you make the features, the larger this angle alpha between the zero and first orders becomes. So the larger your lens needs to be to capture the light. The size of the lens is described by the numerical aperture, or NA for short, which is just a sign of this angle. So the larger that is, the smaller the features you can print. But there is a hard limit to how large your lens system can be. When this angle is 90 degrees and your numerical aperture is 1, well, your lens would have to be infinite. Fortunately, there is one other thing we can change.
This is a red laser. Yeah. And a red laser has a wavelength of 650 nanometers, I would say. And if I take the green laser, and this one has a wavelength of 532, then you can see that the green dots are closer spaced than the red dots.
That's because the light from the two different gaps doesn't have to travel as far to match up in phase again. So the orders end up closer together. So with a smaller wavelength, you can print smaller patterns using the same lens. All of this is captured by the Rayleigh equation, which determines the smallest feature size, or critical dimension.
But since there's a limit to how much you can increase the numerical aperture, one, over time the only way to keep making smaller and smaller features is by using shorter and shorter wavelengths. So this is exactly what happened up until the late 1990s, when the industry settled on 193 nanometer deep UV light. This was the light that was used to make all of the most advanced chips right until around 2015. But by that point, scientists had reached the limit to how small they could make features, and Moore's law was about to run into a brick wall. So a radical change was needed, a change that had been brewing for around 30 years. All the way back in the 1980s, Japanese scientist Hiro Kinoshita came up with a crazy idea. Why not use much shorter wavelengths, like X-rays of around 10 nanometers? In theory, that should allow you to print much smaller features. But you quickly run into a problem. X-rays at these wavelengths have enough energy to eject electrons from their atoms, so most materials absorb them. But unlike medical X-rays, which have wavelengths shorter than 1 nanometer, these are still long enough to interact with air, so air absorbs them too. That meant that Kinoshita's setup had to be in a vacuum. But even worse, he couldn't use lenses to focus the light, because the lenses would absorb it too. So it seemed like this idea would never work.
But around 1983, Kinoshita stumbled on a paper by Jim Underwood and Troy Barbee. Their work focused on special mirrors that could reflect X-rays with a wavelength of 4.48 nanometers. So Kinoshita was intrigued. Curved mirrors can focus light just like lenses do. If he could figure out how to make these special mirrors for the wavelength he was using, then this could be another way to do photolithography. The mirrors work something like this. When light crosses from one medium to another, say from air to glass, it bends or refracts. Some of it goes through and part reflects back. How much gets reflected depends on things like the angle, the light's polarization, and most importantly for us, the difference between the refractive indices of the two media. The larger that difference, the more light is reflected. And Underwood and Barbie used that principle. They made a super thin layer of tungsten, less than 1 nanometer thick, thin enough that X-rays could pass through without immediately being absorbed. When X-rays hit the layer at a specific angle, the tungsten reflected less than 1%. Then they carefully tuned the layer thickness so that the path length of the transmitted X-rays was only 1/4 of its wavelength. Then they added another layer, this time out of carbon. It has a higher refractive index than tungsten for wavelengths of 4.48 nanometers. The X-rays hit the boundary and a little bit more reflects. But this time, the phase is inverted, or it's changed by half a wavelength. This happens when any light moves from a lower refractive index to a higher one. Now, by the time this new reflected wave reaches the tungsten boundary, it has traveled another 1/4 of its wavelength, for a half wavelength in total, so the two phases line up and the waves interfere constructively. Underwood and Barbie kept doing this trick for a total of 76 alternating layers, so that in total they could reflect back much more of the X-rays. Now, they only managed to reflect around 6% of the light, but it was a proof of principle that you could reflect X-rays.
So Kinoshita saw the possibilities. He got to work, and after around 2 years, his team designed and built 3 tungsten carbon curved multilayer mirrors to reflect 11 nanometer light. And with it, he managed to print lines 4 microns, or 4,000 nanometers thick, proving that, at least in theory, X-ray lithography was possible. A year later, in 1986, he went to present his findings to the Japanese Society of Applied Physics. Proud and excited, he explained his setup and showed his image. But to his horror, the audience refused to believe it.
Unfortunately, the audience was highly skeptical of my talk.
Kinoshita was devastated. He later said, people seemed unwilling to believe that we had actually made an image by bending X-rays, and they tended to regard the whole thing as a big fish story.
Nobody believed that this was a viable way forward, and unfortunately, the reaction was at least somewhat justified. First, this light isn't naturally produced by anything on Earth. The closest natural source is the sun.
We had to basically build an artificial sun here on Earth.
Most scientists, including Kinoshita, produced X-ray light using a particle accelerator, or a synchrotron.
It gives an enormous amount of power. It's as big as a soccer field. You can fuel a whole fab. The problem is if the light goes out, the whole fab goes out.
So each machine needed its own power source. But even if you could produce the light, you'd need to make incredibly smooth mirrors to actually focus and print those tiny features. You would need the smoothest objects in the universe.
Okay, so I got a football, and I've got a bouncy ball, and a cobblestone street. Now, what do you think is going to happen when I drop them? The football basically bounces straight up, but for the bouncy ball, it just shoots up to the side, and that's because the surface is relatively flat for the football, which is much larger, but it's super rough for the bouncy ball. And a similar thing happens with mirrors. If the surface is super rough compared to the size of the wavelength, then the light scatters randomly. Now, it might look smooth, but if you zoom into a mirror, you find something that looks like this. You find all these crazy bumps, and now to measure the roughness, what you do is you take the average of these bumps, and that will give you your mean line. Now, for a normal household mirror, the average height is about 4,000 kilometers. But for Kinoshita's mirrors, which not only needed to reflect X-ray light, which has a 100 times shorter wavelength, but also needed to minimize scattering, so that all the photons make it onto the wafer, it needed to be way more smooth. It needed to be atomically smooth. In fact, the average bump could only be about 2.3 silicon atoms thick.
If one mirror would be the size of Germany, the biggest bump would be about 1 millimeter high.
But Kinoshita refused to give up.
However, my belief did not change.
And soon, help would come from an unlikely place.
Across the Pacific, around 70 kilometers east of San Francisco, is the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, a lab that was born out of the Cold War, heavily funded by the US government and built for one purpose and one purpose only: nuclear weapons.
The lab was founded by the inventor of the cyclotron, Ernest Lawrence, and the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller. And over its lifetime, they designed over 10 fusion-type nuclear warheads. So part of their research focused on what happens inside nuclear fusion reactions.
Fusion reactions release a lot of X-ray light that they have never been able to capture and analyze. But now, using those special multi-layer mirrors, there was a chance.
One of the scientists tasked with making this work was Andrew Havrillak, and within a few years, he and his team used multi-layer mirrors to reflect some X-ray light. But then, in 1987, Andy got a visit from a professor from Cornell.
He was very impressed with the technologies that we developed, and he looked at me at the end of the day and said, "This is all very interesting and very neat and stuff, but his words, and I'll remember it to the day I die, was, 'Can you do anything useful with this stuff?'" This was the day before a Christmas shutdown in 1987, and I was so inflamed by that comment that I went home, and for the next 10 days I wrote up a multi-page white paper.
He applied these mirrors to lithography to print chips using X-rays. Around 5 months later, Andy presented his findings at a conference. But like Kinoshita, it was not the response he was hoping for.
It was extremely negative. That was the low point of my career. I was literally laughed off the stage, and I kid you not. Every person who I looked up to in the field, they were listening to my talk, and they came up to the microphone and told me basically why it wouldn't work, how stupid an idea it was. Later that week I flew back, and the following Monday my boss asked me how did it go, and I looked at him and I said, "I will never speak of it again."
But then, 3 days later, he gets a phone call from someone named Bill Brinkman from Bell Labs.
So I walked over to my boss and I said, "Just got this phone call from a guy named Bill Brinkman. You know who he is?" And my boss's eyes popped open and said, "Yeah, he's the executive vice president of AT&T." And I said, "Well, he just called me and asked me to fly out to New Jersey and give a talk." The response from my boss said it all. He basically said, "Well, you gotta go."
At Bell Labs, Andy found fellow believers, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Over the past 30 years, the US government had invested billions of dollars into national labs to maintain the country's technological edge during the Cold War. But by the late 1980s, the Cold War was slowing down, and all these labs were sitting on research that had commercial potential. So the government encouraged the labs to partner with US companies to turn that research into products and to stimulate the economy. And the government would then supply seed money. And so Bell Labs partnered with Andy's labs and 2 others to keep developing X-ray lithography. And by 1993, the first international conference for X-ray lithography was held in Japan, near Mount Fuji. In the opening address, Kinoshita said that as long as we do not lose the desire that has sprung from within us, technology will steadily advance from the micro to the nano to the pico. They even gave the technology a new name, extreme ultraviolet lithography, or just EUV.
But then, in 1996, the US government cut funding for the project. This spelled disaster for the big chip companies like Intel. The industry estimated that the 193nm lithography tools would fall behind Moore's Law by 2005. But there were no other alternatives.
So Intel, Motorola, AMD, and other companies got together and invested $250 million to keep it going, making it the largest investment ever by private industry in a Department of Energy research project. By the year 2000, the labs had produced this, the engineering test stand. It was the first fully functioning EUV prototype. It produced 9.8 watts of 13.4nm EUV light, which was then reflected by 8 mirrors from the source to the mask to the wafer. It could print 70nm features, and it proved that EUV could work.
It was a milestone to get the engineering test stand to work. It demonstrated to people like Intel that, good engineering will get us there.
And then it seems like you've got the prototype. Shouldn't be too hard to then commercialize it.
That's what they thought.
But the prototype had a major flaw. It could only print about 10 wafers per hour. And to make EUV economically viable, it would have to print hundreds of wafers per hour, 24/7, 365 days a year. The main reason output was so slow was because the light reflected off of 8 mirrors and the reticle, which is also a mirror, just with the design imprinted. Traditional masks that allow light to pass through don't work because, well, they absorb all the light. Each mirror had a reflectivity of around 70%, which is close to the max, but after 9 bounces, you're only left with 4% of the light, which means that out of every 100 photons, only 4 make it to the wafer.
So you might think, just use way fewer mirrors, but that only works up to a point. When you focus light with any optical system, you always get some distortion.
For example, rays that pass through the outer edges of most lenses focus light slightly different from those near the center. This is called spherical aberration. And normal cameras correct for this and other aberrations by using multiple lenses. And a mirror system is no different.
You need to have a certain amount of mirrors before you can say I have my aberrations under control. In reality, the systems of today have 6 mirrors.
That helps a little, but after reflecting off 6 mirrors and the reticle, you're still only left with around 8% of your light. So they needed to drastically increase the source power to at least 100 watts. Now, to most companies, that 10-fold increase seemed impossible. Even people who worked on the engineering test set noted that while EUV technology itself is a done deal, there were 6 zillion engineering challenges to make it a fab line reality. And so, one by one, American companies walked away from developing a full EUV lithography machine. That left just one company, ASML. ASML, which used to stand for Advanced Semiconductor Materials Lithography, is located in a small, nondescript town in the Netherlands. It spun out from Philips back in the 80s with little more than a shed and a barely working wafer stepper to its name. But Philips also gave them people, Jos Benschop, ASML's first researcher, and Martin van den Brink, who would eventually become ASML's CTO and EUV's greatest champion.
And he's really like the Steve Jobs of lithography. And he saw EUV coming.
ASML had joined the US EUV consortium earlier, and now it became their task to find a way to commercialize EUV. They would work together with their German partner Zeiss, where Zeiss would take care of the mirrors, and ASML would focus on the light source. One of the first decisions when making any lithography system is deciding which wavelength to use.
In the early days, anything between 5 and 14 nanometers was explored. The thing is, you need to find a source, and you need to find optics that reflect the wavelengths. So you have to look for the combination.
Underwood and Barbie had already made mirrors that could reflect light of around 4 nanometers. And since that wavelength is so small, it seems like the obvious choice. But the maximum reflectivity for those mirrors was only around 20%. So after hitting 6 mirrors and the reticle, you're just left with 0.00128% of the light, which is way too low. Fortunately, further researchers also looked at 2 other mirrors. Silicon and molybdenum, which had a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 70% for wavelengths around 30 nanometers, and molybdenum and beryllium, with a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 80% for wavelengths around 11 nanometers. So the choice seemed obvious, right? I mean, pick the shorter wavelength and the higher reflectivity. But it turns out that beryllium is extremely toxic and it's also difficult to handle. So scientists focused on silicon and molybdenum instead. To make the mirrors, Zeiss used a process called sputtering. A target of coating material is bombarded with either plasma or ions, causing atoms to be ejected, fly off, and stick to the mirror. This is a messy process, so the layers end up having bumps and gaps.
There was a nice trick that actually the team in the Netherlands perfected. With ion beam, you just shake it a little bit until the atoms fall in the hole where it needs to be, and then it's all flat.
With the mirror design locked in, ASML needed a source for that specific wavelength.
So it was 13.x. The next good question is, what's the x? Now you look for the source. So there are basically 3 ways to generate EUV, to build a sun on Earth.
The first method, which early researchers used, was the synchrotron, but it was quickly rolled out because each machine needed its own source. The other 2 methods are based on the same principle. When an electron recombines with an ion, the ion drops to a lower energy level, and it releases that excess energy as a photon. And if you choose the ion just right, then that photon will have exactly the wavelength you need.
Now, there are two ways you can create those ions. The first is you take a metal, heat it up until you get a metal vapor, and then you apply a strong electric field across it. This causes free electrons to knock into nearby atoms and ionize them. If you then turn off the electric field, the electrons recombine with the ions and produce light. This is discharge-produced plasma.
That's the concept we used first, because of its relative simplicity. And we quickly got it to a few watts. We wanted to get 100 watts, and we struggled forever.
So you couldn't scale it?
We could not scale it.
They needed a drastic change. So they switched to the second method. This method uses a high-powered laser to hit a target material, creating a plasma that's more than 220,000 degrees Celsius hot. The electrons have so much energy that the nucleus can't hold on to them anymore, and up to 14 electrons escape their orbits. After the laser shuts off, the electrons and ions recombine to produce light. This is laser-produced plasma, and it was the only method that seemed scalable. In fact, this was the same method that the engineering test center used. A 1700-watt laser fired into a stream of xenon gas to produce 13.4 nanometer light. But xenon had a big problem. The conversion efficiency, that is, the ratio of usable light to the amount of power you put in, was terrible. It was only around 0.5%. That's because while xenon does emit light in the 13 to 14 nanometer range, there's much more light released around 11 nanometers, so most of the energy went into making light that the mirrors couldn't reflect. Plus, the laser didn't ionize all the atoms, so leftover neutral xenon atoms would strongly reabsorb some of that 13.4 nanometer light. So ASML started looking at another material, tin. Now, tin has a much higher emission peak, around 13.5 nanometers, which results in a 5 to 10 times higher conversion efficiency than xenon. But just like xenon, neutral tin atoms also absorb EUV light. So they came up with a crazy idea to shoot one tiny tin droplet at a time. But to get the required power, you would have to make and hit thousands of droplets every second, all of which have to be the exact same shape and size. But it turns out that you can't instantly make thousands of tin droplets that are the exact same. So they found a workaround. To make the droplets, extremely pure tin is melted and pushed through a microscopic nozzle by high-pressure nitrogen. This nozzle vibrates at a high frequency, breaking the stream into tiny droplets. These droplets are irregular in size, shape, velocity, and distance, and the whole process is chaotic.
That's like our magic sauce. Is how do you modulate that tin jet so it forms the droplets we want into their shape?
I think we found some paper that described this process, and it was sort of eye-opening to me that it seems like all the droplets actually come out irregular out of the nozzle, but then before they reach the side where they get hit by the laser, like the little irregular droplets come together to form these perfectly spaced, perfectly regular droplets that are about the same size and shape, and all traveling at the same velocity. That feels like magic to me, Jason.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's how do you take a long stream of a tin jet that wants to break up into all these irregular droplets and like force onto it that it's going to collapse into a single droplet and then happen again and again and again.
You also don't have that many variables to play with. So you've got the pressure with which you push out the tin, and then the frequency of the nozzle. Yeah, it seems like a hard problem to solve.
There's not a whole lot of variables to play with, and so mastering that modulation of the jet is how we make the droplets.
But these droplets not only have to be identical, they have to be moving incredibly fast.
What will happen is if the next droplet that's coming down the line is too close, then it'll actually get like disturbed and mess up the next plasma of it. So we have a requirement, which is both that we make 50,000 droplets per second, but also that they're traveling extremely fast.
By 2011, their laser-produced plasma source reached 11 watts, which was more than double what they managed with their previous source. But they were still limited to just 5 wafers per hour. So they needed to increase the power, and fast, because they promised they'd hit 60 wafers per hour by the end of 2011. Unfortunately, this new method had a major flaw.
Now the problem with the tin is you hit a droplet, you generate EUV with a very decent conversion efficiency. Where does the tin go? Because like, 30 centimeters away, you have this atomically flat very beautiful, very expensive mirror from our friends at Zeiss. And in the old days, we would coat the thing within, like this.
These machines need to run for a year. You're putting liters of tin through this plasma event, and a single nanometer of tin, if it was to land in that collector mirror, you'd have to take the collector out of commission. We need to keep it almost perfectly clean for a year.
Yeah, how do you even approach that?
So our main tool here is the hydrogen gas machine.
They fill the chamber with low pressure hydrogen. This slows and cools the tin particles down. And even if some tin makes it to the collector, the hydrogen pulls it off to form a gas called stenane. This way, the machine cleans the collectors while it's running. But that hydrogen gas also gets hot from all those tin explosions. So they need to keep flushing new, cooler hydrogen into the system while flushing out the stenane and hotter gas. But they have to get the pressure and the flow rate just right. I mean, too little hydrogen and the mirrors would get too dirty, but too much hydrogen would not only absorb too much EUV light, but it would also cause the system to overheat.
But the question is, how much heat is there? How much energy is being deposited into the gas? And we're stumped for quite some time. If you look at an EUV light source, what you'll see is that it's kind of like a glow of like purplish red light. And you kind of ask yourself, like, why is that happening? So we bought an ultra-fast camera. What we realized is that after every plasma event, there's a shock wave that goes propagating out into the hydrogen gas. And it's extremely repeatable, and you think to yourself, there must be like an explanation for this. And there's this formula, the Taylor-Van Neumann-Sedel formula, that explains point source explosions in an environment, and like say a nuclear blast out to like supernova. So I took this formula, it like exactly describes the data. It's just fantastic that we're seeing these like tiny little supernovas happen in our vessel 50,000 times a second.
And is that a fair way to think about this? Like creating mini supernova?
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar. It's almost like very similar to like a Type 1A supernova, it turns out, where you kind of have an object that just fully evaporates and explodes apart. And when all that energy goes into the hydrogen gas, it produces a shock wave, a blast wave that comes flying out, which is basically the same thing if you look up in the night sky. There are these like remnant supernovas that you can see coming from space.
Using those energy calculations, they discovered they needed to flush the hydrogen at incredibly high speeds, around 360 kilometers per hour. That's more than a Category 5 hurricane, even if, those speeds are low density. But 2012 came and went, and they still didn't have enough power. In fact, by 2013, ASML just reached 50 watts by shooting 50,000 tin droplets per second.
But this increased power came at a price, because more power means more heat that ends up slightly shifting the mirrors, resulting in misaligned light and misaligned chip layers. So Zeiss built a nervous system directly into the optics, robot-guided sensors that constantly measure the exact position and angle of each mirror, down to the nanometer and the picoradian, which is absolutely insane.
So how accurate do we need to control this mirror? Now, one of the things you can do a thought experiment, and I can place a little laser on the side of this mirror, then we go all the way to the moon, and we put a dime here. So then this light travels all the way here, and then with the accuracy I can control this mirror. I can decide whether I point to this side of the dime or whether I point to this side of the dime.
That's crazy.
So you can see that the pointing accuracy is, that's also in picoradians, that is something very extreme.
This allowed them to control the light even when the power increased.
While Zeiss was doing a stellar job with the optics, ASML was still struggling with the power source. The problem was that the tin droplets were too dense, meaning that most of the emitted EUV light was still getting reabsorbed by the neutral atoms before it could ever reach the collector mirror.
The way we blasted the droplet was so not enough light, too much debris.
To make matters worse, they could see that about 10 years from now, they would need a new generation of machine, a high-NA EUV machine. Essentially one with a larger optic system that could print smaller features. So what did they do? They decided to double down and invest in the next generation before they even got the current one to work.
The most doubtful period was in the beginning. So I started to work on this in 2012. By that time,
EUV was not working. And there was this crazy idiot working on the next generation where we could not even make the EUV line in the first place.
Not only are you all in on EUV, you're doubling down even before you know if EUV is going to work.
Yes.
But to keep funding the development, they needed money, and lots of it. So they turned to the very people who needed this technology.
ASML reached out to its main customers. Okay, you want this technology for the next generation of chips? Well, you need to make us able to invest more by investing in us.
Intel invested around $4.1 billion, and Samsung and TSMC invested another $1.3 billion combined. So they can keep the research going, but with no product to show, customers were running out of patience.
We were crucified at every conference that the promises we made last year we were unable to live up to. And they said, this is what we showed 2 years ago, this is what we showed last year, this is what we're telling me this year, so why would I believe you?
They were getting desperate.
But this was, I think, about 2012 or 13. We were struggling to get the EUV power up. And Kinoshita visited us, I took him to dinner in a small town nearby, and across from the restaurant was a Maria chapel. And now, you know, science, we have come to the limits of science. Hey, let's go for divine intervention. So we went to the chapel, so Kinoshita, just to be safe, lit 3 candles for the 3 suppliers that were pursuing EUV technology at the time. And lo and behold, and I have the data to prove it, there is a very strong correlation between us lighting the candle and power going up. It's not a causal effect, but there is a strong correlation.
The big idea was instead of hitting the droplet once, hit it twice.
One shot to hit the droplet and it expands in like a pancake shape. And then, only then have the second shot, the more powerful main pulse, where you evaporate the pancake and turn it into a plasma. This was a major breakthrough.
By changing the target from a droplet to a pancake, you got a larger surface area for the laser to vaporize, but without the cost of adding more debris or neutral atoms, because now the tin is vaporized all at once. By 2014, they finally managed to hit that coveted 100 watts mark. But improvements in multi-patterning with 193 nanometers now meant that EUV would only be useful if the source reached at least 200 watts and made 125 wafers per hour.
The source went from 100 to 200, but as the industry moved on, nobody waits for you. You know, they find other solutions. We had to catch up, so it was a moving goalpost.
One of the problems was how do you perfectly time the laser so you hit each of these droplets?
So the analogy is a bit like a golf ball that you need to land in the hole 200 meters away. Not like laying in the green, not bouncing and getting the hole, but like laying in the hole every time. That's the level of precision that we need to deliver the droplets. Those droplets are traveling through this like maelstrom of hydrogen flow. The speeds are tremendously high, like shoot golf balls through a tornado. And then right when it lands at the hole, that's when it needs to get hit by the laser. So in order to basically track the droplets, for that we use laser curtains. And we can sort of look at when does the droplet pass through a laser curtain. Those scattered photons tell us basically when and where is the droplet, and then importantly tells us when to fire the laser. So we actually have to take into account how long will it take for the light pulse to hit the droplet after we send the pulse.
Now, by 2015, they were getting closer and closer to that coveted 200 watt mark, when all of a sudden, the ASML board members got summoned.
This was one of these decisive moments where our customers were really thin on patience. Martin and other board members were summoned to Korea to show 200 watt. And they were really fed up with it. You know, you either show it now or you go away. And when they entered the plane, the experiment was still running. When they exited the plane, they had the first results demonstrating 200 watt. This is how close we came.
With the source power up, there was one final problem that had to be solved before they could begin manufacturing their machine. See, while the hydrogen gas did protect the collector mirror from debris, it wasn't perfect. All the intense high-energy photons and hydrogen ions zipping around deteriorated a very special top coating on the collector. So they still had to clean the mirrors every 10 hours, which, you know, is terrible for productivity. Martin van der Brink asked for updates every day on their progress. But then one of the engineers noticed that every time they opened up the machine, the mirrors suddenly seemed cleaner.
That he kind of chimed in and said, oh, wait a second. Whenever we open up the machine, oxygen comes in and our problem is solved. Couldn't we think of a way to add just a little oxygen to our system and make sure that the collector stays clean longer? And so they started experimenting with the amount of oxygen that was needed in a vacuum. And then finally got to this point, okay, if we add so much oxygen, we'll keep the collector clean for longer.
With this fix, ASML's machine could run continuously for much longer, and it finally became commercially viable. By 2016, orders started pouring in, and now all of the most advanced chips need ASML's machine, making them perhaps the most important tech company in the world. ASML's first commercial machines had a numerical aperture of 0.33 and could print 13 nanometer lines. These are called the low-NA machines, and ASML still makes them. But the machine that Jan's team started working on back in 2012 was the next generation, which had a larger optic system so they could print even smaller features. This is the high-NA machine with a numerical aperture of 0.55, and we get to see their latest version up close. How much is this machine?
We always say north of 350 million euros.
And you can actually buy it, right?
You can if you want.
Yeah. If I had the money, I could buy it.
Yes, you could.
How many people have seen this before?
We really limit the amount of people that get to go inside the clean room.
ASML's machines are built in a super strict clean room. In any cubic meter, there can be no more than 10 particles, only 0.1 microns large, and nothing bigger than that. A speck of pollen is around 20 microns, and extremely fine sand is around 10 microns. To put all of this in perspective, hospital operating rooms, which have to be extremely clean, only allow a maximum of 10,000 particles per cubic meter that are 0.1 microns wide.
It's so unfair how much better are this stuff. It is light suit. I feel like it was her.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the air showers. So you're gonna have to do it as I do.
Okay. So this is washing down all the particles.
Yes, yeah, so this is like super clean air blowing and cleaning.
This place is huge.
It's huge.
It's insane. I've been in a clean room a couple times before, but it's nothing compared to this. Are there any secret areas here where almost no one has access to?
I can't tell you.
Great answer.
Okay, so this is the total system.
That's crazy. Look how big it is. This is the most advanced machine humanity's ever built. It's taken many, many years, decades of development, many billions of dollars, all to get this humongous beauty. So this is the first high-NA machine.
Yes. So if you saw pictures on the internet or whatever, that's this machine. So the very first lines ever printed at 8 nanometers and stuff, that was this machine.
The smoothest object on Earth.
Yeah, it's all in here.
Wait, so let me see if I can figure this out. This is the light source. That's where they make the extreme ultraviolet, yes? And then the laser must come in from,
Let's take a look at the laser.
In fact, we get to see just how the laser and light source work. I think we're entering the laser system here. Mark's just making sure I think that we can actually film here. That we're not catching anything we're not supposed to. Oh wow, this looks dangerous. Now, the laser system is covered by all of these brown cabinets, but here is a model version. A carbon dioxide laser of just a few watts enters this amplifier, where it bounces around until it's roughly 5 times its original power. It then goes through a total of 4 different amplifiers to bring the final laser up to 20,000 watts, which is 4 times stronger than lasers that cut through steel.
Over here we have the amplifiers. They generate this powerful laser beam, and then it basically comes out, and this is part of the beam transport system, where it's brought to the machine. So this pipe here has a big laser beam.
And this has a mirror?
Yes.
Then the pulses travel to the light source module. It kind of looks like a transformer or like a, I don't know, like a spaceship. There's so many wires going everywhere.
Don't touch this.
Holy crap!
This is pretty big, huh?
This is insane!
And this is just a light source.
This is just a light source. Are you getting this comparison shot? And so you need all of this
just to make EUV light.
Just to make the light.
Yeah,
that's incredible. Can we do a little walk around?
We can do a little walk.
Let's go.
So basically this is the heart of the source.
Can I stand on here?
If you're below 137, you
Yeah. And so the tin droplets are coming in from the left.
Yeah.
Then we're shooting the laser from here.
Yeah.
Okay, it explodes.
And then the light
goes out there. One improvement from ASML's first EUV machine to their newest one is the number of pulses that hit the droplet. The first pre-pulse still flattens the droplet into a pancake. But now there's also a second pre-pulse that further reduces the density. It basically turns it into a low-density gas. It rarefies it. And then the final pulse essentially ionizes all of it. So for basically the same power coming from the drive laser, they get even more EUV light. Now, if they want even more light, then the only way to do that is by hitting more droplets. And that's exactly what they did.
Our most recent EUV light sources that we're shipping right now, which are around the 500 watt level, we increased the red rate to 60,000 times per second. And then we have a roadmap that's going to go to 100,000 droplets per second. We've actually now already demonstrated this 100,000 droplets per second in the lab, so it's not an F but a win.
Crazy.
The three pulses that we use to make a pancake, to blow up the pancake a little bit, and then to evaporate the pancake.
Yeah.
The first two pulses, they would be coming in through this pipe here, and then the main pulse with the big laser, the laser would be delivered through this pipe here.
Both the high and low NA machines shipping out right now use 3 pulses, and eventually they will hit more droplets per second. But the light source is just one small part of the full machine. After bouncing off the collector mirror, the EUV light moves to the illuminator. A set of mirrors shape and focus the light before it hits the reticle. The reticle is the top half, and this module is built in a separate facility and installed later. Next, the light goes into the projection optics box, which is a set of mirrors that shrink the light down. The high-NA machine can shrink the pattern 8 times in the vertical direction and 4 times in the horizontal direction. The mirrors are also much smoother still. If the low NA's mirrors were the size of Germany, the tallest bump would be about 1 millimeter. But if the high NA mirrors were the size of the world, the tallest bump would be about the thickness of a playing card. By the combination of both of these improvements, ASML was able to increase the numerical aperture from 0.43 to 0.55. And finally, the light hits the wafer. In order to print around 185 wafers per hour, the reticle whips back and forth at accelerations of over 20 Gs. That's over 5 times the acceleration of a Formula 1 car. And this is some actual footage of what that's like inside this machine, and notice that this is not sped up. But the crazy thing to me about this machine isn't how fast the reticle moves, or even how small it can print, but it's just how insanely accurate it needs to be. The most any 2 layers can be off, which is called the overlay, is 1 nanometer. That's 5 freaking silicon atoms of precision. That's insane.
So typically what we do as system engineers is that we make a budget. So we say, hey, you get, let's say, a nanometer, and we divide then the nanometers to smaller fractions.
The nanometers total. It's not like your group gets
a nanometer, you get you get a nanometer in total. Yes. So you have to fight for your part of the nanometer.
It's kind of cool to realize that like every smartphone nowadays has a chip that is made with a machine that was actually put together here. So that's a cool thought.
Take a look at this.
It's pretty massive, huh?
So big. So do you cover it up?
Yes. At the customer fab it will be looking like a big white box. I like it better like this.
Yeah, me too. It's funny, you need such a big machine, so much infrastructure to make the tiniest things we can make at scale.
It's inversely proportional.
Yeah, smaller you want to go, the larger everything around it becomes. After the machines are assembled, tested, and approved, they are disassembled to ship all around the world. 5,000 companies supply 100,000 parts, 3,000 cables, 40,000 bolts, and 2 kilometers of hosing. ASML ships their high-NA machine in 250 containers spread out over 25 trucks and 7 Boeing 747s. Despite all the doubt and setback, EUV finally made it to manufacturing level 3 decades after Kinoshita's first purchase. But even when almost the entire world didn't believe it would work, there were some people at ASML who knew that it was going to work, all the way back in 2010.
Around around 2001, we said let's do EUV. And then we run into many challenges. 2010, we installed the first system at a customer. So it was installed in Korea. There it was. This thing I have been pursuing for 13 years was now standing at a customer producing wafers. This for me was a moment I realized, yes, we made the right bet.
Years later, Jos ran into the man who helped install that first machine.
He's now a professor at the Orion Institute, and I shared the story about my relief and how great we made the decision. Uncle said, yeah. He said, when you left and you flew out after Christmas, the thing broke down. And it took 2 months to get back up again, and they almost fired me for making the wrong decision. We had some ups and downs along the way, but again, once I saw the system installed at the customer, in the customer fab, I knew we had done the right thing. This was 2010, the first phone that came out was 2019, so we still had some hurdles to solve, but we kept going.
Now, I have spent several months working on this video and thinking about it, and it still feels absolutely impossible. And the more I think about it, the more I think, those people 40 years ago that said it was impossible, they had a point. It's completely unreasonable to think that you could make this artificial sun in a lab, that you could make these mirrors that are this smooth, and that you could get the required overlay accuracy. The reasonable thing is to think that none of that is possible, and to point out all the problems with each of them. Which reminds me of this quote: "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." Imagine if Andy and Kinoshita and all the others had been reasonable. We would have none of this. In fact, imagine what the world would be like if everyone on it was reasonable. It would probably be extremely boring. Probably most of the technology, most of the things you enjoy on a daily basis wouldn't be here. In fact, you probably wouldn't be watching this video, because just about all the technology we have nowadays would seem completely unreasonable even just 200 years ago. And so I really think that to a large extent we owe our lives to those unreasonable people. And maybe, at least to me, it's a reminder that it's good to be a little unreasonable, at least in some of the big parts of life. Changing the world is difficult. It took overcoming thousands of obstacles and over 30 years to get EUV to work. But big breakthroughs usually start in the same way. That is, you learn, you explore some related ideas, you try to apply them in some new ways, and then you build skills to take on bigger and bigger challenges. Bit by bit, you gain knowledge, and that's where today's video sponsor, Brilliant, comes in. Brilliant helps you excel in math, science, and computer science with visual interactive learning that's personalized for you. It's an incredibly powerful way to reach big learning goals, mastering math for class, or contributing to the next big technological breakthrough. On Brilliant, you learn by doing, a method that research has shown to be far more effective than just passive learning. It starts you at the right level based on your background, designs practice sets and reviews customized for you, and then it helps you advance at your ideal pace. There is always something new to discover on Brilliant. Want to better understand optics after watching this video? Well, their scientific thinking course is a great place to start. It helps you think like an engineer by showing you how to break down large concepts into smaller, more understandable pieces. Whether you're conquering fundamental math, algebra, or calculus, diving deep into algorithms, exploring material science, or understanding the physics that will take us beyond EUV, Brilliant will help you get there. And if, like me, you've resolved to learn more in the new year, then Brilliant is a great way to actually make that resolution stick. So to learn for free, go to brilliant.org/Veritasium, scan the QR code on screen, or click the link in the description. Brilliant's also giving our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
one single scientist created 3 inventions that accidentally caused the deaths of millions of people, including himself. Not only that, they decreased the average intelligence of people all around the world, increased crime rates, and caused 2 completely separate. He began by measuring lead in the oceans. If it were natural, he expected the concentration of lead to be the same regardless of depth. But if lead pollution had increased recently, it would be more concentrated near the surface. He took samples in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans down to a depth of 4 kilometers. And sure enough, lead concentrations were nearly 10 times higher near the surface. Lead pollution was clearly recent, but when exactly had it occurred? To find out, Patterson had to go to Greenland and Antarctica. Ice cores record the level of lead in the air going back thousands of years. The levels of lead in the atmosphere have been elevated for the last 4,500 years. All of it is due to human activity, mainly smelting ores to make metal. You can see the rise and fall of the Greek and Roman empires, the dip caused by the Black Death in the 1300s, and of course the spike in the 20th century due to industrialization and tetraethyl lead. So what did this do to people? Well, Patterson looked at the lead levels in the teeth and bones of recently deceased Americans, and for comparison, he measured the lead in bones and teeth of Peruvian and Egyptian mummies. Since they lived over 1,600 years ago, they would have been exposed to much less lead in their lifetimes. He expected to find modern Americans had about 100 times as much lead in their bones, but results showed it was closer to a factor of 1,000. 20th century Americans had 1,000 times more lead in their bones than their ancestors. Studies of baby teeth revealed that even lead exposure well below the level considered safe resulted in delayed learning, decreased IQ, and increased behavioral problems.
And there is a broad consensus on the part of everybody except the lead industry and its spokesman that lead is extremely toxic at extremely low doses.
A follow-up study showed that those with higher levels of lead in their baby teeth were many times more likely to fail out of high school. As a result of studies like these, the CDC's guidelines for the acceptable level of lead in children's blood dropped from 60 micrograms per deciliter down to 3.5. And as far as we know today, there is no safe level of lead. Globally, lead is believed to be responsible for nearly 2/3 of all unexplained intellectual disability.
According to a study published in 2022, more than half of the current U.S. population, that's 170 million people, were exposed to high levels of lead in early childhood. Those born between 1951 and 1980 are disproportionately affected. The authors estimate that in aggregate, lead caused a loss of more than 800 million IQ points. The world is less intelligent today because of leaded gasoline.
But there are even more troubling correlations. The U.S. saw a steady rise in crime from the 1970s to the 1990s. Then it abruptly declined. This graph looks eerily similar to a plot of preschool blood lead levels, just offset by 20 years. The obvious question is, did kids who were exposed to higher levels of lead grow up to commit more crimes than they otherwise would have? You might think this is just a spurious correlation, but the same pattern appears in many countries, including Britain, Canada, and Australia. And we know there's a causal connection between lead exposure and antisocial or violent behavior. A study of 340 teenagers found that those who were arrested were 4 times as likely to have elevated lead in their bones than similar demographic controls who didn't have run-ins with the law. Now, this doesn't mean that lead is responsible for all of the increase in crime, but it's very likely responsible for some of it. Now, it's tough to estimate the precise death toll of lead. One of its lesser-known effects is a hardening of the arteries, leading to increased cardiovascular disease. A study from 2018 found lead was likely responsible for 250,000 heart disease deaths per year in the U.S. Assuming a constant rate over the past century, that amounts to 25 million deaths in the U.S. alone. Globally, the figure may approach 100 million. Most of those deaths are due to Midgley's decision to put lead in gasoline, a substance he knew firsthand was toxic, but he did it anyway to maximize profits. And the problem is not over. Current estimates of deaths caused by lead range from 500 to 900,000 per year. The 2020 UNICEF report warns that 1 in 3 children globally, that's over 800 million children, have blood lead levels at or above 5 micrograms per deciliter. A lot of this lead now comes from batteries and industrial processes, but some is still due to Midgley's invention. After Midgley's success with Ethel, he was put in charge of another engineering project. GM wasn't just making cars, but also household appliances. And fridges had a problem. The two most common gases used as refrigerants were methyl formate and sulfur dioxide. One is highly toxic, the other is flammable. Midgley was tasked with creating a safer alternative, and in 1928 he developed a non-toxic and non-flammable refrigerant, dichloro-difluoromethane. GM called this new product Freon, and to demonstrate Freon's safety, during the unveiling at the American Chemical Society, Midgley inhaled a lungful of this gas and blew out a candle. In the following decades, CFCs like Freon became very popular and were used as solvents and aerosols. The problem is CFCs are light and stable. When released into the atmosphere, they climb up into the stratosphere, where they can remain for 50 to 100 years. But if a CFC molecule is hit by an ultraviolet photon of just the right energy, it breaks apart, releasing a chlorine atom. And this chlorine atom can then react with ozone, breaking it apart into chlorine monoxide and oxygen gas. The result was another environmental disaster, the hole in the ozone layer. With less ozone, more UV light penetrates the atmosphere, increasing the rates of skin cancer and cataracts. Plus, CFCs are potent greenhouse gases. Per kilogram, they produce 10,000 times more warming than CO2. The historian John McNeill wrote that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth's history. An agreement to phase out CFCs, the Montreal Protocol, went into effect in 1989, and the ozone layer is now showing signs of recovery, although it will take many more decades to fully recover. In 1940, at the age of 51, Midgley contracted polio and became physically disabled. So to help him get up, he devised a mechanical bed controlled by a series of ropes and pulleys. On November 2nd, 1944, while using the contraption, he became tangled in the ropes and died of strangulation. Thanks to the work of Claire Patterson, it became clear that the lead in our environment is not natural. Burning lead in combustion engines spread the toxic element across the planet, into the air, oceans, the snow at the South Pole, and even our bones. Japan was the first to ban leaded fuel in cars in 1986, but other countries soon followed suit. Algeria was the last to do so in 2021. The UN calculates that the elimination of lead from gas saves over 1 million lives per year and $2.45 trillion. But leaded gas is still used, by the way, in piston-driven airplane engines. That's now the largest source of lead emissions into the air in the US. You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on. When I first learned about Thomas Midgley and Claire Patterson, I was amazed by how much harm or how much good a single person could do to the environment, which brings me to the sponsor of this video, RAIN, an organization that's taking action on climate change. I think it's important that we tackle the climate crisis both by lobbying for systemic change and by making more environmentally friendly choices ourselves. On RAIN's website, you can calculate how much carbon you emit and which activities have the greatest impact. And if you like, you can offset your emissions through a monthly subscription. The funds raised go to support a variety of projects that reduce greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. One project I particularly like involves collecting up flammable dead wood from California forests. This helps prevent wildfires. Plus, the collected wood is converted into biochar, a material that locks up the carbon inside for thousands of years. Once you sign up to offset your carbon footprint, you'll receive monthly updates from the projects you support. It's completely transparent with photos and details of every tree planted, every acre reforested, every ton of carbon offset. And for the first 100 people who sign up using the link in the description, I will personally pay for the first month of your subscription. So I want to thank Ren for supporting Veritasium, and I want to thank you for watching. When people think about robots, they usually imagine something like a Boston Dynamics robot, metallic and humanoid. But the robots we'll see in the future might not look like that at all. I mean, if humans are interacting with something on a daily basis, it's probably best not to make it sharp, delicate, and heavy. How rude! Instead, advanced robots might be made safer if they're soft, flexible, and all kinds of shapes and sizes. So instead of Sunny from iRobot, something like Baymax from Big Hero 6 might be closer to what's in our future. This is a compilation video of 5 of my videos on the surprisingly different ways robots can look and why we build them that way. This is my first time trying out a series, and honestly, it's been a busy time for the Veritasium team. We're working on some exciting things in the background, but in the meantime, we wanted to put this together for all of you. And I also caught up with Dr. Elliot Cox, the scientist behind 2 of these robots, to get an update on how they're progressing and when we can expect to see them in our lives. Are there more developments happening with the jumping robots?
We have another project on jumping into desert use first, so I won't give away our secrets yet, but keep an eye out for that because that's going to be fun.
So you have another jumping robot which has a totally novel design.
Yep.
And you think it's going to be better than the one that you had before?
Correct.
And I just want to shout out our longtime sponsor, Brilliant. They've supported the channel since 2021, and it's great to get to talk about something that I actually use myself. I've had Brilliant on my phone for years, and it just allows me to learn something new every day instead of, say, doom scrolling. You should make valuable use of your time. So I will tell you more about Brilliant later in the video. Non-humanoid robots aren't just safer for us to interact with. One of their biggest advantages over traditional robots is that they don't just do things humans already do but better. Instead, they're specialized to master entirely new abilities, often ones that no human can tackle. This is a robot that can grow to hundreds of times its size, and it can't be stopped by adhesives or spikes. Although it looks kind of simple and cheap, it has dozens of potential applications, including one day maybe saving your life. These robots can be made out of almost any material, but they all follow the same basic principle. Powered by compressed air, they grow from the tip.
That's good.
And this allows the robot to pass through tight spaces and also over sticky surfaces.
Something like a car would get stuck to it. Get stuck in the wheels. Now, if you do the same thing with the Vine robot, the robot is able to extend.
It can navigate this curvy and twisted passageway effortlessly, which suggests some of the applications it's well suited for. Now, you might think spikes would be the downfall of an inflatable robot, but even if it's punctured, as long as you have sufficient air pressure, the robot keeps going.
And you might be able to hear it. It's actually leaking now, so I'll have to turn up the pressure. This by itself is not yet a robot, but once we had steering, a camera, some sensors, and maybe some intelligence as to where we're directing it, then we could say it's a robot. So this is sort of the backbone of a robot. This is what allows us to build our type of robots.
So where did the idea for this device come from?
I had a Vine in my office that was on a shelf, and it was kind of out in the sunlight. And over the course of like a year or so, it slowly grew out this tendril out and around the edge of the shelf and towards the sunlight. So that's a pretty cool thing it just did, right? So was there a way you could do that robotically?
The solution is really elegant in its simplicity. Just take some airtight tubing and fold it in on itself. It's kind of like a water wiggly, those toys that are really hard to hold. When you inflate it with compressed air, it starts growing out from the tip. And if you want the tube to always bend at a certain spot, you could just tape the tubing on the outside to shorten one of the sides. For example, you could tape it into a helical shape to create a deployable antenna. What about getting it to retract?
Yeah, that's a challenging problem. When you're in a constrained environment, all you really have to do is pull on, we call it the tail, so the material that is passing through the core of the body. You pull on it, and it basically ungrows. It just goes back inside itself. Now, if you're in a big open area like this, and you try pulling on that, instead of inverting, so retracting, it tends to kind of coil up and make a ugly shape.
And the engineers have come up with ways to retract the tube to prevent it from buckling using internal rollers. But the tube doesn't have to be the same diameter the whole way along. Here there's actually a much wider section. Think of it like a pillow that's packed into the end of the robot.
Yeah, you can sit cross-legged on the table. This sounds super sketchy.
So it grows underneath the table, just as usual, and then as the pillow part starts inflating,
What? Is this not good, or is this okay?
it can actually lift me up.
So my balance is not great, as we can see. Stand on it?
What's amazing is that this doesn't require much pressure above atmospheric. Just a tenth of an atmosphere applied over a large area, like a square meter, can lift something as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, all the while remaining soft.
Whoa. That was great.
That's the paradoxical thing about pressure. You can get a large overall force with low pressure as long as the area is large enough.
What sort of area is that pillow there?
600 square inches. Right, so with 1 psi, 600 pounds.
Yeah.
2 psi, 1,200 pounds.
And the whole time it feels really soft.
Yeah, because there's a couple psi, right?
It's important that the device is still soft so it doesn't hurt anyone.
So you can design these things to have cross-section that changes along its length. So it would be a very small body that could grow into, for example, a collapsed building and potentially lift a large object off someone who's trapped or maybe in a car crash or something like that. It can apply huge forces with very soft and lightweight sheet material.
These robots can also be deployed in search and rescue operations by attaching sensors like a camera onto the front.
These robots are actually really hard to stop, so you can take them, throw them into a clutter, potentially a collapsed building or something like that, and they will continue to go somewhere. An alternative is they're so cheap and they're basically free. You could grow 100 of them, let's say, into a collapsed building with some sensing on them, and maybe only one of them finds somebody. But that's a huge success if it does.
But how do you keep a camera connected to the front of the robot when it grows out from the tip? Well, one way is to use an end cap, which allows that camera just to stay on the front, pushed from behind by the robot. But there are other mechanisms of attachment. The tiny wireless camera is mounted on an external frame. But this frame interlocks with an internal frame, which is actually inside the pressurized part of the robot body. It's similar to how a roller coaster's wheels go around the track. So this prevents the camera from falling off as the robot grows. What's really interesting is how the Vine robot can be actively steered. They attach artificial muscles to the robot. So the way this muscle works is that if you inflate it, it expands sideways, which leads to it contracting in length.
We don't actually use as much anymore because although it's soft, it's still somewhat stiff. So what we use instead are simply tubes of this ripstop nylon fabric with the braid oriented at 45 degrees. So in this sense, we just have one single layer of airtight fabric. This is the main robot body here. Then we have 3 pneumatic muscles connected to it. Now these 3 muscles are each connected to their own air supply connected to regulators over here. As the robot extends from the tip, we can steer it by shortening and lengthening the sides. So just the way your hand works is if I shorten this tendon in my arm, my hand will move this way. Or if I shorten one on this side, it'll move the other way. So our Vine robot, we have these muscles along the side, so as they inflate, they'll turn it one way, and if I inflate the one on the other side, it'll turn it the other way.
So the Vine robot can fit through tight spaces, it doesn't typically get stuck on anything, and isn't bothered by sharp objects. And once you attach that camera on the front, it's ideal for things like archaeology. The robot was actually taken to Peru to investigate some very narrow shafts.
So we were looking at this archaeological site that was built somewhere between 1500 and 500 BC in the Andes Mountains of Peru, and it was an ancient temple that had all these underground spaces. And part of what the archaeologists were doing was trying to understand what the spaces were for and what the people who built them were trying to do with them. So part of that was unknown, but there were these giant rooms that they called galleries, and then there were these small ducts or tunnels that were offshoots of these rooms, and they wanted to know where these ducts led, but they were too small for a person to go in. So we were able to successfully use the Vine robot to explore 3 of the tunnels that couldn't have been seen through other means, which was super exciting, and we got video inside the entire tunnels and gave it to the archaeology team.
There's an application where I feel this solution is just so obvious, I wonder why it didn't exist before.
Intubation is literally the process of putting a tube into a patient. The purpose is to breathe for the patient when the patient isn't breathing. And so traditionally, a highly trained medical professional would take their laryngoscope, come above the patient, and once they see the trachea, start to pass your tube down the side. I'm almost there, I can see the light. So if you can see me right now, I just got into the trachea. Right there. And it took me a couple minutes, and I was really kind of wrenching on this patient here. As if there's somebody who's not breathing, every second counts.
But by using a miniature version of this Vine robot, researchers are hoping to make intubation faster and safer.
You know, somebody like me with no training could pretty simply insert this device, aim towards the nose, and just like that, you can see we've already intubated. And all it took was a little bit of pressurization. Just like that.
It almost looks like a sort of a party favor.
Yeah, right? It's like, this reminds me a lot of those inflatable, kind of like Play-Doh structures you see at car lots.
How does it know to go down the right tube?
Yeah, so that's one of the kind of cool things about soft robotics is the robot is quite compliant, and we see that in a lot of these demos. You know, they can squish, they can bend. And so how we've designed it is that the main robot goes down into the esophagus, and then we have this side branch that heads towards the trachea, and it's quite flexible, and so it basically finds the opening. So it's a really neat example of kind of a passive intelligence, mechanical intelligence, maybe we'll call it, where it can find its path even if we don't know exactly the shape beforehand.
Have you tried this on a real person yet?
Not on a real person, but we've actually tried this in a cadaver lab, and we've shown that we can move from this nice idealized version to an actual in vivo situation and successfully intubate a patient.
There's another application which is burrowing into sand or soil. When you blow compressed air into something like sand, it fluidizes. It becomes like a liquid, and that can allow the Vine robot to grow into granular materials like sand.
If you've ever been to the beach and you try to stick like your umbrella pole into the ground, it's fairly difficult.
I'm trying to push that probe down into the sand, no fluidization.
Yeah, it feels like it sort of gets wedged in there.
It's not turning there.
Oh yeah. You can feel it immediately. Oh wow. Yeah, that's all on.
So what we've done here is essentially we just blow a jet of air out the front of the robot, and that loosens up the sand enough to reduce the force of the sand so that the robot, just by tip extension, can make its way through.
This makes Vine robots an attractive option for NASA when they look for ways to study the surfaces of other planets.
Recently on Mars, they tried to have a burrowing robot, but it got stuck. Could you do a better recently with this?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the Mars InSight mission, they have this heat probe. The idea there is to be able to sort of hammer its way down to the core and then place a sensor that could detect the temperature of Mars. However, the problem they ran into there is that it turned out the material that they put it in was more cohesive than they expected. Inside the robot, something would wind up and pound down, wind up and pound down. But it turned out there wasn't enough friction between the probe and the sand. So what's really happening is it would wind up, pound down, wind up, pound down, wind up, pound down. So it's never actually going anywhere. The advantage of something like this, like tip extension, is you have your base, you start at the surface, you just keep extending your way down. You're not necessarily relying on the interaction with what is surrounding it to make it work.
What amazes me about Vine robots is how a plant inspired this simple, elegant design. It's so easy, in fact, that you could build one yourself in as little as a minute. There are instructions online that I'll link to. But from that basic design have come a huge variety of robots, with different applications from archaeology to search and rescue, or intubation to space exploration. And what else can you think of to do with it?
I've actually gotten a lot of emails from viewers about crazy ideas we hadn't thought of, so keep them coming. I would love to hear your ideas.
Are there any ideas that you can share with us that are like, oh, like that's actually really cool?
One idea was for clearing mines, landmines. So the idea was that you guys run a vine robot through the field and then detonate the landmines, basically make up a path that civilians could walk through the field. So I thought that was kind of a cool idea.
Do you think they create enough pressure to, trigger these things?
I think the idea was they were going to actually put explosives in the vine to detonate the landmines themselves.
I mean, I'm also thinking, now that you mention that, I'm thinking you could put, metal detector type sensors on the Vine robot, so, spread them across the field and they'll pick up where the lines are.
Another great example was for space applications of putting a docking, so once your spacecraft docking together, you have to make an airtight seal. So the idea was, well, maybe use a Vine robot to do this.
Some sort of airlock or something going on in there.
Yeah, so basically, imagine the two kind of tubes coming together, not sealed, and the Vine robot growing through, basically making the seal.
Are there any updates about the Vine robot? Have the medical trials gotten anywhere?
So we just did a trial with emergency medical practitioners using our device. We gave them 5 minutes of training, we gave them the device, and they were 90% successful in intubating in very rapid, like 20 seconds.
Oh wow!
The nice thing about our device is that it fails in 20 seconds, and so it doesn't take 3 minutes to attempt and then realize you're going to get it. I think what's really nice about that is that it is so rapid and easy that even if it does fail, you get another shot.
Yeah, I mean that one seems like it's so close to actually having a big real world application. I mean, how common are intubations?
So intubations in the OR, so operating room, are quite common, 15 million a year. That's probably not our initial target because those are very reliable, like 99% plus. The kind of fundamental problem is that the tools are designed for those doctors, those scenarios. And what happens is those similar tools get put out into the field for an ambulance, and a paramedic is trying to do an intubation, but they're doing it in the dark with someone in a poor body position where there's blood in the mouth. So our device takes that requires skill out, and basically lets the Vine robot find a way into the trachea. And so pre-hospital is around 1 million intubations a year, and we think, there's many intubations that aren't even attempted because, the tools just aren't there. And then our kind of long shot is eventually, there's AEDs, the defibrillators everywhere. One issue there is there's not a way to help the first breathe. Possibly, if we make this thing so simple, it could basically be packaged with an AED where you could both get the heart going and you could intubate the oxygen. But I think we're close. It's pretty easy. You'll have to come back and do another video. We'll let you intubate a cadaver. That'll be fun.
So we've kind of answered this question, but are these robots, Vine robots, still being worked on?
We have a project right now on anchoring, especially we're interested in. So if you think of a plant root, if you ever try to pull out like a small shrub or something, it's incredibly hard, right? Like look at this guy like a half inch, standing there pulling out, it's like hundreds of pounds of force. Like, how is this possible? And I think one of the coolest things is that 100 pounds of anchoring force was created with almost no reaction force. There was like a seed that slowly grew down into the ground, right?
It's like all these little tendrils, and I'm imagining sort of the friction sums over all of those.
So basically, when we're trying to go into the soil, the thing resisting And then what's giving you the anchoring force is the surface area and the size. And so you can imagine if you clump them all together, the area of the tips doesn't change, but the surface area and size went down. So you basically want to split them up into as many, practically. So anyway, we're using that concept now to make these anchors, and we're working the mass on them as well. And so, it's like this deployable anchor, it's very light. You can throw it somewhere or just drop it, and then the roots grow down. There's 4 roots that grow down into the ground, and there's something like 100 units of force to pull out.
Yeah, it sounds like a very sci-fi type thing where you could throw the root pack down and it just and then the roots grow out and you're like, oh yeah, the anchor is locked in. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's amazing.
After seeing the Unstoppable robot, we returned to Elliot's lab a few years later to see a robot that has conquered a totally different specialty, the art of jumping. This tiny robot weighs less than a tennis ball and can jump higher than anything in the world. In the competitive world of jumping robots, the previous record was 3.7 meters, enough to leap a single-story building. This jumper can reach 31 meters, higher than a 10-story building. It could jump all the way from the Statue of Liberty's feet up to eye level. For something to count as a jump, it must satisfy 2 criteria. First, motion must be created by pushing off the ground, so a quadcopter doesn't count, because it pushes off the air. And second, no mass can be lost, so rockets constantly ejecting burnt fuel are not jumping, and neither is an arrow launched from a bow. The bow would have to come with the arrow for it to count as a jump. Many animals jump, from sand fleas to grasshoppers to kangaroos, and they launch their bodies into the air with a single stroke of their muscles. The amount of energy delivered in that single stroke determines the jump height. So if you want to jump higher, you have to maximize the strength of the muscle. The best jumper in the animal kingdom is the galago, or bush baby. And that's because 30% of their entire muscle mass is dedicated to jumping. This allows the squirrel-sized primate to jump over 2 meters from a standstill.
It has very small arms and upper body, and it's just like huge jumping legs. It doesn't have their muscles or anything, it has more of them.
There are some clever jumping toys. I used to play with these poppers as a kid, and when you deform a popper, you store energy in its deformed shape. Effectively, it becomes a spring. And then, just like an animal, in one stroke it applies a large force to the ground, launching itself into the air. All elastic jumpers follow the same principle of storing energy in a spring and releasing that energy in a single stroke to jump. But none of the jumping toys we had could compare to this tiny robot.
Of all the things that I've ever tried to film, this is the most challenging.
Because it's so small, it accelerates rapidly and travels a huge distance on each jump. Each takeoff happened faster than we could even register. Now, jumping might sound like a niche skill, but engineered jumpers would be perfect for exploring other worlds, particularly where the atmosphere is thin or non-existent. On the moon, with 1/6 the gravity of Earth, this robot would be able to leap 125 meters high and half a kilometer forward. Rovers may struggle with steep cliffs and deep craters, but jumpers could hop in and out, fetching samples to bring back to the rover. And you don't lose much energy when jumping, so if you could store the kinetic energy back in the spring on landing, the efficiency could be near perfect. The team has already started to build an entire fleet of jumping robots. Some of them can right themselves after landing, so they can take off again right away. Others are steerable. They have 3 adjustable legs that allow the jumper to launch in any direction.
Essentially what we've done is we've added 3 additional legs that don't store energy, but rather allow it to form like a tripod sort of, that allows it to point a direction and launch in that direction.
But how does this jumping mechanism work?
Well, the main structure consists of 4 pieces of carbon fiber bound together by elastic bands. Together, they create a spring that stores all the energy needed for the jump. At the top of the robot is a small motor. A string wrapped around the axle is connected to the bottom of the robot. So when the motor is turned on, it winds up the string, compressing the robot. And this stores energy in the carbon fiber and rubber bands. After about a minute and a half, the structure reaches maximum compression.
How do you know when to put it down?
Basically, once the bottom there sits inward and it can stand up, right now it's rolled over, then you put it down. So, as soon as you can.
And at this point, the trigger releases the latch that's holding the string on the axle. So all the string unspools all at once, and the energy stored in the spring is released. The jumper goes from a standstill to over 100 kilometers an hour in only 9 milliseconds. That gives an acceleration of over 300 Gs. That would be enough to kill basically any living creature. But how does it jump so much higher than everything else, nearly 10 times higher than the previous record holder? Well, this jumper has 3 special design features. First, the jumper is incredibly light at just 30 grams. It achieves this weight by employing a tiny motor and battery. Plus, its entire structure, made of lightweight carbon fiber and rubber, doubles as the spring. Per unit mass, natural latex rubber can store more energy than nearly any other elastic material, 7,000 joules per kilogram. And the design of the spring makes it ideal for its purpose. Initially, they tried using only rubber bands connected to hinged aluminum rods. But with this design, when compressing it, the force rises to a peak and then decreases.
This feels like it all.
Another design with only carbon fiber slats requires a lot of force to get started, and then it increases linearly after that.
There is more and more force required to do this.
The ultimate design is a hybrid of these 2 approaches. The benefit being its force profile is almost flat over the entire range of compression.
I feel like it needs a lot of force, and now it feels pretty steady, the amount of force that I need to apply.
Therefore, it provides double the energy storage of a typical spring, where force is proportional to displacement. The researchers argue this is the most efficient spring ever made.
Sometimes the string will snap, it's not always consistent that it releases when it's supposed to. Oh! String cut, let me go quicker string.
You'd probably expect that lighter would always be better with a jumper, especially with the added...
There's a lot of snow out there.
So this is looking at this and hopefully come back to the investigators quickly.
Right.
Forward in the investigation. The sheriff making it clear Nancy's family had nothing to do with her disappearance 16 days ago. Investigators now waiting on test results that could help point them to who did. Well, they're analyzing DNA found on blood that appears to match the glove worn by a
16 days ago?
It was picked up, recall, about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. In just a moment, our reporters and law enforcement experts are going to walk us through what that DNA may reveal and how investigators will try to match any results to a possible name. But while they wait, the sheriff is drawing a bright line, telling people, stop pointing at the family. He's clearing them as possible suspects. That includes Nancy Guthrie's two children and their spouses. He says they are victims, and to suggest otherwise isn't just wrong, it's cruel. Now, no one in law enforcement ever publicly said they could have been involved, but the family has been the focus of a lot of founded online speculation. There's only one known suspect right now. It's the masked man caught on Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera. And on top of testing that glove, law enforcement is also trying to figure out exactly what else he was wearing. The sheriff says his clothing may have been purchased from Walmart. Now, whoever he is, Savannah Guthrie, she is trying to appeal to that person directly. She released another video pleading for her mother's abductors to reach out.
To whoever has her or knows where she is, that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here.
Joining me now is Tiffany Roy. She's a forensic DNA expert who used
Not
to work
anyway.
Welcome to Still Science Lab. Tonight, we are staring directly into the containment field of the most dangerous, expensive, and potentially revolutionary substance in the known universe. We are looking at the recent, record-breaking achievements of the Alpha experiment at CERN, a milestone that forces us to ask a question that has haunted physics for a century. Have we finally found the key to infinite energy? Or have we simply built the ultimate self-destruct button? Self-destruct button. The title of our investigation tonight is CERN Infinite Energy, the Alpha experiment. And what we are about to discuss is not science fiction. It is happening right now, beneath the border of France and Switzerland, where scientists have just managed to track the ghost of the universe. For the better part of 2 decades, the concept of antimatter has existed in the public consciousness largely as a plot device, a terrifying MacGuffin popularized by Dan Brown's novel Angels and Demons. In that story, a quarter gram of antimatter is stolen from CERN, suspended in a portable magnetic trap, a glowing canister that ticks down like a time bomb. The threat in the narrative is visceral because the physics behind it is theoretically sound. If that magnetic battery were to fail, if the antimatter inside were to touch the physical walls of the canister, the result would be a cataclysmic explosion over the Vatican. The horror of that image lies in the efficiency of the reaction. When matter meets antimatter, they do not just burn, they annihilate. They convert 100% of their mass into pure, unadulterated energy, following Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared. To put that in perspective, a nuclear weapon, the most destructive force we have ever engineered, converts only a tiny fraction of 1% of its mass into energy. Antimatter is the only fuel in the universe that is 100% efficient. It is the holy grail of propulsion and the ultimate nightmare of warfare. For years, physicists have watched movies like Angels and Demons or Star Trek and smiled politely, dismissing the idea of an antimatter battery as pure fantasy. They would explain that while the math is correct, the engineering is impossible. They would tell you that antimatter is too volatile, too rare, and too hot to ever be captured in significant quantities. They would say that we can create it, particle by particle, but we can't hold it. It is like trying to catch a lightning bolt in a glass jar. The moment you close the lid, the jar shatters. But as we move through late 2025 and into the early months of 2026, those polite smiles are beginning to fade, replaced by a look of intense, focused seriousness. The narrative has shifted. The impossible engineering is no longer impossible. The news coming out of the Alpha collaboration at CERN has sent a shockwave through the scientific community. The headlines are not about the discovery of a new particle, but about the domination of an old one. The researchers have announced a breakthrough in the laser cooling of antihydrogen atoms, achieving cooling rates 8 times faster than anything previously recorded. This number, 8 times faster, might sound like a dry statistic, a mere incremental improvement in a spreadsheet. But in the world of quantum mechanics, it is the difference between catching a blur and holding a statue. It is a leap in capability that transforms antimatter from a fleeting curiosity into a tangible, studyable sample. We are no longer talking about detecting a few stray atoms that vanish in a microsecond. We are talking about trapping, holding, and actively manipulating a cloud of 15,000 anti-atoms. To understand the magnitude of this shift, we have to appreciate the sheer hostility of the material we are dealing with. Antimatter is the mirror image of everything we know. It is the evil twin of normal matter. For every proton in your body, there is a theoretical antiproton with the same mass but a negative charge. For every electron, a positron. If you were to shake hands with your antimatter twin, the energy released would be equivalent to thousands of megatons of TNT. Because we live in a universe made of matter, antimatter is effectively born behind enemy lines. The moment it comes into existence, it is surrounded by things that want to destroy it. Air molecules, the walls of the vacuum chamber, even the thermal radiation of the room itself. Everything is a lethal threat to an antimatter atom. Keeping it alive is the hardest magic trick in physics. Before this recent breakthrough, trapping antimatter was like trying to balance a needle on its tip during an earthquake. The anti-atoms created in the particle accelerators are born hot. They are moving with ferocious speed and energy. To keep them in a magnetic trap, you have to slow them down. You have to cool them to temperatures within a whisper of absolute zero. If they are too hot, they simply punch through the magnetic field and annihilate against the container walls. For decades, this cooling process was slow, inefficient, and agonizingly difficult. We could catch
Well, I don't know how we're supposed to walk to it.
perhaps a dozen, and hold them for a breath
Oh, that's so
before
loud,
they
that's good.
escaped or were destroyed.
No.
It was a
It's in
scientific parlor
24 centimeters.
proof
It's
that
not
it could
24
be done,
centimeters.
but useless for any practical application. The breakthrough
It's
of
the sidewalk.
2026
No, the sidewalk's
changes
totally
the
clean.
geometry of the problem.
Hey?
By utilizing a new, advanced form of
That
laser
sidewalk's totally
cooling,
clean. Thanks, Tracy. I wish that would have worked, buddy.
bombarding the anti-atoms with photons that are perfectly tuned to slow them down. The Alpha team has managed to freeze these particles in their tracks almost instantly. They have created a thermal halt. This allows them to stack the atoms, to accumulate them, building up a reservoir of antimatter that will
2 feet of unpassable snow.
15,000
Might have made a difference, but.
may still sound like a small
What's up?
number compared to the
You don't know?
trillions of atoms in a grain of sand. But in the context of antimatter research, it is a
Is that you making that noise?
It is enough to form a cloud.
Is that you making that noise?
It is enough to perform gravity tests. It is enough to shine a
Yeah,
light
I thought something was dripping over there.
what color the mirror universe truly is. This transition from hunting to farming antimatter brings the sci-fi dream uncomfortably close to reality. We are witnessing the first steps toward the containment technology seen in fiction. The magnetic bottle is no longer just a concept, it is a prototype.
I don't think people realize how close we are to having replicators.
Power a starship or level a city. The energy required to create these 15,000 atoms.
It's 3D printer technology, but a couple steps down the road, honestly. Like if you guys think about how many evolutions, real changes in 3D printer technology have you even seen? None? 2 maybe?
The first computer filled a room. The one in your pocket is 1,000,000 times more powerful. We are at the ENIAC stage of antimatter technology.
What's that, buddy?
We have built the room-sized machine that does the basic calculation. The question now is not if we can do it, but how much and how long. This reality check forces us to confront the dual nature of
Fuck, I hate that.
On one hand, the mastery of antimatter offers the promise of the ultimate energy source. A fuel so dense that a few milligrams could take a spacecraft to Mars in weeks instead of months. A source of power that produces no nuclear waste, no greenhouse gases, just pure radiant energy. It is the dream of a Type 1 civilization. On the other hand, it opens the door to the ultimate wonder. If we can trap 15,000 atoms today, what happens when we can trap them all? What happens when the containment becomes portable? The Alpha experiment has shown us that the barrier to storing antimatter is not a fundamental law of physics, but merely an engineering challenge. And engineering challenges are eventually solved. So, as we stand here tonight, looking at the data from Geneva, we are looking at a threshold. The universe has kept this substance hidden from us for 13.8 billion years, creating a cosmos where matter dominates and antimatter is a ghost. By reaching into the void and pulling these ghosts into the light, by freezing them and holding them in a magnetic cage, we are defying the natural order. We are rewriting the script of the cosmos. The 2026 record at CERN is not just a victory for high-energy physics. It is a signal that humanity is ready to touch the third rail of reality. We are no longer just observing the fireworks of the universe. We are learning how to manufacture the gunpowder. The era of the angels and demons fantasy is ending, and the era of the anti-reality has begun. To understand the sheer magnitude of what CERN is grappling with, we must first strip away the science fiction tropes and look at the fundamental architecture of our reality. When we look in a mirror, we see a reflection of ourselves. It looks like us, moves like us, and mimics our every gesture. But we know intuitively that it is not real. It is just light bouncing off a silvered surface. But in the deep mathematics of the universe, there is a reflection that is terrifyingly real. It is not made of light, but of substance. It has mass, it occupies space, and it obeys the laws of physics just as we do. This is the realm of antimatter. It is the physical embodiment of the universe's obsession with symmetry, a mirror universe that exists as a perfect inverted copy of our own. At its core, matter the stuff that makes up your body, the air you breathe, and the screen you are reading this on is built from atoms. These atoms are constructed from subatomic particles with specific electrical charges. The proton, residing in the nucleus, carries a positive charge. The electron, orbiting the nucleus like a frenetic satellite, carries a negative charge. This electrical balance is the glue of existence. It allows atoms to bond, molecules to form, and life to emerge. But in 1928, the physicist Paul Dirac stared at an equation that described the behavior of electrons and realized something profound. The math didn't just work for the negative electron, It also worked perfectly for a particle that had the exact same mass but a positive charge. It was a mathematical ghost, a prediction that for every particle of matter there must exist an antiparticle. This is the definition of antimatter. It is not some exotic, magical substance made of different ingredients. It is made of the same fundamental stuff as us, simply flipped. An antiproton is a proton with a negative charge. A positron is an electron with a positive charge. If you could somehow gather enough of these antiparticles together, you could build anti-atoms. You could combine an antiproton and a positron to create antihydrogen, which is exactly what the alpha experiment at CERN has done. If you had enough antihydrogen, you could theoretically build anti-water. You could build anti-stars, anti-planets, and even anti-people. This brings us to the most unsettling analogy in physics, the concept of the evil twin, or the doppelganger. Imagine you are walking down the street and you see someone walking toward you. As they get closer, you realize they look exactly like you. They have the same height, the same hair color, the same scars, and the same memories. To an observer watching from a distance, the two of you are indistinguishable. You are identical in every physical measurement except one. Your electrical charge is reversed. This sounds like a harmless difference, a minor technicality in the wiring of the universe, but it dictates the single rule in the folklore of doppelgangers. Your double is an omen of death. In the physics of antimatter, touching your double is a guarantee of annihilation. The interaction between matter and antimatter is unlike any other collision in the universe. When two normal cars crash into each other, metal crunches, heat is generated, and debris...
Why are you threatening me? Why are you threatening me? Why should I be scared if my family's gonna die? What'd you say?
What'd you say, bitch?
So these are kids, too. They're kids. Jesus. Can you believe that? They let the kids go out there and do this? Oh my God. Yeah.
Why is that kid a giant faggot?
You can see. And the thing is, how do you solve this problem? How do you solve the problem?
I might have been a girl.
You go and you put the teachers on trial for this shit. Because they shouldn't even be, like, you can't get mad at them. They're kids. They're just, who gives a fuck, right? The teachers let them go out and do this. You've got to go after the teachers for this stuff. You do. And the moment that you go after the teachers, then you're going to have all these problems go away. That's it. They're all.
How's my trans kid not special needs?
There's a lot of different ways to look at it and, approach it. But overall, I do think this is where we're at. And then, we got another one too. Washington State high school students.
When you walk around calling them your trans kid, you're expecting special needs. You're expecting special treatment. Wow, these kids are learning to resist cops.
Beautiful. Oh, God, I love it. I do, I love it. And, same girl, music to my ears.
Oh, there's that girl. Look at her. My mama.
This is a girl in high school. There's no reason that she should have been out there doing this in the first place. So why did that happen? It happened because the teachers let them go out. The teachers should be held responsible for that. That's it. Same group of kids from the last video. I don't know if it is or not. It could be a different group.
That looks like her.
She got crying too. Now she wants her mama. Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame her, right? I mean, you can't. I mean, that's just what happens. But that's really, in my opinion, I think that you have to go after the teachers for this.
Why? Are you threatening me? Why should I be scared if my family's gonna die? What'd you say?
Well, no, what did he say, bitch?
No, I just wanted to confirm it. So I mean, say. Why? Are you threatening me? Why should I be scared if my family's gonna die? What'd you say?
Pew pew, you motherfucking ass and all you bitches. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to hear something here, okay? That's the only reason I repeated it. I'm trying to hear what this stupid fucking kid's saying.
You go after the teachers, then you're going to have all these problems go away. That's it. Tie-Ice school walkout is going viral.
I want my mommy.
Beautiful. Oh, God, I love it. I do, I love it. And same girl, music to my ears. And the thing is, though, is that this is a girl in high school.
Here, there.
There's no reason
Thank you.
that she should have been out there doing this in the first place. So
Thank
why
you.
did that happen? It happened
No,
because
you
the
say you're
teachers
welcome.
let them go out there and do that. The teacher should be held responsible for that. That's it. Same group of kids from the last video. I don't know if it is or not. It could be a different group. I have no idea. She got crying too. Now she wants her mama. Yeah, well, I mean, you can't really blame her, right? I mean, you can't. I mean, that's just what happens. But that's really, in my opinion, I think that you have to go after the teachers for this. You have to go after them, and you have to be aggressive about it. You do. Teachers and parents, absolutely. Don't teachers still need signed permission to have their kids leave campus for this type of shit? That's the thing, right? Is that they should need that, and if they're not taking that, they're not doing all that, then you need to go after them. And if you had somebody going after them doing that, all this stuff would go away overnight. This is an old video. Oh, this one? Yeah, this is. Look at this.
Every woman that's getting an abortion is due to medical procedures?
No, most abortions are.
No, they're not.
Abortion was a dead embryo.
Okay, sorry to hear. That's not most abortions.
Yes, it is. Because
Have you looked at
Are you
statistics?
sure?
most abortions are cleanups after miscarriages, but women can't get those by
No, it's less than 1.7%.
fucking moron.
You don't know
Miscarriages
statistics.
are extremely common, and most women often have.
Miscarriages and abortion are different. What is abortion?
No, a miscarriage is a medical abortion.
No, it's not. Okay, let me educate you, okay?
Yes, it's
Well,
fucking is.
Hey, give it. Stop.
Oh my God.
Please get away.
She's crashing out next to, she left her kid so she should get in a fight over this? Oh my God. Crying more bitch. Look at this. They're so violent, aren't they? Oh my, in front of her kid too. And she had a full fucking milkshake and she threw it at him. No accountability. I know. Again, the reason why these people do this is because they're not afraid of getting hit back. That's what I think. I think that if you do this and somebody punches you in the face, I think it is completely deserved. If you're one of these women that's going around hitting people and being violent and aggressive, and some guy punches you in the face, you shouldn't have done it. Yeah, you shouldn't have done it. I hate this weird double standard that we have, that women can just be violent and aggressive like this, and men have no way to respond to it.
Do you really want to beat up women? Do you ask me, Gold?
Yeah,
you want to beat up women?
Exactly, you shouldn't have done it.
That's your problem? You want to beat up women? You're fucked up, bro.
I know. This woman, I completely agree. Yeah, there's no reason to hit somebody. Absolutely. I will 100% defend yourself. Yeah. And who thinks this is okay? all the women that do it. Do you think this woman would do that if she thought that the guy was going to punch her at full force?
No, but I mean, I don't think guys should be punching women in full force.
Of course not. She wouldn't even imagine that. The reason why she's doing it is because she thinks that she can get away with it. Perspective guy for not hanging back in front of
No, there's women that believe they can get punches.
Actually, I wouldn't because I go to jail, right?
Yeah.
But like, and that's the problem.
You
The
would.
legal system is completely in people like this. It's totally in favor. But I would support this. Like, if this guy knocked this bitch out right in front of her kid, I would say based. Absolutely unfathomably based. That's the way it should be. What's your take on abortion? I don't give a fuck if people want to get abortions or not, but it's not the problem. Just because I don't like abortions doesn't mean I get to punch somebody who does.
Right?
Because I like abortions, or not like, but I don't care about abortions, doesn't mean I get to punch
Because I like abortions.
Too much force, but it warrants a slap. I disagree. I want to live in a world where you don't like to touch people because if you touch them, they can hurt you.
Yeah.
I think we can live in a world where touching people without their consent is not something that you're allowed to do, and people don't do it.
We do live in that world.
I don't like this touching people without their consent situation.
No, I hear you, buddy.
Yeah, hurt, not kill. Well, people can get killed if you hit them.
Yeah,
That's just what happens.
even a light tap.
So don't touch people. It's that simple. It is literally that simple.
It is that simple.
Yeah, it's respect people's boundaries. How do you feel about duels with real guns? Sure, if it's consensual, have fun.
Right on.
Definitely. And what was this year? I think fist bump's the best. She attacked him, so any self-defense is reasonable. Absolutely.
I think fist bump is the best. Yeah.
Glad to see this. And,
Let's punch each other. Bang.
And I would totally support that. Oh, watch this.
You don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window, we're gonna remove you from the vehicle, you're gonna be arrested for felony. I understand.
What the fuck? At a gas station?
Here we go. What's she under arrest for? What's she driving without a license? Big mistake. Oh, here we go. Isn't it crazy how the police are just adult daycare?
Huh?
Isn't that insane to me? That they're basically
Isn't that
just
insane to
adult
me?
daycare. None of this had to happen. Like, I never really
You doing time?
understood the kind of bullshit that these police officers had to deal with until I really watched some of these body cam videos. And like, these people are fucking morons. Yeah, it's like it's adult daycare.
Okay.
We're spending all this money micromanaging these retards. Just get out of the car. Just get out.
Ah.
Jesus. Just open it, and she's trying to drive. She's trying to drive a car.
Well, how's she not driving it? Sounds like we got in an accident. Oh, they're driving like crazy over there.
All of this was escalated because she just wouldn't get out of the car. Everything, well, all of this. Like, you're about to ruin your life because you just wouldn't get out of the car.
Yeah.
Adult daycare.
What is wrong with you guys? Oh. Show it.
I'll pull it over, you guys can see it.
Okay, quit. What are you doing? Oh.
That's a random ass person. She crashed out hard.
Did she kill somebody? Hi.
There's a baby in the car? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Wild animals, you're right. She didn't do nothing. What do you mean she didn't do nothing?
Did you not just see what she did?
You are crashed out with your car like upside down. Oh, I didn't do anything. Like, are you retarded? Yeah. Get that. I love how, like, what do you think is gonna happen? You think you're gonna get away?
The backseat driver.
Manslaughter? Can you imagine how great society would be if
I'm pregnant, my baby.
Like, how much you want to bet this bitch probably had problems before this?
That's fucking horrible.
I'm telling you guys, like, there'd be no jewel cases at CBS. You'd be able to go. This is where we'd be at, right? Driving without a license.
Man. Holy fuck. Okay, Ty, quit it.
This again? I'll pull it over, you guys can see it.
Okay, so she skips the road right there. Doesn't get hit by that thing. What luck that she didn't get hit by that first car. Holy shit, dude. That first car, I don't know how she missed it. It looks like God nudged her out of the way. Smashed right into that thing. Spun it into that semi truck right there. Bang. Oh man. T-boned it directly. Wild. Right on the fucking side beam. That's how this car gets hit, is by that, right in the side by that semi-truck like that. Wow, dude. Wow. Over a fucking get out of your car at the gas station, not even a real stop. Okay, so it got hit, it spins back at least once. Man, is it total. It's total. See how fast that happens? This police car is still not even there and it's already, everything's dead. Wild, dude.
That's a random ass person. That's her. She crashed out hard. Jesus. Nothing. What are you?
So there's a baby.
There's a baby in the car? Jesus Christ.
What is that noise? Is it a siren or something? It sounds mechanical. Stop, please.
She didn't do nothing. What do you mean she didn't do nothing? Are you kidding me? At this point, you are crashed out with your car.
I don't care. Shut up, Asmongold.
Manslaughter? You could just lie this person up alive. I'm telling you guys, like, there'd be no dual cases in CVS. You'd be able to go. This is where we'd be at, right? I'm gonna let y'all know this is where we'd be at. You would be able to go to McDonald's, and they would have this. I know you will not believe this. They would have the little things of barbecue sauce out there on the tray that you can pick up yourself.
Yeah, right.
You would be able to go over there and say, "Oh, I need some more barbecue sauce for my nuggets. Let me go get it for myself." Okay? That's the world that you used to have.
Yep.
That's the world before we let these animals run wild and cause all these problems. The part's missing where she killed the family? Yeah, I mean, listen.
What are you talking about?
The problem is that somebody like this, I can almost guarantee you, like, let me do a little bit of fucking guesswork, alright? How much do you want to bet retard, along with her retard friends,
What are you doing?
probably have prior convictions, other arrests, and other problems, that the reason why they didn't want to get out of the car is they might have had a warrant out for their arrest, or they might have been doing something else against the law. And so, the solution to this is you put them in the box. And if you don't do that, you have these morons running around, and you have the police that are effectively the retard wrangling squad that have to go out there and go after them. Suicidal society, I know that, I know. And anything, would you want a high trust society? Absolutely. Shoot them if they drive off, maybe. Probably the reason why she's driving without a license.
I thought all the cars had low jack in them.
Uses the police are trying to kill her? Yeah. And what is this here? It's color and culture. Because it has nothing to do with it. If they were white, it'd be the same thing. If they're black, it's the same thing. It's not about that. Like, it's about not listening to the police and driving off really fast.
Okay, really go.
That's most black people or most white people. It doesn't make a difference. It's the action that's bad. Anybody doing this needs to go to fucking jail. It's insane. It's how you behave. Yeah, it's how you behave. And what happened to the other car, though? Does it say anything? Oh, they're dead. Yeah, they're dead. So, that's what happens. And who said that shit? Just some guy, right? And that's crazy woman, yeah. And it's really, really sad. It is very sad for me to see this happen. And the worst part about it is the fact that, you know, if you let these people run wild and do this stuff, they will destroy everything in society.
What do you want attention about?
They will destroy everything in society.
Do you want something?
And make everything
Then what are you doing
and
that for?
bad and a huge problem.
You only ever do that when you want something. What do you want?
Anyone doing this needs to be shot. I don't
What?
know if they could shoot her or not.
What do you want?
But, like, if they had, I wouldn't have complained, I'll tell you that. And yeah, it's embarrassing, man. It really is. And she killed the father and son.
Are you watching this? Okay, that's fine. You can watch this.
You can say it's tragic, but you have to. The solution is you have to go after these people directly, because if you don't do that,
Don't make it bigger?
then they're just going to keep pushing this stuff as much as you want. If you don't change the root cause, nothing will change. You'll still be talking shit like this 50 years from now. Well, it's easy to solve this problem, really it is. Like, you put anybody that does this in jail. And like in school, see, like people that act this way, the reason why they act this way is because they were allowed to act this way as kids. And they probably act this way in school. So the way you solve this problem is you just hold people accountable for their behavior early on, and then they never turn into this. That's really it's something to early on. Yeah, like you really think this is the first crash out she's had?
I love you.
Yeah, simple.
Can't resist the urge to talk about this. It's diabolical. And
Do you know that guy is?
No.
That's Charlie.
If you aren't already familiar, this is Sesame.
You think it's a little robot?
Walking quadruped robot I built for under $60.
Jimmy's waving. What do you get out of there? Hey, go upstairs. If you're gonna, are you trying to go to sleep? What are you
After
doing?
that video gained some popularity, a lot of you guys wanted to see some pretty unique features added to the game. But one feature stood out from the rest. A couple of you suggested I add some personality. With something like an AI. I love this idea, but little did I know how much work it would actually end up being. Tell me about
He's cute, eh?
Exclamation mark heist doll.
Huh?
So in this video, I'll show you how I got it working, along with a couple other updates.
Ahoy. Captain Hatos here is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join.
I also probably wasn't going to be able to do very much processing at all on that tiny ESP chip, since I was already managing the rest of the robot. Initially, the firmware was designed so that Sesame would create its own Wi-Fi network and connect to that to see the controller. But since I now needed to connect to a host computer, I had to add local network functionality. This meant Sesame would connect to a dedicated network, like a home network or an office network, then be identified by its own IP address, which could be connected to by any other
The hell was
device
that?
on the network. This local network integration meant I had a reliable way to connect to that host computer. And I could start writing a companion app to do the processing. This is an app that you run alongside Sesame that allows you to interface with the AI model, use your microphone to talk to it. The entire companion app is written in Python, and the way it works is pretty interesting. So let me explain. The basic
Ho ho. Hatos here made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. Results. Hatos here, 109,899,999,989.
And what commands to send to the actual robot. But there's a lot happening behind the scenes to make that feel natural. There are 4 main components to this. The voice interface, the AI brain, which is just an API to Gemini, the robot controller, and the main application.
Yeah,
I used to fall asleep in my kid's race car bed reading him stories at night.
Aw.
It uses Google speech recognition.
As rules. Check out us on YouTube http://youtube.b/edas-was-taken-ig, instagram.com/edas.was.taken. GM everyone.
Say good morning?
There's also a wake word system.
Good enough.
So saying something like, hey Sesame, or listening and looking for console commands. One of the clever parts about the voice interface is...
You having a good time? Right on. I'm happy to hear it.
It's a beauty, guys.
Converts any file to any other file? There used to be one of those.
Reportedly an object that is not in this country, that is so reportedly an object that is not in this country, that is so large it cannot be moved. That they built an entire building around, and that's one of the locations that I'm requesting to get to. It's going to be it's going to involve a lot to make that happen, but that may be the final destination.
So that is
Final destination.
by a Republican member of Congress that there is reportedly this object in another country.
What country?
It can't be moved, and a massive structure has been built around it.
Russia?
Its location, but several questions remain. What is this? When did it get here, and why is it being kept a secret? Our next guests are both trying to get those answers. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson, who sits on the Congressional Oversight Committee investigating UAPs, and is trying to get permission to visit this alleged site, is with us alongside the founder of the Disclosure Project, Dr. Stephen Greer.
I knew that was Stephen Greer.
Congressman, what do we know about what this...
I just drove an hour to wake my kid up to make sure he got to school. Guess who doesn't have to go to school today? Ah ha 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 ha.
Hilarious.
Inside and outside of the federal government, that there is
Holy fuck.
this object that exists in another country.
Why do his glasses do that?
Because I've heard of it inside of a closed setting.
What?
And so, and I want to protect my classification level, but others may say that. I can tell you that it's not in the facility that's been widely reported in the news. So but I have been receiving reports both inside and outside of people that have worked in the federal government that there is the potential that this exists.
Okay. Dr. Greer, you have said publicly that this is outside Seoul, South Korea. Is that accurate?
One of them.
Whoa.
Almost 800 whistleblowers who had direct involvement with this. One of them was with the Pentagon for about 8 years as a very senior investigator.
I regret not stopping for sausage burritos at McDonald's. Those little bastards are so good.
Heck yeah.
In the mountains outside Seoul, South Korea, it was so huge they had to build a structure around it, and he was read into this between 2002 and 2010.
Okay.
So it had been there for some time. Now, I also know there are others that have been brought down on other
Immovable object appears on Earth. Well, people do say semi.
In the United States, we know where there's some others, such as near Fort Sill, Oklahoma. There's a smaller one. They built a skiff, a facility around that, and we have its location. So I know that the congressman can speak, to what is limited, because I'm a private citizen. I can discuss these.
Congressman, are you referring to the location in South Korea?
I can't be specific to that location. But there
World Tower in Seoul.
What I can say is that I've seen articles that have pointed to a specific building, and from what I've been told, that is not the facility.
Wait, can you explain why we can't? You're trying to get permission, I assume, from our government and another government, or somebody within another country, to go visit whatever this thing is. Maybe it's a spaceship, maybe it's nothing. Why can't we talk about where it is? I don't get that.
Again, because of the information that was gathered inside a classified setting on my behalf, what I can tell you is I have been trying to get access to even locations that reportedly have craft that are being reverse engineered, that are even close to Washington,
Yo.
D.C. I'm having a difficult time getting access to even those facilities that are just within a few miles from my office in Washington, D.C. So to try to attempt to go to another country and get permission at that level is going to be somewhat insurmountable. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to continue to try.
It seems like the White House is, at least on some level, behind disclosure. We'll see where it goes throughout the next 3 years. Why is there so much resistance to your request, Congressman?
A lot of it is turf. You have all of the different agencies that protect their information, and it's guarded like it's some kind of commodity. You have committees that protect the
UFO building in Anyang-si.
Then oftentimes you're turned down, and sometimes there's multiple committees that have jurisdiction over a topic, and
The World Tower.
The node spacing on the plants that I've raised the lights on is much better than the first plants.
Nice. Yeah, they can space pretty tight if you got them not stretching.
Move mountains as a society. Why can't we move this thing?
It was my understanding it was way too large to move. Remember,
any idea how large?
hundreds of feet, some of them have been in the thousands of feet across.
And are we talking about a spaceship?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
In this case, the one I'm referring to, and there's some others. And the other problem is you can't just chop them up, because I know people who have been on crash retrieval teams with an acetylene torch and high-powered laser, diamond tip saw. You cannot cut through that material. It is so specialized and so hard.
How long has it been here, Dr. Greer? Sorry to cut you off. How long has it been here? Do we have any idea?
He didn't know that, this particular whistleblower, so I don't know it. He indicated it had been there for quite some time.
Congressman, if you are able to visit this spaceship, what do you do with that information when you get back?
Well, look, if I come under any whether it's physical or video evidence that is absolutely definitive, I'm going to do what I can to protect our national security and our nation's interests. I will not hold back on telling the American people that we are alone or not alone in this universe.
Okay.
That is something that no government has the right to withhold from its people.
I think a lot of people agree with that. And then this weekend, Barack Obama, out of nowhere, said this. Take a look. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area
51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
Dr. Greer, did you believe him?
Well, this is the briefing document that was given to him in 2009. It was actually given to John Podesta, who was his senior advisor at the time.
Oh, yeah.
During Hillary's campaign. And
it's pretty big.
It had great detail in it. Now, how much of it got to him directly? I know we met with Mr.
Oh, yeah?
Obama directly. He did indicate that he knew there was something there, but he was never read into it. Meaning, this is what I discovered when I briefed the first presidency I briefed which was Bill Clinton in 1993. They were desperate to find information on this, and they were blocked. I think the public and the media...
26 feet, 5 feet wide, built of stone concrete.
Criminal elements to the secrecy that's gone on for at least since the late 1950s. And so I think Mr. Obama never was fully read into it, and that's why he says, I didn't see anything. Or was he given information on this?
Okay.
Navigational equipment mounted on top. Other models are sent down to support platform from machine in South Korea.
We appreciate the fact that you're trying to do this. Please keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Communication stuff is just built on the top of it. Doesn't extend into the building at all.
Welcome to Reality Check. I'm Ross Coulter on assignment for News Nation in America.
It's reportedly an object that is not in this country. That is
40 suspects.
Usan, Brian, it's good to have you back on screen. Let's just start.
All these fucking old ladies look alike. I had it.
Hey, dude, it's good to see you too.
Hey, there's cars parked on top of it. Why the fuck is there cars on top?
He looks exhausted.
That doesn't make any sense.
Just hoping maybe this will be the week where we finally, get some answers here, and love to have a happy ending with Nancy Duffy, so we're all just kind of on pins and needles,
Yeah, we all want a happy ending. Of course, we see Savannah Guthrie in her first video in several days being posted to social media. I want to recap our audience because, you know me, Brian, I'm going to kind of be a little bit unconventional with my first question here for you right off the bat. But in the last week, the Logan County Sheriff's Office and the FBI.
Sorry,
his
camera,
Is a video of the interior of the building?
Hey, Robin, it's nice to see you, Lady Justice. It's nice to see you guys. Come on in. We've got some new information, some probative information in the case of Nancy Guthrie, and we're breaking it down right now. So we've had 4 reports that we're going to be following. These are the most recent reports that were released. We've got, let's just go, just for you, the folks that are just coming in. We've got this Brian Enton, this Q&A from Tucson, and this is on WFLA. We also have an upcoming segment coming related to the signal sniffer. The third segment, we're going to be going over the CODIS DNA database, the genealogy, the investigative genetic genealogy testing. We've got some the FBI gun shop investigation.
Oh, doesn't look like a UFO inside.
You're going to want to
certainly not a UFO.
So in segment 4, we're going to be going over the 40 suspects. Folks, if you're listening, if you're looking at my thumbnail and you're saying there's 40 suspects, guys, it sounds like we have 40 suspects. Now, in the grand scheme of things, we went from 1 billion people, down to a few thousand.
There's anything inside the circle building. Shit.
Now to a short list of 40 people. We are making progress in the case of Nancy Guthrie. So if you guys are just tuning in, you're going to want to stay at least until segment 4 to get your breaking news on this. So right now we're breaking down the most up-to-date information that came out in the last 24 hours of the news cycle. We're on WFLA where JB, hey JB, we've learned to love JB over the years. Me and JB, if you don't know, there's been a lot of journalists I've had a tug of war with over
okay, with,
You met Tom's
with
kid?
the
Yesterday,
starting
yeah.
outs of our channel,
Get
and
on.
this, because, you know, nobody likes to make way for new journalism, and as you can see, mainstream media is fighting social media as much as they can. If they can beat us with a club, they absolutely will beat us with a club, because we're taking their jobs away little by slow, and it's unfortunate, but they did it to themselves. So me and JB don't get along. Actually, I think JB blocked me several years ago. Maybe he's unblocked me now. I don't know. But I digress. Either way, KJB had this, Q&A with Brian Inton, and Brian Inton is very knowledgeable out of the scene. If you guys know, I was camped out in front of Gabby Petito's house. I met Brian Inton. Brian Inton and I spoke almost every day for 5 weeks, along with Mike Ruiz, which is out there with Fox News. And these are two people out there, along with JLR, which has been kind of giving us a front and center view all day, every day, of what the goings and comings in front of that house are. It's been very important and very important for people that can't be out there like us. So this has all been working together, and so now as information comes out, we break it down for all of our audience members, and you guys
This lady looks like a white lady of your mom.
the first true crime show during the morning. So as people are waking up and haven't had an opportunity to see all the breaking news, we're covering it here on this show first thing in the morning. And so we have the emotional plea from Savannah that we just heard, and this was entering in the second week, where she is begging the abductor or whoever has her mother to please find the humanity within them and let her go, give her back, is basically the message. And then now we're rolling over here with WFLA as they are breaking down questions for Brian Inton, and Brian Inton is starting to explain some stuff. When we get into the fourth segment, you guys will start hearing the breaking news of this show. We have some 40 suspects on this list that we're learning about today. And again, this is stuff that's being broken by Brian Inton, and we are going to break that down and dive into it. So if that's something you're interested in, just still stick
When does
around.
business start in Edmonton? 8 a.m. is pretty standard here.
Video, comment in the chat, share this show, and
I mean,
subscribe to this channel.
business for me used to start at fucking 5 in the morning, but
In for questioning and released, followed by a nighttime
8:30, something like that, I
leaving
think.
people in handcuffs, heart being put over a vehicle next to a culvert.
Some places don't open till 10.
Much of really anything that we know about that just yet. You have the glove statement that came out, and that glove statement was written
Weed stores don't
in a
open
way
till
that was
10.
confusing to just about everybody, including yourself. You had to read it a few times and make sure that you were understanding it.
Not by law, it's just when they all seem to open.
There in Tucson, reporting that this is just believed to be a
Okay, so it's the same.
Yeah.
have cold water thrown on it. Plus, you have rampant
Yeah, well, everything used to be 24-hour, now in COVID. And they just fucking shut down half society for some reason.
Understand. I'm not sure if law enforcement is believing this burglary gone wrong. This just doesn't fit either, right? So we're going to have to try to, and this is where your brains are going to need to think, because we're not here yet in the show, but we're going to get there. And you need to be thinking about all of these facts that we do have, okay? Let's just go through some of the basic facts that we have. We know this crime was done in the middle of the night. We know this crime was done in the middle of the night by a masked gunman, okay, that tried very, very hard to hide their identity, okay? We know that a camera from the front door was ripped off and taken with it. That means it was not left behind. It sounds to me like there were some glass fragments at the bottom or on the ground.
I can't believe Walmart still closes at 11. I miss 3 a.m. Walmart trips when no one was there.
Yeah, me too.
Trace anything. We don't know. Okay? We know that the assailant was comfortable enough
Must have been really hard
to be around that house for 41
to hire enough security for that shit.
know that the victim
That's a fat looking plant.
was forcibly removed. There's blood on the outside of the house. We don't know what's on the inside of the house. We can speculate, but factually, we
Oh, those are
don't
gonna be
know.
those fat leaves too.
So what we have is we have a
as an indica for
we have
sure.
a gunman, same person, but the masked intruder's one, but having that elevated gun is always a recipe for disaster, especially when somebody gets spooked, right? So we have those elements. We have 41 minutes around the house. We have been able to
It's not
observe
popped
this
yet.
person on camera, and they look very nonchalant out in the front trying to remove this camera, which to me, again,
Well, probably towards that one.
can't take it into consideration, but you guys have to use that as some of your theorizing, right? Is how his behavior is on the outside of that home at that time. Okay, those are the facts. We don't have a whole lot to go off of. Okay, and the little bit that we do have, we now learn the family's
I appreciate that my friend
and that was
supports
our
me
biggest
having an
source
opinion.
and our biggest lead is because the family
I
was the
appreciate
last
so
to
much
hear. The son-in-law
that my friends allow me to have an opinion.
in true crime, we're always looking
You guys
for
rock.
the last person to see the person alive and a potential motive, and we can see a potential motive here as being financial with that aspect, but that's been cut off, right? It doesn't hold water. Their evidence and their and everything that they're investigating right now does not point to the family. As a matter of fact, everything that they stated, the family is clear, including their spouses. So it's anybody else. It's anybody else. So now we have to come back to this drawing board with very limited information and try to build this case back again. Thank goodness many of us had multiple theories, not relying on just one. As a matter of fact, the family being involved was a theory until I saw this masked gunman. And then I realized that things were as they seemed. I didn't really believe that the family could be a party in this after that. I think something more here is going on, but now we have to fall on statistics in this case. And statistics tell us that burglaries at night are rare. Okay? They're very rare. Most people burglarize commercial buildings at night, and they rob houses during the day. Okay? That is the statistical makeup of our burglaries and robberies typically. Okay? So that tells us that this person was here for some other purpose, in my opinion. And I think this is why law enforcement has thrown that cold water that JB was just talking about onto that theory of it being a burglary gone bad, because statistically,
How the
even
hell did
that
that take so long?
assessment defies logic.
I cut your nails literally 2 days ago. What the fuck?
So we have to remember that. So I don't know what we're looking at here, but whatever our theories are, I have a funny feeling we're all, like even me, I feel like we're all wrong here. Something else is going on, but what?
Didn't I just cut your nails like 2 days ago?
TikTokers, YouTubers, and just the general public that have kind of descended in on
So let's just back up a little bit, because there are new people in this chat. We're talking about, let me just back up just a few moments so you guys can get caught up with us. It's nice to have you guys all here. I Spy, it's nice to see you. Melly, it's nice to see you. Jacob, Army Vet, Handsome Man, I said hi to you. Oh, Megan Nels, it's nice to see you, Lovebug. I hope you're doing well.
read it a few times and make sure that you were understanding it correctly. You have a local station there in Tucson reporting that this is just believed to be a burglary gone wrong, only for it to have cold water thrown on it. Plus, you have rampant speculation from TikTokers, YouTubers, and just the general public that have kind of descended in on Arizona.
What's going on with this camera?
I don't know about you, Brian, but it sounds like a pretty good time for a press conference, no?
Yeah, I mean, and every day we kind of wait to see if there's going to be one, and it's been more than a week now since there's been a press conference.
And in the Sebastian Rogers case, it's been almost 2 years. The last press conference we had from the sheriff in the Sebastian Rogers case was on April 2nd, 2024. April 2nd. He disappeared on February 22nd, or excuse me, February 26th. February 24th, 2026.
Why is it not bright over there? I don't get it.
February 26th, 2024, almost 2 years ago. He disappeared, and within 60 days, we had 2 press conferences, and after that, no more press conferences. And it's awful. It's awful.
Hey, Sheriff. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for swinging through.
Updates today, but then little sort of things
That is so crazy.
The FBI will put out a statement, or you'll suddenly, get a text from the sheriff with some information, which is great, but it's hard. It's been hard to track every day.
Good morning, Share Bear. Happy belated birthday.
It's been a little tricky for sure.
I think we can all agree that the communication has been tricky. I mean, we've already had so many statements that the sheriff has put out and walked back. And he's done it so much that people are almost terrified to believe the Clear family statement. The only thing that gives me comfort is I know that that statement wasn't put out.
Look at that sick edit, lol.
The sheriff. It came from the sheriff's account, but I know that they're working hand in hand.
I know, right?
The feds. So I have to believe
Sick.
that it was a joint statement, even though it wasn't presented as a joint statement. And but I have to believe that they went through this whole family's life. I mean, we watched them. We watched them canvass Tommaso in Annie's neighborhood twice. We saw them go into.
Did you hear JLR about this Tommaso guy? He's like, tomatoes in the chat. Tomatoes in the chat.
Aw, thank you, Marissa. I appreciate that. They did everything that they needed to do over there. It's not them. And sometimes it's hard to, acknowledge that or accept that. And it's hard.
Oh.
But for me, once we saw the masked gunman, I knew we were dealing with some. I mean, before that, I really wasn't on board with the son-in-law. For some reason, I just wasn't. For me, it didn't fit because they had been there for 20 years taking care of her. Why now?
Because eventually this happens. Lady.
Look at Ashley Buzzard's case. Ashley Buzzard, she had
Like that. If you've been here for 5 years, why did it happen now? That's right.
ran with her mother, on the run with her mother, trying to flee from her father.
They figured it out real quick though. Like, oh, wait, this could have only been done by somebody that worked here for the last 10 years. What's up? Are you eating your toast? Is it gone? What are you doing?
At least for me, I didn't believe she could hurt her child. And lo and behold, she did.
Oh, lo and behold.
I mean, I've got to consider that there have been some things that make me not.
That's out of the Bible, hey?
Something
Lo and behold.
wrong. But again, I don't have an investigative file. The only people that have the information is law enforcement. And if they clear somebody, folks, they clear somebody.
I believe.
Until new information comes about that could convict them or change that assessment, they're clear. Us keeping harping on the same stuff, it's not doing the case any good. So now we need to kind of broaden our horizons.
There are some good,
There is somebody out there.
what do you call them?
Guys, there's 40.
Panelists.
There are 40. 40.
That Tommy Temper guy.
On this list. So we're not talking about somebody.
They were tearing that black dude apart last night. It's so easy.
So why?
He was so mad at me.
Thank you so much.
Like, do you want the link? Do you want the link? I don't give a fuck about your links, bro. You can't even post it. Why'd you offer it?
Are they still not around? I don't know, but you know what? Many people were looking at those photos. You gotta remember, those photos that you guys
You seen them?
are looking at are like from 20
We haven't even discovered 10% of the ocean. Like, well, okay. We discovered all the ocean already.
Okay. We were looking, at least in my
We know where it is.
we're seeing outside of that door was a much younger person, in my opinion. Planned kidnapping 100%.
I don't know if people think there's like gold at the bottom of the ocean we haven't got yet or what.
Starting to lean like she was targeted.
What's down there? A bunch of black and darkness.
But we don't know that for a fact. We just are hearing that Savannah's really considering not returning to the Today Show, and you kind of can't blame her because I'm sorry if
Yeah, right.
What about the Hollow Earth
I don't
Ocean?
know. I don't think there's any room for it. That Mariana's Trench is real deep.
because you go into this even though it's not our
And it would have to pump back water back up, wouldn't it? If there's a way down there, I have no idea. Maybe the gravity comes from the ground, and there is a hollow earth, and the ocean, there's like an ocean on the inside of the dome, or is that what you're saying? On the inside of the sphere, it's also water, but just around the edges. Or just around the surface?
It's got to be in her time and on her terms.
Like a big bubble of air in there with water around it?
For everything that has happened here, and it's not fair.
And land around that?
She didn't do this. People are allowed to be famous without being hunted down like rabid animals. You know what I'm saying? It's not her fault.
Maybe water is the creator of our gravity.
Have been doing, some spontaneous interviews will pop up randomly. I'm thinking, wait, he's providing updates, but only.
Like your center of mass is going to sit somewhere, right? I bet your center of mass is your center of gravity. What are you doing?
How challenging has this been for you to cover?
It's all water and not actually hollow, and the people have gills.
I think it's been back and forth between him and the FBI. My sense is the FBI is probably telling him not to do any press conferences and to just play it cool right now while they continue to investigate and try to come up with something so that they can have a good update for a press conference. But I think, the sheriff has been under fire, and I think he wants to convey certain messages, and so he, he'll say that there's not going to be any updates, but then he'll text or he'll do an interview. He's close with a lot of the local stations here, so he'll do an interview with a local reporter, and then everyone will start contacting the sheriff's office trying to confirm that information. So it's been hard to cover in that way, but we just take it day by day, really. Just every day, it's like it seems like something kind of comes out every day, something new, and you think it's slow. I mean, Friday night there was a SWAT raid.
Yeah, think about Friday night. Friday night we were staring at a freaking house a half a day, but then all of a sudden the SWAT vehicle moves and everybody's chasing around. So we're on like this, literally this hunt for this SWAT truck to find out what house they're gonna open up now, And now we haven't even got. If you guys are wondering about the 40, I haven't even showed you guys the receipts for the 40 individuals yet, so you don't have to worry about that. So one thing that I've realized from this
People have gills like Waterworld? I believe it.
Hoping maybe this will be the week where we finally get some answers here is the most notable quote, and we're all kind of on pins and needles. And I think that
See, I don't get why this disconnected now.
a good expression
Or did it?
of what we've all been dealing with in this case since the beginning.
Fuck.
Did Tommaso go inside that night? It sounds like he did. It sounds like he walked his mother-in-law into his feeble mother-in-law into
His
that
feeble
house.
mother-in-law. Feeble.
I hate to tell you, Andy and Tommaso seem like great people. They don't make a whole lot of money. They take care of their family, and we're looking at these things so, and I understand we have to look at, because we don't know what happened. Now that they're cleared, we can kind of relieve ourselves from some of that skepticism. But it sounds on the fact of everything, it sounds like they were good people for us. Okay? And you're right, they didn't make the money that the rest of the family did, which even should show you even more that they cared about their family, right? They gave up. They could probably use some of that celebrity elbow grease and got a little further up the food chain if they so chose. But maybe for them, being around their mother and making sure their mother aged well and
Tomato, tomato, that's what he said.
we don't know what the priorities of that family are. But obviously there was 3 children, they loved their mom, and they all took care of her. So, I have to think that it appears that he was a good guy. And at some point...
You know what I like about that? How Tomato has won that out.
Take a shot every time they say Tommaso.
How'd you get it to say Tommaso?
I'm just saying, I don't know if you guys know me, but I ain't a spring chicken, and I got myself into a lot of problems before I became this beautiful woman you see before you today. I was a problem child, and we grow. We get older, we're not that same punk, person.
She looks really like a shit disturber.
30s, we start growing up, but I gotta tell you, if we were comparing rap sheets, I'm just saying, like church choir boys, huh? Compared to that of...
This one is not a goody two boots.
I'm just saying.
The little baddie two boots.
You guys know those little spinning doors, that are at those nice fancy hotels that everybody likes
Who is
to
this
play
lady?
around with? Remember Okay? I just got on that door and I just like spinning around.
Oh, it's Betty. It is Betty.
And I like coming out and I like going back in and I like coming back out. Then I like going back in and I like coming back out. And I just couldn't figure out what the hell I was doing so wrong out here outside of his now. And then you know what I needed? I needed a good quick swift kick in the behind. And then
It's got the same initials as Bubble Boots too. Isn't that weird? BB? I mean.
We started getting a little bit of Jesus, you know, put on top of that, and then you got your go-go juice going in those little things. Next thing you know, you got a true content creator named Poor Betty.
Her lore is awesome.
People have backgrounds. A lot of people, believe it or not, there's a lot of people out there that weren't so upstanding. You guys wouldn't know that I used to not be such an upstanding citizen. Right now, I don't really worry about what law enforcement says about me. I don't break the law. Hey, I know I don't break the law. I study the law before I go in there. I'm like, I don't even put that one toe over the line, folks. Don't even do it. I don't play. Not one toe. So what we're
Blade owes me a toe.
everybody's waiting
Don't think I forgot, Blade.
There's a press conference drought.
I don't know why nobody talks about the toe lately, but buddy.
Life is a lesson. It sure is. And we all
IP2 wants her toe.
have a walk. And I like to go out here and let people know that you can't judge people for their walk, because you know what? Somebody that did something really bad back then may have done the work that they needed to get here.
That's right. Most of us did.
Horrible families. Not that I came from a horrible family, but I did have violence in my family.
There's some bad families out there.
And so those things are hard to shake after they're drilled into your mind your entire upbringing, right?
No
You
doubt.
gotta start changing people, places, and things. You gotta start changing a lot of lifestyles.
You just throw your whole life in the garbage. Crumple it up like wasted paper. Don't recycle it. No recycling.
And so you gotta do some work on yourself.
Yep.
And then once you figure out what's wrong with you, you quit being a dumbass, right?
Yes.
You start working on yourself.
And then you recognize it in other people.
People sitting there judging too much, with people, because people that do shit in their 20s, when you're in the 40s,
Turn into good people.
you ain't even thinking about the crap. You don't even remember. Let's be honest, okay? You don't even remember the crap you did in your 20s, okay? You're getting clubbed over your head about half the crap you don't even remember. You're like, did I really do that? Damn.
Oh man, people.
I was a little more out there than I thought I was. Well, damn. We're using your name out here. Okay.
Thank God I'm still alive.
Let's get back on track. So, at the end of the day, we have people that may be around people that don't, but they're in a band. I mean, I don't know how many people. Look at Dolly Vision. I mean, most of the people he was in a band with are felons. Okay. He's not in the band anymore with them, but let's face it. Just because you're around band people that don't have the best background doesn't mean you're this monster. I mean, so it just put it into perspective.
Yeah, think about how they would describe the people that hung out with me.
Is because I felt like he was. I'm sorry. When we didn't see the guy moving, when we didn't have the image of the masked intruder, we can develop in our mind all types of.
When it was just that photo, holy.
But once we see reality, well, that changes things. And I'm sorry, that person I saw moved much younger than a 50 and 60-year-old person. Okay? I'm 40, almost getting too close to 50. You know what? I'm aging beautifully. I'm perfectly fine with it. I got the gray in my hair. I ain't trying to dye it out. Nothing. I'm okay. Okay? I'm okay with it. And I gotta tell you, I kind of know how 40-something-year-olds move. And in all fairness, when you gotta get up there in that 40s and 50-year-old, I don't think you can move without noise. I think that the cameras and the microphones might pick up the crackling of the bones, the snap, crackle, and pop that all of us, 40, 50, 60-year-old people, we get. I'm just saying. I'm thinking we would have heard a little more noise on the camera. That's all I'm saying. If it was Dominic, I'm just saying. I think we might have heard a little bit of the joints popping little bit. You guys know, all you folks over the age of 50 know what the hell I'm talking about. You guys sound like a bowl of Rice Krispies in the morning. Don't lie. Don't lie. How many of you guys are Rice Krispies? For those that would like to put your hands up, I'm a Rice Krispie. Robert Hudson, I just turned 66. So you're probably laughing because you know I'm right. You're probably laughing because you know I'm right. So what I'm trying to say here, in not such a funny term.
Good morning. Chats and hate.
Hey,
So anybody 50, 60 years old is out. Okay? This person moved 30, probably 30 or younger. That's what a toe's cracking. That's what I'm talking about. Toes are cracking. There you go. So you guys know I'm Rice Krispie treat. There you go. So I'm just saying that I think we would have heard some snap, crackle, and
Hey,
popping up on that.
you were not here earlier. Good morning. Thank you for appreciating that I have an opinion and allowing me to voice it without too much trouble. Means a lot. As you've probably seen, a lot of my friends don't even care to hear what the fuck I have to say. You don't have to care what I have to say, but thanks for letting me say it.
Well, yeah, that's true. They could have hired someone. So let's look at that down the road, okay? We're gonna be talking about that a little bit more. But I don't think that fits either. But we'll get to it. So let's get back to this. I think we have another.
Good morning, Bubble Boots LFG.
So we have 3 different things here. We have a press conference drought. We have the FBI.
My knees hurt.
Sheriff's attention, and then we've got investigation strategy concerns here as well. So I've got them bullet pointed as no official press conference in over a week, and I have to keep dovetailing.
Yes, I meant you.
Because these are going to be some of the things that I'm going to
Bubble
be complaining
Boots.
about in front of the sheriff's office.
As was here already.
The week after next. We have information drip outs. That means that they're funneling information through one specific source.
LFG it as.
Why are they blocking out traditional media and social media and just providing one? It just doesn't make sense. I don't like how they're doing it, and it seems.
Yeah, he's having a good time this morning.
Here, giggle titchy.
Our rules, First Amendment rules. So, we have these drip outs from text messages and spontaneous interviews, and this is creating.
He's definitely full of pep this morning.
Luke's girlfriend. We're going to get into that too, because the day name, I don't think we're making.
He came and watched a little bit of.
We might. I've got to look into that.
I don't remember what we were watching. Asmongold.
I've been hearing about Kayla Day. I was watching it when the gentleman walked up to it and started explaining about Kayla Day, but I'm not convinced with everything related to Kayla Day just yet.
He likes streaming a lot, like watching streamers and shit a lot.
The connection, which I have not personally seen the connection, the linkage behind the scenes in my reports yet, and I do pull. We'll get into some of the reports that I pull. I don't want to tell you guys everything, but we do pull reports here.
Tiger, I meant. Good morning to you.
Tiger's his nickname. There's a whole bunch of different, I don't know, people spell it all crazy, but. You know what he likes to be called is Ty. Just funny. He's stealing my nickname. He's working his way up to birthdays. I know, me too.
Fuchsia, I just read his McDonald's sausage burrito comment. I'm hungry. Lol.
Yeah, man. I wish I had a Mexican in this house. I would enslave them and make them. They'd be forced to make tortillas all day. There'd be so many tortillas, I would not even do that.
Exclamation mark high star. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type. Heist. amount to join.
I have to believe if they provided 16 gloves, all 16 gloves would have some form of
16 gloves.
Exclamation
40
mark
suspects.
Heistal.
Okay? So why are they focusing on
This is a true JLR investigation right now.
Ahoy. At Hate Hose here has joined the treasure hunt. Burrito folding hostage at Hates.
to that glove? The sheriff sent samples to a private lab, still waiting on results as of yesterday because they sent it to the private lab. Quantico, investigative genetic genealogies.
I'd have to feed them more than they would be doing. I know, right? Very Mexican.
I want on-demand burritos.
Mexicans aren't real. They're just called
At High.
Latinas or something.
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. The poisonous fog sends half the crew to Davy Jones's locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Bot Ricks, 1,999,999,899. At High 77,777.
So in what was it, 2001?
Twins run in my family, so I must stay away from Hispanics.
Why? Do twins run in their families too? Do you want like 1 million little firecrackers?
Wanna know something funny?
If you're gonna tell me you're from Barcelona, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't know how to make tortillas?
I don't know how to make tortillas.
Just tape up a spray can with a camera lens instead of fisting it. Yeah, I know. That it seems like
That is fucking funny.
paint, glue, spray paint, something like that. Even oil, like WD-40. It would that would
Serves me right.
distort the image.
Well, as I know how to make tortillas, buddy. I guess if we're gonna enslave anybody, it might as well be me.
If you're not violent with something, then you don't have to worry about, DNA or cells being. Because if you're using a spray can, the only thing they're going to be able to do
They're pretty easy.
is test the type
4 chips is a tortilla.
4 chips? Those are big chips. Holy Jesus.
red 002, and it's like, okay, well they made 18 billion cans of,
I made this pasta sauce last night, and I got super lazy, so I just ate it on toast. It was good.
And I think that if this helicopter, no matter how we look at it,
I didn't even bother with pasta. I mean,
Exclamation mark Heistal. Ahoy. Captain Bot Ricks is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Get to work
Right.
on those tortillas at Hate. Chat needs sausage breakfast burritos.
have-
Exclamation mark Heistal. Ahoy.
Like
At
21
Hate Hose here
eggs.
has joined the treasure hunt.
fuck am I gonna do with 21 eggs in one day? Well, obviously a CODIS match could crack the case.
Ho ho. The entire
Oh,
crew
well more than
escaped
a million.
Black Heart Island
Way
alive.
more than a million, lady.
They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. A crew of pirates and
So
raiders
who's
check
he
their
naming after?
flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they
Is it
disembark
Bullhorn
for
Betty,
Black Heart
the plant?
Island. Results: Hate Hose here, 109,899,999,989. Bot Ricks, 1,009,999,999,899. I think BB will be out of the humidity dome tomorrow. Kulat has.
Egg
Egg salad? Deviled eggs?
I don't know, deviled eggs.
And this is again what they were trying to avoid.
I don't have, so I got no way to whip anything. I don't even have a fucking, I got a dollar store plastic whisk. Imagine trying to whip eggs with a fucking dollar store whisk. Oh my god. Things made out of like rubber.
Deviled egg, deviled eggs.
It's also, all the little prongs are fat, or whatever they're called. Aww.
BB is named after Kiddo's dead fish.
Aww.
And again, I'm surprised that they didn't bother thinking that their
Exclamation mark high stall.
I miss having fish.
drones are, you know, here. I don't know if they have drones like that.
No
No
pressure.
pressure.
Don't mess it up, Az.
Now, granted, Florida Power and Light's an independent company, even though it's Florida Power and Light, it's not owned by or come by the state of Florida. And,
Man.
they have these drones, these huge drones, about, I don't know.
Or maybe the fork.
Smoosh the yolks with a fork? Or the bottom of a flat cup?
Well, didn't you have to whip them though? To make them like nice and fluffy? Maybe I'm just, I don't know. Deviled eggs is like one of the first things I learned to make in school for food. And they're really picky. I guess they could just be chunks of... Oh, for salad? Yeah. There's plenty of light outside.
They have them, and I actually looked at it.
Huh.
I made a video of this event. It's on my YouTube channel. So this is a big, you know,
Some eggs as props. That's funny. There's not enough snow out there. Tracy imagined some crazy wild snowstorm. It's like, you're lying. You're gonna be buried in snow by tomorrow. Like, no, I can still see the sidewalk out here. When you can still see the walkway, there's not been a lot of snow. I don't know what's wrong with my camera though.
They can use a drone. A drone would fly closer to the ground than any helicopter could get. So I think the signal cipher could work. It hasn't been effective. I looked at the history. We haven't found any Bluetooth heart pacemaker using this particular.
What did we use? We must just use the mixer or something. Yeah, the other cameras vanished off the list here. Weird.
Zach and Luke Daly, and then there was a Zach that was in the
I have to figure this out.
Range Rover. Luke, they took they impounded his car yesterday, and that whole situation there was from a federal search warrant. We also learned that those federal search warrants are not easy to acquire. So for them to have a federal search warrant of this
Maybe Jace is practicing his hack skills again.
it's pretty interesting. Oh. It's pretty interesting to say the least. Oh. Okay, so now that we're talking about DNA evidence, because this could be the key to cracking this case wide open, the FBI says that they found a glove matching what they see in the terrifying doorbell camera footage. It contains DNA from a unknown male suspect. They are planning to
Okay, so it now makes sense. My window is actually buried in snow.
But here's where things do kind of get
Okay.
complicated. As you heard, Protus is the FBI database of DNA.
Now, Jace is a real dude, right?
We're talking about 19 million offenders according to this reporting, and over a million forensic profiles. So very, very large system here.
Look at this. See that?
I smashed the yolks with a potato masher. Never whipped them. Maybe it's 'cause I don't want to hassle with a mixer?
What in the hell?
40 people.
He's real enough. He's been modded and unmodded multiple times in Scribbles chat like the rest of us. Well,
See that he never escaped. He's still out there. So that little guy right there, he dances. When the sun hits his little solar panel, he like wiggles.
Us sticking around the family is doing nothing to advance this case. The family is not involved in this. The family is not involved in this. So let's just go over some of the information we've just
Yeah, he's pretty cute.
That's neat.
As long as there's light, he's like a perpetual motion machine, I guess. He's no load though. Yeah, I wish he was
Cute.
dancing right now.
Finding the right one is challenging. So all of those gloves have gone to the lab, and they're only talking about one glove. Out of all those gloves that they collected, they're talking about one glove. That's why I had
One glove.
that it was, it had to have matched
No.
the DNA inside that house. Guys, please don't forget to like, share,
Look what I
subscribe,
did.
and comment this video. I greatly appreciate that. As we break all this information down to you, the chain of custody, it was sent to a private lab, still undergoing quality control.
Why would I do
FBI
that?
has not accepted the DNA submission. So what is the holdup in CODIS? It's because it wasn't processed at the lab in Quantico, and therefore additional steps need to be made to put that profile into the CODIS.
Oh, the Thorpes are alive and awake.
And so that has not
Do I really want to see pictures from 4 years ago? Probably not. Lol, fuse you Google.
state system first, because they have to maintain chain of custody. So because this is exactly why law enforcement didn't understand, and the feds didn't understand why they're insistent on processing this all in Florida when time is of the essence, and all of these things are delaying the process. So this is being done by the sheriff because he wants to keep everything in the same lab. So he doesn't care about timing. He doesn't care about this woman. He's saying that on one hand they believe she's alive, and on the other hand they don't care how much
You think that's
time
trouble?
we need to get stuff done. We wasted over 24 hours.
Yes.
We could have had results back by now. And here we don't even have the stuff entered into the CODIS database yet because of the decisions of the sheriff. So we've had a delay problems. Sources call these delays unnecessary. The FBI could have processed this within a day and sent it to
You're gonna be a tall kid.
this creates a catch-up process, which is what we were discussing further. So then we're going to be getting into the investigative genetic genealogy testing. We're not quite there yet. And then we'll be going over to the gunshot story here in just a second. Again, breaking news. If you guys are just coming in, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button on your way in. We do have breaking news. There are about 40 suspects that we're learning this morning on a short list of suspects that could have done this. The law enforcement is going around canvassing all gun shops in the area to find out if any of these 40 people have been in that gun shop anytime recently. So
What?
We'll find out the results of that in due time, I'm sure.
Does it seem to anybody else like they are doing this investigation all backwards? Or something? Something weird? Why are they going around on foot, door to door, to gun shows or gun stores? Do they not just have to upload their footage already? Isn't there a list? You guys don't have a list of people that bought guns? Do you guys not have a list of people that bought guns? Maybe I'll Google it.
This is something different. We don't know what we're looking at here, but it doesn't involve the family. The immediate family, we'll say that. Because I know we still have some investigative work to do on this Kayla Day. We haven't done that yet, so we're going to be rolling that out. I've got to make the link, I've got to do the family profile and find out what
Oh, damn it.
It sounds like she's, partly removed.
You can easily get an unregistered gun.
He needs to get an unregistered gun, but okay, why are they going around gun store to gun store and asking? Like there should be, isn't there a computer somewhere, a list?
Exclamation mark Heistall.
Dude, if I went and bought a crowbar at a pawn shop here,
Captain
they'd have a
Botrix is
list.
trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
It's insane that you would just
Heist
like
amount
somehow
to
not
join.
have a list of the people that bought guns. But I get the unregistered thing. That's like off the book gun sales, yeah. But they gotta
Prior
come out
to
of it.
1962, guns were not required to have serial numbers.
But you'd still keep a name of the guy that you sold the gun to, right? You'd have it on like, for tax purposes or something. Jesus Christ.
So now we've got to ask ourselves, who are those other people, and how do they play into this case? So with having 40 people,
Our cops could march into fucking Home Depot and be like, I want a list of people that bought nails this week. And they'd have it.
we'll give her that. She's a good journalist at times. I've seen her create stories. I've seen
Results.
And nobody's
Bot
like, oh, my
rates,
privacy's been
1,909,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their
Like, I totally
flintlocks and
agree.
sharpen their
I-
cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho.
I wouldn't want to tell
Botrix
anybody I
made
bought
it
a gun
back from
either.
Black Heart Island with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty.
where we are with the case, who is ultimately responsible. And typically, anybody that comes in contact with that person within 24 hours of them disappearing,
I guess they don't even know who bought those goddamn Walmart backpacks.
they're a person of interest until they're period. Okay? And so I think that there's a lot here that she may have gotten from her source, but I believe
He's having a great time.
calculated guesses. And these calculated guesses get us in hot water. Okay? There has been times that, we are very, very big on this channel because we weren't as clear as we once were, as we are now, I should say. And,
Oh, it's so nice to hear him happy.
there are a lot of things that could be misconstrued. So instead of us saying, here's the facts, like you see me going out of my way to say, here are the facts, these are the facts of the case, this is what I think, this is rumor, this is speculation, this is theory, right? I go out of my way to make sure that there is the differentiation of what truly is fact with the case and what truly is opinion, because once upon a time when I first started out, some of that stuff would be misconstrued. And so people were frustrated that it was true. So now I make sure, out of my way to make sure that you guys know exactly what fact is and what theorizations, hyperbole, conjecture.
Do you think belly buttons are genetic, or do you think they're like the handiwork of a doctor? Oh.
You can avoid that vacuum is press conferences, press releases, things that keep people talking about the case, but keep them talking about it in a more positive light. If you leave people, if you shut people off, their brains get very creative. Okay? Their brains are very, very creative. The brains all of a sudden make ninjas coming out, dropping from a friggin', an alien ship onto the top of the house and teleport down into the home, snatch the person up, put them back into the, it gets crazy. That's what the point I'm trying to make. When you leave people to their own devices, the story gets crazy. So the more information that we have, the better off it's going to be. So now we're looking at a gun holster, we're looking at that was found at Walmart, we're looking at a backpack that was found at Walmart. I'm even thinking that the windbreaker might have been bought or purchased at Walmart. So we see a person that's purchasing a lot of stuff at Walmart. These are new items that were purchased. Did he also go to the local gun shop and purchase a new gun? That is a great question. So we have this gun, we have this list. Law enforcement is carrying a list of 40
It's funny, they're like, oh, he's so smart, he went and bought all this new stuff. I wonder if he bought a new gun.
This is not the family. This is random. This is people that they don't believe are affiliated with this family that may have been responsible for this heinous crime. But the family's out, folks. The family's out. We got a list of 40 people and 40.
So the little penguin that jumped out of my window in that short, that doesn't look like this guy, that's what he started off looking like.
Have you seen these people? Did you purchase a weapon? Did they purchase a weapon in a certain time?
Did any of these people buy guns off the books?
So they must have reason to believe that these things were purchased in a specific time frame.
Okay.
We also broke yesterday a very key detail in all of this.
If somebody knew about somebody that bought these guns the day of the missing woman or whatever, and they thought it was connected, wouldn't they just tell the FBI? Like going around door to door is not going to make them tell you. Oh, we're here at your door, you better tell us now. Like, fuck you, dude. If they're resisting the government, they're just not going to tell you. They don't care how many Nazi Guthries got kidnapped. My guns.
In a time frame. Because we know the backpack was purchased at Walmart. We know the gun holster was purchased at Walmart. Did they go and purchase
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, I get it.
that this was kind of planned or premeditated somehow? At least there is at least a theory of ours that has a premeditated tone to it of an unknown assailant. We talked about it yesterday. And we talked about it several days ago. Well, now we have 40
A premeditated tone.
photographs. They're asking if these clerks have seen these people. They're asking them if they purchased a firearm or any type of weapon at a certain time.
This lady is way better at this than JLR is.
By multiple employees from multiple gun shops. Who are the 40
You good?
people? How was the list compiled?
Did you just ask, was JLR talking in his sleep and somebody just wrote it down?
Who's at the top of the list? And if some names are already clear,
What?
you know,
Holy.
ID'd the gun. It sounds like they may have possibly ID'd the gun. Possibly they've ID'd the firearm type from the doorbell footage.
Yeah?
Trying to match recent buyers to the weapon and gun clearly visible in suspect's pants of that camera. And we know that they have better technology.
What's your favorite episode of SpongeBob? How come you never had one?
But they have, stuff.
You know why? Because I've never ever encouraged my kids to have favorites.
Gun reviewers, I can't remember what their actual title is.
Like, what's your kid's favorite color? Like, not one.
Exactly what a firearm looks like. They know that this firearm looks like a Smith &
Love all colors equally.
Lawson. This one looks like, maybe an off-name firearm. They are.
That way, if they get a favorite or whatever, it's there.
Typically determine the type of firearm it is based upon different.
It's not like a choice they had to make.
Unique to that type. So I believe that they've done that. So 40 is a very specific number. Not 50, not 100. Suggests that these are serious persons of interest, and some of these people on this list may have been clear. And they may be asking. So Nancy disappeared on February 1st. what time frame are they asking about? We don't know what time frame they're asking about, and we haven't heard. So if you guys hear any reports of the time frame that they're asking about, please let us know. You guys can send in all leads, any type of breaking news information, to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. If you guys know my mods
wow.
have the names in blue. If you reach out to them, they have my number. They can reach out to me with breaking news.
Is that her phone number?
Anything interesting that is probative for our audience. So, you know, we do have these things going on, and recent purchases would be most suspicious. So it sounds like they have a clear understanding when they believe all of this stuff was purchased. I wonder if they found the backpack. I wonder if they have a time frame of when the backpack was purchased, and maybe that's the time frame that they're looking at. Plus the DNA cross-referencing, right? Could this be matching DNA results to a known individual? We don't know. Waiting to see if...
I think this little sign says North Pole.
Weapon building a circumstantial case. I don't think they're building a circumstantial case. I think they have real evidence, real hardcore evidence. Known associates, maybe people with connections to the area, prior criminal history, previous interactions with law enforcement.
Uh-oh.
So that's the behavior we're looking
You know what's
at.
crazy? Up until a little while ago, his mom hadn't even been stopped by the police and had her name entered into the computer once.
So we know that they did take the lead of Annie and Tommaso very seriously.
She's older than me.
And it was very public that they
Every time the police stopped her and ran her name, she's like, what, my name didn't come up at all? They're like, yeah, how's that possible?
and their behavior are looking at who? It looks like, excuse me, common criminals in the area.
My husband protects me, fuck you guys.
But here is the breaking news from yesterday.
Her name's in there now. Since I left, she's been arrested twice.
If you look at the two people that have been detained, there's one key
She's doing real good for herself.
and it's the color and the make of their vehicle. One was a Nissan, but a Nissan, if you notice anything about the Nissan SUVs like the Murano, or they're smaller, they have kind of a bead or pointed front. A bead or pointed, okay, is the cousin of Nancy's side, boyfriend Luke. That's what we're hearing, but I like to make the, I like to look at the family tree and determine that for myself. I know that's what people are saying, but I'm going to have to look at that and make sure that
She was in a drunk driving accident where they yanked her right out of the car. She was in the passenger seat or something. But they
Exclamation
ran her name,
mark,
and my
gamble
name came up
50,000.
right away. And they're just like, boom. Swarmed the car.
Before I say that it's definitively true. We have heard about it. We do know that it is a possibility, and it sounds like the cause and effect. This person was
Where's
just
he?
picked up, which is very, very interesting.
No, they called me by my first name and everything.
Seeing are random people, not anybody affiliated with the family. Just letting you know.
Exclamation mark, give a T underscore he underscore Kelly minus 50,000. As was taken failed to give minus 50,000 points to T underscore he underscore Kelly. Feels bad, man.
That was taken from the video cameras, the video footage. There was a car in the driveway.
What the hecky?
Down the driveway, closer to the end, as you pull up, looks like they just stopped and parked there and walked up. So we do have a vehicle.
That's what happens. So when you're on a terrorism watch list, your friends and family get picked up all the time. For nothing, they get harassed. Like, do you know Jim? Or whatever.
Exclamation mark, high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Exclamation mark, give a T underscore he underscore Kelly 100 times 100,000. Hate house here failed to give 0 points to T_he_Kelly.
pie.
Feels bad, man.
That it did have a gray vehicle with a pointy nose, and so did that Range Rover. It had the gray exterior with a
I don't know what that is.
Exclamation mark, give a
Like 10 billion?
T_he_Kelly 100 billion.
Oh, 100 billion.
Range Rover, in my opinion, matched what's observed in the camera view more so than Carlos's vehicle. So
How
I
the
understand, but they're looking for
why does this thing ignore us?
If you look at both of the people that were pulled over, what were they driving? A gray SUV. Period. Period.
How do cleaning the condenser coils go?
A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. Ho ho. Bot Ricks made it back from Black Heart Island with a handful plunder and a tale of plenty. Results: Bot Ricks, 1,999,999,899.
Notice how Tiger got real
Exclamation mark, give a
I feel like I better go
T_he_Kelly
check on it
1
now.
trillion. As was taken gave 1 trillion points to
I feel like I'm gonna see something I don't want.
T_he_Kelly.
So far, in my opinion, that's what I would presume. Daily Mail interviewed the sheriff, 100%. No one is clear. That's what they said Saturday the 15th. Then Sunday the 16th, complete reversal, family officially clear. Chef calls out irresponsible accusers such as Ashley Banfield for creating this chaos around the family members. The DNA's results have come back. Alibi.
Oh my, what the frick, thanks guys.
Probably most likely been complete. There may have been pressure from NBC and Savannah personally.
I've worked real hard for those.
Everything you need, either clear us or tell us what else you need. So there could have been some pressure in this high-profile case to clear the family too. We can't.
You're rich.
We can't forget that. And investigate.
I didn't get around to the coils. My garage is hecka messy.
It appears to me is that the reason why we're dealing with this is because the new leads point elsewhere. They're not pointing at the family. Once upon a time, they looked good for the family. Now they don't. Okay, now they don't. So we've got those gridlocks coming in. Let's listen to what Brian.
No, now they don't. Okay, now they don't.
Exclamation mark, high stall. Exclamation mark, gamble 1 trillion. Exclamation mark, gamble 10.
How fruitful do they expect that search to really be?
Rolled 31. At T_he_Kelly won 110 points and now has 1,003,199 points.
During an active investigation, a statement like this where people are outright clear, and he hasn't done this in the past. He sort of alluded to it, but remember he said in the past, like, we're not everybody can be a person of interest, but this is what he's saying now.
So again, we just had Daily Mail just had an interview with him just on the 15th. Today is the 17th. Yesterday was the day that we realized all of the family was clear. It was clear. It was made. The statement was made.
That's how he dances.
At the end of the day, but this was after the DNA had come back. I think it's something in that DNA has provided enough of a profile that was probably the last little nugget that they were waiting for to clear the family.
I love him.
And that has come back. I do believe that the DNA there is unlinked to the family. I believe something else is going on here. Whether it was somebody that planned this to try to extort money out of the family or something like that, I do believe we are looking at something that's obviously not a burglary gone
Those little feet.
in my opinion, but clearly not something that the family was involved in. So we need to start thinking outside the box with what scenario would meet that description. But by Sunday, yesterday, there was a complete reversal, and the sheriff did in fact clear the entire family.
Man, is he ever well balanced? Hey, look at how slightly he's wiggling.
6 people have been fully vetted and fully cleared from any culpability. And I also want to bring this back to the people that are on, that are a part of Sebastian's army. remember, they still never cleared Katie or Chris after 2 years. After 2 years, they still have not cleared them. And just in a few weeks, Pima County Sheriff has no problem clearing family members. So I just want to put that into perspective for you guys.
Hey, Az, when you hit that roulette last night, what did it do? Did it add points to you?
All siblings and spouses has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but
Exclamation mark points.
I disagree with that. This is a joint investigation, and I know people are trying to mince words.
At Hatos here, you have 9,663,374,412,186 points. Exclamation mark points. Edges was taken. You have 50,214,921,170,013 points. Nope.
I do not believe the FBI is looking at this family, folks. Okay? So I want to be very clear. I know you guys have got your eyes on this family, and you guys can keep looking at them if you want to. If your heart so desires to keep beating this family up, go for it.
Exclamation mark high stall. Exclamation mark roulette 81 billion. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist amount to join. Uh-oh, at Hatos here. You don't have enough points for that bet. Keep earning more.
But they don't, statistically, they don't take the people with them. Okay? This does not define a burglary that I've ever seen. A robbery gone wrong. Okay? So there's still something more here. It's just
Exclamation mark heist 1
I don't know
trillion.
if some of those work.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. At Hatos here has joined the treasure hunt. I wish we could see Botrix's points.
Oh, you mean points on Botrix? Well, I don't think we have. I swear to God, every time I go to check, it says we don't have any.
Exclamation mark force. Points. Exclamation mark points Botrix. Exclamation mark points. Ho ho. The entire crew escaped Black Heart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Results. Hatos here, 109,899,999,989. Botrix, 1,999,999,899. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Black Heart Island. At Botrix, you have 309,33,941,832,888 points. Edges was taken. You have 50,214,921,170,113 points. Exclamation mark force. Give it as was taken 10 trillion. Exclamation mark give it as was taken 10 trillion. Botrix gave 10 trillion points to as was taken.
Wow.
LFG.
10 trillion. Wild.
But I don't think it's the family. And I kind of struggled with that myself, especially once the image came back of the mask.
I don't know how much bigger this number is going to be allowed to get. But Botrix gambles all day.
Was the early focus on the family a mistake? And I don't think it was. I think that they needed to resolve.
And doesn't give one shit about losing.
Information as well, because if law enforcement truly thought that this family, that Annie or Tommaso were suspects, they would have made sure they had a warrant to go in that house. They would not have gone in that house without a warrant. So that was my first indicator way back then that they weren't focused on Annie or Tommaso as being culpable in this.
What's with the 42?
And I even vocalized that to you guys. You guys weren't very happy to hear that, but I tried to explain it. So, early lockdown theory. So, investigative 133, Annie Hennessey's daughter seemed to be the early focus. Her car was towed 2 to 3 days under warrant. We all heard about that, which really kind of helped support Tommaso being, a suspect. Her mail was taken, her house and property searched, and a search at Nancy's house ended after 30 hours. Standard investigative procedures usually focus on the family first. Statistically, family is involved in most cases, and we know that. We've gone over those statistics here on this channel. Annie was with Nancy the day before, and Annie's car had been at the scene. So those are the reasons why it could have been a gang initiation. There's a lot. There's other answers here. There's other answers here. Clearly, it's not the immediate pain. The confirmation bias problem. Investigators.
This guy's really one of my favorite poets. It's fucking awesome.
Which has a higher than normal turnover rate, so that's been kind of complicating this case as well. And of course, the current homicide team has an average of 2 years of homicide experience, not very experienced at all. So the inexperienced investigators are making assumptions faster, and this can cause a lot of problems. So let's just go over the ransom note developments and how all those played in before we go over to our next segment. And it says, you know, basically give me $4 million cryptocurrency by Thursday, or $6 million by Monday.
Dude, he's writing like revolution music 30 years ago when nobody cared. Like when literally nobody cared. When it was like the thing to not care.
Different senders to Harvey at TMZ, I have information. They want Bitcoin for $67,000. They went up to $100,000. And if they would have just turned in the information to law enforcement, they would have had a full $100,000, no questions asked.
He threw away what was it, a fucking $10 million Nike deal when he was like dirt poor. Not like Kanye throwing away a fucking $1 million sneaker deal. Nike wanted to hire him to be their social consciousness ambassador or whatever the fuck they called it. He told them to go fuck themselves. He's like, close your fucking child labor shops. He was one of the first big artists on a major label to give away an album for free. Pro MP3s.
So we got some new details, some breaking new details on the vehicle that was towed. It sounded like the reason why it had front-end damage is it was in a crash. State Farm is the one that ordered the tow, not law enforcement. It is not being brought in. It's not being processed for any forensic. It sounds like it's an insurance claim related to that car that was towed from the house that they raided.
How's he not getting enough light on him to dance now?
So,
this little guy.
Brian Engine sources say they're still investigating evidence from the raid. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Michelle just gifted a full Art Buddy membership and went to Skype. Welcome to this crazy family we call Coffee Cup. I.e. the Insane. Grab your straight jacket and your padded rim.
NiggyTardust.com.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it. So they're going through the electronics. The DNA analysis isn't complete yet. They do have a profile. It sounds like they have a profile from the home. They sound like they have a profile from the glove. It sounds like the profile is being uploaded into the CODIS system because they use the lab in Florida. It, of course,
That sounds crazy.
delays in a case we have no room for delays. So let's get on with this.
What the fuck? That's coming out of a Jeep Cherokee? It looks like? Holy fuck, dude. Pardon me.
And then it goes on to say, to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I beg you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So it's kind of an emotional statement that he's giving, and he's clearly fed up with people calling out the Guthrie family. And it's
Holy fuck.
on social media, suspects that can really
And that's why I'm so incredibly.
What the hell?
Everybody says that we are one of the first channels that point the finger at something. It goes through a lot. We go through a lot of research. Like with Chris and Katie, we went through a lot of research. I never just came right out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I believe the mom did this."
That's wild.
As a matter of fact, I didn't even believe it. I thought that a stepfather snuck back from his job, snuck in their house, snatched him out of his bed. That was my very first theory. And my theory changed, and just like this theory, my theory here was that maybe somebody or some worker inside their home was involved in this. You know, my theory has changed because new information, comes about. When new factual information comes about, you have to assess your theories and see if your theories still bode with the new factual information. If they don't, they gotta go. You can't keep harping on the same one because you absolutely know it has to be there when the evidence isn't supporting it. And so that's what we've got. We've got a situation where the evidence is not supporting the family. So the family is clear. The investigation has shifted entirely. They're now looking at strangers, a 40-person list at DNA that does not match anyone in Nancy's inner circle. This changes everything, and it tells us whoever took Nancy has no personal connection to her, which makes this even more terrifying for us. Because law enforcement is telling us basically there's no connection to her. They can't find any connection with the people in her circle. That's scary for me. That's entirely scary for me, folks.
Do you want me to make a
lot
frittata?
of times they can change their
No?
minds depending on where the investigation takes them. But some big
Do you know what a frittata is? It's like scrambled eggs, but
that may have led to something called
a little different.
confirmation bias. We're going to talk about that in a minute as well. And then the DNA. Everybody's waiting on the DNA from that glove from 2 miles away. The glove looked like the glove on the ring cam. Does it match? Does it match the DNA inside the house?
How can you even say it looks like the same glove?
Is it just someone's glove? We're going to talk about
Oh,
why
a black and white nighttime video of a ring camera. Oh, it looks like the same glove.
for being a part of this podcast. Thank you so much. Would you do me a solid and subscribe? It would really help me out. I'm an independent journalist now, so it's really big if you subscribe for me. I don't think it's really hard, and it doesn't cost
Aw.
us, and it's not hard.
There you go.
And also,
I'm an independent journalist now too, so you guys need to put your DNA on that thumbs up button, and don't forget
What
to
is that?
subscribe, like, comment. Don't forget, go in the
Dodge
chat,
Ram
comment,
Apocalypse?
say hi to your friends, subscribe, but more importantly, hit that thumbs up button.
Holy fuck, it looks like a fucking Cybertruck. What the shit?
And it's just courteous. If you come over here and hang out to get some information that somebody researched, you should at least tell them thank you. Yeah, hit that.
It really
thumbs
says
up
war
button.
on it.
They botched too much. I believe they botched a lot in the first 48. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. But have they recovered from that? Only time will tell.
thank you to my sponsors for allowing this podcast.
Who else thought it was lifted red Cybertruck?
Allowing us to do this.
I mean, let's face it, I cover some pretty dark stuff,
forget to
right?
tell you
A lot
guys,
of
thank
dark
you.
times out there, including the one we're working on. Let me tell you, some of the scariest stuff is happening
Ah.
I'm gonna address
You ever hear about the Nutty Putty Cave? Fuck that thing.
these companies and the reporting in Tucson. I mean, Brian's been killing it, and let me tell you, the reporting today that the FBI has been going store to store all around Tucson with a stack of 40 photos.
With a fat stack.
Crazy.
Have you seen them?
No way.
Have they made a purchase of a weapon? In
A
your
whole
store?
case
Look, they got
of those little peaches? Fuck out of here.
very cheap, what looks like a $10 Walmart gun holster. And
Where?
it's a revolver,
I don't even see the.
but it's an automatic weapon that's stuffed inside. So they got a bit of a look at that, and what they're doing is the gumshoe stuff, right? This is the hard work, the shoe leather detective work. To just go and ask.
Yeah, it's weird not to have a match.
But I've got
Holster, I guess.
a really interesting comment that's coming up about 40. Is that actually effective, or do you actually end up making it more difficult for these store owners because you're showing them so many photos? That's coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, because when you hear Spencer Corson,
That is a good perspective. Is it overload? I mean, is it overload to go through these photos, and how would that help? Later down the road with an identity or something like that. Did they get footage? Did they get store footage, store camera footage while they were there to go through and look and observe? So
What good is the name list?
we don't know. We don't know a lot. We don't have it all.
Shit doesn't make sense.
some weigh in on that, you're going to give your head a shake. Also, big, huge news. The sheriff.
But that doesn't mean there's 40 suspects. That means there's 40 names on the list that they're bringing around.
The kids and their spouses. Very important. Let me read the comment of the statement.
Holy shit, look at those wheels.
It is a statement
Get out of
from
here.
the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Quote,
How would you do that? That's not real.
every family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but
Good morning, Tracy. There's no way that's real.
in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims.
You'd have to drop the drivetrain down like.
The media to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion.
Oh yeah, no way.
Professionalism.
I think that went directly to the woman that is reading it on her script right now. Just personally saying. I mean, yeah, we all knew. I mean, in all fairness, I told you guys at the very beginning, Annie and Tommaso are going to be.
See haters, it can turn.
By the proximity. She was over at their house that night. They drove her home. They were the last person to see her. Yes, absolutely. They're going to be a person of interest.
No, not really. You can still see the sidewalk.
Going out there and
It's just a snowdrift. You know how this window is.
source with law enforcement that's connected to this case.
Wayne Stash died in this abandoned house.
Well, we all kind of knew, he would have to be a person of interest. But by adding that caveat, he's the guy. Well, a lot of people lost their shit and just dove right on it. They dove right on it. And unfortunately,
No doubt.
now you're finding out how detrimental that was. Look at what you guys did to his family. Look at what you guys did to his friends.
Yo.
All because you thought it and she said it.
Those wheels are fat.
I'm just saying there's a better way, folks. That's all I'm saying. There's a better way that's not so damn mean. Because if you guys were over there or reaching out to this family or saying horrible things to this family, you're part of the problem. Even if you're in my chat.
Oh my god, in VR?
We can stay in the chats. These chats, when you guys talk in the chats, that's what these things are for. It's for you to express yourself. But when you go outside these chats and start reaching out to the family and start harping on the family and start saying nasty things directly to the family, that's too far. Because when these cases break, we never know where these cases are going to go. We've seen these cases take a complete 180, and you've got to be able to 180 with the case, and a lot of people can't.
Interestingly, NBC had two sources last night that said that authorities are leaning away from their original suspects in this case. Well, in order to lean away,
That doesn't mean
had
it's
to
true.
leaned in. And
That
I
just
think
means
it's
that's what they
interesting
said.
that the sheriff uses this language when, in fact, it was the sheriff's department and the FBI that towed Annie's car on day 2 or 3. I got the news on day 3, on Tuesday, after the Sunday disappearance, under a warrant and had it processed. And then also stopped the search on day 2 and returned the scene. He said the scene is done 30 hours after the disappearance. All of that seemed very odd. And then to see all of the activity over at Anna's house, taking her mail, searching inside, searching around the property, searching the neighbors, all of these things, it stands to reason, as most law enforcement experts will tell you, people who've been in law enforcement, that that is the first place you search. Is it the last?
Yeah, she keeps trying to cover her ass. Again, like I said, calculated guess. You know, when you've been in this business a long time, you can make calculated inferences. Some of them pan out, some of them do not pan out. I think she was making a calculated inference that Tommaso would have to be a suspect. We had talked about it. But it didn't mean we go up here and we just, you know, careen the person. Katie and Chris, they've been under the microscope. I mean, their lives have been turned upside down and they haven't been cleared yet. The court of public opinion, their behavior sucks, it stinks. It's a very red flag. Their statements have contradicted. Their stories forever changing. You know, you can identify that there's something wrong there. Okay, I stand on my hill with that. I believe the mother killed her child in that case. I really do. I believe Katie Proudfoot lost her shit on her son for whatever reason and killed him. And I believe she did something with him the next morning. And I believe Chris has been helping her cover it up ever since. That's kind of where we're at in the case with that. Again, that's my opinion. There's nothing factual because we don't have an officer or law enforcement body that will actually even investigate the case anymore. They went out and worked it 8 days, and they say, oh, we didn't find the kids, so let's go back to the office and sit in the office for the next 2 years. It is an absolute joke. They are a joke. Sumner County Sheriff's Department is still the worst outfit that I've come across yet. This is coming to a close second, I will tell you that. This case here is a close second to being the worst law enforcement that I've seen. With the taking the tape down, putting it back up, constantly changing the story, you know, not being very cognizant of us wanting information and running with true stories and then constant walking back, constant putting stuff forward, constant walking back. It is a shit show in this case, and it's not a shit show because of the mainstream media or the social media. It's a shit show because of their law enforcement body, period. So we're in a different situation, but at the end of the day, they're still, no matter how you look at this case, they're still investigating, they're still looking, they're still out in the field, they're still searching based upon reports that they're getting. They're not, you know, they're not stepping back. They're pulling people into their office, they're making it public, they're letting people know they're working the case. We got nothing but silence, excuse me, after April. Nothing but silence from Sumner County. Nothing but silence from Sumner County. And it's been that way since they stopped searching. They've never looked, they've never taken the reports and phone pings and did targeted searches like they're doing here. They've never executed warrants or towed vehicles like they're doing here. So at the end of the day, Sumner County still takes the worst of the worst in law enforcement that we here on the Bull Horn Buddies show expect absolutely stellar behavior from our law enforcement partners across this country. We expect them to be searching for these people like we would expect them to search for us. I tell you guys all this all the time. I am constantly in my county because I'm making sure my sheriff has everything he needs. Why? Because if I go missing, I want to make sure my sheriff got everything he needs. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't stock my sheriff like somebody else is going missing. I stock my sheriff with employees and services and equipment as if he's got to come looking for me. Okay? I'm not worried about y'all. I'm not worried about y'all. But if I go missing, I know I got helicopters. I know I got ground penetrating radar. I know I got planes, fixed planes. I know I've got speedboats. I got everything. I got a big old magnet. All I gotta do is put some metal on me, and they gonna hook me and bring me back home. Okay? I'm making sure that my law enforcement body is stocked. I fight for them to have whatever they need in this county Because one day they may have to come looking for me, and I don't want them having to go and ask to borrow something, right? You need to come search for Bullhorn Betty. You got everything. Remember, Bullhorn Betty fought for all of that stuff, so you can come. Bring the cavalry to find me. Bring the cavalry to find me. All right. And Rick knows when things get tough. You know, he doesn't mind bringing the U.S. Marshals in. He doesn't. He'll be saying, you know what? She's been a boil on my ass. Well, the whole time she was here. Now she's gone. She's still a boil on my ass. That's what Rick's gonna say. That's what Rick's gonna say. All right, guys. That's the show. That's the show. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for hanging out with me today to learn a little more information, guys. 40 people. But you know what? There is a silver lining in all of this, and that is we were looking at an entire world as being suspects. Me, you, everybody, right? Even the President of the United States was a suspect in this crime. Okay? And now we're down to 40. We went from hundreds of millions of people down to 40. I think law enforcement is doing good. Have they recovered from dropping the ball and the mistakes that they made up front? Hopefully they have. Now, just because they get to the finish line doesn't mean that the defense attorney is not going to have a field day with this case. The defense attorney is going to have a field day with this case, okay? So it's when we get to court that I'm going to be, my knees are going to be knocking, okay? I'm going to be very nervous when we get to court. So, everybody was. Even Bullhorn Betty from Florida. I was a suspect. I had eyeliner on that morning. You know. I don't own a ski mask, but you know, I did swing by Chlamydia's house and stole her pink shit shower blower. We definitely know it ain't a toilet scrubber. I just need to stop. All right, guys. You guys have a great day. Bless you. You guys are free to be you. You are free to be you. You guys go have a great day. We will be back later this afternoon with breaking news information. I believe that we're going to have some new activity on this case today. With the DNA coming back, with the DNA possibly getting into CODIS, I truly believe the reason why this guy took the camera, we'll see if one of my theories works out, but I believe the reason why the person took this camera and took her is because they didn't want to leave any of their DNA or biological evidence behind. I think that's exactly why both of those things are missing, okay? And because of that, I truly believe we're dealing with something we've never dealt with before, but at the end of the day, I think that he was a criminal. I think his DNA is in the system somewhere, because I believe he's done something like this before, not to this magnitude. He was entirely comfortable. One of two things happened. He was either entirely too comfortable on the outside of her home because he's used to creeping at night, or he was entirely too comfortable on the outside of her home because he had already incapacitated her in the house. He was entirely too calm, cool, and collected on the front of her porch, outside her front door, in the middle of the night, in my opinion. So we need to look at all of those behaviors, in my opinion, to derive what truly happened here. But I have a funny feeling that image that we're seeing is from 212, not 147. Anyways, only time will tell. We will put this stuff together when more information comes out, but this is all the information we have. So we're plugging the information in. We're building the case, folks. We're building the case. All right, rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Until next time, please be safe. And more importantly,
hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I appreciate all the support. Today is Monday, a lot going on with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. First of all, brand new reporting that I have confirmed about the FBI showing up to gun shops in the Tucson area with a list of 40 names and 40 photos. what that could mean. I'm breaking it down. Also, the sheriff now officially clearing the Guthrie family, the siblings, and their spouses. I've got my FBI panel, my expert friends joining me to discuss that. Also, new information on the DNA and what is taking so long when it comes to the DNA testing and getting that information in the CODIS database, which I'll explain why that's so important. And the possibility of more than one suspect. More than one suspect actually at Nancy Guthrie's house when she may have been taken. All of this is coming up in this episode of Ryan Anson's Investigates. Hey guys, so a couple of big developments. The first, which I was just talking about, but I have confirmed that the FBI has been to several gun shops in Tucson, and they've shown up, the agents have shown up with a list of 40 names and also 40 pictures, 40 photographs. And they are showing the names of the photographs to the gun shop employees to see, one, if any of those people have been inside the gun shop, and two, if any of them have purchased a weapon, which is significant because that means perhaps that there's 40 people that they're interested in, that they're narrowing this window down. It's also possible that some of those people they're interested in, like sometimes when they do lineups, and I don't know if this is that kind of situation, but they'll throw other pictures in that are just irrelevant. But what I do know, again, is that they've gone to several gun shops with a list of 40 names and 40 photos trying to figure out if those people have been inside the gun shop. So these aren't just like pictures where they're saying, do you know who this person is? They have the names. They just want to know if they've been in the gun shops in Tucson. So that's new, and that's pretty interesting. The other thing that's new today is that the sheriff has cleared the Guthrie family as being suspects in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. You know, the siblings and their spouses. And let me read you the sheriff's statement because it was a pretty intense statement. And this is pretty rare to see during an active investigation a statement like this where people are outright clear. And he hasn't done this in the past. I mean, he sort of alluded to it, but remember he said in the past, like, we're not everybody to be a person of interest. But this is what he's saying now. He said, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. And then he goes on to say, to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So it's kind of an emotional statement that he's giving, and he's clearly fed up with people calling out the Guthrie family. And it's been an issue just in general with this case and other cases I've seen. I mean, people started putting photos on social media claiming that people are suspects, and it can really do a lot of damage to their, obviously, their reputation, and it's just, you know, irresponsible. So but the big news is flat out now we know that the Guthrie family has been cleared. The other new piece of reporting here has to do with, you guys know that this glove that was found 2 miles from here in Nancy Guthrie's house is being tested. The FBI says it matches the glove that was on the suspect in the surveillance videos that we've seen. And we know that it's being tested and it's going to be put into the CODIS database, which is this FBI database of DNA, mostly criminals, where they can go and they can cross-reference and try to figure out who the DNA belongs to. But we're learning about now delays, and it's, whenever you're watching this, I'm not sure, but right now it's Monday night. We've learned that it's still not in the CODIS database, and my colleague Libby Dean, the correspondent who works in Washington, D.C., has some sources saying there are unnecessary delays in getting DNA into the FBI database. So let me read you what she's reporting. She says, the decision to send the glove with DNA to a private lab in Florida is causing what one source familiar with the case calls unnecessary delays in getting the DNA entered into the FBI's CODIS database. That's because the FBI does not accept DNA submissions directly from private labs. Instead, once testing is complete in Florida, it's likely the DNA data extracted must first be sent back to the state of Arizona, where it can be uploaded and becomes shareable with the FBI for entry into CODIS. That extra step adds time, creating what the source describes as a catch-up process when the FBI could have processed and entered the data within a day, according to the source. So basically, the FBI is saying again that because the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not send this DNA directly to Quantico, the FBI facility, and instead sent it to their private lab in Florida, that it's slowing things down. Of course, the Pima County Sheriff has come back on some of that criticism in the past and said, look, we actually talked to the FBI before we went with our Florida lab, and we were all in agreement. So It's still kind of tricky there. You've got two different people telling two different stories there, but it sounds like, according to Libby's source, there's a delay now in getting this DNA into the CODIS database because it went to the private lab in Arizona, which is interesting. I'm joined now by Maureen O'Connell, retired FBI agent and friend of the show. It's nice to see you again, as always, Maureen. And Morgan Lane, who is worked in forensics for a long time, who's new to the show, is friends with Maureen. And just, if you don't mind, Morgan, just tell my viewers a little bit about your background before we start.
Sure, of course. Yes, I've been working in the field of forensics for approximately 22 years. Primarily, all of my investigations have been major crimes and investigations to include homicides, attempt homicides, sexual assaults, all the way down to burglaries. My career was in LA County, and I was finished my career as a forensic supervisor at Hawthorne PD.
Great. Well, it's nice to meet you.
She just
great.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're happy to have you on. Thank you so much, Morgan. I want to start out reading you this, Maureen, though, because this just happened. This is a new statement from the Pima County Sheriff. And what he says is, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I am begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. So I wanted to see what you think, Maureen, because he's sort of alluded to that in the past, but then he's also said things like, well, everybody's still a person of interest. But now he's being very clear in black and white that they are clear as possible suspects and that includes siblings and spouses. What do you make of it, Maureen?
That's the most definitive thing he's ever said throughout this entire investigation. So I'm glad to hear it. If that's what the whole investigative team is saying, then that's what we got to go with.
Do you think that means that they may be closing in on someone? That's what I thought. Like, does this mean that if they're clearing all of them, does that mean they may be getting closer to finding who did it?
Yes, I think that's exactly what this might mean. And we're expecting DNA results as early as today. So they may be planning something big within the next day. Might get, maybe tomorrow.
You've sort of got the sense, Maureen, that something has been building, that we may be getting closer, maybe even this week.
Yeah, I've felt this inertia building for the last week or so, and it also comes from the experience with being in big investigations, where you've got subpoenas out, you've got the DNA information out, they're telling us it's going to come back. We executed search warrants. The search warrant information caused us to subpoena more people. You've got some people probably under surveillance, other people with the whole phone situation and all the advanced technological stuff that's happening. It's all just coming together. When you add into that the tips and leads, and then how they doubled when they doubled the reward. We've got a lot of information pouring in, getting merged and purged every which way, and I just hope that it's go time.
I want to ask you, Morgan, because there's been a big focus on the DNA the last couple of days, because we know they found DNA in Nancy's house, and then they also found DNA on this glove 2 miles away from Nancy's house that apparently the FBI says looks like the glove that the suspect was wearing. How do they go about, I'll start with the glove, how would you go about processing a glove like that?
So when we get evidence like that, we're looking for the biological evidence, more like trace DNA. So skin cells, sweat, things like that are left behind inside of the glove. So we bring it back, we process it, swab it, and then send it to a lab, whichever lab of your choice. Obviously, the sheriff in this case had a lab in Florida. So we're going for those touch DNA, that skin cell. I mean, it's a little bit difficult only because you have that glove 2 miles away from the scene. But obviously, if it comes back with a profile, it's investigative lead, and then you can hunt it down.
The fact that it wasn't found, it was found almost 2 weeks later, is that an issue? I mean, I don't think it had rained at that point, but it's still, outside here in Arizona.
I mean, it can have effects on it, but I mean, the bigger issue is going to be down the road in court. But either way, the goal obviously is to get Nancy back. So if they're going to swab that, get some DNA from it, and then run that lead down, then that's the ultimate goal. How it holds up in court might be a little bit trickier later, because we're talking, like you said, 2 weeks down the road, 2 miles away from the house. I mean, it's a good defense if someone wants to ask later, you know, could that glove have been, you know, thrown out when he was on a walk or when he was driving down the street or however it got there.
Yeah, you talk about defenses. I was thinking that too, just that they acknowledge that there's been so many gloves that have found and that searchers have dropped gloves. I mean, that seems like a defense attorney would just key in on that statement that they put out. With Nancy's house, though, they've said that
Brian,
that,
can I get on the gloves?
yeah, go, yeah, always, Maureen. Just feel free to jump in.
When we're talking about the gloves that they found, those 17 other ones, you have to understand a couple of things. Number one, they had a bunch of searchers out there. I think they said at the beginning that they were volunteers, and you know, they have this whole contingent of people, sworn and unsworn, and volunteers that come out to do all the search and rescue stuff. So they have a different sense of evidence and throwing things away than maybe a sworn person might, or a person that works on a forensics team like Morgan does. But also, we've had instances where we put them all in a bag, and then the bag blows away, and then we have gloves all over the place. And you know, I mean, I just think it was. Morgan, do you have any experience with that?
Yes, I mean, generally speaking, at crime scenes, we create trash bags that's specifically for our discarded wear, whether it's like biosuits or gloves, you know, water ampules that we're using. We try to keep all of our trash in one location, but you're right, things happen. Potentially a windy day, it's Arizona, the elements are obviously part of it. I would say though, with that glove, if you're going back to Nancy, if they're going to say whether or not it came from the suspect, I think that's going to be defense down the road. I mean, if Nancy's DNA is on it, now it's a whole different ballgame, right? Because if he's grabbing her and then he discards the glove, you should have both suspect and victim on it, which now is a little more difficult to prove. You know, why is that glove deposited out there with both victim and suspect DNA on it?
And then one other thing, one final thought on that is, I have never ever in 25 years working crime have I ever worn black nitrile gloves. I mean, I've worn blue ones, white ones, but we don't wear black ones because I always felt it was important to wear lighter color ones so that if I got anything on it, I could immediately take them off and discard them in our trash, you know.
Yeah, and I will say, there was one day I saw the FBI searching, and there was one female FBI agent that had a big wad of black gloves sticking out of her back pocket. And I'm assuming she had them in case she saw something and needed to put the gloves on. But it's funny, I noticed it because I was like, they looked like they were going to fall out. And even we bought those black gloves because we wanted to show. I don't know if I showed you, Maureen, that one day, but we bought them because we wanted to show them in our stories, like, hey, gloves like this. And we were so careful. I was like, we better not drop any of these gloves. You know what I mean? Like
you're in enough trouble already, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it'll be just my luck. There'll be my DNA on the gloves. But anyway, I was surprised to see her with those gloves hanging out the back pocket like that, especially because the guy was wearing black. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What were you gonna say though, Morgan? Sorry.
Along Maureen's lines, I mean, there are black gloves, you can purchase them. Generally speaking, for the exact reason that Maureen said, we don't. A lighter color glove shows if we have any fluids on our hands, when they get covered in black powder for processing for prints, like you can obviously see how much is on your gloves so you can exchange them out. We have used them, but we switched away from them.
I want to ask you about, Morgan, about the house specifically, because the sheriff has said that they found DNA in the house that does not connect to Nancy. It's not Nancy Guthrie's DNA, and it's not her family or anyone in her inner circle, which I guess would mean that they've swabbed everybody at this point. Is that what that means?
Yeah, I mean, direct comparisons are easier to get through, quicker to get through. You're not uploading into the CODIS database. You're not trying to go through all of those profiles. It's quicker to do a direct comparison to a family member. So I'm assuming right off the bat, they ask for consent from those family members to get some buccal swabs from them and to get them sent to the lab for comparison. I'm guessing that's why you got that news today, that they're going to be able to rule those family members out. I guess based on the glove, if we're assuming the glove in the house, whatever that foreign profile is that's unknown at this time, I'm assuming it's coming back to no one.
So when they would go into a house like Nancy's to process it, and they say that they found DNA that doesn't belong to Nancy or any of her friends or family, how does that come about? Are they just swabbing the whole house? Like, can you really walk me through how they go about processing a house like this?
So generally speaking, when we go into houses, we want to look for areas that we believe were some point of contact by the suspect. So, I mean, in this case, it's a little more difficult because we don't have Nancy to say, you know, this item was moved or this item has disappeared. So we're looking for areas where maybe it was disturbed, or I'm assuming because the family went to check on her, they noticed areas that looked maybe out of place, or like they said, maybe some things were knocked over. So you're going to go for those areas. If you're going for door handles where you know the suspect was entering in and out, those areas can be swabbed, but generally speaking, they're a lot more difficult to analyze because how many people have touched that door handle? We slough off thousands of skin cells daily, so anybody who goes in and out of there potentially can have deposited onto those areas. But if they're saying they have a profile inside the house, I'm thinking that maybe it's something that they specifically swabbed, knowing that it looked like it had been gone through, it was ransacked, it was knocked over, something that led them to that area that they believe they would develop a profile.
If there's a knife out on the counter, you're going to do the handle of that and the blade if need be. You're going to use alternate light sources. You're going to go through the house very systematically. We, in the FBI, we mark every single room, A, B, C, D, F, G, whatever it is, and then we, within there, every time we find any piece of evidence, we photograph it first, of course, and you know, we're gonna, like for this case, I'll tell you where I would have tested. That guy was in there for 41 minutes, and one time we were called to process a hotel room right after 9/11 where they thought some hijackers stayed, or some people associated with the hijackers. And so I went in there with the bomb tech because we thought that the room might be booby-trapped first. Everyone was spread out all over the city. So we go in there. I couldn't find a fingerprint on anything, and I could usually find fingerprints anywhere. We were just about ready to give up, and then I thought, wait, there were 3 men staying in here for 2 days. I lifted up the toilet seat in a place where someone normally wouldn't with my left hand, and then I processed the whole bottom of the toilet seat, and there were like 25 sets of prints. And so we developed all of them, collected all of them, and turned them into the case agents. So under a toilet, well, that's assuming someone would raise the toilet seat, but in a situation like this. But that guy was in there for 41 minutes. Whatever the heck he was doing, I mean, did he sit down and eat a meal? I would definitely test the handle of the refrigerator, because you'd be surprised how many people, you know, take a powder after they do some nefarious deed. What do you think?
You said Maureen, that you thought that he was maybe even high.
Oh yeah, I think for sure that guy was high. And the other thing about that person that I'd be looking for if I were processing that scene is after watching that video of him at the entryway, he had that bite mic or that bite flashlight in his mouth. And whenever you're holding anything in your mouth, and you know, like even if there have been a few times I've had an actual flashlight in my mouth because I'm doing something with both hands, your mouth tends to water profusely. And so if he's holding it, and just to get it in there right a couple times, he's going to have his saliva all over those gloves. And the transfer for that could be pretty significant, right, Morgan?
Yeah, as far as difficult too, because his gloves were on before he came up to the door. So what has he touched without gloves? Did he touch that backpack while he was preparing it and transferring his skin cells onto the backpack? And then he touches the backpack with his gloves. He's now transferred that DNA onto his gloves. That then can be transferred onto the door handle or somewhere inside of the house. Like, it's easily transferable, which is what we see in law enforcement, especially with touch DNA. It's not a large, like wet sample, blood, semen, saliva. It's a very free, lightweight sample that can travel and transfer easily. So although he thought he might be careful, it's very, very easy to transfer that stuff. From other items you've touched. If he bought that weeks ago, if he wore that outfit, got dressed, he might have some skin cells on it, then he's touching it. He's just probably accumulating it on the gloves and then transferring it. If he's in there for 40 minutes and, you know, his hands are starting to sweat, he's in that jumpsuit, like you could now be, you know, maybe there's some perspiration going on and dripping from the gloves, it's hard to say. But 41 minutes in the house is a long time to be in there to not transfer something. Maybe not fingerprints, because your fingerprints are going to be covered with your gloves, but DNA, definitely.
So if he touched his mouth and then touched the wall or touch the kitchen counter, that would, even with the gloves on, that would then leave DNA?
Yeah, so we have to go in a particular order when we're getting ready to swab something for DNA, because it doesn't, so imagine, I put my gloves on, and then I put a mask on, all I'm doing is touching my face, touching my hair, touching my ears. So we're, you want to do it in a systematic order. If he put that mask on, or he's worn it before, and then he's now puts on his gloves, but he's going to touching that mask that's on his face, or he coughs, or anything, sneezes, anything, he potentially is transferring that DNA onto those gloves that's getting transferred throughout the house.
What were you going to say, Maureen?
If the let's say you go to the bathroom and the medicine cabinet is slightly ajar, you're going to stand there for a moment and imagine, where do I think this guy touched this thing? Where do I think he touched it? And then you may turn out the lights and use an alternate light source. You may just use a really good flashlight, but you're going to then start looking for fingerprints around that door. You're going to, we didn't have a video of how he tried to enter the house, but you can see now he's like a fat finger dude with those double gloves on. And I think the gloves he had under the nitro ones were like those neoprene ones that you get pretty much anywhere, including Walmart. And because they looked thick, they looked squishy, but they didn't look that thick and squishy. So anyhow, you're thinking, where would a guy with those type of gloves on with that size hand, where would he grab? And then you go and look for that, for the DNA, or you're not going to find fingerprints, but back then they could have been looking for fingerprints because they didn't know he was double gloved.
Would they be looking for fingerprints? Well, I guess if they knew he was gloved, you're right, though, the video came out later, so initially they probably were looking for fingerprints all over the place, you think?
We still process for fingerprints a lot of times, because more times than not, I cannot tell you that they take off their gloves while they're in there because they're trying to do something and they touch a few things and then they re-glove. We've had where they come in with one glove on one hand, and in this case, I think we see both hands, but it's one of those things where you don't know what they did, you don't have a play-by-play, so it's better to be cautious and to process as if you don't know. So that you get that evidence initially and not, 2 weeks later or weeks after.
With the blood droplets we saw, would they test every droplet, or do they just test a couple typically, Morgan?
Generally speaking, we'll only test something that's outside of the norm. So if you have a blood trail and everything's flowing in the trail, but then there's one cast off, like far to the left or far to the right, and it doesn't look like it's in the same flowing pattern as the other blood drops, we'll swab that one. Obviously, we swab the trail, but we're looking for ones that are out of the norm of the blood stain.
With all the cases that you've processed over the years, Morgan, were you surprised that they cleared the crime scene so quickly initially, before the FBI even had the opportunity to come back and do their thing?
Yeah, it's always hard because with the information you get initially, a lot of times it's easy to Monday morning quarterback because when we first get the info, we're limited on the information that we get. And then as it starts to develop and it develops more, if we've already cleared, then sometimes that's probably what you're seeing is where they're rolling back to the scene and they're doing additional follow-up. Where they probably got that video and they were like, oh shoot, now we need to go and look for those weeds that look just like they were, cast aside on the doorstep. We need to look at the areas that were touched. It's hard because it takes a lot of times, days to get more information. And so when they're initially processing what they believe is maybe a missing person or possibly suspicious, maybe there wasn't as much effort that went in initially, but that was based off the info that they had.
What, Maureen, did it surprise you?
Well, for me, if it was processed properly, no, you can release it whenever you think you're done. But I'm going to go through what our protocols are, and I'm sure Morgan will say hers are similar from the state and local side. But before we leave a crime scene, we have a list of about 20 things we have to do before we leave. We have to make sure everything is done. And it's not just one person making the decision. The team will get together and you'll say, hey, do we have everything from room B? Walk me through what you did here, because there's usually only going to be one person that's going to testify. We think all the way to trial when we're doing this. All right, we found this here, we've got the photographs, everything's done, it's all been to scale. You've got a close, a medium, a far away shot so that we can recreate it if need be. And then we go through just all of our whole set of protocols to determine, yes, everything that we feel should have been done has been done. At that point, yes, you can release the scene. But in a case like this, when it just started growing so quickly, it just would have made more sense just to put up the caution tape, leave it up, and maybe have, sometimes the sheriff department wouldn't have the manpower to put someone on there 24 hours, because that's a lot of manpower to take away from a department that's covering, what's that county? Didn't they say it was something like 9,000 square miles?
It's huge, yeah.
It's huge. That you can't have a deputy just sitting there the whole time. That family, if you want, we could, they could have hired someone to sit there and secure that place. I don't know if it would be considered secure for police purposes, but I guess I see both sides. I guess I see both sides, but in this particular instance, I think they cleared it way too soon, especially since the FBI was coming in. And as a courtesy, I would have locked it down until the FBI got there and said, okay, it looks like everything's been done the way we want it, because I don't think that was the case. I'm shocked.
To chime in on that, I would do the same if it was a local investigation and we knew the FBI was coming in to assist, and the amount of resources the FBI has, I don't know that we would have released it at that point. We would have kept it until that FBI or whoever we had requested resources from came in before we released, because once you release it, it's just a little more difficult.
And you have to get another warrant.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a warrant and you go in with a consent to search, it's not
a risk.
It's a big risk to have any of that evidence brought in, because the judge signs off on it. That proves that you had probable cause. And so it's a lot easier to have the evidence submitted.
Yeah, I touched on that with Steve Moore, your friend and retired FBI agent, also earlier this week when we were talking about Annie's house, because we were told that Annie's family gave consent for them to search, and he was saying that even if they gave consent, you would want a warrant regardless, just because it holds up stronger if you end up in court.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to get any evidence thrown out if it was on a consent than if you had a warrant. Basically.
And I want to ask Morgan about this, because you and I talked about this, Maureen, that you think it's possible that there could have been a second suspect, that he was at the front door, this guy we've seen, and there may have been someone else. Would they have ways to look for that when they're processing the crime scene, Morgan? Like, what would they be looking for in that regard?
Without video surveillance nowadays, it's hard to go into a crime scene knowing how many people you're looking for, which is like we've talked about why we do what we do in a systematic way every time to ensure we don't leave things behind. It's very, very much routine practices when you get inside, but to know if there was more than one by just looking at the crime scene itself, that would be difficult to decide. As far as there being one, or I think I heard on the news today that someone was saying that they thought a crime of opportunity. In all of my career, I don't know a time when someone would break into a house where they don't know who's on the other side, in the sense of, and then we're going to abduct someone and keep a lady with me. You'd have to be prepared for that. You have to take someone that's almost immobile to your home or wherever you're going to keep them. Like, that's pre-planning. I don't think it's crime of opportunity where you broke in for a burglary and then you took an 84-year-old woman with you. I just don't think that's the case.
Do you think there may have been someone at the back door, Maureen, or when you said you thought there might be two people? What do you mean?
Well, I think it's likely that someone may have been driving a vehicle, and I think it may have been pulled up into the driveway. I think they may have approached the house with no headlights on, pulled into the driveway, got into the circle, the first part of that circle drive, out of view of that camera, or the front door, and then had that guy who I am convinced was Stone walk up there. But I think he was just trying to, he looked like he was surprised with that camera, but I don't know, why would he even walk up to that front door unless he thought it was open or he had a key? Because when you have a burglar door like that, they're almost impossible. They're impossible to open just, with brute force. And secondly, they have that very thick front oak door that's like a Spanish style. So my only thing with the front door is was he just checking it out to see what the deal was? He hired by someone who said, "Hey, go up to the front door and see if the front door is open or whatever." But the fact that we've heard in a press release that the back door was wide open, the back door was ajar in some way, shape, or form, and the back door is the door that could be.
I don't think we actually, sorry to interrupt you, I don't think we know that for sure actually, and it's confusing because there's been so much different reporting. I think there was someone reporting that about the back door, but they never confirmed it. We don't know for sure that the back door was open.
But okay, fair enough, but we do know that the back door was far easier to get in than the front door.
Yeah.
There's just no question. Could she have left the screen door open? Maybe. I don't think so. If I'm an old lady living alone, the doors are locked. But could both doors be unlocked? I don't think so.
What do you think, Morgan? With all the scenes you've seen?
What, the front door or back door, like why they would have gone in, or if you think there's two people.
Or how they may have gotten in. I mean, because it doesn't seem like they got in through the front door. Maybe left through the front door with the blood, but.
Yeah, that's why I don't think this is just a random kind of opportunity where someone walked up, checked a door, wiggled a few windows. I don't think that's the case. I think there was intent here. I think there was a plan. I think they knew means of access to get in. I just think it's too far-fetched to think that someone just was able to pop open a back door, or by chance her back door was open and someone was at the front door. I mean, it could be. I've worked a lot of crime scene in my days, but I think there's probably reason to believe that this somehow was planned in some way. Whether she was a target because she was a little old lady that they've seen, at her house alone and never seen any other family members living there. Maybe that's the crime of opportunity. But I think there was some planning that went into that day.
There's been a lot of talk, especially on Twitter, people shocked that there was a pizza delivery guy that went up to the front door. The pool guy, I think, has come twice. There was a landscaper there today. Does that surprise you that these people are allowed to just walk onto the property? Or I guess if it's not a crime scene, is it just, I guess they're not worried about it? When I mean not a crime scene, I mean it's not like we're taped off anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it barely, obviously it's giving you the vibe that it's broken down and that they've gotten everything that they need and they're done. But that's, I mean, it'll pose problems later. If you're literally going to a crime scene and you're processing it after multiple people are seen on video by your news cameras, dropping off pizza, walking through the backyard, doing landscaping. What if a landscaper came across the glove days later? It potentially is going to pose some questions down the road. I think you're seeing them go back multiple times on rollbacks because there is more information coming out, and so then they're popping back over and trying to get more, and then popping back over and trying to get more. I think you're seeing the temps go up because we do that whenever there's media around. We're trying to block what we're investigating because obviously it's really easy for you guys to zoom in and figure out what we're doing. That information leaks to the public. So the temps up and things like that, I think are just trying to obviously give them some privacy for their investigation. But I think it's all those follow-ups that they're just having more and more questions about as more and more information comes out. But Maureen's 100% right. It's difficult to man a house like that for multiple days, and in this instance, weeks. But if that's where you're at, that's what you got to do. I think initially, that it was probably more presumed to be missing person with a little, then it started rolling into foul play, which is why I think it happened quickly. They scooped up the evidence they needed, they cleared it, they thought they were done, and then as they get video and things, that's why you just keep rolling back. That's what's happening.
As always, I really appreciate Maureen for taking the time to talk with me, and it was great to get Morgan on the show also. She's going to be hopefully a regular, awesome with her expertise in the forensic field. So I'll stay on it, outside Nancy's house now, keep you guys posted on everything. Was super interested to get that new reporting today, confirmed that the FBI has been at those gun stores. I think that's significant with the list of 40 names and 40 photos. So I'll continue to dig into that, and I'll keep you guys posted on any new developments. All right, talk to you guys later. Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. It is Saturday. Been here almost 2 weeks. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. Just kind of found a quiet place up here off the main drag to talk to you guys. And I kind of wanted to go over everything new that I've learned today in relation to what happened last night. You guys remember last night was this crazy, basically SWAT raid that I got in the middle of. There were 2 people detained at a house about 2 miles from here, 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. A man and a woman. It's my understanding that it was a mom and son. They went to the house with the SWAT team. It was a massive presence, and the man and the woman, again, I believe it's a mom and a son from what I'm hearing, came out, and there was no issue. They basically, came out, didn't resist at all, and were questioned. And then at the same time, there was a traffic stop very close by outside of Culver's, which is like a fast food place, where another man was stopped and detained and questioned, and that person also has a connection back to the house where the other 2 were detained, the SWAT team was. So new today, I am learning from the sheriff. I was texting with the sheriff this morning, the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos. He said that there were no arrests, that they were working off of a lead, that's what started all of this, and that they have not located Nancy Guthrie. And I learned later in the day that it was a federal search warrant that they were conducting at that house, which makes sense to me because I saw a ton of FBI there, and then I saw even arrive about an hour after the initial SWAT teams arrived.
Oh, look, he's dancing.
Federal search warrant, which I'm going to talk to Steve,
Yay.
my friend who's a retired FBI agent who has done a ton of these search warrants in his career, about sort of what he sees, what stands out to him about what happened last night. But just so you guys know, when it's a federal search warrant, that means almost always a federal judge or federal magistrate has to sign the warrant, which means there has to be things in that warrant that justify the search, and it can't just be something vague usually, and Steve is going to explain that. So while the sheriff is saying there were no arrests, that doesn't mean that this is necessarily over, and that's what my sources are also saying, that they are still investigating whatever brought them to that house last night. And you know that they look at the electronics, like they got DNA from people, and they can try and connect that DNA back to Nancy Guthrie's house. Because remember, we were told that there was DNA found inside Nancy Guthrie's house that does not belong to Nancy Guthrie and does not belong to anyone close to her. So it is a stranger's DNA, perhaps the kidnapper's DNA. So they can now go, when they get these tips and these people that they want to talk to, they can swab them for DNA, and then they can compare it to the DNA in the house. And you're going to hear Steve explain this in a second, but what happens is, if there's a search warrant on the house, that's different than a search warrant getting someone's DNA. But if they show up to your house with a search warrant, they may just say, hey, can we voluntarily swab your mouth? And if you had nothing to do with it, and you're like, why are you even at my house to begin with, you'd think that most people would cooperate and just let the FBI swab to just sort of like clear them. Because we know they've swabbed a lot of people for DNA so far. The sheriff has said that. Just trying to rule people out, essentially. So all of that is going on behind the scenes involving what we saw last night. And if you want the full debrief on the whole SWAT operation, go back and take a look at my episode from, sorry, I thought I heard something. Go back and look at, I'm not scared of rattlesnakes out here. I know that's crazy. I don't even know if there are rattlesnakes, but like I'm not a desert guy. I'm from Florida, so like, of course there is. I'm like used to gators and that kind of thing, but these desert like critters I'm not used to, so that's why I thought I heard something. But if you want the full lowdown on the SWAT situation, go back and look at my video from last night, and I'll walk you through everything that happened. But again, no arrests. It was a federal search warrant, and I am told by sources that there's still an investigation ongoing involving it, although, no one was arrested, they were detained for questioning and let go, essentially. Also, there was a Range Rover, which is interesting, that was also close to where the traffic stop was, that was processed by the FBI very, very carefully, and then towed away, and we're trying to find out the relevance of that, how that connects into all of this. So I'll keep you posted on all of that. I'm joined now by Steve Moore, retired FBI agent. It's nice to see you, Steve. I'm still right near Nancy's house right now. But I was really anxious to talk to you because, we were out all night, basically following the SWAT team around. We were being respectful, we stayed back, but we ended up in the perimeter where they went into that house, brought a man and a woman out. I believe it was a mother and son. They came out willingly. There was no flashbangs. There was no use of force. And then there was another traffic stop close by where a man was detained. So there were 3 people total detained, questioned, and no arrests. I texted with the sheriff this morning, and he said we were following up on leads, no arrests, and we still haven't found Nancy. So what do you make of it? Because we saw this happen with the Carlos guy from Rio Rico. What do you think is going on here?
There's something about whatever these two situations showed law enforcement. There's something about them that fit their theory of the crime or theory of the suspect is my guess. If you know, it could be somebody's come up with a profile, and you know, both of these guys, both of these residences they hit had a mom with her son living with her. So maybe we've got a profile that we're looking for somebody with a certain criminal background or not, who's living with their mom at home. I've seen profiles specifically that said you'll be living with the mom and not the dad. I've even seen one that says he used to live with his mom, but now he's living with an aunt because the mom and he couldn't even live together. They can get very specific, and I'm not saying that if that's their profile.
He lives with an aunt?
But if it is, I'm not saying
What is it, Zoolander?
that they've got the wrong profile. It's just that not everybody who meets that profile is your bad guy. And so they're having to balance, you know, how close do we think this meets the totality of the circumstances, and are we willing to tire our folks out, frazzle the public and things like that, for another shot at another bite at this apple.
Yeah, and by the way, the sheriff confirmed today that there was a federal search warrant at that house last night also. Does that mean that a judge or a magistrate had to sign off? Does that mean that there had to be some meat on the bones?
Yes, absolutely. The FBI cannot just go out and write a search warrant for themselves and sign it. Actually, the FBI is different. They actually do. Agents write their own search warrants much of the time. They just have to bring it to a judge and have the judge or the magistrate sign it. So this had to have, as you said, some meat on the bones. Had to have something that would give a reasonable magistrate, and that's a high bar, by the way, a reasonable magistrate to believe that they would find something related to this crime at that house. So it wasn't just some agent or some deputy getting together and saying, hey, you know what, we haven't looked at that house. You know, it's literally thought through, shown to a magistrate, the magistrate agrees, and they sign it. So there was something there, there's no doubt about it, but it wasn't what they were looking for.
One thing I've thought about is with Carlos.
Yeah, number 2.
So that was very detailed.
Yeah. Yeah, number 3. Fill out this survey.
That's so obvious.
Yeah, number 7. Profile.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's very doable. I like the ones that are doable. Hey, we're reviewing 20 scams in 20 minutes. Check it out.
And number 1, refund. Refunding scams simply convincing a company that they fucked up.
It's not a scam.
So, what was the first idea? I know you.
How's that a scam?
The first scam is he's saying just that you order.
To find that man, that glove, or, you know, when it was taken from inside of Nancy's home. Now, if a match for some reason is not detected, investigators then go to genealogy databases and work back to a suspect that way. However, that company has to agree to cooperate with investigators, and even some argue that process could take weeks, even months, if they're using some of those private genealogy websites.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below, download our News Nation.
That was a News Nation report. Thoughts? Continue to wait to see what's happening.
Whoa.
Here. JLR investigates. Boots on the ground outside the Guthrie.
Boobs on the ground.
Down the street in the vehicle. Cold and rainy today. Little rain is starting to let up.
presence still out here. The media is not going away at all with this case. Either are we. We got eyes and ears at the scene. We're just waiting for something. SWAT, search warrant, location. Somewhere to go. In the meantime, this has been like a chat where everyone just checks in, shares the latest developments. The manhunt continues for whoever this perp is. Conspiracy people. Everybody wants to know what happened. Who's involved?
Well,
We wait.
I got in Arizona that narrows it down to 4 trillion.
So keep sharing in the chat how you feel about the situation. On what's going on as we wait and see. I mean, we could go down there by the house if you want. It's just kind of cool out here this morning. Get to sit a little bit, at least sit a little bit. And they supported yesterday. Got a chair. Got a chair. That kind of chair. So we can go out there with a chair. Two. Got a chair time. It's one of those nice chairs. Set up and play the camera. Maybe we get a tent part too. We want to be able to post. Eyes and ears. Some of us want to be right there. Way down the bottom. See, it's kind of like at a standstill, but the media is still massively out here. Not doing anything. I don't know where to pitch a tent anyway.
Well, this Frank guy saying that his skull got crushed.
USA Today with a new article. Remember the Arizona Republic? The guy that was following me yesterday with the thing they posted an article.
Yeah.
Amateur detectives and a new kind of journalists descend on Nancy Guthrie's case. I don't think they would remember we were saying, well, it might be a hit piece. I think it's a pretty good article. Go check it out.
Is it about you?
Put it in the chat. I'll pin it in the chat. Well, I mean, you guys can go find it. Interesting. It was just presented to me, so I think it was a very good report. Any negative comment I made here gave myself a chance to like you in the recording, and I do, JR. You are respected. Thank you, JR. I just want to make this perfectly clear. This is fluid time. We're live streaming as these things develop. In the course of when things are developing, a lot of rumor, speculation stuff gets flinged out of what's going on in real time. But we iron it out. We see what's going on, and we follow the story. We follow the path. At times, like the other night at the raid, someone has been shot. Multiple people at multiple locations. Nancy could be in the
or like the state farm.
This person's involved. That person. We're just following what's going on in real time. Because I think some of the criticism is out there is like, well, this is very dangerous being out here, just filming and what's going on in real time. I mean, this is all freedom of expression. This is all just sharing about what's happening, and we're all glued to the scene here and want to know what they're going to do next and where they're going to go, so we can follow the case and just come up with theories in the meantime. Just like what your mind is thinking when you're watching this case and you're watching the latest developments, and every time a new piece of information comes out, your mind starts taking you places. What's going on here? What's this about? Who's involved? What are they going to do next? Is the case going to come to close? Where's Nancy? Where's she at? Is she in a house? Is she buried? Is she in a yard? Is she in a car? Power of prayer is very important, I would say.
You probably believe that.
Oh boy.
She writes, the biggest lie about sex and marriage, and you probably believe it. Okay, here are 4. Number 1, sex is a duty for the wife or husband. Number 2, these are lies according to her.
Oh.
Number 2, sex is a transactional thing. You do X and I give, get Y. Number 3, it isn't so important and totally overrated. Number 4, the wife gives her husband sex. And if not, he goes somewhere else to get it. Well, no one's...
Well, that's
toss that
the opposite.
Let's deal with the first one, because she doubles down on that. She writes, so first of all, it is not a duty, but designed for you to be a gift in your marriage. If you don't want to do it, but somehow feel like you have to, you're doing something wrong. Let me take you to 1 Corinthians 7, verse 3 through 5. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife. And likewise, the wife to her husband. Does that say feeling? Oh, it says marital duty.
Yes.
The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. Getting kind of clear now. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. Do not deprive each other, except perhaps by mutual consent and for a time, so that you may devote yourself to prayer. Then come together again. You're like, then immediately come back together so that Satan will not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. So not only is it described as a duty, not only is it reiterated as a duty, it's contextually reiterated without even using the word duty, saying that your own body is not under your authority but your husband's, and vice versa. Then the Bible goes on to say, and contextually, if you both agree to it, for example, maybe a time of prayer and fasting, just like denying yourself sweets, which isn't in and of itself evil, of course. These things God can create for good. If you both agree, immediately go back, because pragmatically, you are more likely to stumble or be tempted if you're denying either of your spouse sex. It is a duty. You need to do it. So let me.
That sounds awful, by the way.
I know.
Man, I wish I would have cheated.
To have a sex fast. That's like coming together and asking, hey, you want to have leftovers tonight?
Yeah.
No.
Sometimes
No,
you
what?
put together and make, sometimes there's also a
Let's play things out.
Women weaken likes. You're like, all right.
I love that. By the way, I just want to go back to her quote. The first thing she starts off with is a complete biblical lie.
It's a lie. It's not a duty.
It's not an accident. It's not something that she mistook and she misunderstood. It is a 100% biblical lie. If somebody does something like this, immediately discount everything they say after that. And
Oh, that's the camera back there.
Yeah, don't sign up for the course if it's $49.99. But wait, sign up.
It literally says, ignore God's command. Yes. And go with your feeling. And by the way, your feeling is dependent on, does he create moments of safety and intimacy while he's at work and he should be working? So I'll give you 2 examples. Sex is a gift, actually. It's not a duty. If you don't feel it, something's wrong. Okay, that's hers. I'm going to give you an extreme example to make a point. Then I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. He says he wants to do it. Open your legs and show your husband sexual gratification. Which one is more in line with the biblical description of a sexual duty of a spouse? And the same for, she comes home, she's into it, you're not. Sorry, brother, you gotta go.
You gotta pony up, dude.
You gotta go.
Yep.
Which one is
Yep.
more biblical? Because only one is offensive to almost half the Protestant congregation, the people who buy these courses. This is a bigger problem than leftism in a lot of ways, because the enemy is inside the house. And I'll show you this too. You know by fruits of the tree. And I get it. People can make mistakes and they can be redeemed. But that's what they're hoping, is you get hooked with, the Lord can restore marriages. So someone goes, well, great, I'm listening, and none of it is your fault. He has to do all of it. That is as anti-biblical as it gets. But we can also look at some other bangers she has on her profile, like this one about falling for another dude. Again, very public and describing and embarrassing her husband. What I wish I knew as a wife in the season of not wanting sex with my husband, almost divorcing and falling out of love with a man. And then the course and the caption is all about how he needs to do something better. And then here's another one, by the way, because she wants you to know that she had the Jezebel spirit.
Yes.
And it left her.
What a nice excuse that is.
Yeah, it was.
I wasn't a skank. No, I was possessed. Oh.
You don't
I didn't like any of the sex I had. I don't think about it anymore. Or the man I fell in love with and never talk about it anymore.
It was Jezebel's fault, not mine.
But then she even shows you, like right now, this Christian woman who offers up these courses or whatever it is, email, newsletters. She wants you to really see the new Christian she is by showing you the transformation of Jezebel leaving her body.
Watch the Jezebel spirit leave. I didn't know that I was playing around. Then I got saved, and I became a disciple of Jesus Christ.
Is she Mormon?
Now I can only share the gospel.
That looks like the Church of Jesus Christ's font.
Your tits aren't the gospel.
Also,
can only share the gospel.
I feel bad. I usually don't have to issue a warning if you have children there for a gospel message.
Not typically.
No.
I mean, be warned. Jezebel spirits are in the room.
Yes.
You don't see twerking and gospel.
Typically,
yeah.
typically not so much. I mean, even at this point, I'm like, you know what, bring back snake handling.
It's better.
Everybody has a facade for social media. We know that because it's not reality. Here's how the Jezebel spirit really left her body.
She's whored out and fucked by 10 dudes. Gross.
What is that? How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's a big question. Did you say? Is that anything? That's Sora? I didn't say anything. Huh? So what Israel Adesanya? Oh. Well, he loves you. Don't worry about it. Good call. What are you saying, son? Say you were playing the game Mario or something, and one day Mario, instead of just going this way on the screen, he fucking turns and looks at you, and he's like, I see what you're doing. That's what it feels like we are right now. Like we're looking at the people controlling everything and be like, oh.
Comment down below and don't hold back.
What is that?
He's crazy. Gene Hackman didn't get the disease his wife did. She got very sick. He died because he had dementia and couldn't get out of the house. Apparently drinking coffee cures dementia. Make really make coffee.
Griff Jenkins out here. So folks, what should we go? One, I want to go back to that area on First and Orange Grove. In that particular area, that's right near the possibly person of interest, that Luke Daly guy, right at the corner there. We went there yesterday. There was a homeless camp below. I want to go back there, but I'm gonna kind of look in the woods there a little bit around that basin area there, and see, because it's a lot of wood there. There's also a homeless woman there with her dog. I want to actually go to Safeway and give her a gift card and get some dog food for her. Do you guys want to go? Are we getting sidetracked doing that? Should we go up there real quick? Go to Safeway.
Dickens cider, that's funny.
Give her the dog food and then look around that area. So yes or no? Let me know what you want to do. Or should we just stay here? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Or what?
Because if these people are involved that are 2 miles away in that house, if they're involved, then Nancy could be somewhere around that house, around that area, because it's still within the Catalina foothills neighborhood. So I see a lot of yes. We could go over there and go up to Safeway. Let me put in the Safeway address, because there's like a Safeway pretty close to there.
I say we call State Farm.
It's like it's the only grocery store. I don't know.
Somebody's here to sell it, right? Oh, I know this car. Has 44,000 miles. How's the car? Tell me about the record. It's good? It's good, but not excellent? Better. Excellent? No miles block on it? No. No miles block on it? You can drive? Where'd you buy it from? Can you see how much this car is miles block or no? He said Florida. It's in Florida too. Oh my gosh, I should have been listening more. Matt,
let's go up there.
Can you come out here and have Lamborghini Dirt? I need you to scan it for miles block. Alright? Yeah, it's not bad. There's no check engine light on it, so the tax is still there. Is it tuned?
Let's do that.
Alright. That's you got high cell gas. High cell? High cell. Now it's more better. Okay? So it definitely has a aftermarket exhaust, like full straight pipe probably. I don't think that's catted. Do you know for a fact if it's catted?
Would check engine light come on if it was like that?
It would, but it probably has a tune on it to prevent the check engine light. What are you thinking right now as far as number? Because I'm not thinking, 208 is not really looking so good.
Well, it's not looking so good for me either.
No?
I want a higher number.
We're going to go get a spot.
No.
It definitely has a full exhaust.
That's a plus.
That's not a plus. It's hard. It's
one area
to
that's
sell
like
emission-friendly states and stuff like that. And it's probably so. This is 203 instant offer, and this is 211 target auction. This is with no like discrepancies in the car, no aftermarket cats, no exhaust or anything like that. So 208 is like for a stock car. You know what I mean? With no damage. You know. So it doesn't have much. Yeah, it's nice. It's a really nice car. Can we do 197? What can we do?
I think it was snowing up there. And I was looking at radar and all the heavy rain around here. It looked like it's snowing up there.
Yeah, I mean that was without looking at it too.
Yeah.
Let's drop it up at 200. 200. Let's drop it up there.
Alright, so we're on our way to see it.
If it was like mint condition car stock, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't have a problem. Like keep going. We're trying to beat you down or anything like that, but has 38,000 miles. The driver's seat's even a little more. The steering wheel's
No,
warm.
let her decide.
It's just pretty. The steering wheel's pretty warm. 200. You want to flip a coin? No. Someone's here to sell it. Red Huracan. Oh, I know this car. Has 44,000 miles. How's the car? Tell me about the Huracan. It's good. It's good, but not excellent. Better than excellent. No,
This car is miles blocker all over it. You said Florida. You said Florida too. Oh my gosh, I should have listened more. Matt, can you come out here? I have a Lamborghini Huracan. I need to scan it for miles blocker. All right. Yeah, it's got cats. There's no check engine light on it, so the cats are still there. Is it tuned? All right. That she's got high cell cats. High cell? High cell. High cell, bro. Now it's a Corsa.
Yeah, that little dog. Very technical.
So it definitely has a aftermarket exhaust, like full string plate probably. I don't think that's catted. Do you know for a fact it's catted?
Would check engine light come on it was like that?
It would, but it probably has a tune on it to prevent the check engine light. What are you thinking right now as far as number? Because I'm not thinking, 208 is not really looking so good.
Well, it's not looking so good for me either.
No?
I wanted a higher number.
Would you do 190?
No.
It definitely has a full exhaust on it.
That's a plus.
That's not a plus. It's harder to sell with like emission-friendly stage and stuff like that. And it's probably, so this is 203 silver, and this is 211 target auction. This is with no like discrepancies on the car, no aftermarket cats, no exhaust or anything like that. So 208 is like for a stock car, you know what I mean? With no damage, you know? So it doesn't have much. Yeah, it's nice. It's a really nice car. Can we do 197? What can we do?
We're gonna do 205.
Yeah, I mean that was without looking at it too. Yeah. Let's drop it up. 200. Drop it up there. If it was like mint condition car stock, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't have a problem like keep going. I'm trying to beat you down or anything like that. But has 38,000 miles. The driver's seat's even a little worn. The steering wheel's worn. It's pretty. The steering wheel's pretty worn. 200. You want to flip a coin? No? Someone's here to sell a red Huracan. Oh, I know this car. Has 44,000 miles. How's the car? Tell me about the Huracan. It's good? It's good, but not excellent? Better than excellent? No miles blocker on it?
No.
No miles blocker?
You can drive.
Where'd you buy it from?
I bought it from Florida.
Hey Siri, call my G. This car is miles blocker all over it. You said Florida. You said Florida too. Oh my gosh, I should have listened more. Matt, can you come out here? I have a Lamborghini Huracan. I need you to scan it for miles blocker. Alright. Yeah, it's got cats.
There's no check engine light on it, so the cat.
What? I know you don't. What do you want? Are you hungry?
I think they expanded it out according to Tucson News.
Holy shit.
Exclamation mark high stall.
What? Whoa. Whoa. Holy shit. What? Oh. Whoa. So that guy hit that car? Oh. And then she jumps over and tries to save his life. Okay. Whoa.
Silver gas cap. This blue one, bro, it got the same screen as every other one. I got the 249. I just.
Yeah, watch my car.
They got y'all in the choco. I'm one of them. I ain't got 250 from a red eye, bro. Hell, Jeff, you can park in the hood. Take your wheels off. Oh, 250, bro. You know what you can do with that? You can get 2 demons. You can get 2 cheap ass demons. Is that only 300 of them? Yes. 300 each. And Quan just touched one. Where you pull up in this? Not even on regular ass challenge. I got a black road. How much is that? 249. 249? 249? Yeah, there's only 300 of them. 249. I'm gonna go get a.
What do you do? Don't fucking do that. You're so fucking stupid. That's your life right there. That is all that you need. Twist it, grind it, zaza it, whatever the fuck it is, that's your whole world. Nothing else matters but fucking biking 80 fucking gazillion miles from here to the fucking moon and back, and then rolling and zazaing it from the ship, go to fucking back. That's it. Yeah.
What?
What do you do? Don't fucking do that. You're so fucking stupid. That's your life right there. That is all that you need. Twist it, grind it, zaza it, whatever the fuck it is, that's your whole world. Nothing else matters but fucking biking 80 fucking gazillion miles from here to the fucking moon and back, and then rolling and zazaing it from the ship, go to fucking back. That's it. Yeah. Fuck. What do you do? Don't fucking do that. You're so fucking stupid. That's your life right there. That is all that you need. Twist it, grind it, zaza it, whatever the fuck it is, that's your whole world. Nothing else matters but fucking biking 80 fucking gazillion miles from here to the fucking moon and back, and then.
What a nice lady.
What you got going on, man? You better not put that 20 away. You know the rule.
What do you do?
What you got going on?
This is who Scribbles looks like.
You better not put.
I sold those Cybertruck for $195,000. Yeah, it was when they first came out. It was like the first one we got.
Ah, the first one.
Yeah, now I'm about to give him 75.
75.
Yeah, $75,000 for not that to buy that. But you want to be here for this conversation? Witness it? Yeah,
Wild.
It's called Jeff Fields right now. Let's give him a call. Jeff, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
You're mid-workout? Are you doing like bench press, like where you're lying down? Because that's a good position if you stay in. My dad's here witnessing this conversation.
Yeah, the big boss. Elon Musk make more money with Tesla company, and everybody got screwed with his product.
I'm already nervous enough as it is. You don't need to make it worse. I'm already. So listen, 75 grand?
No way.
How much are you expecting? just sold one for 92 with 1,000 miles on it. You have 4,000 miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you 80. 89?
89?
No. I'll give you 80. I'll give you 83.
87.5.
Holy shit.
87.5. I can't do it. No, I can't. No. Jeff, it has 4,000 miles. Boss is watching me. Big boss is already like kicking me for being in this market anyway. 82. And I'm shipping it from you. So 82, Jeff. 82. Jeff, 82, come on. 82.5. 83, Jeff. I know, Ricky. I know.
That's brutal.
I know, Jeff. 83. Come on.
Well, okay, sell it for 90, bro.
In the area that they are suspecting that these
Late Truth here, and I got some more classic MW. Ash's creation lawsuit exposed massive fraud. Okay, we know this. So this has been pretty big. Like, Stephen might actually be fucked.
This morning, U.S. civil rights activist Jesse Jackson has died. A Baptist minister raised in the segregated South, Jackson worked closely with Martin Luther King Jr. and also...
Wow. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson, yo. Holy fuck. Uh-oh.
Morning, U.S. civil rights activist Jesse Jackson has died. A Baptist minister raised in the segregated South, Jackson worked closely with Martin Luther King Jr. and also
Guy's a predator, but
presidential nomination twice. In a statement, his family says Jackson was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless.
he was a money grubbing.
Cause of death has not been immediately given, but Jackson's family said he died peacefully, surrounded by loved ones. Jackson was 84.
This dude smothered.
I was watching Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show when I saw this shot. It's much.
We are covering a massive escalation in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Just hours ago, the President of the United States shifted the entire trajectory of this case. Donald Trump has now explicitly threatened the death penalty for anyone involved in the abduction of the 84-year-old mother of NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie. This is no longer just a missing person case in Arizona. It has become a federal priority with the highest possible stakes. Here is what is happening, why the president is getting involved, and what this signals about the aggressive new direction of the Justice Department in 2026. Let's start with the breaking development. Speaking from Florida today, President Trump was asked if he would direct the Department of Justice to seek the death penalty if Nancy Guthrie is found dead. His answer was immediate. He said, yeah, that's true. He warned the abductors that they would face the most severe federal consequences known to law. This is a critical pivot. Usually kidnapping is a state crime handled by local sheriffs, but by invoking the death penalty, a punishment largely reserved for federal cases involving treason, espionage, or murder during a kidnapping, Trump is signaling that the full weight of the U.S. government is now bearing down on Tucson, Arizona. To understand why this is escalating so fast, you have to look at the brutality of the timeline. Nancy Guthrie vanished from her home on February 1st. She is 84 years old. She relies on a pacemaker. She needs daily medication. This was not a wandering off. This was a violent extraction. Doorbell camera footage captured a masked man in a ski mask disabling her security system. For over over 2 weeks, the Pima County Sheriff's Department has been combing the desert. They found a glove 2 miles from her home, a glove that matches the one seen in the video. They found DNA evidence that does not match any family member. They have even deployed signal sniffers on helicopters flying low over the Arizona terrain, trying to detect the faint digital ping of her pacemaker. But until today, the narrative was about a local investigation. Trump's statement changes the physics of the case. Why is the president intervening? There are 2 layers here. The first is personal and political. It is no secret that the current administration has had a contentious relationship with NBC News, yet we are seeing a rare moment of alignment. Trump is publicly backing the family of a major media figure, praising the FBI agents on the ground, and using this case to reinforce a core pillar of his 2026 agenda, a hardline expansion of capital punishment. Since the start of this term, the administration has pushed to expand the death penalty for human traffickers and kidnappers, especially when the victim is a vulnerable American citizen. Nancy Guthrie fits that profile perfectly. By attaching the death penalty threat to this specific high-profile case, the White House is sending a message to criminal networks. Kidnapping an American citizen now carries a lethal risk for the perpetrator. There is also a darker, more complex angle developing. Investigators are looking at sophisticated kidnapping rings. The FBI has taken a lead role, which suggests they suspect the perpetrators might have crossed state lines or are part of a larger organization. There has been speculation, though unconfirmed, about cross-border criminal involvement, given Tucson's proximity to the border. Trump was asked about cartel involvement earlier this week. He didn't confirm it, but he didn't rule it out, saying only, "It's a little bit early. If evidence surfaces linking this abduction to a transnational group, this stops being a criminal case and starts looking like a national security issue. That is where the death penalty rhetoric becomes a strategic tool, a warning shot to organized crime syndicates. The legal reality, however, is complicated. For the federal death penalty to actually apply, the Department of Justice has to prove that the kidnapping resulted in death and that it falls under federal jurisdiction. That usually means the victim was transported across state lines or the crime involved specific federal offenses. By threatening this punishment now, before the victim has been found, the president is trying to force a release. He is offering the kidnappers a binary choice: release her and face prison, or harm her and face execution. This is a high-risk strategy. Criminologists often debate whether death penalty threats work as a deterrent in active hostage situations, or if they backfire by making kidnappers feel they have nothing left to lose. So where do we stand right now? The Guthrie family has been cleared of any suspicion. The focus is entirely on the unknown male in the ski mask. The FBI has doubled the reward to $100,000. Forensic teams are currently analyzing the DNA found on that glove, running it against national databases. If that DNA hits a match in CODIS, the National DNA Database, we could have a name within hours. The stakes could not be higher. We are watching a collision between a family's desperate search for a mother and a national debate over crime and punishment. The president has drawn a red line. The next 48 hours will likely determine if that threat forces a breakthrough or if this tragedy deepens. To understand the true gravity of this situation, you have to look beyond the headlines and into the terrifying silence that has defined the last 16 days. While the president is threatening state execution on national television, the ground reality in Tucson offers a much more confusing and chaotic picture. This investigation has now split into 2 parallel tracks that don't seem to line up. On one side, you have the behavior of a highly sophisticated operation. The abductor moved with military precision. He knew exactly where the cameras were. He wore a mask that distorted his features under infrared light. He vanished into the desert without leaving a tire track. This suggests a professional hit or a targeted extraction by a cartel-linked group, which aligns with the White House's theory of a transnational threat. But then there is the second track, which points to something far more erratic. In the days following the abduction, strange ransom notes began appearing, not sent privately to the family, but emailed directly to media outlets. These notes demanded millions in Bitcoin. This is not how professional kidnappers usually operate. Professionals want quiet negotiations. They don't broadcast their demands to local news stations. This contradiction has baffled profilers. Is this a sophisticated cartel operation trying to look like a messy amateur crime to throw off the FBI? Or is it a lone wolf who got lucky at the scene but has no idea how to finish the job? The Department of Justice isn't
My
taking
housing worker just
chances on
messaged me.
either theory. They have flooded Pima County with resources rarely seen on American soil for a single missing person. We are talking about signal sniffers, highly classified surveillance tech usually used to hunt terrorists in war zones. These devices are currently sweeping the superstition mountains, listening for the specific electromagnetic frequency of Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker.
Of her
It is a
pacemaker.
Hey, these mass deportations are going to help out real Americans, right?
That'll stop you right there.
Officers Federation Minneapolis does not support private individuals or groups establishing unauthorized checkpoints, blockades, or patrol zones on public.
That's trying to fucking spread all these diseases and shit.
But he's a puppet though, the real big.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
Look at that guy, looking like Cat.
Holy shit, what's going on?
Or illegally.
Why are these guys back in my algorithm? Though. Oh, she must be watching again.
I was watching Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show when I saw this shop. It's a bunch of Puerto Rican ladies with construction tools and laying down cinder blocks. And I know that the whole thing is about Puerto Rico, but I couldn't really figure out, like, what did this shot mean? You know, like, what message was he trying to send? So I started researching, and it sucked me into a vortex about something called Operation Bootstrap, which was a program designed to get Puerto Rican women into manual labor jobs. And there was a darker side of this program too. The US government started to impose forced and coerced sterilization among Puerto Rican women so that they would have less kids, so that there were less Puerto Rican immigrants moving to the United States. In fact, in the late 1960s, almost 30% of Puerto Rican women had undergone sterilization surgeries.
No.
I know this sounds crazy, but once you start to see that symbol, you see symbolism all over this performance. Computer, rewind to the dominoes as a sign of Spanish colonialism. Fast forward to the modern day power lines, which signify American imperialism. Am I going crazy? Maybe. But also, maybe this is a masterclass in anti-colonial rhetoric. So let's hang as I show you all of the hidden symbols of anti-colonialism and colonial rhetoric.
Yeah, but it wasn't good. Hey. Ooh, really great out there.
Could these be the answer to that cluttered bench or windowsill full of seedlings?
Some people just have odd.
Tend to come to the community judge. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Content warning. This video is about a sensitive topic. We've removed any graphic content to comply with YouTube's guidelines. We aim to provide informative, factual journalism on a tragic event in the public interest.
Canada is reeling after what authorities are calling the country's deadliest.
Content warning. This video is about a sensitive topic. We've removed any graphic content to comply.
Canada is reeling after what authorities are calling the country's deadliest school shooting, leaving 10 people dead and more than 25 injured at Tumbler Ridge.
you want some hot chocolate?
What? Oh yeah, look. Hot chocolate. What?
You want some hot chocolate?
What? Oh yeah, look.
What?
Hot chocolate. Well, sure. Hey, that sounds great. Yeah.
Okay. Here.
Ah.
Enjoy it.
Thank you. Rosita,
Yeah?
there's nothing in here.
imaginary hot chocolate.
Sesame Street is supposed to feel like a warm cup of cocoa, with Big Bird, Oscar, and Elmo keeping things silly, gentle, and safe for little kids. So when an episode is remembered as the one that traumatized children, it sounds almost impossible, like a rumor grown from playground gossip. But in 1976,
Stacey Jordan?
the series aired an episode that brought in the Wizard of Oz's Wicked Witch of the West, with Margaret Hamilton returning to the role that had already spooked generations. Parents complained, kids reportedly cried or refused to keep watching, and the series aired for little kids. So when an episode is remembered as the one that traumatized children, it sounds almost impossible, like a rumor grown from playground gossip. But in 1976, the series aired an episode that brought in the Wizard of Oz until now. A broom falls from the sky.
No way. Who's this guy?
Oh. As soon as I caught that broom, the wind stopped.
On the day everything goes sideways, the street is hit with heavy wind, the kind that makes even the storefront signs look nervous. David steps out of Hooper's store, spots something spinning down from above, and catches a broom in his hands like it's a falling baseball. The second the broom is caught, the wind stops. That tiny switch from noisy chaos to sudden calm is a classic suspense move, and it tells kids that this object is not normal. It is a magic problem, and it now belongs to whoever is holding it. Around the corner comes the Wicked Witch of the West, fully in character, demanding her broom back. David does not hand it over. He insists she treat him with respect first, and the witch, furious at being challenged on Sesame Street, of all places, vanishes in a puff of smoke. That refusal sets the rules for everything that follows. The witch simply cannot take what she wants without playing by David's terms. So the episode becomes a long, tense negotiation dressed up as a kid's story.
Curses! The wind blew that broom right out from under me and dumped me here. And I don't think I like it.
Havoc in Hooper's store.
Hey, lady. It's a very powerful broom. And a very mean lady. Well, she won't get this broom back until she shows me a little respect and dignity.
David brings the broom inside and
What the hell?
and for a moment it feels like the adults might fix this the way adults usually do. Then the witch reappears and makes it rain inside Hooper's store, turning a safe, familiar place into something weird and out of control. Everyone rushes back inside, and the witch's threats start getting personal. She threatens to turn David into a basketball, and she threatens to turn Big Bird into a feather duster. Those are cartoonish ideas, but her delivery is pure Wizard of Oz menace. Big Bird tries to be brave.
That's some racism.
Instead of running. That courage is clearly part of the intended lesson. The problem is the witch keeps returning, and each return resets the fear, like the episode refuses to let the kids breathe. The detail that makes the chase work is that the witch cannot touch the broom while someone else is holding it, so intimidation becomes her main tool. Instead of a quick scare, the episode stretches the tension across multiple scenes, which is exactly what made it feel so intense for some young viewers. Oscar's crush and the witch's disguise.
My fine feathered friend, you've got my broom now. Oh, I'm not your fine feathered friend. Now give me back my broom. Give me back my broom. Give me back my broom. Give me back my broom.
In the middle of all the gloom, the episode swerves into something oddly funny. Oscar the Grouch develops a crush on the Wicked Witch, like he's finally met someone who matches his sour energy. It's a strange pairing, but it gives the episode some comic oxygen. The witch also changes tactics. She shows up disguised as an elderly human woman, hoping she can get close to the broom without the neighborhood recognizing her. David sees through it and holds firm, repeating that she only gets the broom if he asks nicely. With extreme difficulty, she finally forces the polite words out. The moment she says them, she takes the broom broom and transforms back into the witch, proving the manners lesson with a dramatic, almost theatrical snap. It's the closest the episode gets to a clean resolution. Then it undercuts that relief immediately. The neighborhood watches her fly away. She shows off by riding the broom with no hands. It slips, and the broom falls right back to the street. David catches it again and breaks down, saying he cannot go through it again, ending on a note that feels more anxious than comforting. The backlash after a single broadcast.
So glad she's leaving. Oh, not me. I'm glad she came here because it was very interesting and really exciting. Exciting! Maybe for you, but not for me. All I want to do is to get out of here and fly home to Oz where I belong. Room to Oz! Boy, I've never been so glad to get rid of somebody my whole life.
The episode aired February 10th, 1976, and it did not take long for the complaints to arrive. Parents wrote angry letters describing how their kids reacted, and the reaction was strong enough that the episode was pulled from reruns. What was designed to teach kids to face fear ended up creating fear. Producers did not ignore the criticism. Test screenings were held to gauge children's reactions. Children were attentive during the witch scenes, but the screenings could not clearly settle whether that attention was curiosity, enjoyment, or genuine fear. Sesame Street's research...
That guy was Big Bird.
The show has long had goals that include emotional learning, but planners also worried about triggering fear or sadness when a caregiver might not be right there to explain what is happening. This episode pushed right into that danger zone. Once the decision was made, the fallout became its own story. The Wicked Witch episode turned into a whispered memory, a cautionary tale parents told other parents, and a kind...
Like, don't let your kids watch Sesame Street.
We're still here, and a week from now, look for Nancy up my back here.
Ashley Banfield says it's the brother-in-law.
In the old days, people used to buy wine from this vending machine by inserting a coin. The coin would fall directly onto a small pan because of the coin's weight. The pan would tilt downward to open the valve. As a result, the wine flowed through a pipe into the glass. As soon as the coin slipped off the pan, the valve closed again and the wine stopped pouring. In the old days, people would place a hole inside a large container filled with water. There was a small hole at the bottom of the bowl, allowing water to slowly seep inside. As the bowl gradually filled with water, it would start to sink little by little. And when it finally sank completely, it meant that 1 hour had passed. In the old days, to turn a typewriter into a gun, a revolver was first hidden inside the typewriter. Then its trigger was connected to one of the keys using a metal linkage. When someone used the typewriter to press that key, the gun would fire and the bullet would kill the person sitting in front. If you drop an ant from a 100-story building, you might think it would die as soon as it hits the ground.
Why?
But an ant is so small that air resistance greatly reduces its
It'll never hit the ground.
Its weight is only a few grams, so gravity can pull it down at only a few miles per hour. Because of this, when the ant hits the ground, it can actually bounce and stuff. If you are interested in this type of videos, then definitely stay connected with Universe Unlocked and follow this.
That's pretty badass.
In the old days, people used...
This looks like homeless camps back here. People like trash and stuff back here. Someone else blew up. Over there in a Mustang.
That's not her shoe.
I am along Orange Grove and First Avenue. Just looking around the terrain here. See if there's any sign of Nancy out here. Well, this is about a quarter mile away from Luke Daly's home. Person that detained. So much land around here now. Before I go over there, I'm gonna go up around this side. I'm gonna move my way around. It seems like this is just a place where it's possible somebody could put a body. Somebody else will go out there too. Like an arrow. Manhole. Here. We're at Orange Grove and First, in the Mason area. This place gets crazy water, floods. There's a homeless camp under the bridge. You can tell there's a sheriff. He might have a sheriff. What was that about? Dude, the county sheriff is crazy.
Please listen carefully as our options have changed. For mailing address and fax number, press 1. For the check information line, press 2. For automate, we are currently experiencing high call volume and
I saw a sheriff race that way.
the North Zone Income Support contact. Please listen carefully as our options. We are currently. Thank you for calling. Please listen carefully as our we are currently.
I'm gonna go up and see.
Thank you for calling the.
I don't know, maybe with my, the other people that were with me, like 8570 Tucson and Alex, maybe they come back out, we can kind of just do it.
Thank you for calling the North Zone Income Support. Please listen.
This would definitely be an area where a body could be.
Thank you for calling.
Close to
Please listen carefully.
person of
We are
interest
currently.
home. I don't know if it's still a person of interest, but you know what I'm talking about.
Thank you for calling the North Zone. Please listen carefully. We are.
Did they search this area
Thank
already?
you for calling the North. Please listen carefully. We are. Thank you for
Did they
calling
help?
the North Zone in. Please listen carefully. We are Thank you for calling. Please listen carefully. We are Thank you for calling. Please listen carefully. We are Thank you for. Please listen carefully. We are currently. The North Zone income. Please listen carefully. We are currently. Port Contact Center. Please listen. We are current. Thank you for calling the. Please listen carefully. We are currently. Thank you for calling the. Please listen carefully. We are. Thank you for calling. Please listen carefully. We are. Thank you for calling. Please listen carefully. We are currently experiencing. Please listen carefully. We are currently.
What in the world? Somebody left this on my car.
Please listen carefully. We are.
That's crazy. I came back. There's something on my car.
Please
A purse.
We are currently.
There was a care package.
In a Louis Vuitton bag or a Coach bag? Who did that?
That's nice. Thank you. Somebody left a blanket, a wool hat.
Please listen carefully as our options.
That's crazy. Thank you very much.
Oops.
A care package.
Please. The personal information collected
Yes.
through Assured Income, severely handicapped, age, and income support program will be used to determine, verify, and/or audit eligibility for the general administration and enforcement programs provided by Alberta Support. This collection is authorized under Section 4A and C of the Protection of Private
Toiletries?
Section 14 and Section 49.
Is that for the lady? That's the ladies. It's the ladies. All right. I'm gonna go send it down to her. I'm gonna go send it down to her for the lady. We're saying for the lady. Okay. Okay. We'll go down and give it to her. Hold on. That's what I was saying because I saw some like feminine stuff and I was like, okay, I had to do a double thought. All right. For the lady. We gotta go send it down to her. So for some reason I thought it was for me, I thought it was weird, but I was like, whoa, but this is a kind gesture, whoever did this. Whoever did this.
Provide the best possible service. Please have your file number ready for the next available
You are amazing.
representative.
We got to go back down and send it to her. So she got a purse, she got all types of things, it's pink. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. For some reason I thought it was me. I'm like, what the heck? But this is thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you. All right. She's gonna get more. Whoever did that, thank you. She goes. All right.
What? What? Juice?
Did you know? You can now submit your documents online using our new secure web uploader. It's faster, safer, and easier than email or fax.
Hey! Where you at? Are you here? Come on down here. Wherever you're at. Hey, I'm back over here. Got something for you.
Wherever you're at. Here. Hey! How are you? I'm gonna move the camera away. I'm gonna face the camera. Got something for you. Itty bitty. What you dog say? Itty bitty? Little bit. Why say itty bitty?
Little bitty.
Listen, while I was live, somebody put this on my door. I thought it was me for a second, but everyone reminded me it had a lot of female things. So look at this. Look at this. Got all the lights. There we go. Joy. All right, take care. Thank you, everyone. She's grateful. Absolutely grateful. Thank you to whoever did that. I think we use a gift card for the safe way. Gift food. I think she would.
Did you know that you can avoid potential payment delays by reporting early? If you are not working or not receiving other income, and not expecting to receive other income, you can report as early as the first of the month. If you are currently working, please wait until you receive your last pay during the month to report your earnings.
Rain stopped. Came from the white Mustang, white vehicle. I saw a white vehicle pull up and dip out. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Nancy's home as a staging ground. Rain stopped. I think in the next day or two, hopefully maybe Alice will come out, 857 Tucson, anyone else, and we can kind of just walk around here and just rule this out. Because this stuff definitely piques my interest. All in here, Orange Grove. It's only like a quarter mile from Luke's home. But there is cameras here. At this
Goodbye.
First Orange Grove. So I'm hearing possibly FBI searching Nancy's yard. So we're gonna look into it. So let's go back. I think the FBI might be at Nancy. I told you I saw like a sheriff zoom by. I don't know if it was related or what. But we're on our way. Do we have that for sure that FBI is at Nancy's yard? Confirmation? FBI Nancy's, we got a comment there. We'll see. We're only like 4 or 5 minutes away.
What are you doing? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your contributions to help her, and also the flowers. I think one of our next goals would be maybe to take a vase, the flowers that we got, some sort of something thing in water. We'll look into that in the next Zoom.
Holy shit.
Alright, we're almost there. We're a few minutes or two. I'm in the house. Come up, set up shop, see what's happening in Nancy's. Now that the weather is cleared.
What are you doing?
And that guy was putting yellow on his, something on his tree with yellow ribbon. Something yellow was in his hand. Something yellow wrapped around his mailbox. A lot of the neighbors here had these yellow ribbons. Going past that little library. That's an
You cut your leg in half and then glue them on there.
You can actually make it super easily. First, get a flat 2x2 and a flat 2x3 of the same color. Then get two random minifigure heads and attach them like so. Once those steps are completed,
Ha 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 ha, aw cute. I just noticed the penguin dances.
the build should
Yeah, he sure does.
That's our studio. Tripod in the phone.
It's a weird little magic trick.
Got a cell phone and a tripod.
Yeah, he dances. He's a little solar powered kicker.
Love it.
I know, me too.
At Space Trace 666 just reached level 24. Do you have coffee hate?
No, I think I got like a cup of instant maybe left. Maybe. A little bit.
Oh damn it. Are you cold?
I mean, I'm wearing shorts. Probably an idiot, but... No. I have to
Wrap
move around
yourself
too
up
much
in a
to sit here.
blanket.
Can't be wrapped up in a blanket all day, I wish. Got me jumping up every 30 seconds. What's up? What's up?
Oh bah ha 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 shorts. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Well, not really. I don't even know. It's fucking cold in here as well. I don't know why either. Minus 18. I guess it's a little bit cold. It says heavy snow too. I don't know.
Hi, Tiger.
Chase said hi, Tiger. Hello? Thanks. That's like the polite thing to do, eh? At least say hi.
Absolutely. Alright, we're back close. All the way down here. Still a mess. Media presence down here. Where did the gun come from? Wonder what type of gun it is. They still really don't say 100% what type of gun it is. Some media suggested they're thinking
Pretty weird.
too big for the holster. Yeah, I found that.
I was kind of talking about his mom last night, and she called instantly. It was so fucked up.
There's the Walmart brand. Everything else is like they think things that the purple's wearing were Walmart, like the sweatshirt, the mask. But I haven't heard that as like 100% confirmation. But the news reports that are coming out saying they're investigating the entire attire.
Any Nancy
Not
Guthrie
really.
updates from overnight? My YouTube feed is full of old shit.
It's basically just old stuff. No new letter for TMZ today somehow.
Her ears must have been ringing.
It was like she had the phone already picked up and was waiting for me to say something.
Plant the camera right here. Yes.
Wait, I don't even know.
Figure out what's going on.
What are you doing? You sound like you're choking.
Gun and gun holster. Gun and gun holster.
They said there was a lead from over the border, but I watched that and there didn't seem like it was anything. Just stupidity.
What do you do for a living, EJ? A gun and a gun holster. Gun and a gun holster. Not quick. No, do we have quick? Are you guys, do they live in Florida? Oh, like Circle K, right? Yeah. Nicer Circle K. Who's your main competition? Circle K. You got this here for now. I hope it gets solved now. I mean, it's been a long time now. I hope this gets solved now. Literally. Keep it here.
How dumb. Oh, no. Oh, it should have started already.
Dang it, my coffee is giving me heartburn.
Oh, that must be nice. I mean, not really, but... Is chorizo Mexican or Spanish? I'm pretty sure it's like... I thought it was Spanish. Like the guys next to Italy. You know, Spain, where Spanish people come from normally. Apparently I'm a better tortilla maker than Bubble Boots is. That's so fucked up. I give up.
Geophysicist followers here. We have just had quite a lot of activity from the sun coming from all directions.
8 minutes ago, that's scary.
Blast that was directed towards Earth.
That means that whatever he was talking about right while he was talking about this, that was happening on Earth right now.
Geophysicist followers here. We have just had quite a lot of activity from
That's not a real dude. He's an AI. Oh. Boo.
makes it far less likely that anyone who might have been tempted to come forward and give themselves up, which is the right thing to do, cut their losses at this point, they're going to be
I think your stuff is turned down a bit.
Yeah, I think it is too. It seems really quiet. Tiger, quit it. I love you, buddy. We gotta fix this audio here.
Exclamation mark high stall. Ahoy. Captain Botrix is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt.
Right on,
Type
oh, no.
heist amount to join.
That's normal. It is turned down a little bit because I don't like being so loud that it levels out.
The outcome now, if you do that right thing.
Yeah, it goes into the red there.
Contrast in messaging here between the president and the Guthrie family was shocking.
Greg Berry, Jonathan Wackrow, thank you both so much. Kate?
We are standing by this morning because anytime now we could get word
Exclamation
of DNA
mark high
testing
stall.
results on a glove coming back. This glove found in Nancy,
They all level up.
near Nancy
I'm a little
Guthrie's
bit louder.
home. The FBI says the glove, which was discovered about
At Space
2
Trace
miles
666
from
has
Guthrie's
joined the
house,
treasure hunt.
appears
Just
to
only
match
mildly
the one
louder,
worn by
though.
the suspect seen in the doorbell video the night that she disappeared. While they wait for that piece of the puzzle, I guess we'll say, for the first time the
Results.
sheriff is actually
Botrix,
officially clearing several people, the entire Guthrie family, being involved in her disappearance, writing in a
The poisonous
pretty
fog sends half the
pointed
crew to
statement
Davy Jones's
this, in
locker.
part. To be
The rest
clear,
escape with
the
a
Guthrie
handful of
family,
plunder
to
and a
include
tale
all
of
siblings and
plenty.
spouses,
A
has
crew
been
of
cleared
pirates
as
and
possible
raiders
suspects
check their
in the
flint
case.
blocks and
The family
sharpen their
has done
cutlasses as
nothing
they
but
disembark
been
for
nothing
Black
but
Heart Island.
cooperative
Oh
and
yes,
gracious, and our
we are
victims
waiting
in
on
this case
DNA
to suggest
testing.
otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. CNN's Lee Waldman is on the scene in Tucson again for us this morning. Good morning, Lee.
Exclamation mark points.
Good morning, Kate. Yeah, that statement very
Hello?
pointed and very clear from the sheriff. He also went on to say
At Hate
to
House
our
here, you have 19,863,174,412,466 points. I just wanted down
Oh,
belly full
vodka.
of rum.
local CNN
I'm scared to
affiliate
drink it, though.
KOLD. But in that initial statement, let's pull it up again. He is saying the family has been nothing
I
but
can't even drink. What am I gonna put
and
it in?
gracious, and our victims in this case to suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. This comes as we are awaiting DNA results. We know that a glove has been recovered not far from where we are in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. It's been sent off for preliminary testing at a private lab in Florida, and according
Want
to
some
an
vodka?
FBI statement, they
No?
received preliminary results on Saturday. They're waiting quality control on Sunday. And once they get all of that back, they're going to start running it through a system called CODIS. That's their criminal database. It has DNA samples from millions of previous offenders. They're hoping to get a match there. What they're also hoping for here is to have a match from that glove with DNA that they also recovered from the site of Nancy
I'm not
Guthrie's
drinking this shit
property. The
straight.
sheriff being very careful with this investigation, not telling us exactly where
What are
in
you
that
doing?
house that or where on the property that DNA was recovered, but just
U.S. And Arizona, where the search for the missing 84-year-old mother of NBC
Do you want
host
sausages
Savannah
and eggs?
Guthrie continues.
No?
The Pima County
You want
Sheriff's Department has
something?
officially cleared Nancy Guthrie's
Okay.
family members, including siblings and spouses, as possible suspects in her disappearance. In a
Yeah, this
statement
little
on
dancing
X,
guy here
Sheriff
is like-
Chris Nano says Nancy's
I don't
loved
know.
ones are victims in this
He's
case,
the real Danny.
and it would be cruel to suggest otherwise.
Meantime, we're still waiting to learn the DNA test results from a glove
I think.
found in the case, and investigators are working with Walmart to gather more information about the backpack worn by the suspect seen in this video.
More
CNN's Josh
information
Campbell is
about the
following
Ozark
this
Trail
story for us.
backpack.
Josh, we are now in week 3. You can only imagine the excruciating pain this has been for the Guthrie family to endure as they are just praying for any signs of life and the return, obviously,
What
of
more
their
data
mother,
do they want?
Nancy.
It's got
Can
2
you
pockets
talk
on the
about
inside.
significance
Got a
of the
little ID
sheriff
thing on the
coming out
side.
and officially clearing the names of those family members, what that means.
Hail
because
Danny.
This, has
This is
also
also
not
the
only been
evil
really
penguin from the
difficult for
Valentine's
family,
stream.
But for
Don't tell
investigators
anybody.
too, there are so many leads and paths they've been going down to close these that are unfounded.
He's been moving around in the background doing all kinds of evil shit.
That's right, and you know, this high-profile nature of this investigation has essentially brought, you know, out of the woodwork a lot of true crime enthusiasts, as well as online, you know, social media sleuths who have proffered, you know, all kinds of different theories about what occurred here. And there was this building notion by some, again, absent any insight into the actual investigation, that it was a family member that may have been involved here. Which,
our little
look at that, that's
group
not
of
only irresponsible,
investigators
but you can imagine
here
how harmful that is to the family that is
never
now
even questioned
dealing
it.
with the disappearance of their mother, you know, obviously
sometimes
a
penguins
beloved member of
puke
the
black
family,
out of
to
their
now
eyes.
then have them implicated. And so that was notable to hear the sheriff coming out and saying not only has the family been cleared, but really admonishing, you know, these I don't know how else to say this, these wannabe, you know, journalists out there who are basically spreading a lot of this information without actually backing that up with fact. He really took them to task, saying this needs to stop, this is harmful, and then finally it's worth pointing out that he said that family members, not only are they not suspects,
Hail Danny.
nothing but cooperative.
Josh, what do you make of the behavior of the potential abductors over the past 3 weeks? I mean, initially,
Are you choking on something?
Savannah Guthrie
Why are
was
you doing
asking,
that?
and family members were asking for proof of life. I don't believe that they got that. And then there was multiple ransom letters. Then there was a first deadline, a second deadline, and then nothing. I mean, I don't believe we've heard anything just in terms of any kind of additional ransom notes or account activity. What do you make of that? What concerns you about that? What doesn't add up to you?
Well, you know, in a typical kidnapping, if you will, you will have some type of two-way communication because both sides have something the other wants. Obviously, the abductor has a beloved member of the family, and the family presumably has, you know, money that that person wants. And so these cases are typically marked by some kind of dialogue, some kind of discussion, some kind of demand. Look, this is what I want, and then that proceeds from there, often, you know, behind the scenes, either between an abductor and law enforcement or the abductor and members of the family. This has been marked by these kind of bizarre letters that went out to TMZ as well as some other local media outlets, essentially making a demand for money, but then no actual follow-up. And so, you know, from an investigative lens, absent any type of communication, you have to wonder if that was just simply false, if that was someone maybe taking advantage of the situation to try to extort this family for money. Obviously, the family has been through so much here, but it does raise real concerns for investigators. I've been talking to, you know, people working the case, and they say that because there hasn't to date been this two-way dialogue, that really limits their ability to determine what this person wants. And I'll also note that, you know, law enforcement says that right now every possible outcome here and motive is now on the table. They don't know if this was some type of home invasion, a burglary that went wrong, whether Mrs. Guthrie was targeted just randomly, or whether she was indeed targeted because of the high-profile nature of her daughter. Authorities simply don't know. But of course, the longer this goes on, the more bleak it certainly looks, not only because of you know, her age, but also her health. And it's really confounding investigators right now that they have not heard from an alleged abductor,
This works will be impressive.
essentially laying out what they want to get this resolved.
What are you doing?
And you see the tone, the messaging, the language of the videos posted by Savannah and her family really changing, and the most recent one speaking to everyone's inner goodness, that there's never too late of a time to do the right thing. And anyone that knows Savannah knows that that really is meant from the bottom of her heart. This couldn't have happened to a better, more loving woman, and we are just praying that they see this case close and are reunited with their mother. Josh Campbell, thank you so much.
In the Nancy Guthrie disappearance case, the FBI says the glove, discovered about 3 kilometers from her home, appears to match the one worn by the suspect seen here on Guthrie's doorbell camera on the night that she disappeared. While they wait for that piece of the puzzle, we have also learned that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has cleared Nancy Guthrie's family members as possible suspects in her disappearance.
I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there. You could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
Well, that was the Pima County Sheriff 2 weeks ago, warning people against putting out any unverified information that might jeopardize the investigation. But in this
is gonna be so
social
awesome.
media era, There are droves of citizen sleuths and influencers trying to crack this case. CNN's chief media analyst, Brian.
What are you doing, guy? I don't know. What? I don't know. Oh, that's where it went. Damn it.
All right, a couple of things. It's not for someone that just wants to watch the news and get a quick recap. It's for the people that can't get enough of it.
DiPetro says he uses his own sources and aggregates from others that he trusts.
There's certain key people that I depend on and I use as a source. John Miller is one. There's few people that are as knowledgeable as he is.
But DiPetro admits that others online are not as disciplined.
It gets tiresome because they just totally go on rumor.
Yes, there's always a bad streamer once in a while or somebody who does something maybe not correct, but I think the audience is wising up to the smart ones. Here we go. We got, oh wow, look at this, Sawyer's Crush.
Andy Signor is another YouTuber who's been doing this for years.
We have about 1 million subscribers on YouTube and we're on Instagram and most of the other ones as well. There's that view, sunset's coming.
Signor flew all the way from Tampa to cover the case.
My parents live in Tucson and so it hit home a little harder for me just because I was like, this is tragic and scary. And I wanted to make sure that there was enough people really spotlighting the case because I'm worried some of the authorities haven't been as on top of it as maybe they should have been.
Signor says he first covered the Gabby Petito mystery about 5 years ago. And that story showed him just how curious the true crime audience can be.
That's what's, I think, really impressive about our streamers is the audiences. They're so invested. They want to be there 24/7. They want to help.
But while Signor and DiPetro have remained responsible in their coverage, other streamers and influencers have not.
I don't think anyone enjoys in our community seeing that an individual who they, got a tip saying that they are a suspect is now all over social media and everyone, calling them the kidnapper, right?
She points to last Friday's SWAT activity at a nearby home as a prime example. The operation ended with no arrests, but wild claims online spread so rapidly that the sheriff's department had to issue a rare post to refute them as, quote, not accurate. Brian Stelter, CNN, New York.
Well, this is Brian Stelter reporting for you. CNN's Lee Waldman is on the ground and she is following what is going on there. And what more do we know about the investigation at this hour?
Well, Becky, everyone is kind of waiting with bated breath here for those DNA results from the glove that was uncovered not far from Nancy Guthrie's home here. We know that the FBI has received it. They had the preliminary results this weekend. They were doing a kind of a quality control this weekend as well. And once they firm up those results and get them through CODIS, they're hoping to find a match between that glove and the DNA that was uncovered at Nancy Guthrie's property. The sheriff says that they don't have those results just yet. And even if they were to get a positive match with CODIS, that criminal database that holds over people's DNA from prior offenders, they don't necessarily have to share that information with us. We imagine that they'll start the investigative leads to try and find where that person is. If they don't get a hit there, they're hoping to use genealogy and use public submitted DNA for those third-party DNA mapping websites to try and find a match there. All of this is coming as we're getting new information from Sheriff Chris Nanos regarding the Guthrie family themselves. We have a statement from the sheriff. He said the family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and our victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. And he told one of our CNN affiliates, KOLD, that the family was actually ruled out as suspects in the very first few days of this investigation. Meanwhile, they are sifting through more than 40,000 tips that have been submitted in the weeks now since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her
Tuesday,
home. We know
Barbara.
that
Good
the
morning,
backpack
Brandon.
seen
Happy
on the
New
doorbell
Year.
camera video by that suspect
Justin
was an
Harrison, it's
Ozark
been
Trail
chilly for
hiker
the past
backpack that
5
sold
winters here in
at
DC.
Walmart. They're working
Save
to
us.
identify the other brands
Yeah.
of clothing
Love
that he
the
was
color of
wearing,
your
including
tumbler.
those gloves,
My
the
New
ski
Year's
mask,
resolution
and a
is
jacket.
to
Back to
drink
Becky.
warm water. I don't do that here. There's usually always an energy drink.
It's good to have you, Lee.
Stress.
Thank you very
And
much
a doctor
indeed.
recently told me that actually
This morning we are
an
standing
energy
by for
drink
the
does
DNA
not
test
hydrate
results
you.
from
So
this
I'm
glove.
working on
Well, I point to here,
putting my
but
power
authorities
back
say
on
it's a
that.
glove that resembles this one seen in the doorbell footage from Nancy
Good
Guthrie's
morning.
home, and they're testing the glove they
Somebody said, "Look at
found
the man." Oh,
to see
tomorrow's
if the
Ash Wednesday. I know
DNA
this
matches
past week was
DNA they found
Mardi
inside
Gras.
the house, or if
Happy-
DNA
oh,
from the
it's
glove
Fat
matches
Tuesday.
maybe anyone in any of the crime
God, how should I
databases.
celebrate?
Also, the sheriff for the
What do you
first
do
time
for
is
Fat
saying that
Tuesday? Is that the
Guthrie's
Pancake
family,
Day, or
including
is
her
that
children
all
and their
Mardi Gras?
spouses, have been cleared as suspects. We're also learning that investigators are using a
Mardi Gras
helicopter
is a
equipped with a
holiday
so-called
that I don't
signal
know
sniffer
I
to try to
would
detect
be a good
Nancy's
participant
pacemaker. The
in. It's
inventor
one
of
of
the
those
device
things where it's
explained to
just like,
CNN how it
all
works.
my friends were in New Orleans this past weekend. I have a lot of friends who went to Tulane.
So they're sweeping
We're
the
visiting,
areas
like, people
looking
at
for this
Tulane, just,
transmission,
like, staying in
and
New Orleans.
I was able to confirm
And
that,
it
you
is
know,
one
based
of
on the
those
pacemaker that she
holidays where
has,
all you do
you know, it will
is
broadcast
drink
every about 3 to
for,
4
like,
minutes
a
or so
whole
with
week,
a very small transmission that
probably a
if
whole
authorities
month.
are able to capture
And I'm
that,
not
can triangulate
100%
exactly where
sure
Nancy
if
is directly
my
off of her
body can
pacemaker.
handle that. But I
Right, with us
feel
now, former FBI
I'm kind of a
profiler Greg
FOMO, like, I
McGrary
wanna be a
and
part of
CNN
it.
law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wackrau. Greg, thank you so much
LJ said, "I
for
didn't
being
hear
with
anything
us.
about Mardi
One of the
Gras."
newest things
Well,
we've seen is
I
this
actually have
statement
something to tell you
from
about
the
Mardi
sheriff
Gras.
in Pima County
Oh, it
clearing
is the King Cake
the Guthrie
holiday. Drink
family
water for
as
Fat Tuesday.
suspects.
Yeah,
To
I'm
be
gonna
clear,
be
the
drinking
Guthrie
a
family, to
fat
include
tumbler of
all
water.
siblings and spouses, has been
been
cleared.
some
The family has been
Mardi
nothing but
Gras,
cooperative and gracious and are victims
some Mardi
in this
Mardi
case.
drama,
Now, Greg, we
if you
haven't heard a
will.
lot from sheriffs. We
There-
certainly don't hear a
so
lot on a
Shia
day-to-day
LaBeouf
basis. Why do you
was
think they put this
in
out
New
so
Orleans
declaratively?
for Mardi Gras, and he allegedly attacked
I
a
think
Mardi
because
Gras
of all
bar
of the
employee.
speculation,
He was arrested.
social
he ended up in
media,
custody,
and
like,
these
early this
influencers
morning.
and
It was
all that
Tuesday morning.
going
Yep.
on,
And
creating all
the
these
New Orleans
false
Police Department
scenarios.
told TMZ he
And the
was getting,
family's
like,
been traumatized
really rowdy
enough
at a bar in the French
already,
Quarter.
but to
and
have
the
that
member
sort
was
of
like,
piling
hey,
on
you
by
gotta
all
leave.
the
And then he began fighting this, like, staff member as soon as they got outside. There's video of him, like, being taken away in an ambulance. People say it took, like, multiple people to hold Shia back. And police arrived at, like, 12:45 a.m. to arrest him. And I think he is facing 2 charges of simple battery.
Shia LaBeouf?
And I know I see a lot of people in the chat being like, he had to have been drunk. It's pointless.
That's so
being drunk
fucking
only
funny.
harms you. Shia LaDrunk. Mardi Gras can be family
Didn't Sal
friendly,
just have him
but
as
I
a
know
fucking
he was sober for a while and struggling
thumbnail?
with addiction. I actually have. Did Chris?
Nice one, buddy.
Is Chris not there yet? Is he making videos? That diva.
He
I was
definitely
talking
did.
to
I
him
hate
this
Shia
morning
LaBeouf,
about
by the way.
this, about the Shia drama. When he comes back, we'll get his take on it because I don't know.
Anybody
and
looking up
Rocky
to
said, I
Shia
don't drink
LaBeouf is
around-
looking the wrong
I
way.
don't drink anymore. I don't like being around drunk people. I think that seems to be a common. His empty desk. The laptop is on. That's a good sign, though. That means he's close. Oh, Melissa. Getting his coffee. Thanks, Melissa. That's really funny. We'll come back to Chris. But Shia LaDrunk is really funny. Mardi Gras is as family friendly as a day at a nudist beach. Yeah, honestly, fair enough. I've seen a lot of videos of, like, the tallest, largest drink you can imagine, and it's just on repeat. And then it's like Fat Tuesday, Ash Wednesday, and then it's like Drunk Sunday. I know at Tulane they have this tradition, I don't know if it's everywhere in New Orleans, called Tequila Sunrise, where, like, after staying up all night drinking tequila, you watch the sunrise. Again, not sure if that is the path for me. Shia LaBeouf is married to Mia Goth. Mia Goth, you may remember from Frankenstein and Pearl and X and all those movies. She's in a lot of A24 films. She has, like, the no eyebrows. I think she may have started the, like, bleached eyebrow trend. Really into that right now. Yeah. I think the whole point of Mardi Gras is, like, you do one last hurrah before Lent. If I'm familiar. Somebody said Maria. Oh, we found Chris, Oh, Maria asked what I'm giving up for Lent, and somebody, NM Rockchick said, Maria, she's Jewish. I don't think we do Lent, but can we get Chris in the chat? Nate Dogg said drug Sunday. You speaking from experience, Talia? Yes. There, look at him. Chris.
What is going on, guys? Hello, what's up, chat?
Hi, Chris.
So you guys are looking for me all around the office. I see.
What
you're
no
sending,
eyebrow
like,
thing?
The whole squadron.
Does somebody got no eyebrows?
I really want to talk to you about Shia LaBeouf getting arrested at Mardi Gras.
You're not saying she has no
I
eyebrows.
gotta
She got
say,
little eyebrows.
Out the gate, I'm the biggest Shia LaBeouf fan. Ever since Even Stevens growing up, I love him so much. However, he's got a complicated history going on. I know he's been in
No eyebrows detracts from your eyebrows. I love it.
Seems like
It does.
he's hit a little bit of a rough patch. Apparently he hit a staffer.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
he
no
was
eyebrows is
the
cute.
bar,
As long as they're
member
plucked.
of staff at a bar.
And then he came back.
Okay, you don't mean this girl's eyebrows?
He doubled down. And then hit
If
a
you got
second
no
person.
eyebrows,
So,
that's messed up.
2 batteries for our guy Shia. Really unfortunate, but I'm just hoping that
I have to look her up.
I've got an exclusive right here. Here are the photos
There are
in
the
case
photos.
anyone hasn't seen.
Oh wow.
Wow, and he got taken away.
Oh,
That's
she does
like in
have
the
no
back of an
eyebrows. That's
ambulance,
fucking
right?
scary. What
Back
the
of an
fuck?
ambulance, arrested.
Yikes.
Holy fuck, she's a freak.
Are you a Mardi Gras like kind
Get your
of person?
eyebrows
Do
back,
you think
bitch.
you
You know
could
what, I've
stand
never-
that, like full week of drinking?
Holy
I don't know if
shit.
I can withstand it. I'd love to try it. Do you want to
know.
go?
I am on the
I feel like
same
you and I
page
would
as
be a
you.
really good
We could
Mardi
go
Gras
next
duo.
year. We could try.
Like, we could do a whole
Yeah, we could
TMZ
try.
investigates Mardi
TMZ.
Gras. What do you think?
Yeah, we could get, maybe Harvey will send us out, just boots on the ground journalism kind of thing.
Some real like
Just so we don't miss
gonzo
any,
journalism. Yeah.
Just so we don't miss any like big events like the Shia arrest.
A lot of stuff happens. You know, we could be there and we can get the scoop. Also, if anyone in the chat has access to the Sloss and Wreck documentary that Shia made, I'm still trying to figure out how to watch that.
The what?
Do you know about the documentary he made where he's teaching acting in the inner city?
No.
It went to like a bunch of festivals, but he goes and creates an acting class here in LA in the inner city and just teaches a bunch of people how to act and just loses his mind the entire time. I want to see it so bad, but I don't know where to.
Wow.
It's like on the dark web or something.
On the dark web.
But
a lot
yeah,
of
if
people are
anyone
saying-
has like a link,
a lot
send
of
that
people
over
are
my way.
saying, how are you a Shia LaBeouf fan? He has kind of a complicated history.
And I get that. But
Yeah,
is
no
anyone
shit.
in the chat saying that Shia LaBeouf
Anybody
is
that
not
likes
a good
Shia
actor?
LaBeouf's an idiot.
So
The guy,
far,
he
no.
crushes it. He's a really interesting guy. I'm not saying that
loved him in Holes.
condone all of his actions here. That's not what I'm saying. You know,
I
don't
really
get me
liked
wrong.
him in Holes.
Holes is incredible. Stanley Yelnats.
Yeah.
That's an absolute banger. I love that movie.
What do you think? What are you giving? Are you giving up anything for Lent? Do you do that?
Yeah,
That
that
was
is
the
not
question
something that I engage in.
Yeah, me
I am
neither.
not really giving up anything
What-
for Lent.
What's
no.
like a typical thing people give up for Lent? Like chocolate?
Maybe chocolate, alcohol.
Why do they give up anything?
Something like
maybe
that. I
that's
don't know.
why
I'm not
they
in
give up
like the
anything
Lent
for Lent?
circle so much.
I'm not in the Lent circle.
I don't run in those crowds.
Oh, everyone in the chat is saying, great actor, troubled person.
Great actor, troubled person. you know,
Also-
he like pulled his tooth out to like try to get into a role. He's like, you know, he's out of his mind. But he's so
that'd be like-
captivating to watch in these movies.
Yeah.
I'm
Tricky
fascinated.
Detective said, yo, that man is a great actor. In real life, man is struggling.
The man is struggling. Yeah. So
What do
let's be positive and try to find help for Shia. I think
think
that's what we can all come together on.
I think it's also difficult to maybe be in a situation like that, where it's just like all
Probably really
drinking
difficult.
all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And just being a child star in general.
That's true.
Nobody makes it out of that. It's like a death sentence.
That's true.
So,
Are you a Mia Goth fan?
yeah, Mia Goth for sure.
His beautiful wife?
Oh,
your favorite?
oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, they're together.
She was in
About
was
to
it
eat half
X
piece
and
of
Pearl?
toast.
Mhm.
Couple slashers.
All those like 824.
Does she like just the horror girl? Like, does she do anything else?
No, she was in Frankenstein.
She's got no eyebrows.
Okay, that's horror adjacent. Maybe the Elordi one, or
Yeah.
I missed
Mia
out on
Goth
those
movies.
Frankensteins.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly, yep, it would all be horror, I believe.
Let's go. Pull up the IMDb, Talia. Get into
Oh,
it.
Suspiria, that's a great movie.
Haven't seen it.
Oh my God, you would love that one. Pearl, X,
Pearl and
Maxine.
X are good.
That's kind of
That
her,
whole series
her
I'm
wheelhouse.
into. Yeah, that's her go-to. So
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's reached out to me. Can we get her on the show? Get her thoughts?
Oh, you want to call me a goth?
I mean, she watches the Talia show, does she not?
Yeah, she probably does. I'm
She's a
just
viewer?
gonna, Miguel, will you call me a goth up?
Yeah, Miguel, please.
Yeah,
Let's get
he's
me a
got
goth on the line.
He's picking up the phone right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
it went.
perfect.
She's busy right now. Well,
Dang.
Chris, this was lovely. Thanks
All right,
for
I'm
your.
excited for your Baywatch segment tomorrow. Is that going to be on this?
Oh my God, I won't be here tomorrow. I didn't tell anyone yet.
You're missing the show for Baywatch?
I'll do a. For those who don't know, I will be attending, not as a participant.
But you could be.
Wow. Thank
You have that potential.
Wow, I'm blushing. I will be covering the Baywatch Open Camp. I'm very excited about that.
In the rain, nonetheless.
In the rain.
Slow motion running on the beach in the rain. It's a recipe for greatness.
For greatness.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
greatness.
Can't wait.
Well, Chris, thank
coffee
you
and
so
vodka.
much for this incredible
Thank you for stopping by.
opportunity.
See you next time.
We'll
Thank
see
you,
you soon.
J-Rock, holding the boom, and Corey.
Shout out J-Rock and
Yes,
Corey.
yes,
Everyone
appreciate it.
involved.
Unlike Madison, who makes me hold my own boom, but J-Rock, you know,
That was
always hooking
shady.
it up. A little bit of shade for Madison.
Get back to work. Goodbye, Chris.
Bye.
The chat is really funny. Oh my God, you guys think I should be on Love Island? Wow, thanks. Chris is so funny. I've been trying to get him to come on this live stream for so long and participate, and he's like, I don't know what I have to talk about. I don't have anything to say. Chris, you're a star. Chris. David Hasselhoff. I will not be participating in the casting. I want that very clear. Somebody said, good luck. Thank you. I don't know if I'll need the luck. I am not auditioning. I want no part of, I don't want to be in the bathing suit running on the beach. Thank you so much, though. But yeah.
Oh,
I am
weird.
very
She probably
excited
liked
to
some
be
bleach.
there. But yeah, the whole Shia LaBeouf thing is really crazy. A lot of people saying, you know, sobriety is a tough thing to handle, especially being in situations like that.
Like Shia LaBeouf was ever sober.
Everyone commenting about Chris, that's so funny. Wait, Monique said I should be the next Bachelorette. My problem is I don't think I'm like, maybe as like dainty and womanly as the typical Bachelorette. I don't really know. I've seen a couple episodes and it's all like cute little dates. That's not really my vibe, if you've gathered. I don't know how. I want the men to fight each other, maybe something maybe a little more violent and like a little more adrenaline based than
I like
like
this girl.
a little lovey-dovey competition, you know? Yeah. Wow, thank you, Brandon said, I am like family. That means a lot. Wow, thank you so much. Oh, good morning. What's this stuff? Is it Kay in the chat? TMZ said good morning or good afternoon. Barbara, flattering me with compliments as always. My blood-related cousin, Barbara. It's Rochelle. She said, nope, it's Gossip Girl. Kayla Wright said, being sober is the bravest form you can be. I
No
agree,
idea what part of
especially
the
putting
city
yourself
they're
in
gonna make us go
situations like
to.
that. It is tough and rough and scary, and it is a lifelong battle. Kel said she wants men to fight over her. Correct. Is that such a crime? Would it be good for the? I'm too good for the Bachelorette. I don't know if that's true, actually. I don't know if that's true. There is. Okay, Monique dropping the lyrics to We're Family.